Chapter 107. The formidable fourth-place Lin Jin sat on the bus, while the driver stood outside, indulging in a smoke. She was engrossed in the live broadcast of the match on her phone. The game unfolding was between Dongchuan High School and Huitang High School. Merely 10 minutes into the match, Huitang High School had already established dominance. Their nimble and swift offensive tactics forced Dongchuan High School into a defensive posture. Hesitant to commit more players to attack for fear of leaving their defense vulnerable to exploitation, Lin Jin frowned as she watched. She had anticipated a challenging match for Dongchuan High School, yet she did not foresee them being embroiled in such a struggle right from the outset. Various comments streamed across the live broadcast. Huitang High School, after all, secured fourth place last season. Even if Dongchuan High School is the biggest dark horse of this round, they can only go so far. Huitang High School's quick passing and cutting are truly a delight to behold. Go Huitang High School. Wasn't Luo Kai boasting fiercely? Why haven't we seen any contributions from him? What happened to him being the strongest freshman? This is a match between Dongchuan and Huitang. Fans of Chen Xingyi should refrain from disrupting. Luo Kai, the best. Wang Chaolin and Kuyan's partnership in midfield is indeed the strongest combination. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Jin had previously enjoyed the comment feature during matches, finding amusement in the banter of fans as she watched the live stream, feeling as though she were watching the game alongside many others. However, now she clicked to disable the comments, and the screen instantly appeared much clearer. She furrowed her brow, concentrating intently on her phone's display. 10 minutes into the match, Dongchuan High School had yet to register a single shot on goal, and the standout star Luo Kai from the last match was nowhere to be seen. The commentator's voice resonated from the speakers in the audiovisual classroom. The players of Jiaxiang High School had gathered once more to watch the live broadcast of this match. The kickoff for this game was later than that of the first round, allowing Jiaxiang's players to finally witness a complete match. Huitang High School began the game with a brisk tempo. It seemed that Dongchuan High School's 60-0 victory over Xingyi High School in the previous round might not have been a blessing after all. Huitang High School had become serious about this game. Had they faced a tough battle to eliminate Xingyi High School, the circumstances could have been different. How is that possible? Let me tell you, regardless of how Dongchuan High School won their first round, Huitang High School will not let them off easily. Indeed, I suspect they are now viewing Dongchuan High School with envy. After all, it was we who defeated them in the third and fourth place finals. They are likely seeing Dongchuan as our substitute, seeking revenge. The players of Jiaxiang High School watching the match in the audiovisual classroom clearly had no need for the comment feature, as they could engage in conversation directly about the broadcast. Just then, they observed on the projection screen Huitang High School's midfielder, adorned in the number 10 jersey, Wang Chaolin, signaling for the ball from his teammate on the right flank. He sprinted toward the right side, and his teammate passed the ball to him. Lu Haowen, the defensive midfielder from Dongchuan Middle School, promptly pressed towards Wang Chaolin. Meanwhile, the right back from Huitang Middle School, who had passed the ball to Wang Chaolin, did not halt his advance. Instead, he continued surging along the flank, seemingly poised to engage in a 1-2 wall pass with Wang Chaolin. Wang Chaolin indeed gazed in the direction of his advancing teammate, lifting his foot. Observing this, Mao Xiao, who initially intended to assist Lu Haowen in confronting Wang Chaolin, immediately stationed himself within the penalty area. Concurrently, Dongchuan Middle School's right back, Li Liang, pivoted to closely follow the opposing fullback's foray. Ultimately, Wang Chaolin did release the ball, but instead of passing to the on-rushing fullback, he executed a somewhat awkward turn and sent the ball behind him towards the left side of the penalty area. Remarkably, he had not even surveyed the situation on that side prior to making the pass, as if he instinctively knew someone would be there to receive it. And indeed, someone was. A splendid pass. Kuyan. With a resounding shout from the commentator, Huitang Middle School's number 8 player lifted his left foot high, expertly controlling the airborne ball. This diminutive player, Kuyan, is one of the dual midfield masterminds for Huitang Middle School. Notably, Huitang's previous offensive maneuvers had predominantly unfolded along their right flank, leading to a corresponding shift in Dongchuan's defensive focus. Despite head coach Li Ziqiang's pre-match admonitions to his players to maintain their defensive positions diligently, they faltered against Wang Chaolin's imaginative and challenging lateral pass. At the moment Kuyan received the ball, Dongchuan's primary defensive forces were situated on the opposite side, leaving only the recovering right back, Wang Juanhao, in front of Kuyan. Wang rushed in, seizing the opportunity to intercept the ball while Kuyin had just settled a high pass. However, Kuyin skillfully nudged the ball slightly to the left, simultaneously leaning his body to evade the approaching Wang Juanhao. An opportunity. Kuyin surged into the penalty area, amidst the commentators' exclamations. Players from Jiaxiang High School in the audiovisual classroom gasped in alarm. Oh no! Dongchuan's goalkeeper, Meng Shi, charged out to attempt to narrow the angle for Kuyin's shot. Yet, upon reaching the ball, Kuyin exhibited no hesitation and unleashed a low drive. The ball skimmed along the grass, heading straight for the back corner of the net. As it brushed past Meng Shi, it accurately nestled into the netting. What a goal! Magnificent! Just 13 minutes into the match, Huitang Middle School had taken the lead. The rapid interplay orchestrated by Wang, Chaolin, and Kuyin had left a profound impression during the previous tournament, and this time they bewildered Dongchuan's defense, causing them to lose their positions in a frantic scramble, ultimately allowing Kuyin to seize the opportunity for a decisive strike. In the audiovisual classroom, players from Jiaxiang High School emitted cries of disappointment. Although fierce rivals in the Anton Cup, the players from Jiaxiang High School, much like in the previous match, now support Dongchuan High School, which represents the Anton province in the high school football team. They genuinely hope that Dongchuan does not bring shame upon the province. It is only natural for them to feel regret upon witnessing Dongchuan concede a goal. The defensive capabilities of Dongchuan High School still pale in comparison to ours. Remember, when we scored first against them, we maintained that single-goal lead until the final whistle. Of course, we had our captain on the field back then. Even Chen Xingyi could not contend with our captain. How could Wang, Chaolin, and Kuyin hope to break through such formidable defense? After the goal, Li Ziqiang heard a chorus of lamentations from the substitutes bench behind him. He stood at the sidelines, his brow furrowed. Clearly, the defensive tactics devised prior to the match had failed to yield the desired effect. He had underestimated the cohesion in the passing and movement of Huitang High School. Wang Chaolin managed to deliver a pass into an open space behind him without even surveying his surroundings, catching Dongchuan completely off guard. That pass was nothing short of brilliant. It is no wonder this school has qualified for national competitions for 6 consecutive years. Huitang High School's pedigree far surpasses that of Shizi High School. It was evident that if the match continued in this manner, the situation would increasingly disadvantage the Dongchuan football team. Should they remain passive, they would fall victim to the relentless movements and passing of their opponents, exhausting themselves in the process. Seizing the moment while the Huitang players reveled in their goal, Li Ziqiang summoned team captain Chu Yifan to the sidelines and imparted crucial instructions. Swiftly, Chu Yifan obeyed and gathered the disheartened teammates to relay the coach's latest directives. The match had only just begun. There was no room for surrender. The coach urged us to employ an alternative fouling strategy. But we must be mindful of the degree of fouls committed. We need to disrupt their rhythm, preventing them from playing at their accustomed pace. The door to the principal's office at Dongchuan High School was firmly locked, yet faint sounds could still be heard from within. Lu Wenhao fouled Wang Chaolin, and the referee blew the whistle to halt the game. Dongchuan committed another foul, this time by their captain, Chu Yifan, who had tugged on Kuyin's jersey, preventing her from receiving Wang Chaolin's pass. It was apparent that following the goal, Dongchuan had made tactical adjustments, resorting to fouling strategies to disrupt the flow of the match. This approach proved effective, significantly diminishing Huitang's offensive threat, allowing Dongchuan even the opportunity to counterattack. Luo Kai received a pass and surged forward. But faced with the defense of 2 Huitang players, he was forced to slow down and opt for a backward pass. Luo Kai was indeed subjected to Huitang's tight defense in this match. After scoring a remarkable 4 goals in the previous game, he had drawn considerable attention and become a target. No, it was not just Luo Kai who found himself ensnared by Huitang's stringent defense. Chu Yifan was equally ensnared. He had just received the ball when 2 players from Huitang High School swiftly closed in, intercepting his pass. As the sole orchestrator of the midfield for Dongchuan High School, his restriction would significantly diminish their offensive capabilities. Huitang High School's attacks were frequently disrupted by Dongchuan's tactical fouls, while Dongchuan's own offense faltered as both Luo Kai and Chu Yifan were closely marked, rendering them ineffective. The match began to lose its excitement, and sporadic boos emerged from the stands, clearly indicating the dissatisfaction of the spectators with the current state of play. Dongchuan's defensive midfielder, Lu Wenhao, committed another foul on Wang Chaolin. This time, The referee did not overlook the offense and issued a yellow card. This was not favorable news for Dongchuan, as their midfield barrier now bore a caution, raising questions about how they would contend with Wang Chaolin moving forward. Due to Lu Wenhao's foul, Huitang High School was awarded a free kick, which Wang Chaolin himself was set to take, being their primary set-piece specialist. He positioned the ball, took a few steps back, and struck. Oh, what a magnificent goal. The ball soared over Dongchuan's wall and into the net. In the 28th minute, Wang Chaolin's free kick granted Huitang a 2-goal lead. The situation had turned dire for Dongchuan. The creaking sound of a ceramic teacup being tightly gripped resonated in the office, emanating from Principal Zhai Guangming, who seemed to be channeling all his energy into the cup, as if he intended to shatter it. To watch this match, he had locked his office door, preemptively declining all work commitments and delegating those tasks to his subordinates. The creaking continued for a while before it eventually subsided. Releasing the unfortunate teacup, Zhai Guangming let out a deep sigh. Indeed, he had been somewhat greedy. Having reached the national competition for the first time, he had aspired to defeat the previous year's fourth-place team. After all, they were among the top 4. Such feats are not easily accomplished. With this thought, a self-deprecating smile crossed his face. At the sight of Wang Chaolin scoring the free kick, Li Ziqiang could no longer contain himself. He turned and approached the substitute Hu Lai, instructing him to warm up. All right. Hu Lai responded promptly, sprinting towards the warm-up area. He was well acquainted with this routine, surmising that he would soon be called to the field. There was no alternative, as Luo Kai, the ineffective player, had yet to score. With that thought, he cast a disdainful glance towards Luo Kai on the pitch. As Hu Lai was summoned by the coach to warm up, Luo Kai took note of this moment. He observed Hu Lai running towards the warm-up area while casting a glance in his direction. Although the distance was considerable, Luo Kai clearly sensed the derision and contempt in that gaze. Under the scrutiny of these two looks, a surge of indignation welled up within him. When had he ever been looked down upon in such a manner? He clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 108. The eruption of Luo Kai as his team, led by a single goal. Coach Lin Jin of Huitang High School remained seated, refraining from joining in the exuberant celebrations of those around him. He exhibited a remarkable composure, fully aware that a 1-goal advantage was far from secure. There was nothing worthy of celebration in such a precarious situation. However, when his team extended their lead to 2 goals, Lu finally rose from the bench, pumping his fist in the air and partaking in the jubilation. A 2-goal lead, given the disparity in strength between Huitang High School and Dongchuan High School, provided a semblance of stability, allowing him to ease his anxious heart. Turning his gaze towards the adjacent bench of Dongchuan High School, he observed Coach Li Ziqiang still standing at the sidelines. A smile crept onto Lu's face at this sight. After Huitang scored their first goal, Li's foul strategy had indeed posed some challenges for his team. Yet, he remained unfazed, casually perched on the bench with his legs crossed, watching the match unfold. He understood that such a tactic could not endure indefinitely. In the short term, his team might struggle to maintain their familiar rhythm due to the opponent's incessant fouling. But over time, the negative repercussions of this approach would escalate. The referee could not turn a blind eye to the fouls forever. Initial verbal warnings would soon give way to cards as the infractions multiplied and intensified. Lu was confident that Li would remind his players to exercise caution while executing this strategy. Yet, how could high school athletes exhibit such control? Even professional players often struggle to ensure their fouls remain within bounds. Thus, the escalation of fouls was nearly a foregone conclusion. Once a defensive player received a yellow card, the equilibrium of the game would be disrupted. Hesitation would creep into their previously decisive actions, creating vulnerabilities that had not existed before. The defensive midfielder from Dongchuan High School, tasked with marking Wang Chaolin, had repeatedly fouled him, leaving the referee no choice but to intervene. Consequently, he earned a yellow card and granted Wang a free kick. Did they really believe they could thwart us with their foul strategy? They underestimated Huitang High School, who were, after all, the previous tournament's 4th-place finishers. After sending Hu Lai to warm up, Li Ziqiang returned to the sidelines, his expression grave as he focused intently on the field. He was acutely aware of the inherent flaws in the foul strategy, yet he felt he had no alternatives. Moreover, the crux of the issue lay not in the fouling itself, but rather in the offensive performance. If his team's attack could have capitalized on the temporary halt to Huitang's advances, leveling the score would have dramatically altered the dynamics of the match. Regrettably, Neither Luo Kai nor any of his teammates managed to seize the opportunity to score, leaving the team ensnared in a dire predicament. He glanced at his watch, noting that approximately 10 minutes remained until the end of the first half. Contemplating whether to allow Hu Lai to take the field before the half concluded, Chu Yifan stood with his head bowed on the pitch. As the captain of the team, he ought to rally his teammates, instilling confidence and reigniting their fighting spirit. Yet, he felt utterly fatigued, finding it difficult to speak, as if even the simple act of opening his mouth would drain him of all energy. Despite the first half not yet being over, he felt as if he had endured an entire match. He remained rooted in place, observing his despondent teammates. They had exerted considerable effort during the game, but failed to prevent 2 goals from the opposing team. Lu Haowen, guilty of a foul, sat on the grass with his head in his hands, consumed by self-reproach. I should go help him up, Chu Yifan thought, yet his legs remained unmoving. I am truly an inadequate captain. No wonder Dongchuan High School has not achieved any notable accomplishments in the past 2 years. The root of the problem lies with me. The captain. How foolish of me to have boasted before the match about giving my all to see how we measure up against the 4th-ranked team in the nation. Just how naive am I? Captain Chu, a voice suddenly called, pulling him from his self-pity. It was Luo Kai, standing before him. Captain, I will position myself closer to you, so if the opportunity arises, please pass the ball to me. Yes, of course. I will pass it to you, Luo Kai. Chu Yifan responded, his tone more akin to that of a penitent than a captain. Luo Kai said nothing further, turning to return to the center circle, awaiting the restart. Watching his retreating figure, Chu Yifan bit his lip, feeling inferior even to a freshman. As the match resumed, Sun Yonggang, seated in the stands, focused his gaze on Luo Kai. The team was trailing by 2 goals. What could this prodigious player do in such a predicament? Clearly, even the formidable Luo Kai would find it challenging to make an impact against the tight marking from Huitang High School. Yet, he could not afford to be entirely ineffective. Sun Yonggang was acutely aware that due to Luo Kai's stellar performance in the first match, numerous scouts from professional teams had come to watch today's game. They were there specifically for Luo Kai. Should he fail to deliver a compelling performance under Huitang High School's defense, the scouts' evaluations of him would likely diminish. Just days prior, the official national competition and various media outlets had lauded Luo Kai. If he faltered in this match, it would be a slap in the face to all media reporters. As Chu Yifan received the ball in midfield, 2 players from Huitang High School immediately closed in on him, forcing him to focus solely on protecting the ball, unable to lift his head to assess the situation ahead. Just then, a voice from his left called out, "Captain, pass the ball." It was Luo Kai's voice. Chu Yifan spread his arms, blocking a player from Huitang Middle School who was approaching from behind. He quickly glanced to his left and, indeed, spotted Luo Kai. Without hesitation, he passed the football to him. Perhaps buoyed by their 2-goal lead, the players from Huitang Middle School did not immediately converge on Luo Kai as he sought the ball. They waited until Chu Yifan had made the pass before 2 of them lunged toward him. As Luo Kai observed their advance, he lifted his foot and powerfully struck the ball sent by Chu Yifan, sending it rolling forward for over 10 meters. Simultaneously, he sprang into action, darting through the gap between the 2 Huitang players who were slow to close in on him. Luo Kai, what a spectacular acceleration. After a near silence that had enveloped the match for almost an entire half, he resembled a supercar with the throttle fully engaged. As he surged past the 2 defenders, they were caught utterly off guard, failing even to make a move to intercept him. They merely felt a gust of wind sweep past their faces, hardly catching a glimpse of the blur that was Luo Kai. The stands erupted in thunderous applause, igniting the fervor of the fans. With sheer speed, Luo Kai broke through the defensive line, racing towards the ball, now nearing the penalty arc. Although other defenders from Huitang Middle School were closing in, only the advancing goalkeeper truly stood in his way. For Luo Kai, this presented an almost trivial challenge. As he closed in on the ball, he adjusted his stride, positioning himself perfectly to take a shot as soon as he reached it. Luo Kai shoots. Amid the commentator's elongated cries, the football soared in a graceful arc, evading the on-rushing goalkeeper from Huitang Middle School and finding the far corner of the net behind him. What a goal! Magnificent! A stunning strike. The commentator's excitement reached a crescendo, perfectly mirrored by the exuberant cheers from the crowd. In the face of such a beautiful first goal, no one could maintain their composure or calm. In the audiovisual classroom of Dongchuan High School, silence reigned as everyone watched the projection screen, Not a single word was spoken. The expansive room echoed only with the cheers from the stadium and the commentator's fervent shouts. Huitang Middle School's defense faltered just a moment too late, granting Luo Kai the opportunity to burst through. His start was utterly unexpected and remarkably swift. Indeed, Huitang's pressing defensive tactics had their merit, but they also created significant gaps elsewhere. Luo Kai dismantled their defense with a singular tactic: speed. In the realm of martial prowess, swiftness reigns supreme. What an impressive display from Luo Kai, someone mused. After scoring, Luo Kai turned and sprinted toward Chu Yifan, who had provided the pass. Embracing his captain, he raised a fist towards the sidelines, where Hu Lai was positioned. Witnessing this goal, Hu Lai stood on the sidelines, mouth agape in astonishment. Seeing Hu Lai's shocked expression, a wave of understanding washed over Luo Kai, and for the first time, a radiant smile graced his face. In the close-up shot on television, Luo Kai's smile captivated numerous young female fans. Even the commentators marveled, exclaiming, "Luo Kai has finally smiled. Just look at how joyous he is. He must be immensely satisfied with that goal." Indeed, it was an exceptional world-class strike. Sun Yonggang leaned forward against the railing, chuckling at the scene. He sighed in relief for Luo Kai, confident that after witnessing this goal, even the most discerning scouts from professional teams could not overlook Luo Kai's innate talent, his extraordinary athleticism, precise control over the ball, and calm demeanor during the shot. If such a player were to remain unrecognized by professional teams, then the nationwide competition aimed at connecting with professional football clubs would undoubtedly be deemed a failure, as no one else would capture the attention of these clubs. Luo Kai's goal can be regarded as a triumph for all participants in the national tournament. Chapter 109. Are you up to it? Luo Kai's goal allowed Dongchuan High School to reclaim a point, shifting the score from 0-2 to 1-2, instilling hope within the team. However, Luo Kai's success also dissuaded Li Ziqiang from substituting Hu Lai in the first half. Consequently, Hu Lai was called back from the warm-up area, returning to the bench in dismay, awaiting an uncertain opportunity to re-enter the match. In fact, shortly after Luo Kai's goal, the first half concluded. Even if Hu Lai were to take the field, he would likely not touch the ball before heading to the locker room for a break. Luo Kai's goal, scored just before the end of the first half, significantly boosted the morale of Dongchuan High School's players, who descended to the locker room with lighter expressions, chatting and laughing, seemingly brimming with confidence for a comeback in the second half. In stark contrast, the players from Huitang High School, despite their lead, trudged off with their heads bowed, hastening to the locker room, acutely aware of the reprimand that awaited them from their coach. Indeed, upon entering the locker room, Huitang High School's coach, Lin Jin, unleashed a torrent of scolding. "What kind of rubbish were you playing in the first half? Have you fallen back into old habits? Relaxing just because you're 2 goals ahead? What was that last goal?" Despite leading, the players of Huitang High School lowered their heads under the coach's furious tirade, unwilling to meet his gaze. Even Wang, Chaolin, and Kuyan, who had performed admirably in the first half, were not exempt from his ire. He was calling for the ball. Why didn't you close in on him immediately? Why grant him the chance to evade? Was it that the opponent was too formidable for you to stop? No, it was your complacency. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to even dribble. Let me tell you, due to your negligence, Huitang High School will forever be marked with shame in the national tournament. Think I'm exaggerating? Not in the slightest. Their goal will be replayed time and again. And with each replay, everyone will witness Huitang High School as the backdrop to that goal. In the second half, intensify the defense on Luo Kai. Ensure that someone is always close by him. Upon entering the locker room, Li Ziqiang, with a stern expression, addressed the players. "From your faces, I would have thought you believed we were leading. Let us not forget, we are currently trailing by 1 goal, not the other side. The issue remains unresolved. That goal was merely a reflection of Luo Kai's individual prowess. If you maintain such a mindset in the second half, we shall concede again." His words extinguished the relaxed expressions on everyone's faces. At that moment, he called out Hu Lai's name. "You will take the field at the beginning of the second half." Despite Luo Kai having scored for the team, he opted to deploy Hu Lai, as he had previously articulated. Luo Kai's goal was entirely a testament to his exceptional individual ability, a style of play that could not be sustained. Should the opposition manage to stifle Luo Kai again, he would be rendered ineffective. We cannot perpetually rely on him to deliver miraculous performances time and again. All right, Hu Lai eagerly agreed. What did this signify? It indicated that the head coach deemed it no longer feasible to rely solely on Luo Kai to overcome the opponent. Hence the decision to bring Hu Lai onto the pitch. What is a trump card? This is it. He cast a provocative glance at Luo Kai, curling his lip in disdain. When the coach made his arrangements, Luo Kai seemed to have something to say, yet ultimately he remained silent, choosing to ignore Hu Lai's taunting gaze. Chu Yifan, you will drop back to the defensive midfielder position. Luo Kai, you will link up the midfield and forward line. After making these substitutions, Li Ziqiang began to outline specific tactics. Li Qingqing sat cross-legged on the bed of her rented apartment, facing the television mounted on the wall. It was halftime, and advertisements played on the screen. She lowered her gaze to her phone, where the community buzzed with discussions about Luo Kai's goal. Indeed, Luo Kai's goal was stunning, prompting a gasp of admiration from Li Qingqing upon witnessing it. However, the excitement quickly faded. As her thoughts turned to when her father would allow Hu Lai to take the field, she furrowed her brow, analyzing the state of the match. Although Luo Kai had scored, it did little to change their fortunes, as the team still trailed by 1 goal. Moreover, Luo Kai's goal bore strong undertones of individual heroism, nearly impossible to replicate. Thus, the second half would undoubtedly require a diversification of scoring strategies. It was high time for Hu Lai to enter the match. As the advertisement concluded and the broadcast returned to the live game, she spotted a figure standing at the sidelines. Number 14. Hu Lai. Indeed, her prediction was correct. Hu Lai was set to enter the fray. Yes, she exclaimed, reclining back on her bed, her long, powerful legs kicking against the ceiling in exhilaration. Then, she swiftly sprang back up, resuming her cross-legged position on the bed, her gaze fixed intently on the television screen. In the television broadcast, the commentator announced that Dongchuan High School had made a substitution, bringing on player number 14, Hu Lai, to replace the starting center forward, Zhong Shihao. Just as the second half commenced, this was a tactical substitution, as Hu Lai had also been a substitute in the previous match against Shizi High School, where he scored a goal and provided an assist that led to a penalty. In the audiovisual classroom of Jiaxiang High School, as the audience saw Hu Lai preparing to enter the game, they erupted in chatter. Wow, he's back again. Why does it feel like this has become an established routine for Dongchuan High School? They speculated whether he would once again earn a yellow card or whom he might engage in conversation upon taking the field. Feng Yuanchang, seated at the back of the classroom, paid little heed to the discussions around him. His gaze was fixed on Hu Lai's figure on the screen, the number 14 on his jersey standing out prominently. Each match, Li Ziqiang ensured that this number 14 took to the field, a clear indicator that such substitutions were far from arbitrary. This underscored the significance of the number 14 in Li Ziqiang's strategy. He recalled the origins of the number 14 as described by Li Ziqiang. There was no doubt in his mind regarding Li Ziqiang's words. The number 14 was indeed a novice, yet one whom Li Ziqiang held in high regard. With so many players in the team, why was it that only this number 14 consistently earned opportunities to play as a substitute? Naturally, the performance of the number 14 had not betrayed Li Ziqiang's expectations. Every time he came off the bench, he managed to score. For a substitute, this was no small feat. Feng Yuanchang contemplated placing this number 14 on Jiaxiang High School's key observation list. Should everything go as anticipated, by the time this number 14 reached his second year, he would no longer be merely a super substitute for Dongchuan High School. In the competition for national tournament qualification against Jiaxiang High School, he would emerge as a pivotal player. Once Hu Lai stepped onto the field, the emotionless voice in his mind did not resonate, indicating that the system had not issued any tasks for this match. What on earth? This was the fourth-place team from the last national tournament. Could they be so disregarded as to not even merit a task? Hu Lai had hoped to accumulate points through completing tasks to purchase the lover's red string. He genuinely cherished this item. Had it not been for the bracelet during the last match, he might have found himself on the receiving end of a kick from Wang. Currently, he possessed only 7,200 points, insufficient to acquire the bracelet. He had 6 bottles of stamina potions that remained untouched, as he had only played 20 minutes in the last match, and his stamina had not diminished to the extent requiring replenishment. As for the damaged bear shin guards, Hu Lai deemed them utterly useless for the current match. Utilizing them would be a sheer waste. As the second half commenced, Luo Kai indeed found himself under the stringent scrutiny of Huitang High School, constantly shadowed by a player from their team. Whenever the ball was passed to him, another Huitang player would swiftly close in, It is evident that the players of Huitang Middle School are determined not to allow Luo Kai to replicate his first-half goal. In contrast to Luo Kai, Lai enjoys a significantly more manageable defensive situation. Unless he approaches the goal, he is unlikely to attract dedicated defenders. Although he scored in the previous match against Shizi Middle School, it did not warrant particular attention from Huitang Middle School. After all, Tang Yuan also scored in the last game, yet no one seemed to care. Everyone only remembers Luo Kai's remarkable 4-goal achievement. In the second half, Dongchuan Middle School appeared to have made some adjustments, with Luo Kai shifting from the left flank to a more central position, slightly withdrawn, resembling a classic playmaker. The coach of Dongchuan Middle School seemingly aimed to assist Luo Kai in evading tight marking, but this also meant that Luo Kai was further removed from the goal, making it challenging for him to pose a threat. Meanwhile, Li Jin, watching from her television, remained unfazed by the commentator's remarks, her face adorned with an expectant smile. She believed her father must have thoughtfully considered her suggestion to pair Lai and Luo Kai, combining Luo Kai's ball-handling prowess with Lai's off-the-ball capabilities to significantly enhance Dongchuan Middle School's offensive threat. Huitang Middle School boasts a midfield dual core, and Dongchuan Middle School has its own striking duo. Upon seeing Chu pass the ball to Luo Kai, Lai began to make his run. However, when he found space, the ball did not arrive, as Luo Kai was ensnared by the opposing defenders and could only return the pass. When Huitang Middle School defended against Luo Kai, they focused solely on preventing him from advancing, allowing him the freedom to turn back or pass without obstruction. This strategy concentrated their defensive efforts, preventing weaknesses in both forward and backward defense, which could have given Luo Kai an opportunity. After passing back, Dongchuan Middle School needed to reorganize their attack. Lai shouted at his teammate, "Are you even capable?" Luo Kai chose to ignore him. Nearby, a Huitang Middle School defender shot a puzzled glance at Lai, contemplating whether there was a conflict between the two. Should Dongchuan Middle School descend into internal discord, it would present an opportunity for Huitang Middle School. As Dongchuan Middle School reinitiated their offensive, Luo Kai received the ball and skillfully evaded a defender. Spotting Lai making a run, he passed the ball over. Lai, positioned just outside the penalty area, intended to create an angle for a shot, but he was met with a physical challenge from a defender, resulting in a hasty shot that soared over the goal. "Are you even capable?" This time, it was Luo Kai who mocked Lai. Hearing this, the Huitang Middle School defender, who had just successfully contained Lai, shifted his gaze between the two, a smirk forming on his face as he realized the two were indeed experiencing open discord. He suddenly felt that the remainder of the match might be relatively easier for him. Chapter 110. Positioning. Huitang Middle School did not ease their offensive demands simply because they held the lead. Before the conclusion of the first half, Luo Kai's goal ignited a tempest of fury within their coach, Lin Jin, who was far from content with merely holding a 1-goal lead. Wang Chaolin, in conjunction with Kuyen, sought to find an avenue of breakthrough at midfield. In the 51st minute, Huitang Middle School orchestrated an offensive, exerting relentless pressure on Dongchuan Middle School. Wang Chaolin feigned a shift to the right flank, but instead delivered a precise through ball aimed directly at the advancing Kuyen. After receiving the pass, Kuyen sent forth a cross into the box. A player from Huitang Middle School, trailing in the center, attempted to capitalize on the opportunity. However, just as he was set to unleash a shot, Mao Xiao, in close defense, swiftly intervened, kicking the ball out of bounds. Consequently, Huitang Middle School earned a corner kick. Wang Chaolin took charge of the corner, which was met by the head of an incoming central defender from Huitang Middle School. Had it not been for Dongchuan Middle School's vigilant goalkeeper, Meng Shi, who leapt high to deflect the ball with a single palm, it may well have found its way into the net. What a close call. Another corner ensued. The offensive tide from Huitang Middle School surged as they appeared intent on reclaiming a lead of 2 goals or more. Seated on the bus, Lin Jin, watching the match on her phone, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Her hands trembled slightly, disrupting her view of the live broadcast as the phone shook in tandem. Thus, she placed her phone on her seat, turned around, squatted down, and leaned over the seat to continue watching the game. On the pitch, Wang Chaolin switched corners to take the corner kick anew. He raised both hands to signal his teammates that he intended to direct the ball towards the far post, urging those in the penalty area to prepare for a potential touch and to control the second ball. However, this time, his corner was not contested by his teammates, but was instead punched away by the advancing goalkeeper, Meng Shi. Outside the penalty area, a Huitang Middle School player seized the second ball and lofted it towards Dongchuan Middle School's goal. Mao Xiao, utilizing his height advantage of 191 meters, soared above the others to head the ball away. This time, the player controlling the ball's descent was not from Huitang Middle School, but rather Chu Yifan, who, as he prepared to receive the ball, glanced to his sides and behind to assess the situation. Tang Yuan, positioned at the farthest edge, faced the challenge of accurately passing the ball over such distance. Luo Kai was not far, yet the angle was unfavorable, leaving no clear passing lane. A decision was swiftly made in Chu Yifan's mind. As the ball descended, he did not stop it. Instead, he lifted his foot and gently nudged it back with the inside of his foot to the advancing central defender, Mao Xiao. Simultaneously, he called out, "Pass it to Luo Kai." Mao Xiao controlled the ball, swinging his right foot to direct it towards Luo Kai. In fact, as Chu Yifan returned the ball to Mao Xiao, Luo Kai had already glanced back and, upon receiving the signal, sprinted forward. Defend. On the sidelines, Lu Jianbai, witnessing this unfolding scene, quickly rose from his coaching seat, striding towards the edge of the field while fervently waving his arms and shouting. As an experienced head coach, he sensed the impending danger from Dongchuan High School's counterattack. The scouts from professional teams in the stands fixated their attention on Luo Kai. Some, well prepared, aimed their portable cameras at him, adjusting their zoom lenses to closely observe his performance during this critical moment. The long pass from above was challenging to manage, serving as a litmus test for Luo Kai's foundational skills. When the ball soared towards him, it became apparent that either Luo Kai had anticipated too early, or Mao Xiao's pass lacked sufficient power, causing the ball to descend behind him. Luo Kai abruptly decelerated and stopped, extending his left foot backward to gently cushion the incoming ball with the outside of his foot. As the ball touched down, he swung his left foot to propel it forward with a powerful flick. He accelerated, pursuing the ball. The defender from Huitang High School, who had caught up due to Luo Kai's slowdown, was instantly left behind. Wow, how splendid! The fluidity and finesse of that receiving and breaking away was simply magnificent. Sun Yongyang, witnessing this from the stands, couldn't help but clap vigorously on the railing. He believed this moment would be etched in the minds of the professional scouts. As Luo Kai sprinted with the ball, his hair billowed and danced in the wind, his sharply defined face displaying an expression of fierce focus. Many female fans watching the live broadcast were captivated by his profile, rendered momentarily speechless. Luo Kai surged like the wind through the center, and when confronted with Huitang High School's defense, he dropped his right shoulder and lifted his right foot as if to break through on the right. However, after deceiving his opponent into shifting their weight, his right foot glided over the ball, feigning a strike, before his left foot flicked it to the left, accelerating onward. The defender attempting to pursue him was already too late to react. Yet, other defenders from Huitang High School rushed in from the center to push Luo Kai towards the sidelines. The center back, who previously defended Hu Lai, evidently deemed Luo Kai a far greater threat than Hu Lai, who had missed his shot after a slight nudge. Remaining composed against the advancing Luo Kai, he refrained from attempting a tackle, instead positioning himself with his hands behind his back, blocking Luo Kai's inward run. Should Luo Kai choose to cut inside, he would swiftly close the gap to thwart him. Conversely, if Luo Kai opted against this, he was content to escort him toward the baseline. At that moment, the television broadcast finally captured a wider scene, moving beyond just Luo Kai's close-ups. More players from Huitang High School hurried back into defense, some lunging at Luo Kai while others returned to the center. On the Dongchuan High School side, their counterattack limited the number of players they could commit. Tang Yuan, utilizing his speed, surged in from the flank towards the penalty area, converging toward Luo Kai. Li Qingqing, however, had her eyes on Hu Lai, who had initially sprinted through the center but, lacking the speed to match Tang Yuan, found himself outpaced and pushed into the middle. In that moment, he suddenly decelerated, glancing towards the right. Yes, that was precisely where he needed to be. Li Qingqing could not help but exclaim. Due to Tang Yuan's audacious sprint, he drew the defenders from Huitang High School, who were positioned to his right, towards the center. This maneuver inadvertently left a considerable space open at the back post. Under the fervent gaze of Li Qingqing, Hu Lai shifted his attention in that direction, but continued to glance back at Luo Kai. At that moment, all eyes were undoubtedly fixed on Luo Kai, who had penetrated the penalty area. However, under the pressure of Huitang High School's center back, he was gradually distancing himself from the goal. On the sidelines, LV Jianbai observed this scene and let out a slight sigh of relief. Meanwhile, those who were scrutinizing Luo Kai pondered how this young man would navigate the situation. Would he execute a brilliant play near the baseline to revive Dongchuan's attack? Or would he opt for a direct shot from a tight angle, attempting to breach Huitang High School's goal? Faced with the defensive blockade of Huitang High School's center back, Luo Kai deftly flicked the ball with the outside of his left foot towards the baseline. With a swift stride, he pursued the ball, utilizing his exceptional explosive power to finally carve out an opening. Instead of shooting, he swept the ball towards the goal with his left foot. The center back, rushing in to intercept, failed to block the pass, and Tang Yuan, charging towards the near post, could not reach it. The ball sped past him, and the Huitang defender trailing closely behind. It likewise zipped past the Huitang goalkeeper, who was positioned to block the shot at the near post, prompting him to pivot and chase after the ball. However, as he turned, he spotted a flash of yellow, the color of Dongchuan's jersey, emerging at the back post. A player from Dongchuan had arrived at the ball's landing spot, but he was not one of their own. How could a Dongchuan player appear there? The Huitang goalkeeper, with no time to ponder this anomaly, threw himself into action, arms outstretched towards the back post, attempting to widen his defensive coverage and increase his chances of a successful save. This was Dongchuan's opportunity. The commentators shouted in excitement, and the stands erupted in astonishment. Li Ziqiang, standing at the sidelines, could no longer suppress his anxiety and clenched his fists. He was uncertain how Hulai would handle this ball and worried that Hulai might squander this golden opportunity. The young man always left him with a sense of unpredictability regarding his next move. All he could do was silently pray, hoping fervently that this rascal would not make a blunder. Just control the ball and shoot. Those were the only two actions required. As Luo Kai guided the ball towards the baseline, Hulai suddenly accelerated towards the back post. Indeed, upon reaching the back post, he saw the ball skimming across the grass towards him. It was as if the ball had been summoned by his whistle, obediently following his call. Arriving right at his feet, his field of vision seemed to narrow, leaving only the ball and a fraction of the nearby goal in sight, which helped him concentrate intensely on his task. He lifted his right foot to stop the rolling ball, then swiftly swung his left foot, with his ankle turned, using the inside of his foot to push the ball towards the goal, which was tantalizingly close. An utterly mundane action, devoid of any aesthetic appeal or excitement. Viewed through a critical lens, one might even observe a certain clumsiness in his left foot as he strikes the ball, given that it is not his dominant foot. Yet, it matters not, for regardless of the execution, the ball has already rolled into the goal of Huitang High School. Following his pass, Luo Kai, propelled by inertia, failed to halt his momentum until he collided with the advertising board beyond the baseline. One hand grasping the board while his gaze pierced through the dense network of the goal, searching for the far post. He witnessed the goalkeeper of Huitang High School leaping to make a save as Hulai swept the ball toward the net. Before the goalkeeper could reach it, the ball had already nestled into the goal. He tightened his grip on the advertising board. In the 53rd minute, Dongchuan High School equalized. Chapter 111, No More Debts. Luo Kai delivered a cross from the byline. He aimed for the far post. This was Dongchuan High School's chance. Hulai shot. The ball is in. The commentator on the television exclaimed, and Li Qingqing, sitting cross-legged on her bed, leapt up, nearly hitting the ceiling light with her hand. She shrank her neck and plopped back onto the bed, then clapped her hands joyfully. Wonderful. She then focused intently on the television screen, where Hulai, the goal scorer, turned and sprinted toward the corner flag, preparing to perform his peculiar celebratory routine. However, before he could leap, he was intercepted by Chu Yifan, who had charged in from the counterattack. Though he was not particularly swift, he arrived just in time to join in the celebration. Well done, Hulai. Outstanding. Chu Yifan shouted excitedly in his ear. Hulai twisted his body in an attempt to break free from the captain's grasp, but soon realized that the captain's arms were like iron clamps, holding him tightly. My celebration. I want to look cool. He lamented inwardly. More teammates rushed in, enveloping him with cheers, praise, and jubilant roars that drowned him out. The television broadcast swiftly shifted its focus to Luo Kai, and the commentator remarked, "The key contributor to this goal is Luo Kai, whose remarkable abilities displayed during this rapid counterattack are truly impressive. This national tournament is linked to professional football clubs, all of which will be sending scouts. Given Luo Kai's performance, it may not be long before we see him in a professional team." Upon hearing the commentator's words, A frown replaced the smile on Li Qingqing's face as she grumbled, "What are they talking about?" It was clearly Huilai who scored the goal. Why praise Luo Kai? She was quite displeased with the commentator's biased remarks. Typically, the focus is on the goal scorer, and praise should rightfully be directed toward the player who found the back of the net. She had hoped to hear how the commentator would commend Huilai for his earlier match, but instead, he swiftly shifted the topic back to Luo Kai. To her dismay, he outright claimed that Luo Kai was the true hero of the goal, neglecting any mention of Huilai. Indeed, she acknowledged that Luo Kai's series of performances, from receiving the ball to executing an impressive breakthrough, were remarkable. However, she believed that if no one ultimately converted the ball into a goal, all his prior excellence would amount to naught. In her view, Huilai was the pivotal figure in that moment. Without his timely positioning, there would have been no goal. Li Qingqing picked up the remote control and pressed the mute button, enveloping the room in a sudden silence. Freeing herself from the tiresome praises of the uninformed commentator who was extolling Luo Kai. Upon witnessing Huilai's goal, Lin Jin was so overwhelmed with excitement that she sprang to her feet. Yet, her swift movement caused her vision to darken, and she swayed precariously, nearly losing her balance. Had it not been for the railing behind her that she instinctively grasped, she might have fallen. Once her sight returned to clarity, she resumed her jubilant fist pump. While her teammates flocked to celebrate with Huilai, Luo Kai lingered at the periphery. After the festivities with Huilai concluded, they turned to embrace Luo Kai, acknowledging the beauty and significance of his earlier breakthrough. Without Luo Kai's exquisite reception and advance, this offensive maneuver may have never materialized. After Luo Kai and his teammates finished their celebration, they returned to their half, where Huilai had already positioned himself near the center circle. Approaching Huilai, Luo Kai remarked, "Now we are even." Huilai, visibly perplexed, responded, "What do you mean?" Luo Kai inquired, "Did you not say in the last match that I still owe you one?" Huilai's expression remained confused. Noticing this, Luo Kai pressed on, "You haven't forgotten, have you?" Huilai quickly shook his head. "I haven't forgotten. Indeed, you still owe me one." "You certainly had forgotten," Luo Kai teased. "Who said that?" "I remember. It's that penalty kick, right?" Huilai insisted. "Indeed, you still owe me one," he reiterated. "But now, you owe nothing," Luo Kai interrupted, repositioning himself at the intersection of the center circle and the midfield line. Behind him, Huilai made a face, thinking how pedantic Luo Kai was. "Look at my magnanimity. I've forgotten what others owe me," he mused. What a narrow mindset. Following Huilai's equalizer for Dongchuan High School, the match resumed. Yet the dynamics on the field underwent a subtle shift. Whether the setback of conceding a goal affected Huitang High School, or their fast-paced tactics demanded too much from their stamina, resulting in a decline in their physical performance, was uncertain. Regardless, Huitang High School displayed signs of disarray after conceding, not resembling a seasoned team of the top four. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ziqiang made tactical adjustments, recognizing Huitang High School's strength in midfield. Dongchuan High School opted to relinquish control there, avoiding entanglement with their opponents. As Huitang's intricate passing disrupted their defensive positioning, Dongchuan High School deepened their defensive line, staunchly guarding the penalty area while exploiting the speed advantages of Luo Kai and Tang Yuan to attempt direct long passes for counterattacks, thereby circumventing midfield confrontations with Huitang High School. However, this strategy of launching attacks through direct long passes from the back is not the forte of Dongchuan High School, and the success rate of such long passes is inherently lower. Consequently, Dongchuan High School's offense has not shown significant improvement. The match has remained in a stalemate. Although both sides appear to have opportunities, none of their chances are particularly promising, making it difficult to break the deadlock. Time swiftly passes amidst this back and forth, and soon the game reaches its final 10 minutes. The duration of a high school match is 80 minutes, with no extra time, if the score remains tied. A penalty shootout will ensue. Prior to this match, Dongchuan High School had specifically practiced penalties, positioning themselves as the underdogs and considering a draw a commendable outcome. Naturally, if they were to secure a draw, they must prepare for the impending penalty shootout. Initially, Huilai's name was not included in the list of penalty takers for the national competition. However, Li Ziqiang has now added Huilai's name, albeit not among the first 5 designated penalty takers. Li Ziqiang has observed that this young man possesses remarkable mental fortitude, even when faced with disdain or targeted by others. He remains unaffected and steadfast, making him a strong candidate for taking penalties. While the technical demands of penalty kicks are not exceedingly high, robust psychological resilience is essential. As the match time dwindles, Huitang High School seems unwilling to settle for a penalty shootout with Dongchuan High School. In the last 10 minutes of the game, they suddenly accelerate their pace, possibly due to a prior adjustment that has rejuvenated their stamina. Wang, Chaolin, and Kuyan lead Huitang High School in a fierce assault on Dongchuan High School's goal. This offensive threat starkly contrasts with their previous lackluster performance in the earlier minutes of the game. Initially, they catch Dongchuan High School off guard, forcing them into a state of disarray on defense, and on several occasions, they nearly concede a goal. Lin Jin, who is watching the match from the car, cannot help but tremble with anxiety. Conceding a goal in these final minutes would make it exceedingly difficult to equalize, as such a setback would be a profound blow to the team's morale. Historically, few teams have managed to recover after conceding a goal in the last 10 minutes of a national competition, and none have succeeded in the final 5 minutes. They must hold their ground. If they can just defend, they can go to penalties, Lin Jin murmurs, fixated on the phone resting on the cushion. Given the disparity in strength between Dongchuan High School and Huitang High School, it is already a considerable feat for Dongchuan to level the score after trailing by 2 goals. If they can extend the game to penalties, their chances of defeating Huitang High School will significantly increase. This is the best scenario Lin Jin envisions for Dongchuan High School to eliminate Huitang High School. Chapter 112. The decisive moment. Li Qingqing watches the television anxiously, listening to the commentator's voice. Kuyan's through ball, blocked by Yin. However, Huitang High School has controlled the second ball, allowing them to continue their offensive against Dongchuan High School. She has turned the sound back on. Watching the match without commentary feels rather odd. As long as the commentator refrains from mindlessly praising Luo Kai, she can still tolerate the commentary. After Hu Lai scored, Huitang High School intensified their defense against him, resulting in a lack of remarkable performances from Hu Lai during this period of the match. While watching the game, she often furrowed her brow, hoping that Hu Lai could unleash another burst of brilliance. This time, he must not let Luo Kai steal the limelight. Of course, this is contingent upon Dongchuan High School being able to withstand the onslaught from Huitang High School during this critical phase, should they concede a goal at the last moment. All would be in vain. It now appears that Huitang High School has slowed their tempo, perhaps to recover their stamina, preparing to exert their strength in the dying moments of the match to secure a victory over Dongchuan High School. The players from Jiaxiang High School are also voicing their opinions on the game. Dongchuan High School finds themselves in a precarious position. It's the final 10 minutes, and they must hold their ground to avoid conceding a penalty. Indeed, if they can force a penalty shootout, there is still a chance to eliminate Huitang High School. Moreover, it is worth noting that being pushed into a penalty shootout by a team participating in a national competition for the first time, despite being last season's 4th-place team, is in itself a failure for Huitang High School. This explains why they launched a sudden offensive as the match neared its conclusion. Go Dongchuan High School. In this moment, the players from Jiaxiang High School rally behind their home team. Their analysis is sound. As last season's 4th-place team, they possess greater strength than Dongchuan High School. Yet they find themselves cornered into a penalty shootout. Such a scenario is absolutely unacceptable for Huitang High School. Setting aside pride, if Dongchuan High School were to truly push them into a penalty shootout, the outcome would be uncertain. From Dongchuan High School's perspective, one might hope for the match to culminate in a penalty shootout. However, Li Ziqiang does not share this sentiment. He understands that when Huitang High School presses forward in an attempt to swiftly conclude the match, they inevitably expose vulnerabilities at the back. At this juncture, a single counterattack could prove decisive. Even though he prepared for penalties beforehand, it does not imply that he wishes for his team to actually engage in one. If they can resolve the match within 80 minutes, why resort to penalties? Thus, his latest directive to the team is not to withdraw into a defensive shell until the final whistle, but rather to remember to counterattack while maintaining their defense. Indeed, facing last season's national 4th-place team, Dongchuan High School aspires to triumph within the 80 minutes. Moreover, they possess the capability to do so, particularly with the presence of Luo Kai. Currently, Luo Kai is positioned quite deep as Huitang High School pushes forward. Remaining up front, he would struggle to receive the ball. While retreating may increase the distance between himself and the Huitang goal, his skills and speed render this gap surmountable, provided the timing is right. Of course, Huitang High School is not oblivious. Having previously suffered from a counterattack initiated by Luo Kai, they would not let Dongchuan High School's counterattacks go unchecked. Thus, their defensive strategy has also undergone adjustments. After conceding a goal, they no longer rush forward immediately as they did previously. Instead, they swiftly retreat to their own half to stifle Dongchuan High School's offensive attempts. In the 75th minute, Dongchuan High School seized an opportunity to attack. The players from Huitang High School quickly fell back into their defensive formation. As Dongchuan High School advanced beyond midfield, Huitang High School's defense visibly intensified. Dongchuan could only make lateral passes. Any attempt to move the ball forward was met with pressure from Huitang. They opted for caution, choosing to pass back if necessary. At this juncture, losing possession by attempting a forward pass would invite a counterattack, which could prove perilous. The players from Jiaxiang High School, watching the match unfold, expressed their concerns. In such moments, they preferred to endure until the end of regular time, then engage in penalty kicks. This approach appeared to be the most prudent and secure. Naturally, different teams possess varying styles and temperaments. Opting for a penalty shootout was as routine for the players of Jiaxiang High School as their daily lives, leaving them with no sense of wrongdoing. Conversely, other teams might perceive such a tactic as overly timid, lacking the fervor of youth. They would rather stand and face defeat than kneel in submission. Chu Yifan repeatedly received the ball, but found it impossible to advance it. He exchanged passes with his teammates, yet under the relentless pressure from Huitang High School, he was compelled to pass backward. Observing this, Luo Kai chose not to remain forward but instead retraced his steps, actively calling for the ball from Chu Yifan. However, this action drew the attention of other Huitang players, who began to follow Luo Kai. Chu Yifan had intended to pass to Luo Kai, but upon assessing the situation, he realized it would be unwise to do so. Even if he succeeded in passing the ball, Luo Kai, facing away from the attacking direction, would likely return it to him. What purpose would such a pass serve? He glanced around, searching for alternative passing options, and noticed that Luo Kai's movement had drawn a defender away, creating a gap ahead. Lai fortuitously appeared in this opening. Without hesitation, Chu Yifan directed the ball towards him. Indeed, Lai received the ball unmarked, affording him the luxury to adjust and turn calmly. However, upon turning, he found himself somewhat taken aback, as he was positioned quite far from the goal, approximately 30 meters away. He was not proficient in long-range shooting, and attempting a direct shot from that distance would likely fail to even graze the goalpost. Did he possess the ability to carry the ball, like Luo Kai? Truth be told, he envied that skill, but he was acutely aware of his limitations. With his lack of coordination, he feared he could advance only a meter before losing the ball. Just then, he heard Luo Kai shouting at him, "Pass me the ball." Turning his head, he saw Luo Kai racing up from behind, seeking the ball. However, upon glancing at the two Huitang defenders tailing Luo Kai, he scoffed and opted to pass the ball to the other side, to Chu Yifan. In this scenario, you dare to call for the ball so loudly, as if you fear others might not realize you wish to receive it. Do I appear to be a fool, or is it you? After passing the ball, Lai swiftly departed. Observing this, Luo Kai executed a sudden stop and pivoted, darting diagonally towards the center. As Chu Yifan noticed that he was no longer facing away from the attacking direction, he passed the football forward. Luo Kai, while running diagonally towards the center, readied himself to receive the ball. Concurrently, two players from Huitang Middle School closely followed him, one positioned on his inside and the other maneuvering from the outside, intending to encircle Luo Kai as he received the ball. However, to their astonishment, at the very moment Luo Kai received the ball, he deftly flicked it backward with his heel and executed a sharp turn. He skillfully evaded the two players from Huitang Middle School. What a splendid escape, Luo Kai. A performance reminiscent of genius. The commentator appeared to become an ardent admirer of Luo Kai, lavishing praise on his display. The resounding cheers from the stands further affirmed that the commentator echoed the sentiments of the spectators. This sudden stop and evasion were indeed magnificent. Having successfully evaded his challengers, Luo Kai swiftly adjusted the ball, now facing the goal of Huitang Middle School. Dongchuan Middle School had a golden opportunity. The right center back from Huitang Middle School rushed forward to block Luo Kai directly. After passing the ball to Chu Yifan, Lai repositioned himself, coincidentally arriving beside the right center back of Huitang Middle School. As a result, Luo Kai's exquisite evasion drew this defender away, creating a clear corridor behind him, extending all the way to the center. Meanwhile, the left center back of Huitang Middle School was still preoccupied with marking Tang Yuan. This was an exceptional opening. With a direct pass, Luo Kai could receive the ball in the center, appearing behind Huitang Middle School's number 4 without being offside. An exhilarated Hulai hastened towards this vacant space. Once Luo Kai had readied himself, he lifted his gaze, noting that the opposing center back was advancing. His eyes scanned past this defender towards the goal behind him. Beside this center back lay a vast expanse of space, a direct path to the goal. Without further hesitation, Luo Kai gently nudged the ball forward, extended his arm outward, and swung his right leg, drawing the bow to shoot. Bang! His right foot struck the football with tremendous force against the turf. Following a resounding thud, the ball soared towards the goal. The approaching number 4 center back from Huitang Middle School was entirely too late to intercept this shot. He could only watch as the ball whizzed past him. Upon completing the shot, an instinctive sensation surged within Luo Kai, a strong premonition that the ball was destined to find the net. As the ball left his foot, he experienced an indescribable feeling, akin to that of a three-point shooter who, after releasing the ball, clenches his fist in certainty that it will score. He was on the verge of clinching victory over Huitang Middle School. Yet, just as a faint smile began to grace Luo Kai's face, he caught an unexpected figure emerging from the left side of his vision. It was Hulai. Moreover, he happened to appear in the trajectory of the football. What on earth is this fool doing? The scoundrel in Luo Kai's eyes seemed to have sensed something amiss. He turned his head, eyes wide with surprise. Hulai had just dashed out from behind the central defender of Huitang High School when he suddenly felt an unusual gust of wind brushing against his face. Instinctively, he turned to look, only to be confronted by a massive, dark sphere looming before him. What on earth is this? Hulai had no time to utter a sound before the dark shape collided with his face. Bang! Before he could comprehend what had occurred, he was plunged into a brief daze, a buzzing in his ears, and the entire world seemed to be enveloped in that singular sound. Luo Kai's shot. The commentator exclaimed with fervor, noting that this was an exceptionally high-quality strike. Had the ball found the net, he was ready to bestow the title of world-class goal upon it, goosebumps already rising on his arms. Yet, his exhilaration was abruptly interrupted as he realized that Luo Kai's beautifully executed shot had struck the face of another player from Dongchuan High School, who had unexpectedly appeared in the path of the football. How utterly unforeseen. Luo Kai's splendid attempt had evaded the direct threats from Huitang High School players, yet could not escape the face of his own teammate. If this was a decisive goal thwarted by one's own, how much resentment would it brew? That teammate would likely bear the weight of immense scorn and pressure. The commentator's thoughts raced like lightning, but in reality, it transpired in the blink of an eye. The ball, originally headed for the near corner, deflected off the Dongchuan player's face and veered towards the far corner of the net. Meanwhile, the goalkeeper of Huitang High School, who had lunged towards the near post, could only watch in despair as the ball sailed in the opposite direction, rendered helpless. Inside and outside the stadium, anyone watching the broadcast on their phones, tablets, or televisions stood agape, witnessing Luo Kai's shot collide with his teammate's face before ricocheting into the far corner of the net. Before anyone could process the moment, the football had flown into Huitang High School's goal from the far corner. P.S. There will be an Easter egg chapter later, featuring an animated demonstration of Hulai's decisive goal using a football coaching tactical board app. Due to frame rate issues, while it appears smooth within the app, the actual output may be somewhat choppy when rendered as a video. Unfortunately, there's no remedy for this, so viewers will have to blink to fill in the frames. The essence is what truly matters. Chapter 113. This is amazing. Luo Kai's shot. Oh my, did the ball go in? The commentator's tone fully reflected his tumultuous inner feelings, akin to a roller coaster ride within the span of a single second. However, even more astonished were the fans and spectators. Lin Jin crouched between the first-row seats and the railing, peering at the match on her phone's screen, momentarily forgetting to cheer for the goal. The manner in which the ball found the net was simply too bizarre. It was unmistakably Luo Kai's shot, yet in the blink of an eye, it transformed into Hulai inadvertently propelling the football into the net with his face. She attempted to rise, but realized her feet had become numb from squatting. Li Qingqing straightened her torso, perched on her bed, staring blankly at the television. This time, the commentator hesitated, perhaps equally astonished by the bizarre goal. Li Qingqing was just as taken aback. She had never anticipated that the final goal would manifest in such an extraordinary manner. She watched the figure on the screen, slightly staggering after the ball struck his face, yet he did not succumb to the ground. He swayed momentarily, ultimately managing to maintain his footing. Shaking his head, he appeared to still be recovering from the disorientation of the impact. Li Qingqing noticed him turning toward the goal. Huilai, still dazed, momentarily disregarded his dizziness and focused on the net. He needed to ascertain whether the ball had sailed over the baseline after striking his face or if it had found its way into the goal. Then, he beheld the football nestled within the net. In that instant, it felt as though his mind had exploded. Had he truly just scored a goal with his face? Yes, it was indeed he who had directed the football into the net. Once he regained his senses, he spread his arms wide and dashed towards the corner flag, where a camera awaited. He was eager to showcase his celebratory gesture. At that moment, the commentator seemed to awaken from a vivid dream. He leaned into the microphone, exclaiming, "Goal! Goal! Dongchuan High School has taken the lead. This marks their first advantage in the match with less than 4 minutes remaining." The ball had ricocheted off Dongchuan High School's number 14 forward, Huilai, and soared into the net. The goalkeeper of Huitang High School was utterly powerless to prevent this unforeseen goal, merely watching the ball find its way into the net. The jubilant cheers from the stands erupted, resonating throughout the stadium. This time, the camera did not cut back to Luo Kai, but remained steadfastly focused on the goal scorer. Huilai. In the broadcast, he adjusted his stance before leaping forward, resembling a triple jump. Mid-air, he executed a 180-degree turn, his arms crossing over his chest. Upon landing, he leaned slightly forward to counteract the momentum, bending his legs at nearly a 90-degree angle, while his arms forcefully swept behind him as if stirring an invisible cape. In the final flourish of this move, he proudly displayed his jersey number to the television audience. This time, he did not lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Nor did he allow a decrease in speed or jump height to render his entire performance lackluster. His legs firmly anchored on the grass, his back arched slightly, accentuating the three-dimensionality of his number. Observing this scene, Sun Yonggang recalled what the boy had once remarked. "Brother Sun, don't you think that last moment was explosive?" Indeed, it was quite spectacular. If only there hadn't been blood streaming from his nose, it would have been perfect. Sun Yonggang chuckled. What a thrill. After successfully executing Cristiano Ronaldo's signature celebration, Huilai felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, elated beyond measure. He even conjured up the resounding cheers from the stands, echoing in his mind, alongside the image of his own striking figure standing proudly amidst the cacophony. Tilting his head back, he suddenly felt something warm and viscous trickling from his nose and mouth. He reached up to wipe it away and, upon looking down, was taken aback to find blood streaming from his nostrils. Just how much force had Luo Kai exerted in that shot? The celebration he had envisioned in his mind, so graceful and poised, was now rendered somewhat comical by the blood splattered across his face. Simultaneously, his teammates, finally regaining their senses, came rushing towards him with exuberance, knocking him to the ground. They all realized that regardless of how the goal had been scored, they were merely 4 minutes away from eliminating last year's national tournament's fourth-place team. Luo Kai remained dazed, staring at the goal, unable to fathom that the shot he had invested all his faith into, a stunning strike, had concluded in such an unexpected manner. The ball he had propelled with all his strength had not been intercepted by any Huitang High School player, but had instead struck his teammate, Huilai, squarely in the face, ricocheting into the net. It had hit Huilai's face, and yet found its way into the goal. Thus, while his instinct about the ball finding the net had proven correct, he had not anticipated that it would do so in such a bizarre manner. When Huilai had appeared in the path of his shot, he had inwardly berated the lad for recklessly running about and jeopardizing this hard-won opportunity. Yet, in an ironic twist, Huilai had not only thwarted his own chance, but had transformed it into a goal for him. How absurd. It was undeniably his goal. Amidst Luo Kai's turbulent emotions, an arm draped across his shoulder. "Well done, Luo Kai." It was Chu Yifan's voice. "Without your prior maneuver to shake off the defenders, this goal would not have been possible." Chu's exuberance was palpable, as if he feared Luo Kai would harbor resentment over Huilai's goal, hence emphasizing Luo Kai's contribution to the play. While Luo Kai could confront Huilai, he could not do so with the captain, so he forced a smile, albeit one tinged with bitterness. Winning is what matters, Chu. As the substitute players cheered and raced past him toward their teammates celebrating on the field, Li Ziqiang lowered his gaze to his clenched fists. When had he tightened them? He lifted his head once more, casting his eyes toward the corner flag. The players surged forward, and he could no longer see that slender figure. The jubilant teammates had completely engulfed him. in placing all his hopes on the prodigious Luo Kai. He had not anticipated that it would be that lad he considered merely a filler who would rise to the occasion at the critical moment. Had he not peered into his daughter's room that day, this boy would never have made it onto the school team. The words he had spoken to his daughter had been sincere. This boy's foundation was too weak. How could a blank slate possibly enter his team? His initial impression of the boy was exceedingly poor, primarily due to the youth's cunning nature. He was convinced that the lad would depart from the team within a month, realizing his lack of fit, and would never again cross his path. It was not until the Anton Cup final that he first acknowledged this individual as a member of his team. From that moment forth, the Dongchuan Middle School football team truly consisted of 36 individuals. In retrospect, it is quite astonishing how that young lad managed to stage such a remarkable turnaround. A sudden thought crossed his mind. If Qingqing were watching this match, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Li Qingqing, having straightened her upper body, finally relaxed, allowing her waist to descend and her hips to rest against her calves. The television screen was replaying the moment when Hulai scored. Luo Kai took a shot, but the ball struck Hulai's face as he was repositioning, resulting in a significant deflection that caught the Huitang Middle School goalkeeper off guard. The ball then sailed into the net. One can only imagine how spectacular a goal it would have been had the ball not touched Hulai and still found its way into the goal. However, unlike the fans of Luo Kai in the live commentary and online communities who lamented the missed opportunity, Li Qingqing found herself genuinely amused by the sight of Hulai being helped up by his teammates, disheveled and sporting a streak of blood across his cheek. It was truly a sight to behold. Chapter 114. The quarterfinals having suffered a nosebleed. Hulai was required by the referee to go to the sidelines for treatment and to change his jersey, which was stained with blood. Although the amount was minimal, the tournament committee mandated that any jersey bearing blood must be replaced. While he attended to the bleeding and changed his jersey, Dongchuan Middle School was left one man short on the field. Meanwhile, Li Ziqiang had already made adjustments during the team's celebration of the goal, allowing him to order a complete retreat, fortifying their defense until the match concluded. Huitang Middle School, like an enraged swarm of bees, surged forth, launching a fierce assault on Dongchuan Middle School's goal. With time running out, they could no longer afford the patience of their earlier tactics, which involved methodically passing in the midfield to exploit defensive weaknesses. The players of Huitang Middle School, now desperate, yearned to shoot at the goal with every possession, finding it unrealistic to adhere to their original strategy of careful ball distribution. Yet Huitang Middle School had consistently relied on this approach, asking them to abruptly switch to a more direct and aggressive style of long passes, crosses from the flanks, and long-range shots in the final minutes would significantly diminish their attacking effectiveness. Their head coach, Lin Jin, undoubtedly understood this, yet he had no alternative. In truth, any team placed in such a predicament would likely make the same choices as Huitang Middle School. Even the renowned professional clubs would find themselves in a similar position. This strategy is deemed most suitable for the current circumstances, aiming for an increased number of offensive attempts, with the hope that amidst these numerous attempts, at least one will strike true. In simpler terms, it is akin to relying on luck. Watching his team being relentlessly bombarded by the opponents within their half, Hulai, receiving treatment on the sidelines, appeared somewhat anxious. He incessantly queried the medical staff. Is it ready? Can I go back? I don't feel any blood flowing from my nose. Do not rush, young man. If you hurry back onto the field and start bleeding again, you will only have to come off once more, replied the seasoned physician, whose white hair and composed demeanor exuded a sense of calm confidence and reassurance. In a clinical setting, he would undoubtedly instill an immediate sense of trust and safety in his patients. However, amidst the fervor of the game, his leisurely pace only served to heighten Hulai's impatience. Isn't that even better? Hulai retorted. Better? The old doctor struggled to comprehend how further bleeding could be advantageous. Then I would have the opportunity to receive treatment again, and by the time I sluggishly leave the field due to excessive blood loss, there will hardly be any seconds left on the clock, Hulai explained. The physician was left speechless, pondering what thoughts occupied the minds of today's youth. He firmly patted Hulai on the shoulder. All right, go on and play. Hulai promptly stepped forward, standing on the sidelines, raising his arm high to signal the referee, hoping for his attention. Just as he did so, the referee gestured for him to enter the game. At this juncture, Huitang High School had nearly transformed the match into a fierce battle of attrition. As Hulai sprinted onto the field, Every substitute player from Dongchuan High School had vacated their seats, standing shoulder to shoulder along the sidelines, eagerly awaiting the final whistle. Beside Li Ziqiang, the team leader stood with an expression of anticipation, eyes fixed on the unfolding match. Li Qingqing glanced at the match clock. The fourth official had raised the board indicating 3 minutes of stoppage time. Just 3 minutes remained until the match concluded. In other words, Dongchuan High School was merely 3 minutes away from securing a place in the top 8 of the national tournament. To reach the top 8 as a team making its debut in the national competition is indeed a remarkable achievement. She felt a surge of pride for her father, who, after leaving Quanshan, had swiftly led a high school football team to such heights, a testament to his abilities. Simultaneously, she felt joy for Hulai, reflecting on the days when she observed him awkwardly training alone in that small patch of land. She could never have imagined that this clumsy boy would one day score 3 goals in a national tournament, propelling his team into the top 8. Recalling their first encounter, she had merely thought of him as a dog fetching a frisbee, and the memory elicited an involuntary laugh. She had never shared with Hulai the image he held in her mind, fearing that her words might upset him. After all, no one would relish being likened to a dog. She gazed at the small figure on the television screen with a smile. As time elapsed, the players from Huitang Middle School grew increasingly anxious. While Dongchuan Middle School adopted a straightforward strategy, prioritizing safety by kicking the ball forcefully towards the sidelines in hopes of allowing it to go out of play. This tactic effectively consumed time, delaying the resumption of the game. Hulai, panting, sprinted across the field, chasing the ball wherever it appeared, disregarding positional play. Even a minor disruption to the opponent's offense would suffice. Lacking defensive skills, he could only make a slight contribution to the team in this manner. Throughout this endeavor, he had no time to ponder the remaining duration of the match. It was only when he suddenly heard 3 sharp whistles and the cheers from the stands intensified that he realized the game had concluded. They had become one of the top 8 teams in the national competition, no longer pursuing the ball. He spread his arms wide and ran towards the nearest teammate to embrace and celebrate. The match was over. The match was over. Unbelievable. Dongchuan Middle School, in their first national competition, had triumphed over last year's 4th-place team, Huitang Middle School, in the second round. The commentator exclaimed excitedly, displaying no evident bias. As everyone relished an upset, himself included. Prior to the match, the power dynamics favored Huitang Middle School over Dongchuan Middle School. Yet, this is the allure of football. Until the final whistle blows, one can never ascertain who shall emerge victorious. Huitang Middle School started strong, leading by 2 goals in the first half. But Dongchuan Middle School launched a desperate counterattack, netting 3 goals. In hindsight, Luo Kai's goal in the first half was pivotal, narrowing the gap to 1 and uplifting the morale and confidence of the entire Dongchuan team, laying the groundwork for their remarkable comeback. Of course, Hulai, who came off the bench in the second half, played a crucial role. His first goal directly equalized the score, and while the second goal involved a stroke of luck, a goal nonetheless was scored. As the commentator continued his fervent narration, the players from Dongchuan Middle School could no longer contain their excitement and rushed onto the field, cheering, screaming, jumping, and spinning. Some even moved to tears. Chu Yifun's eyes glistened. Yin Yin embraced him tightly, asking, "What's wrong, team captain? Why the red eyes?" Chu Yifun rubbed his eyes. "Just got some grass in my eyes." Yin Yin laughed heartily. I understand. Chu Yifun watched Luo Kai and Hulai embracing their teammates and sighed deeply during the Anong Cup. I thought I would be content just to participate in a national tournament once in my lifetime. For me, the national competition seemed a distant and sacred stage. Any team able to compete at that level is among the best. Since joining Dongchuan Middle School, I have been dreaming of this moment. Yin Yin remained silent, merely smiling as he patted the captain's shoulder. I should thank Luo Kai and Hulai. They not only helped me realize my dream, but also exceeded my initial expectations. I merely aspired to participate in the national competition, never anticipating that I might actually reach the top 8. I had previously heard others speak of Dongchuan High School's impressive achievement of making it to the top 16 and then the top 8 in the national tournament, which I found truly remarkable. Now, we have reached the same heights as Dongchuan, Yin Yin remarked. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed within the tightly sealed principal's office, reminiscent of something being hurled to the ground. This startled the principal's secretary, who was seated at a distance, prompting him to rise nervously and glance toward the door. He He was aware that the old principal had shut himself in for a reason, as this was not the first instance of such behavior. Clearly, he was engrossed in the match. However, the thought crossed the secretary's mind. Could it be that Dongchuan High School has lost? Did the old principal throw something in a fit of rage? With that unsettling thought, he hastily approached the door, but just as his hand reached for the doorknob, he halted abruptly. The old principal had locked it, rendering it inaccessible to him. He knocked on the door. Principal Zhai? Principal Zhai? He faintly heard the roar of excitement emanating from the television behind the door, but the specifics were indistinct. Just as he was about to knock again, the door swung open, revealing Principal Zhai, who greeted him with a beaming smile. "Ah, Wang, please summon the cleaning lady to tidy up my office." The secretary observed Principal Zhai, noting the dampness in his hair and the stains of unabsorbed liquid on his shoulders and chest. "Principal Zhai, what happened?" he inquired, puzzled. "Oh, I got too excited and accidentally knocked over my teacup," Principal Zhai replied, stepping aside to reveal the shards of a ceramic cup scattered across the floor, alongside tea that had splattered from his desk to the ground. Principal Zhai, did we lose the match?" the secretary asked cautiously. "Lose? How could that be?" Before Principal Zhai could finish his sentence, the excited voice of the commentator erupted from the television inside. In their inaugural national competition, Dongchuan High School has achieved an extraordinary feat. They have eliminated last year's fourth-place team, Huitang High School, and advanced to the top 8. Upon hearing this, the secretary's expression transformed into one of astonishment, while Principal Zhai's smile radiated even more brightly, akin to a blooming flower. As the players from Dongchuan High School celebrated their advancement with fervor, their opponents from Huitang High School sat dejectedly on the ground. Among them, team captain Wang Chaolin and vice captain Yan, along with many others, gazed skyward, unable to stem the tears cascading down their faces. Having placed fourth in the previous national tournament, their journey in this year's competition had come to a premature end in the second round. The stark contrast of such an outcome was difficult for many to accept, particularly for a senior player like Wang Chaolin. This defeat signified the conclusion of their high school football careers. Upon returning to school, they would retire from the team and devote themselves entirely to preparing for the college entrance examinations, unless any of them chose to pursue a career in professional football. Following a handshake with Li Ziqiang, Huitang High School's head coach, Lv Jianbai, made his way onto the field. He approached the despondent players. Gazing at those who were weeping inconsolably, his lips pressed tightly together, remaining silent for an extended moment. In this manner, he quietly allowed the young athletes the time to express their sorrow. As boys, this might be one of the rare occasions when they could weep freely without the fear of derision. He refrained from interrupting their grief. After a while, he finally spoke. "All right, let us rise. We still need to shake hands with our opponents." Unlike before, he did not berate them with shouts and insults. Once the players gathered, he addressed the sorrowful and fearful faces before him. "Rest assured, I will not scold you. My decision not to chastise you does not stem from the belief that you gave your all in this match, thus rendering your efforts commendable. There were numerous issues during the game, some quite severe. Otherwise, we would not have lost. I refrain from scolding you now because the match has concluded, and berating you will serve no purpose. Should we have another match, I assure you I will chastise you so thoroughly that you will find it difficult to eat or sleep. You all know the kind of coach I am." The players looked at their usually fearsome coach, their expressions a mixture of uncertainty and familiarity. Wang Chaolin, the captain, stammered, "Coach, we..." Liu Jianbai raised his hand to interrupt. "There's no need to rush to apologize. You made mistakes during the match, and so did I. I should not have overlooked the substitute number 14. My neglect led to your oversight. However, that is no longer significant. My dear students, youth is akin to a football match. Mistakes are inevitable. One may err here or there, and one may even repeat the same mistake in the same place." Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly. "Remember these errors. Do not deceive yourselves with self-justifying excuses. Understand that it was due to these mistakes that we lost the game. Errors come with consequences. That is the price to pay. If you find yourselves disheartened by our elimination, remember this lesson and carry it with you in life. Not just in football, but in all endeavors. Do not harbor false hopes that mistakes will go unnoticed. I assure you, any mistake you make will inevitably have consequences awaiting you, whether in the present or in the future, at an unpredictable moment. I hope my words may offer some guidance. Now, go and shake hands with your opponents. Show grace, for they played better than you." The players from Jiaxiang High School did not turn off the projector and leave immediately after the match concluded. As they observed the team that they had previously defeated in the 3rd and 4th place match last year, now faltering in the round of 16, they could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. The single elimination format of the national tournament is exceedingly harsh. A team can spend an entire year preparing, only to find themselves heading home after just 1 or 2 matches. Since the inception of the national tournament, there has been a persistent debate suggesting that the format should mirror the World Cup, incorporating group stages followed by knockout rounds, thereby allowing teams to play more matches and fostering a greater sense of participation. However, such an approach would prolong the duration of the competition, raising concerns about delaying students' preparation for the crucial college entrance examinations. It might even lead to senior players withdrawing from the national tournament entirely. Thus, the national competition has steadfastly adhered to the current single elimination format. While this may seem harsh and flawed, how can one expect competitive sports to be devoid of brutality and disappointment? The previous national champions, Dongchuan Middle School, were eliminated in the first round of the last tournament, a fate even more severe and regrettable than that of today's Huitang Middle School. Everyone must acclimate to and accept this harsh reality and sorrow, for once they enter society, they will encounter challenges far more daunting and disheartening than any national tournament. Noticing the somber mood among his teammates, Captain Wu Yu stood up and clapped his hands. Hey, everyone needs to adjust their mindset. We are a team from Anong Province. Dongchuan Middle School represents us, and we should be proud of their remarkable performance. Just then, the live broadcast on the projection screen continued, showcasing Hu Lai as he was being interviewed. The players from Jiaxiang High School were taken aback. Wait, they're actually interviewing Hu Lai after the match today. It makes sense, though, since he scored 2 goals in the game. He is undoubtedly the key player behind Dongchuan Middle School's advancement to the quarterfinals. It was hard to believe that the same kid who had once playfully tousled the captain's hair had now become a player capable of scoring 3 goals in a national tournament. The voice from the speakers conveyed the live interview. Congratulations, Hu Lai, on your team's advancement to the quarterfinals. Before the match, many believed that Dongchuan Middle School, being newcomers to the national tournament, would struggle against last year's 4th-place team. Yet, the determination and skill you displayed in the match were unforgettable. What are your thoughts on reaching the quarterfinals in your first national tournament? Upon hearing this question, the previously animated players from Jiaxiang High School fell silent, turning their attention to the figure on the screen. Hu Lai appeared perplexed. Is defeating last year's 4th-place team really such an extraordinary feat? I hadn't considered this at all. After all, we eliminated last year's 3rd-place team in our province to reach the national tournament. Noticing the journalist's odd expression, he assumed disbelief, quickly adding, it's Jiaxiang High School, the 3rd place from last year's national tournament, right? We beat them. So you see, winning against last year's 4th place isn't that remarkable, is it? He spread his hands in a gesture of nonchalance. The journalist responded, in the audiovisual room. The players from Jiaxiang High School collectively froze for a few seconds before erupting in indignation. I take back what I just said. He's still just an unreliable little brat. Wow, this is too much. How dare he disrespect us? Damn it. And he's acting all high and mighty just for making it to the quarterfinals. Who does he think he is? Just wait, kid. You'll see who the real champion of Anong High School football is in the next Anong Cup. Wu Yu. It's not that I don't want to support you, but having such a kid represent us, I refuse to accept it. Wu Yu covered his face, thinking to himself that they could do as they pleased. Sitting in the last row of the classroom, Feng Yuan observed this scene, a smile spreading across his face. He, as the coach, felt no concern for mobilizing efforts for the upcoming Anong Cup. Chapter 115. Dongchuan Middle School highlights from today's national competition. Scoring with a face. Song Jejia browsed the official app for the national competition on her phone, and upon entering, she immediately noticed a video prominently featured on the homepage. The thumbnail captured a moment where a football struck a person's face, complemented by comic-style speed lines radiating from the impact. The player donned the yellow and blue jersey of Dongchuan Middle School, a uniform familiar to Song Jejia. Although the player's face was obscured by the football, she had a strong premonition that the individual scoring in such an unexpected manner could only be her clumsy deskmate, right? Indeed, upon clicking the video, she confirmed that it was Hu Lai. It truly is this fool. Song Jejia mercilessly mocked Hu Lai while holding her phone. The comments section was filled with a delightful atmosphere. Ha ha ha. I reckon if he hadn't used his face to block it, Luo Kai's shot might not have even gone in. The goalkeeper from Huitang Middle School exclaimed, MMP. Little buddy, do you have a lot of questions? This kid has become famous. I would bet that in the future, people will refer to him as that player who scored with his face. The barrage of comments made Song Jia laugh so hard that her entire body shook. Then she noticed the recommended for you section beneath the video, where the first suggested video also featured Hu Lai, seemingly in an interview. Damn, this kid has actually managed to look somewhat presentable in an interview after just a few days. While grumbling, Song Jiajia's chubby finger tapped on the video. In the footage, Hu Lai stood before a sponsorship backdrop of the national competition, sweat glistening on his face, his hair damp and sticking out haphazardly on his forehead. Across from him, a reporter held a microphone, saying, "Congratulations on your team reaching the quarterfinals, Hu Lai." Many believe that since Dongchuan Middle School is participating in the national competition for the first time, facing off against last year's fourth-place team would pose a significant challenge. Was defeating last year's fourth place an incredible feat? I never considered that question, Hu Lai responded nonchalantly. After all, we eliminated last year's third place from our province, Dongchuan High School, right? They were last year's national third-place team, and I beat them. So you see, defeating last year's fourth place isn't that remarkable, is it? The video played on her phone, showcasing Hu Lai with his hands spread wide, exuding a sense of naturalness devoid of any pretense. Thus, there was no way to excuse his words as mere jest. Indeed, he was simply expressing his most genuine thoughts. As for how those who heard him perceived his words, that was no concern of his. On the screen, a torrent of comments flowed from right to left. What do you think you are, speaking about our Huitang Middle School like that? If you have the ability, come to Miling, and I assure you, you won't be able to leave. Such audacity after winning a match is truly a first for me. Get lost. How outrageous. The various expressions of anger nearly filled the small screen of the phone. This fellow has indeed gained notoriety. On the bus returning to the Olympic Village from the match, players from Huitang High School burst into laughter upon glancing at their phones. Just yesterday, the officials were fervently promoting Luo Kai, yet in the span of a single day, the spotlight has been completely stolen by this young man. Speaking of this matter, the players from Huitang High School became particularly animated, with someone quickly chiming in. Indeed, just like he snatched that goal from Luo Kai during the match, Luo Kai might have scored an extraordinary goal, but he was thwarted by that fellow's face. The relentless promotion of Luo Kai during the national competition had already left the players from Huitang High School feeling somewhat disgruntled. After all, in their eyes, Chen Xingyi is the strongest high school player, being the best player and top scorer of the previous season. What does it mean to promote a newcomer participating in a national competition for the first time? The previous online battles between fans had already ignited their frustration, and now this official action was perceived as the authorities directly stepping in to push Luo Kai to confront Chen Xingyi. Why? Simply because Chen Xingyi was not very cooperative with the official promotion? The players from Huitang High School were indignant on his behalf. Adhering to the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, they were particularly pleased that Hu Lai had intercepted Luo Kai's decisive goal. Hey, Chen Xingyi. With their current momentum, they might just reach the finals. Chen Xingyi, however, was fixated on the earnest expression on the phone screen. After hearing his teammates, he waved his hand dismissively. You're overthinking it. Their next opponent is Dongchuan Middle School from Shanghai. At the mention of Dongchuan Middle School, everyone fell silent. Although this defending champion was eliminated in the first round of the previous competition and became a laughingstock, the players from Huitang High School were well aware of Dongchuan Middle School's capabilities. After all, they had been the ones to eliminate Dongchuan in the last national competition. As the most renowned football specialty school in Shanghai, Dongchuan Middle School had been a prestigious football institution prior to the National High School Football Championships. In the 1990s, when professional football was just emerging in China, many professional clubs lacked a well-structured training system. Dongchuan Middle School even served as a talent pool for the then-only professional football club in Shanghai, Blue Moon, with scouts coming annually to select outstanding prospects for the Shanghai youth team or reserve team. Even now, the football team of Dongchuan Middle School remains formidable. In truth, despite their elimination in the first round last year, it was partly due to luck. Huitang High School's victory over Dongchuan was somewhat attributed to Dongchuan's underestimation of their opponents, given that Huitang had never participated in a national competition before. Last year was their inaugural entry. Similar to this year's Dongchuan Middle School, the reigning champions, Dongchuan Middle School, thought they could easily secure victory against such a novice team. However, within this inexperienced squad lies a prodigious talent named Chen Xingyi. He scored twice in that match, single-handedly leading his team to triumph over Dongchuan Middle School. Had Dongchuan Middle School approached the game with the seriousness it deserved, Huitang High School might not have emerged victorious. Following their humiliating exit in the first round of the previous tournament, it is said that Dongchuan Middle School has reflected deeply on their shortcomings, and in this year's competition, they field a more balanced team, with no single position standing out, yet each player is among the elite. This is evident from their 2 matches thus far, where they secured narrow victories but demonstrated remarkable stability. In tournament-style competitions, it is often such teams that are the most formidable. Those who achieve overwhelming victories in the opening match may very well falter as the tournament progresses, finding themselves eliminated before even reaching the semifinals. Consistently performing well over several matches in a short span is paramount, indicating a robust team strength rather than reliance on 1 or 2 individuals. Following the first round, there emerged a sentiment that this year's championship battle will likely unfold between Huitang High School and Dongchuan Middle School. Dongchuan Middle School is undoubtedly eager to seek revenge against Huitang High School, and should Huitang withstand the onslaught of Dongchuan's vengeance, they may become the first team in history to successfully defend their title at the national level. Thus, an intense showdown is anticipated, akin to a collision of celestial bodies. Dongchuan Middle School's next opponent is Dongchuan Middle School, a prospect fraught with peril, one that even surpasses the challenges faced against Huitang Middle School. On the return bus, the players, elated, requested a microphone from Lin Jin to indulge in karaoke. This time, Li Ziqiang did not intervene or inquire about their thoughts on the upcoming match. Instead, he was lost in contemplation, staring at the latest match results on his phone. Dongchuan Middle School triumphed over Haihasanzhou, and they are set to face Dongchuan Middle School next. His gaze lingered on the 4 characters spelling Dongchuan Middle School. Chapter 116. Journalist notes in a quarterfinal match of the national tournament that concluded tonight, Dongchuan Middle School's football team, making its debut in the national competition and hailing from Dongchuan City in Anhui Province, faced off against the renowned football powerhouse, Dongchuan Middle School, the champion of the previous tournament. Sun Yonggang paused here, withdrawing his hand from the laptop keyboard to light a cigarette. After taking a deep inhale, he resumed typing. Dongchuan Middle School garnered significant attention after eliminating Shizi Middle School in the first round and, against all odds, unexpectedly defeated last year's 4th-place team, Huitang Middle School, in the last round, earning them the reputation of a dark horse in this year's tournament. However, this dark horse encountered Luo Kai, the star player of Dongchuan Middle School, who opened the scoring for his team in the match. He executed a lateral dribble from outside the penalty area, deftly maneuvering past 2 defenders before unleashing a powerful shot that breached the goal of Dongchuan Middle School. This marked the first time Dongchuan Middle School conceded a goal in this tournament. Sun Yonggang's hands left the keyboard as he withdrew a cigarette from his mouth, and with each breath, a swirling cloud of white smoke rose before him. Through the haze that nearly obscured his entire field of vision, he felt as though he had been transported back to the pitch an hour and a half earlier. At that moment, he stood in the stands, witnessing the entire sequence of Luo Kai's magnificent goal. It was truly a breathtaking display of skill. Dongchuan Middle School initiated an attack from the flanks, and Luo Kai shifted to the right, receiving a pass from his teammate. He feigned a direct run to the baseline, luring his opponent to make a premature move, only to skillfully redirect the ball towards the center. Faced with 2 approaching defenders, he deftly stepped over the ball with his left foot, diverting their attention and concealing the action of his right foot as he nudged the ball into the middle. This maneuver allowed him to escape the defenders and create space for a strike at the edge of the penalty arc. He then struck the ball with his left foot, sending it soaring through the air, catching Dongchuan Middle School's goalkeeper, Malin, off guard. The ball arched over Malin's outstretched hands and found the back of the net. Sun Yonggang recalled his exhilaration at witnessing this goal, slapping his palm against the iron railing, only to later discover that his hand had turned red. He glanced down at his right hand. After more than an hour, the color had returned to normal, but when he pressed it with his other hand, a twinge of pain remained. He flexed his fingers and resumed typing. The stands were filled with an unknown number of scouts from professional teams, not only there to observe Luo Kai, but also to evaluate the championship contenders from Dongchuan Middle School. Yet, despite Dongchuan's overall superiority, Luo Kai's goal vividly showcased his exceptional individual talent. Even against a stronger opponent, he stood undaunted. We often say that national competitions serve as a stage for young footballers to realize their dreams. However, it was only after Luo Kai's goal that I truly grasped the essence of this statement. Every aspiring footballer has dreamt of becoming the focal point in a match, basking in the spotlight of the crowd. When Luo Kai scored, it felt as though all the floodlights in the stadium had converged upon this young man, making him the sole protagonist on this grand stage. At this point, Sun Yonggang paused briefly, allowing his emotions to settle. Perhaps, after publishing this piece, some readers might deem his sentiments exaggerated. Yet, these were his genuine thoughts as he sat in the stands. In that moment, he truly felt that the national tournament was seemingly crafted as a stage specifically for Luo Kai. Once the stage was set, Luo Kai ascended with a light yet vigorous stride, standing in the spotlight as the sole protagonist. If the match could continue in such a manner, it would resemble a spirited youth manga, where a remarkably gifted young footballer leads his team to triumph over formidable foes, proclaiming his victory to the world. Alas, reality seldom aligns with the aspirations depicted in fervent youth narratives. Yet, there was but a fleeting moment that belonged to Luo Kai. Although Dongchuan High School initially conceded a goal, Dongchuan High School gradually unveiled their extraordinary prowess and stability in the ensuing match. They equalized in the first half and took the lead shortly after the second half commenced. Dominating both the midfield and defense, they effectively suppressed Dongchuan High School. Following 2 matches within 6 days, the inadequacy of Dongchuan's squad depth became evident, revealing issues of fatigue. In the previous match, Huilai, the number 14 player who had scored twice to help eliminate Huitang High School, was not in the starting lineup for this game. However, it was apparent that the coach of Dongchuan High School intended to field him after conceding the second goal. He rushed to warm up from the bench. Yet the sudden injury of team captain Chu Yifan utterly disrupted the coach's plans. Huilai was called back, replaced instead by another midfielder, Sun Yonggang. Taking another drag from his cigarette, the rising smoke seemed to distort into the visage of that youth. When he returned from the warm-up area only to find the coach instructing him to sit back on the bench, his expression bore the contours of anguish, frustration, disappointment, and a hint of bewilderment. He then resumed his seat on the bench, watching as his teammate took his place, substituting for the injured captain. Sun Yonggang sighed, dispersing the smoke that lingered before his eyes, and continued to write. The turning point of the match unfolded after Chu Yifan's injury, with the midfield lost. Dongchuan High School was left to endure relentless assaults. Everyone retreated to their defense, unable to offer Luo Kai any support, no matter how formidable his individual abilities were. When faced with the defensive line of Dongchuan High School, he found himself utterly helpless. He resembled a lone wolf ensnared in a trap, glaring fiercely at foes that outnumbered him, revealing his sharp teeth and claws, yet unable to break free from the encirclement. Before the match concluded, Dongchuan High School struck again, sealing their victory. The dark horse, Dongchuan High School, making their debut in the national tournament, concluded their journey in this competition, not with a valiant yet tragic defeat, but with a sudden and disheartening collapse. Throughout the match, Dongchuan High School experienced joy only for fleeting moments, specifically during the intervals surrounding Luo Kai's goal. At all other times, the rhythm of the game was firmly controlled by the more formidable Dongchuan High School. This outcome aligns with the comparative strengths of both teams and the expectations of all observers. After triumphing over Shizi Middle School and Huitang Middle School in succession, Dongchuan Middle School has reached the limits of its endurance, with the entire team suffering from fatigue. Luo Kai, heavily besieged, finds no one to alleviate his burden. Frankly, given Dongchuan Middle School's capabilities, reaching the quarterfinals is already a remarkable achievement. I dare say the players of this team should take pride in their accomplishments. They need not return home in tears, but rather hold their heads high to accept the accolades and warm welcomes from their school's faculty and fellow students. At this juncture, Sun Yonggang paused once more. The cigarette had burned down to the filter, and he removed it from his lips, depositing it into the ashtray, which was already filled with numerous discarded butts. He intended to retrieve another cigarette to light. However, upon reaching for the cigarette box, he discovered it was entirely empty, devoid of even a single stick. Rising, he rummaged through his coat pockets, his jeans, and his backpack, only to confirm that the crumpled box on the table was indeed his last pack. This realization troubled him, and after pacing the room twice, he returned to the computer, his fingers flying over the keys. Yet, as the match concluded, witnessing the pained and disheartened players of Dongchuan Middle School, I felt a profound sense of regret and sorrow for them. Luo Kai, with his outstanding performance in this tournament, has undoubtedly garnered attention from several professional teams. It seems quite challenging for him to resist an invitation from a professional football club amidst the ordinary life of a high school student. Should Luo Kai decide to depart, it is likely that this team will also bid farewell to the national competition stage. This time next year, we may no longer witness their presence, which fills me with a sense of loss. To be candid, I quite admire the fearless spirit of this team, reminiscent of a young calf unafraid of tigers. My initial visit to Dongchuan Middle School for an interview allowed me to appreciate the charm of these youths. If we are unable to see them on the national stage next year, I believe I will miss them dearly. With this reflection, Sun Yongyang felt his article was complete, yet he still had a piece on Chaolin Middle School to write. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to procure cigarettes. Without them, he was uncertain how he would tackle the long night ahead filled with writing tasks. Just as he prepared to rise and leave, he hesitated, glancing back at his manuscript. He then lifted his hand and pressed enter to start a new line at the end of the final paragraph, especially that boy who scored with his face. To be honest, the celebration was quite explosive. It would have been even better had there been no blood from his nose. After typing this line, a smile graced Sun Yonggang's face. He then stood, dressed, changed his shoes, and stepped out to buy cigarettes. With the sound of the door closing, silence enveloped the room, broken only by the soft whir of the laptop's fan. The computer screen on the desk flickered with a glow, the open document remained in input mode, and the cursor blinked and danced after the last punctuation mark in the text. Chapter 117. As if in a dream, the school bell resonated through every corner of the campus, swiftly followed by students, laden with backpacks, emerging from classrooms and filling the corridors and stairwells, pouring out from various teaching buildings. Some hurried towards the playground, while others made their way to the school gate. However, within the senior high school building, few chose to rise and leave, as evening study sessions awaited them. It was not yet time to depart. Chu Yifan set down his pen, lifting his head from the mound of books cluttering his desk, and retrieved a crutch leaning against the wall. He struggled to stand with the support of the crutch and gradually shuffled toward the classroom door. Chu Yifan, are you really going to training in your condition? Someone inquired from within the classroom. I am not going to training, Chu Yifan replied with a smile. I am going to say goodbye. Oh right. You're retiring from the football team. Do you need my help? Thank you, but it's unnecessary. As he spoke, Chu Yifan's eyes fell upon Yan Yan, who stood at the classroom entrance. How is it going? Is it easy to navigate the stairs? Do you want me to carry you? Yan Yan approached as soon as Chu Yifan emerged. Go away, do I need you to carry me? Chu Yifan shot him a glare. Yan Yan burst into laughter, drawing the attention of several onlookers. Observing his demeanor, Chu Yifan lamented, You're about to become the team captain. Can you not be so reckless? Yan Yan shook his head with a smile, nonchalantly replying, I can't help but be myself, Captain Chu. Not everyone can be as composed as you. Sighing, Chu Yifan remarked, Honestly, I'm beginning to wonder if you're fit for this captaincy. Hey, Yan Yan grinned, adjusting his pace to match Chu Yifan's as they approached the stairway. Don't support me, Chu Yifan said as they reached the staircase. Yan Yan raised both hands in mock surrender. All right, I want to support you. Yet, he positioned himself 2 steps ahead, ready to catch Chu Yifan should he falter. Chu Yifan leaned against the stair railing, carefully using both hands to steady the crutch as he cautiously descended the steps. Captain, I've actually thought about this, Yan Yan said, glancing back at Chu Yifan while monitoring his feet. Thought about what? When we went to seek out Luo Kai? I considered that if he could indeed help the team reach the national competition, once you retire, I could relinquish the captaincy to him. Chu Yifan, momentarily taken aback, halted and gazed at Yan Yan in surprise. Really, I genuinely thought that way after we brought Luo Kai back, Yan Yan continued, looking up at him from below. As long as it means the team gets to compete nationally, I wouldn't mind stepping down as captain. You're right. I'm not truly a suitable candidate for the role. That is not what I meant, Yan Yan. It's all right, Captain. I don't particularly desire the captaincy either. The very thought of needing to project authority before my teammates exhausts me. You know that's not in my nature. I relish the role of a somewhat unserious vice captain, occasionally leveraging your reputation to exert a semblance of authority. Huh. At this point, Yan Yan chuckled. However, Chu Yifan could not muster a smile. He turned to Yin Yin and remarked, "But Luo Kai has also left." "Indeed, Luo Kai has departed," Yin Yin sighed. Hulai, having organized his backpack, took the sports bag containing his jersey from Song Jejia's hands and dashed out of the classroom first, exclaiming, "See you on the field shortly, fatty. Off you go." Song Jejia waved her hand, then began to leisurely pack her own bag. Within the classroom, numerous classmates witnessed Hulai's hasty exit, and once he was gone, they began to chatter amongst themselves. So, there's truly a chance to become a professional player by participating in the national tournament? Indeed, it seems almost surreal. For the first time, I feel the proximity of campus football to professional football. I envy him. I too wish to become a professional player. Huh, you dream too grandly. You can't even make the school team. Hey, do you look down on me? Hulai made it into the school team. Uft. You're really not as good as Hulai. He scored 3 goals in this national tournament, making him the second highest scorer on the team, just behind Luo Kai. When you put it that way, it is rather astonishing. Who would have imagined that Hulai could net 3 goals in the national tournament? Initially, wasn't it said he couldn't even kick a ball? True enough, we used to mock him, but now it appears Sai, listening to the discussions in the classroom. Song Jejia continued to tidy her belongings. By the time they had exhausted this topic, her backpack was neatly packed. She slung it over her shoulder and rose from her seat. Without needing to search carefully, a mere glance revealed 2 particularly distinctive desks in the classroom. Unlike the others, whose desks were cluttered with books and appeared somewhat chaotic, these 2 desks stood starkly clean, contrasting sharply with the surrounding disorder. One belonged to Li Jin, and the other to Luo Kai. Just 3 days after the school football team returned from the national tournament, Luo Kai made his final appearance at school. Accompanied by his parents to clear out his desk completely, he bid a brief farewell to his classmates and departed. Following his exit, rumors circulated in the class that Luo Kai had dropped out to pursue a career in professional football. Many approached Hulai for confirmation, as he had participated in the national tournament alongside Luo Kai. Hulai, with a hint of impatience, affirmed the rumor. Thus, it became common knowledge that Luo Kai had indeed caught the attention of a professional football club through a single national tournament, signing a contract to become a professional player. The boys generally felt envious and somewhat proud of Luo Kai's departure. After all, if he were to become a star, they could all claim to have been his classmates. Conversely, the girls mourned for several days, feeling that their Prince Charming had drifted further away, destined to inhabit entirely different worlds, likely to never cross paths again. The youthful fantasies they harbored in their hearts had all dissipated like ephemeral dreams. As Hulai entered the locker room to change, he noticed a significant reduction in the number of people present. It took him a moment to recall that his senior teammates had all departed, leaving only the players from the second and first years, which indeed resulted in a noticeable decrease in numbers. Oh dear. The locker room feels so empty all of a sudden. It's quite an adjustment, Mengshi remarked. Typically, 36 individuals shared one locker room, making this modest space appear exceedingly cramped, yet everyone had grown accustomed to such overcrowding. Mengshi initiated a conversation, and soon others joined in. You know, I had a dream last night that we were participating in the national competition. Hearing you say that, I still perceive the national competition as a dream, a beautiful dream from which I dread awakening. I too wish I could remain in slumber. You have no idea how displeased I was when my mother roused me today. Come on, Hulai exclaimed. Next year we can go to the national competition again. No need to keep dreaming about it. The others in the locker room fell silent, turning their gazes toward Hulai. What? Did I say something wrong? Hulai asked, puzzled by their looks. Your aspirations are commendable, Hulai, but the difficulty of realizing them may be significant, a teammate gently interjected. Why is it so difficult? Just because Team Chu has withdrawn? Hulai countered. Well, there's also Luo Kai who has left, came the response. Upon hearing Luo Kai's name, Hulai snorted dismissively. Let him go. Does his departure mean we can't compete in the national tournament? Exactly. Mengshi chimed in, aligning herself with Hulai. The others observed the two, hesitating to speak. While such sentiments were easy to express, the reality was that with Luo Kai's departure, the team's strength had undeniably diminished. It was crucial to acknowledge that their participation in the national competition was largely attributable to Luo Kai's contributions. One could argue that without him, they would not have reached the capital to compete, and that assertion bore no fault. Nevertheless, everyone was aware of the strained relationship between Hulai and Luo Kai, making it uncomfortable for them to openly contradict Hu Lai's assertions. Regardless, Hu Lai had performed commendably in the national competition, being the second highest scorer on the team with 3 goals, while Luo Kai had netted 6. Just as the atmosphere in the locker room grew somewhat tense, the vice-captain Yan Yan appeared at the entrance. "Hurry up and change. Team Chu has arrived." Chu Yifan stood before all the players, supported by crutches, with their eyes drawn to the crutches and his injured right ankle. During the match against Dongchuan High School, Team Chu had sustained an injury, forcing him to leave the game, a pivotal moment that marked the team's collapse. Later, his injury was diagnosed as a torn ankle ligament, a severe affliction even for professional athletes. Upon witnessing the captain's demeanor, a palpable wave of despondency swept over everyone. This was not only a stark reminder that their dreams of competing in the national tournament had been abruptly shattered, but it was also exacerbated by the captain's injury. Injuries are the bane of every footballer, an unwelcome specter that lurks ominously. Ignoring the glances of his teammates, Chu Yifan maintained his usual smile and remarked, "I harbor no regrets regarding my high school football career. Thank you all for your support. Participating in the national tournament for the first time has been a dream of mine since the inception of the event, a dream I nurtured since my elementary school days. Finally, in my senior year, that dream was realized. Thus, I can honestly say I have no grievances. This is not mere self-deception." At this juncture, his smile blossomed even brighter, affirming the sincerity of his words. Moreover, reaching the quarterfinals of the national tournament far exceeded my initial expectations. I merely wished to play a single match at the national level, and to think we made it to the top 8, although we did not advance further. I am immensely satisfied. Thank you, everyone. Chu Yifan bowed deeply to his teammates. He continued, "As we seniors depart from the team, the future rests in your capable hands. I hope to see you all again at the national tournament next year. I certainly do not wish for our Dongchuan High School football team to be merely a fleeting moment in time." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Hu Lai, recalling Yan Yan's words about him being the chosen one, favored by the head coach. Hu Lai's performance in the national tournament seemed to validate that notion, as he consistently scored every time he was substituted onto the field. After their elimination, Chu Yifan often found himself fantasizing about the possibility of overturning the odds against Dongchuan High School had he not been injured and Hu Lai had been substituted in. Yet, such thoughts now belonged to a realm of hypotheticals. Luo Kai's impressive performance had drawn the attention of professional teams, while Hu Lai remained with the squad. If there were anyone in this team whom Chu Yifan could place his hopes upon, it would undoubtedly be him. With this thought, he turned his gaze towards Yan Yan, who nodded in affirmation. They had discussed this decision on their way here, and it was a mutual agreement. Clearing his throat, Chu Yifan turned to head coach Li Ziqiang and said, "Coach, I have a humble request." "What is it?" Li Ziqiang inquired. "After I passed the captain's armband to Yan Yan, could we appoint Hu Lai as the vice-captain of the team?" The moment these words left his lips, astonishment rippled through the team. Every member, including Hu Lai himself, regarded Chu Yifan with incredulity. "No, Chu, I can't." Hu Lai began to protest, but before he could finish, Li Ziqiang interjected, "It is permissible." This time, an eerie silence enveloped the field. Every individual turned to the head coach, their expressions a blend of disbelief and astonishment. Chapter 118. The True Special Training. As the team's training session concluded, Hu Lai was preparing to head to the locker room with his teammates when he was called over by Li Ziqiang. "Stay behind," Li instructed. The other players cast curious glances toward Hu Lai, yet none spoke up, proceeding to the locker room without further ado. Soon, only Hu Lai and Li Ziqiang remained on the field. With Hu Lai perplexed by the situation, Li Ziqiang wasted no time and bluntly stated, "You are still too weak. As the vice-captain, your current abilities make it difficult to earn respect." Hu Lai felt quite aggrieved. "It's not that I wanted to be vice-captain, coach." Li Ziqiang appeared to disregard Hu Lai's protest, continuing with his own thoughts. "Therefore, you require additional training. Coach, are you even listening? I actually don't want to be the vice-captain. Starting tomorrow, arrive half an hour earlier each morning for extra practice," Li Ziqiang instructed. Hu Lai was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow. "But coach, my dad, your father doesn't want you to play soccer, right?" Li Ziqiang interjected, looking directly at Hu Lai. Hu Lai nodded vigorously. "And what does that have to do with me?" Li Ziqiang shrugged. "How to manage your father is your own affair. If you wish to improve, you must come to school half an hour earlier every weekday for my training." Hu Lai maintained a frown. He thought about how to justify leaving home earlier each morning. Although there were days when he had duties, he couldn't possibly be on duty every day, could he? At that moment, he heard a voice in his mind. The system had activated. Task: accept and complete the coach's special training for 3 months. Task rewards: for each day of training completed, earn 100 points, 1 tin draw lottery ticket, and 1 enhanced wisdom potion. After a period of silence following the national competition, the system had finally issued a new task. Hu Lai was indifferent to the points and the lottery ticket. He barely glanced at them, his consciousness fixated solely on the final reward: enhanced wisdom potion. He knew the wisdom potion was valuable, and the enhanced wisdom potion was surely even better by its very name. Enhanced wisdom potion enhances training efficacy. Effective for 6 months from the date of consumption. 6 months of effectiveness. This was extraordinary. Hu Lai felt an overwhelming joy, nearly wishing he could claim this reward immediately. It was then that he noticed a small, inconspicuous line at the end of the task description. Enhanced wisdom potion can be obtained early if the task is not yet completed. Use it early to enjoy its benefits. Hu Lai felt as if his breath had been suspended. Seeing that Hu Lai had not responded, Li Ziqiang grew impatient. What is the matter? Do you not wish to grow stronger? I have provided you with an opportunity, so don't. Before he could finish, Hu Lai suddenly interjected. All right, coach. So we start practicing tomorrow? Li Ziqiang looked at Hu Lai, who had suddenly become fervent, momentarily taken aback by the shift in his demeanor. How did you become so? Coach, you are right. I am too weak at present and should strive to improve myself through training by any means necessary. Coach, would you be willing to provide me with some extra training? Of course, I cannot refuse. Hu Lai proclaimed, standing tall with confidence. Although the reason behind Hu Lai's swift agreement remained a mystery, he had nonetheless consented. Li Ziqiang was indifferent to the underlying motivations. Whether Hu Lai could persuade his father or concoct an alternative excuse was his own affair, bearing no consequence for Li Ziqiang. His sole responsibility was to await Hu Lai on the basketball court the following morning. Indeed, 35 minutes before the school's morning bell rang, Li Ziqiang spotted Hu Lai, book bag slung over his shoulder, on the court. Why not leave your bag in the classroom? Li Ziqiang inquired, eyeing the backpack. Coach. It's too early right now. I'm the first one here, and the classroom door is still locked. I don't have the key to open it. Hu Lai explained. While he had stated that obtaining permission was his own concern, Li Ziqiang could not help but feel a tinge of curiosity. How did you convince your family? I simply told them I wanted to come to school to study vocabulary. It's too noisy at home to concentrate. The soundproofing in our apartment complex is abysmal, and it gets quite loud around 5 or 6 in the morning. I can hear every clatter from the neighboring apartment when they prepare breakfast, Hu Lai elaborated. Coach, shall we begin? He asked, brimming with enthusiasm. Before leaving home that day, he had already exchanged for the potent cognitive enhancement elixir and consumed it in secret. Now, he awaited its effects to enhance his training. Go ahead and warm up, Li Ziqiang gestured, then proceeded to arrange a series of marker cones at the edge of the penalty area. When Hu Lai returned after his warm-up, he found that Li Ziqiang had meticulously set up the cones. The yellow markers were inverted on the grass, forming a square area measuring 5 by 5 yards at the front of the penalty box. From the edge I'm standing on, in a clockwise direction. These 4 sides are numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4, Li Ziqiang instructed, pointing to the boundaries formed by the cones. Remember the sequence, clockwise, 1, 2, 3, 4. He reiterated, looking intently at Hu Lai, who nodded in affirmation. Got it, coach. All right, now watch me demonstrate. With that, Li Ziqiang sprinted into the square from the first boundary, swiftly pivoting to dash out from the second boundary, then returning through the same line before charging out through the fourth boundary. Continuing the drill, he re-entered through the fourth boundary and veered out from the third. As I run out, I will pass you the ball. You must catch it and complete a shot on goal. Scoring a goal is the only measure of success. Do you understand? Hu Lai replied, Understood, coach. It seemed rather straightforward, he mused internally. Li Ziqiang turned to him, scrutinizing. Do you find it easy? And no, coach. Hu Lai stammered, shaking his head vigorously, startled, as he feared the coach had discerned his thoughts. Very well, let us proceed. With that, Li Ziqiang retreated, positioning himself at the left side of the training area, a soccer ball at his feet. With a sharp whistle, Hu Lai dashed into the training area, swiftly changing direction and then returning, darting across before pivoting once more. At this juncture, his breath had begun to grow erratic. Just as he exited the designated zone, Li Ziqiang sent the soccer ball soaring from the left. Hu Lai lifted his foot to control the ball, only to realize that his body felt unresponsive. His legs, as if laden with lead, felt profoundly heavy. He attempted to elevate his foot for a proper stop, but it failed to reach the necessary height, resulting in the ball colliding squarely with his shin and propelling 6 or 7 meters away. Witnessing this, he inhaled sharply, sensing impending trouble. Indeed, Li Ziqiang's criticism thundered down like a storm. Have all those hours of foundational training been for naught? You can't even manage to control a ball properly. Coach, it's just that the shuttle runs. Hu Lai began, gesturing toward the training area in defense of himself. What are the shuttle runs? Li Ziqiang inquired. After so many repetitions, my legs are struggling to keep up. Besides, in a match, one wouldn't need to engage in so many shuttle runs to receive and shoot the ball, would they? In response to Hu Lai's argument, Li Ziqiang did not retort with his usual blunt dismissal of why ask so many questions. Just train. Instead, he merely scoffed. That is precisely because you are too weak. There's no need to evade opponents with complex maneuvers before shooting. You simply need to run into open space unnoticed and wait for the ball. Luo Kai has drawn all the defensive attention. In a match, no one will be watching you. Upon hearing the coach claim that his success was reliant on Luo Kai distracting the defenders, Hu Lai bristled and countered. But coach, in the final of the Anton Cup? Oh right, in the Anton Cup final, Wang Guangwei shadowed you closely, yet you still managed to score. So what? Do you plan to chat with every opponent on the field as a strategy, relying on clever tricks to evade them? Or do you wish to spend your career merely capitalizing on others' mistakes to score? Faced with the coach's probing, Hu Lai shook his head. Fully aware that conversing with Wang Guangwei had been a futile endeavor, he had spoken until his voice was hoarse, without even a sip of water. This training is designed to help you learn how to shake off opponents during a match and then finish with a shot. After finally eluding a defender, you can't even stop the ball. Dream on if you think you can score. Start over. Reluctantly, Hu Lai returned to the starting line to recommence his training. After another whistle, he dashed out again. At first, don't sprint too fiercely. You'll expend all your energy up front. Will you have any left to evade and receive the ball at the end? Pace yourself, focus on your rhythm. This isn't a speed test for shuttle runs. I have no stopwatch in hand. Maintain stability in your body while shooting. Don't sway like a reed in the wind. You exhibit no steadiness whatsoever. Does an airplane in the sky have a vendetta against you? Just as Hu Lai finally began to acclimate to the training regimen, Li Ziqiang allowed him a 30-second reprieve before asking, do you still remember the sequence numbers for the four corners? Hu Lai rested his hands on his knees, leaning forward and panting as he nodded. I remember, clockwise, right? All right, in a moment, you will stand inside that square. I will randomly call out one of these four numbers. When I call a number, you must dash out from that side, receive the ball, and shoot. The number of calls I make will determine the number of sides you must cross before shooting. Do you understand? Hu Lai raised his hand. Coach, what if you call out just one? Wouldn't I be facing away from the goal when I receive the ball? How could I shoot then? Li Ziqiang was taken aback by Hu Lai's astute question. Taking a deep breath, he replied with a hint of irritation, I won't just call one. Are there any other questions? No, that's all. Then go stand in the circle. Once Hu Lai obediently entered the circle, Li Ziqiang shouted, 4, 2, 3. Hu Lai hesitated for a moment, initially turning in the wrong direction, but then quickly corrected himself. He dashed out, returned, re-entered the circle, and then changed direction to sprint out from the third side. However, he failed to receive the ball. Your reaction was too slow. By the time you finished turning, I had already passed the ball. Li Ziqiang pointed towards the far end, and Hu Lai followed his gaze, realizing that the football was already rolling towards the corner flag. Coach, let me try again. Without hesitation, Hu Lai jumped back into the circle. 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 2. As the morning reading session approached, more students filled the campus of Dongchuan High School. They chased and frolicked towards their classrooms, while the on-duty students wielded brooms and buckets, diligently cleaning their designated areas in preparation for a new day of school life. The previously tranquil school seemed to awaken, bursting with vibrant energy, and the campus buzzed with activity. Some students headed to the sports field for exercise, jogging around the track while loudly reciting English vocabulary and political texts. Each passerby cast curious glances towards the field, observing a classmate sprawled on the grass, gasping for breath. Upon closer inspection, one might notice his chest still rising and falling, which could easily mislead one into believing he was in a dire state. Hulai genuinely felt incapacitated, as though he could no longer sense his legs. The slightest attempt to raise them caused them to tremble uncontrollably, as if electrified. Before accepting the system's task, he had assumed that receiving a mere 100 points for a day's training meant the intensity was manageable. After all, how challenging could half an hour of training be? Little did he know, the task's rewards did not equate to its difficulty. Earning those 100 points was far from easy. He now deemed the system exceedingly stingy. Li Ziqiang approached, observing Hulai's disheveled state, and shook his head. "TSK, I've altered my plans. You're too weak. So we will also utilize the lunch break for additional practice. Remember, don't overeat at lunch, or you might end up vomiting." With that, Li Ziqiang ignored Hulai and proceeded to gather the training equipment before heading to his office by the field. Meanwhile, Hulai was so exhausted that he couldn't even muster a distressed expression, silently screaming in his mind, System, come out here. The training regimen has changed. Will you not adjust the rewards for your tasks? You cannot expect to increase the quantity without raising the price. How about another bottle of the potent elixir of intelligence? Yet, the system remained unresponsive, as if it did not exist at all. Hulai let out a resigned sigh, turned over, and began to crawl on the artificial turf using the strength of his upper body, inching towards the backpack he had placed at the sidelines. Meanwhile, the students who had come to the playground for their morning exercises stared in bewilderment at this peculiar individual, momentarily forgetting where they had left off in their vocabulary memorization. As for the specifics of the training methods, articulating them in words tends to be somewhat cumbersome. Thus, I have included an Easter egg chapter at the end, featuring a training diagram. Readers may refer to this illustration for a clearer understanding. Chapter 119, Do Your Best. "Hey Hulai, is that all you're having for lunch?" Song Jejia asked, savoring a generous serving of beef rice noodles, with a marinated egg soaking in the broth and a plate of sliced beef buns beside her. In stark contrast, Hulai had only a small bowl of bamboo shoot rice noodles and nothing more. This was clearly inconsistent with his usual appetite. "Well, I can't eat anymore," he replied. "Can you really feel full with that?" Song Jejia expressed concern. "What is the point of eating so much? In the end, it all comes back up." Hulai retorted with a grimace. He recalled the training session from the previous day, which marked his first midday practice. Lacking experience, he had evidently disregarded the head coach's warnings, consuming a normal amount of food before resting for over half an hour and then seeking out the coach for training. Unsurprisingly, he ended up regurgitating everything he had eaten, not on the field, but into the plastic bag the coach had handed him. Clearly, the coach had anticipated this outcome and had prepared a trash bag accordingly. After that experience, Hulai dared not overindulge again. He would rather feel a bit hungry than face the embarrassment of expelling everything. "Sigh, Li Qingqing's father is quite harsh on you," Song Jejia sighed. "No wonder she has always been reluctant to reveal her true identity. I believe that if she hadn't inadvertently exposed herself while fetching your jersey, she would have kept it a secret indefinitely." Speaking of Li Qingqing, she had vanished without a trace. He wondered in which city and on which team she now played. Would they ever cross paths again? Perhaps not. Hulai thought of Luo Kai, who had once claimed he wanted to play professional matches because of Li Qingqing. Now, he truly was playing professional football. Although both were involved in soccer, professional football and campus soccer seemed like entirely different realms. To be honest, he felt a twinge of envy for Luo Kai. After all, it was professional football. Luo Kai stood on the training field, clutching the orange jersey of the Huitang Thunder Club, with the club's general manager beside him, also holding a Thunder jersey. In front of them stood a row of media reporters, eagerly snapping photographs, the flashlights dancing across their faces. In the frame, Luo Kai raised his jersey-clad hand in a thumbs up, accompanied by a confident smile. Under the brilliant sunlight, the lush green training ground served as a picturesque backdrop for them. In the scene illuminated by a large aperture, a gentle circular light spot emerges behind Luo Kai, a reflection from the grass. This adds a touch of dreaminess to the moment. For countless high school players, this indeed feels like a dream come true. Following an outstanding performance in the national competition, Luo Kai successfully signed with the prestigious Huitang High Football Club, a traditional powerhouse in the Chinese Super League, becoming a member of their ranks. Although he is currently just a part of the youth team, it is still a source of envy for many, as there lies the potential to ascend to the first team. A photo of Luo Kai showcasing the Lei Dian team jersey appeared on a mobile screen. Someone gazed at the image and exclaimed, "Just looking at this face is infuriating with such promotional efforts. This is the 5th time I've seen this photo." Another voice chimed in. What can we do? It's not like Chen Xingyi is joining a professional team. A person rose from their seat and turned to shout towards the back. Hey, Chen Xingyi, what are you thinking? A young boy in the rear seat raised his head, slightly tilted his body, revealing a rather bewildered expression through the gap in the seat back. Huh, why aren't you joining a professional team? I already told you. I want to participate in the national competition. I aim to achieve a three-peat championship and be the top scorer for 3 consecutive years in high school, Chen Xingyi declared, clenching his fist and standing tall. Who would believe you? Came a voice filled with skepticism. Yeah, countless people online are criticizing you for being pretentious. I am serious, Chen Xingyi retorted. The crowd responded with boos. Liang Yuanhao, the head coach of Huitang High School, listened to the children's playful banter in the high-speed train carriage, choosing not to admonish them to maintain silence, for the carriage was predominantly filled with members of the Huitang High School football team, including players and coaching staff. Having recently triumphed in the national competition, Huitang High School became the first team in history to successfully defend their title since the establishment of the tournament. With such achievements, a little commotion among the players posed no significant issue. Leaning back with a smile against the seat, he turned to gaze out the window at the endless plains, where patches of green were breaking through the yellowish-brown soil. This land was gradually awakening from the grip of winter. The youths returned home adorned with glory. Huitang High School had successfully defended their title, a historic first in the national competition. Chen Xingyi declared his intention to continue participating in the national competition, aiming for a three-peat championship. Yin set down his phone and turned to look at Chu Yifan, who stood beside him. Chu, you're in your senior year. Why aren't you focusing on your studies and instead come here? I studied all morning and feel dizzy. I just wanted to relax a bit, Chu Yifan replied, leaning on his crutch. Relax? Then you didn't need to come all the way here to the playground. Haven't you heard? Looking at greenery helps alleviate eye fatigue. Chu Yifan smiled. This place has the most greenery on campus. Both he and Yin directed their gazes towards the vibrant football field. At noon, there weren't many people around, yet a few dozen were scattered in the stands, all watching the field intently. Before the goal, the school's head coach, Li Ziqiang, was conducting header training with Hu Lai. As he stepped back, he tossed the football to Hu Lai, urging him to leap and head it back during his run. Use your forehead. Don't close your eyes. I told you. Keep your eyes wide open when heading the ball. The moment you see the ball coming, you shut your eyes. How will you know where the ball is? Open your eyes. Whenever Hu Lai failed to execute properly, Li Ziqiang's reprimands followed promptly without delay. I suddenly felt as if I had traveled back in time to 5 months ago. Observing this scene, Yin suddenly remarked, Back then, Hu Lai had just joined the team. During our training breaks, the coach would keep a close watch on him, and if he faltered, he would receive a torrent of scolding. Chu Yifan nodded. I remember back then we all felt quite sorry for him, thinking he had the worst luck. Some even bet on whether he could last a month. Yet, he not only persevered, but also became the savior of the team. See, Chu, our coach is once again putting Hu Lai through his paces. I believe appointing him as vice-captain was not a misguided decision. Hearing Yan's words, Chu Yifan chuckled. Then he said to Yan, I'm leaving. What? You're leaving already? You just arrived. Yan exclaimed in surprise. I mentioned I was just relaxing my eyes. A few minutes of gazing at the greenery is sufficient, Chu Yifan replied as he slowly turned away. I'm a senior now. Time is tight and obligations are heavy. Shall I escort you? Yan offered. No need. You continue watching. I'll make my way back slowly. With his back to Yan, Chu Yifan waved his hand and gradually made his way toward the exit of the stands, using his crutches. Yan turned to observe him before glancing back at the field. Chu Yifan kept his head down, focusing intently on the steps below. First, he maneuvered the crutch onto the lower step with his hand, then used both crutches for support, shifting his weight onto his arms to elevate his legs to the next step. Just as he steadied himself, the coach's voice erupted behind him. Engage your core. Are you a giraffe, using only your neck? Chu Yifan couldn't help but chuckle. You've worked hard. Hu Lai, do your best. Chapter 120. Sophomore year, a small car came to a stop by the roadside outside Dongchuan High School. And Xiaoyu prepared to open the door and alight. Wei arrived. Xiaoyu, you can go in by yourself. Your parents want to be accompanying you. A middle-aged woman in the passenger seat turned to say to Xiaoyu, who was seated in the back. There are too many people inside, and the road is narrow. Your dad would find it troublesome to back up and turn around. Okay, Mom, Xiaoyu replied, resting his hand on the door handle. "Be careful when opening the door and watch for traffic," his father cautioned. "I know, Dad." After his son pushed the door open and stepped out with his backpack, he waved goodbye to his parents before turning to follow the crowd into the small street leading to Dongchuan University. "I really don't understand Xiaoyu's thinking. Why choose Dongchuan High School over Jiaxiang? Is it really better than the prestigious Jiaxiang?" The mother lamented as she watched her son run off. "Isn't this quite good as well? When the time comes for him to attend high school in Jincheng, it is likely that you will find it difficult to part with him. Currently, he is enrolled at Dongchuan Middle School, where we see him every day and can stay updated on his situation. Moreover, Dongchuan Middle School is quite reputable, being the finest institution in Dongchuan." As a devoted husband, Xiaoyu's father reassures his wife. "Do you think he might have chosen Dongchuan Middle School because Jiaxiang High School did not qualify for the national competition this year?" The mother inquires. "Who knows? Just don't worry about such matters," he replies. "We must hurry, otherwise, the traffic police will come to take pictures." With that, he signals and gradually merges into the bustling traffic. At that very moment, their son stands at the entrance of the school, gazing up at the 4 bronze characters inscribed, Dongchuan Middle School. He takes a deep breath. To attend this school, he had turned down Jiaxiang High School in Jincheng. He vividly recalls the astonished expression on the face of the teacher from Jiaxiang when he declined their offer. He had questioned himself about his choice. Xiaoyu did not reveal his true feelings. Instead, he fabricated an excuse, expressing a desire to remain close to his parents, as Dongchuan Middle School is nearby, allowing him to return home daily. If he were to go to Jincheng, he would only see his parents once a week. Faced with such reasoning, the admissions officer from Jiaxiang had no rebuttal. In truth, his decision surprised not only the teachers at Jiaxiang, but also left his parents perplexed. His cousin, upon learning through WeChat that he would not be attending Jiaxiang, was utterly disappointed. The genuine reason behind Xiaoyu's choice to attend Dongchuan Middle School remained a secret he shared with no one, for he believed they would never understand. After all, who would choose a school based on a novice's burgeoning interest in football after just 1 semester? Retrieving his gaze from the school name, Xiaoyu adjusted the straps of his backpack and proceeded through the gates alongside his peers. Once on campus, he did not seek his classroom. Instead, he headed directly toward the school's sports field. This was a significant factor in his decision to enroll at Dongchuan Middle School, as he yearned to see the place where he would engage in battles over the next 3 years. Upon entering the training ground, Xiaoyu was surprised to find it already occupied. Among the individuals present was someone he recognized, number 14. Later, he learned the boy's name was Hulai. Attached to his waist was a rope, the end of which was tied to a tire, which he was dragging as he sprinted across the field. The determination etched on his face, and the veins bulging on his forehead and neck, indicated that the training was far from easy. "Wow, is the training for the Dongchuan Middle School football team really this intense?" exclaimed a voice beside Xiaoyu in astonishment. Curiously, he turned to see a sturdy, slightly taller boy clad in the school uniform. Beneath his loose jacket, the contours of his t-shirt revealed the outlines of well-defined chest and abdominal muscles. As Xiaoyu glanced over, the other party smiled and introduced himself. "I am Chen Rue, from the 21st Middle School." "I am Xiaoyu, from Luoyang Middle School." Xiaoyu replied with a smile. "Luoyang Middle School? The one that secured 3rd place in the Anong Cup last year? You are Xiaoyu? Wait, are you really that Xiaoyu?" Chen Rue expressed his surprise. Xiaoyu appeared slightly taken aback. "You know me? The central figure of Luoyang Middle School's midfield. I've heard your name. I did not expect you to come to Dongchuan Middle School. Wasn't it said that Jiaxiang High School had their eye on you?" Xiaoyu scratched his head and brought forth the excuse he often used. I couldn't bear to leave home. Going to Jincheng means I could only return once a week, which I do not favor." Actually, Dongchuan Middle School is quite good. It is the best school in our Dongchuan. Moreover, the football team of Dongchuan defeated Jiaxiang and represented Anong in the national competition. I applied to Dongchuan Middle School primarily for the football team. I was a key player in our school team during middle school, playing as a defensive midfielder. Chen Rue introduced himself cheerfully. "I am from Luoyang Middle School." "Don't bother introducing yourself. I already know." "Haha, I didn't expect you to come to Dongchuan Middle School. This significantly increases our chances in the national competition. You see, when I heard that Luo Kai had left, I thought it would be nearly impossible for Dongchuan Middle School to defeat Jiaxiang High School again and make it to the national competition." Xiaoyu felt a bit bashful from the blatant praise and smiled shyly. "That won't be the case. Although Luo Kai has departed, Dongchuan still has him. As he spoke, he directed his gaze towards who lie on the field. Who? Chen Rui stared at the person on the field for a while, puzzled. This time, it was Xia Xiaoyu who was somewhat astonished. You know so much about Dongchuan Middle School, yet you don't know who lie? Huh, he is who lie? Chen Rui looked at the person on the field, who was struggling to pull a tire forward, in astonishment. Yes, although he looks quite different from when I saw him at the national competition, it is indeed Hu Lai. In truth, when Xia Xiaoyu first laid eyes on Hu Lai, he too hesitated to recognize him, as he had indeed changed significantly from the appearance he had during the Anong Cup finals. His physique was sturdier, and his skin was a bit darker. I read about him online. It's hard to believe that he had barely any exposure to football when he joined the team last year. Yet, he ultimately helped Dongchuan Middle School reach the national competition. Hearing Chen Rui's exclamation, Xia Xiaoyu chuckled and said, I was there. Chen Rui turned to Xia Xiaoyu, puzzled. I watched the match between Dongchuan Middle School and Huitang High School live. Wow, is what they say online true? Did Hu Lai really score the winning goal against Jiaxiang while being closely marked by Wang Wei? Chen Rui asked curiously. Since the Anong Cup matches were not broadcasted live, he could only gather information through online posts. However, he was aware that posts from netizens often exaggerated details. For instance, some initially claimed that Hu Lai scored the decisive goal against Jiaxiang while being closely guarded by Wang Wei. This post was met with fierce criticism. Could a player under the scrutiny of Wang Wei possibly score? Do you think we haven't witnessed Wang Wei in action? Who is Wang Wei? Can a mere nobody score against him? Initially, Chen Rui found the claims in this post to be exaggerated, yet as similar assertions proliferated, he began to harbor doubts. Now, having encountered someone who was present at the scene, confirmation was essential. Xia Xiaoyu nodded, affirming, indeed, Wang Wei has been closely monitoring him. For the most part, his defense was successful, yet ultimately, he allowed the player to seize an opportunity to score. Unbelievable, Chen Rui murmured, observing Hu Lai, who was sprinting while dragging a tire. Wang Wei is now a professional player in the Star League, and yet Hu Lai managed to score under his defense. He has netted 3 goals in the national tournament as well. With Luo Kai's departure, the scoring burden of Dongchuan High School now rests upon him, Xia Xiaoyu remarked. Gazing at Hu Lai on the field, Hu Lai finally concluded his tire-dragging sprint. He barely had time to untie the rope before collapsing onto the ground, sprawled out, his lifeless eyes staring at the sky, gasping for breath. Today marked the first day of the sophomore year. It was a day for registration, not classes. However, he had arrived at school early at Li Ziqiang's behest to partake in the training regimen prepared by the coach for the new term. The coach justified this with concerns about Hu Lai's indulgence over the summer affecting his fitness. As for why he was the only one required to do so, the coach explained that as the vice-captain, he must lead by example. Hu Lai wished to voice his thoughts to the coach. Please, find someone more capable. I am not cut out to be a leader. Yet, he found himself devoid of the strength to utter a single word. As he gasped for air, Li Ziqiang approached and squatted beside him, scrutinizing him before commenting, It seems you managed to maintain your physique over the summer, not gaining much weight. Hu Lai managed a weak grin, but could not muster a single word in response. Li Ziqiang then patted Hu Lai on the shoulder, saying, All right, have you rested enough? Time for heading practice. On the first day of sophomore training, don't slack off. Let us start your year on a strong note. Gasping, Hu Lai gritted his teeth and struggled to rise from the field, removing the tether still attached to him as he made his way to the penalty area. In the penalty area, training dummies had been set up, towering over him, simulating the positions of defensive players in front of the goal. Li Ziqiang moved to the sideline, retrieved a football from the net, blew his whistle, and then, with a powerful kick, sent the ball soaring toward the goal. As the football arced through the air into the penalty area, Hu Lai sprinted towards its landing point, maneuvering around the dummies before leaping to meet the ball with a header. As he ascended, the ball approached his head, and with a powerful thrust from his core, he struck it decisively. Thud! The ball found its way into the net, producing a crisp sound as it made contact with the goal. P.S. As a preview, I will be updating with an additional chapter tomorrow at 6 o'clock, featuring an Easter egg related to my second book, We Are Champions. Stay tuned. Chapter 121. Recruitment for the school team Xiaoyu. As Xiaoyu sat in the classroom, he heard the excited voice of Chen Rui from the doorway. Upon raising his head, he indeed saw Chen Rui waving his arms enthusiastically at him. He stepped outside and inquired, What is the matter, Chen Rui? I just saw Coach Lee upstairs posting the list of selected players for the school team. Come on, let us go check it out. Chen Rui exclaimed, pointing towards the plaza below. Xia Xiaoyu followed his finger and noticed a crowd gathered around the announcement wall. All right, let us go. The two of them hurried downstairs. When they reached the announcement wall, the throng was so dense that many could not see the names listed. Consequently, those at the front began calling out names loudly. With every name announced, cheers erupted from various corners of the crowd. Haha, I made it. I won. It's me. It's me. Wow, how dramatic. Chen Rui remarked, shaking his head in amusement. If someone didn't know better, they might think this was a scene from Fanjin Zhongju. Before he could finish, a voice rang out from within the crowd. Chen Rui. At that, Xia Xiaoyu watched as his new friend sprang up, raising his arms in jubilant laughter. Ahahaha, it's me. I've been selected. Yay. Seeing Chen Rui so elated, Xia Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. You're the one who resembles Fanjin the most. Just then, another voice called out, Xia Xiaoyu. Ah, congratulations, Xiaoyu. Chen Rui leaped forward and embraced Xia Xiaoyu. Xia Xiaoyu struggled to push him away, wishing to avoid any misconceptions from the girls in their class regarding his relationship with this boisterous lad. However, in terms of strength, Xia Xiaoyu was no match for Chen Rui, whose grip was as unyielding as a pair of iron pincers, rendering him immobile. Ultimately, he had no choice but to allow Chen Rui to hold him tightly. After school that afternoon, Chen Rui specifically waited at the entrance of Xia Xiaoyu's classroom for him, and together they made their way to the sports field. This day marked their inaugural training session with the Dongchuan Middle School football team. Upon their arrival at the field, they noticed that a considerable number of individuals were already present. It was easy to discern who the newcomers were and who the seasoned players were, as they stood in stark contrast to one another. Due to their unfamiliarity, the newcomers clustered loosely to one side, while the veteran players gathered on the opposite side, curiously observing the fresh talent. Simultaneously, the newcomers scrutinized the veterans, especially those who had performed exceptionally in national competitions, drawing even more attention. Regrettably, Luo Kai was no longer present. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have been the focal point of everyone's gaze. As it stood, Hulai had become the object of greater interest, having scored 3 goals in the national tournament. Regardless of how those goals were achieved, scoring in a national competition was a remarkable feat, particularly with 3 goals to his name. The mutual scrutiny came to an end when the head coach, Li Ziqiang, arrived on the football field. What are you all standing so far apart for? Li Ziqiang was quite displeased with the distinctly divided stance. Upon his remark, everyone promptly gathered towards the center. Once all had assembled, he solemnly welcomed the newly joined players. Congratulations on joining the school team. As the head coach, I extend a warm welcome on behalf of the entire team. The seasoned players were accustomed to such a uniquely personal greeting from their coach. Yet the expression on his face stirred a sense of unease among the newcomers, who perceived him as rather unapproachable. Their apprehension deepened with his subsequent words. However, do not let your spirits soar too high. Joining the team does not mean you can rest easy. If your performance during training fails to meet my expectations, you will have to leave. Remember, our goal is to participate in the national competitions. And the Dongchuan High School football team does not accommodate those who merely wish to idle away their time here. If you are merely a football enthusiast unwilling to invest the effort to train and improve, then I regret to inform you that the school team does not welcome you. The newcomers were left speechless by the coach's stern admonition. Xia Xiaoyu, however, appeared quite exhilarated, brimming with eagerness that was hard to conceal. Chen Rui, noticing this scene as the team began their warm-up, stealthily approached Xia Xiaoyu and inquired, Xiaoyu, why are you so excited after hearing the coach's words? Many seem visibly shaken. Xia Xiaoyu replied, the coach's remarks indicate he is genuinely aiming for consecutive appearances in the national competitions. Otherwise, he could have chosen to say something more pleasant to foster a harmonious atmosphere, but he did not. Of course, I am thrilled, as it affirms that my decision to come to Dongchuan High School was indeed the right one. Is that so? I noticed some individuals might reconsider due to the intensity of the training, Chen Rui responded. Xia Xiaoyu laughed. Only through arduous training can one reap the rewards. Did they believe Dongchuan High School's achievement as a top 8 contender in the last national competition was merely a stroke of luck? After uttering this, he observed an odd expression on Chen Rui's face and asked, what's the matter? There are indeed some who think that Dongchuan High School's top 8 finish last time was just sheer luck, Chen Rui admitted. Xiaoyu retorted. Do you really believe the nonsense circulating online, Chen Rui? Chen Rui quickly shook his head. Of course, I do not. However, the last-minute goal against Huitang High School did have an element of fortune. Xiaoyu spread his hands. If we are to attribute luck to anything, it stems from Luo Kai's stubbornness, which reduced the probability of scoring. Had it not been for a stroke of luck, that shot might not have even gone in. The goalkeeper had already anticipated the direction and initiated a save, meaning he had a significant chance of stopping that ball. Chen Rui was taken aback by Xiaoyu's perspective, realizing it was the first time he had encountered such an interpretation of so-called luck. Is it possible to view it this way? He mused. Xiaoyu scoffed. Luo Kai's best option wasn't to shoot. If he had passed the ball to Hulai would have had a clear chance at goal. Had he not struck Hulai's face, I doubt it would have found the net. If I were in his place, I would certainly feign a shot and then deliver a precise through ball to Hulai. A group of fervent fans online claimed that Hulai snatched the goal from Luo Kai, but in my view, it was Hulai who salvaged the attacking opportunity. They ought to be grateful that Hulai did not allow Luo Kai to be the scapegoat for Dongchuan High School's elimination. Chen Rui grimaced, while Xiaoyu felt that his words were rather harsh. Yet, Xiaoyu, as if opening a floodgate of conversation, continued to speak with Chen Rui. I heard that last year's Dongchuan High School team was hastily assembled, as Coach Li only arrived after the school term commenced. Therefore, I can comprehend why they initially centered the team around Luo Kai. Isn't it inappropriate to make Luo Kai the focal point? Chen Rui countered. If I were the coach, I would prefer to make Hulai the centerpiece. To designate a player who only recently joined the team as the core? Certainly. Hulai may have appeared somewhat weaker at that time, but now it is a different story. You have seen it, haven't you? On the very first morning of school, the head coach was already training Hulai on the field. What do you think that signifies? Xiaoyu inquired of Chen Rui. Chen Rui furrowed his brow, contemplating, before responding. The coach harbors great expectations for Hulai. Indeed, hence I suspect that this year, during the Anong Cup, the head coach will position Hulai as the attacking linchpin. Xiaoyu gazed at Hulai's silhouette, asserting with utmost certainty. Chapter 122. The newcomers Chen Rui soon realized that Xiaoyu was not merely speaking idly. For on the following day, when the team reconvened for training, Coach Li unveiled the team's tactical approach to everyone. In this strategy, the attacking core, or rather, the terminus of Dongchuan High School's offense, was indeed Hulai. The coach explicitly pointed out Hulai's name. What left the new players somewhat unsettled was the fact that their vice-captain's demeanor upon being named as the core was far from composed. Had anyone else been designated as this central player, the head coach would assuredly have tailored the tactics to complement the team's offensive linchpin. However, regarding Hulai, the coach's directive was simply for everyone to play as they would, as long as they could deliver the ball into open spaces. It would find its way to Hulai. This statement left everyone momentarily stunned. To pass the ball into open spaces equated to delivering it directly to Hulai's feet? Is it truly that remarkable? Surely, it cannot be mere bragging. Yet, Xiaoyu understood that the coach was not exaggerating. Hulai's off-the-ball movement was indeed exceptional, to the extent that Dongchuan High School's offensive strategy primarily focused on creating space on the field rather than merely passing the ball to Hulai. As long as spaces were created, the ball could be directed towards Hulai without the need for explicit instructions on how he should move. In this tactical framework, it was the others who needed to practice their positioning, not Hulai. It is no wonder he observed the coach utilizing the time before morning study and during lunch breaks to conduct specialized physical training and various shooting drills with Hulai, as Hulai's weaknesses lay chiefly in his shooting and physical confrontational abilities. In subsequent training sessions, Xiaoyu also noted Hulai's rapid improvement in shooting. Initially, when he watched national competitions, he noticed that Hulai often opted to control the ball before attempting a shot. He pondered that perhaps his inability to shoot directly was due to a lack of skill. It seemed more prudent to first control the ball before attempting a shot. However, this limitation could be quite significant, as some shooting opportunities might vanish if he hesitated. Yet, upon Xiaoyu's induction into the Dongchuan High School football team, he observed a remarkable transformation in Hulai compared to the Hulai he had witnessed during the national competition. In training, Hulai executed various shooting maneuvers with his right foot with newfound naturalness and fluidity. The players in the second and third years of high school felt this shift even more profoundly, having previously witnessed Hulai's novice struggles upon joining the team. What a rookie he had been. Now, however, Watching Hulai's performance in training instilled a surreal sense of time, as his progress seemed far beyond what could be achieved in just a few months. Some speculated about the special training regimen the head coach had devised for Hulai following the national tournament. Could the specialized training really be that effective? Shouldn't they also request the coach to provide them with similar training? Nevertheless, this thought flickered in their minds for only a fleeting moment before being cast aside. They could hardly endure being subjected to the coach's rigorous methods, nor could they withstand the intensity and volume of such specialized training. The regular training sessions were already quite arduous, and they found it challenging to persevere. It was inconceivable to willingly seek further torment. Thus, Hulai's remarkable progress was indeed well-deserved. Anyone who had observed Hulai's development from his freshman to sophomore year would harbor no confusion or jealousy regarding the coach's decision to designate Hulai as the focal point of their offense. He had earned that distinction. Their teammates, lacking the innate talent of Luo Kai and the tenacity of Hulai, could only strive to fulfill the tasks assigned by the coach, working to unify the team rather than begrudge Hulai's role as the core player. This year, the Dongchuan High School football team, having avoided the upheaval of a coaching change at the onset, commenced recruitment early, enabling a full roster for preparation. The advantage of early preparation allowed the team to engage in tactical training sooner, fostering a greater degree of tactical synergy among the players. Unlike the previous year, when they had relied solely on Luo Kai's exceptional individual prowess to reach the finals of the Anong Cup, this time, without Luo Kai, the team could not depend on a single player of such caliber and thus had to emphasize cohesion. This approach would mitigate the risk of losing scoring capability if an opponent focused solely on neutralizing Luo Kai. In reality, during tactical training, Li Ziqiang often concentrated not on Hulai's integration with the team, but rather on enhancing the scoring abilities of the other players. After all, he could not place the burden of all scoring responsibilities solely on Hulai. That would merely replicate the previous year's circumstances. Given Hulai's technical attributes, the demands on the team were inherently higher, and relying solely on individual efforts was certainly not a viable strategy. As the team adapted to the characteristics of Hulai and transformed into a cohesive unit, numerous scoring opportunities naturally emerged. Xia Xiaoyu, a star midfielder from last year's Anton Cup in the junior high division, has significantly contributed to the team's consolidation into a harmonious whole. His exceptional ability to connect play and his remarkable stamina, coupled with his creativity and precision in the final pass, make him the perfect partner for Hulai. Li Ziqiang was pleasantly surprised by Xia Xiaoyu's arrival, as he was originally expected to join Jiaxiang. However, for reasons unknown, he chose Dongchuan Middle School. This move not only bolstered the strength of Dongchuan Middle School, but also weakened their direct competitor, Huitang High School. If this were a transfer in a professional league, it would undoubtedly be regarded as the best transfer operation of the year. With Xia Xiaoyu's inclusion, the team has effectively addressed the major shortcoming left by Chu Yifan's departure. Initially, Li Ziqiang had contemplated having Tang Yuan deliver passes to Hulai, given his proficiency in crossing. After all, why else would he train Hulai in heading if not to execute offensive strategies involving wing crosses and central headers? Now, with Tang Yuan still possessing the capability to cross from the flanks, Xia Xiaoyu's addition has introduced greater variation and depth to the team's offensive organization. In addition to Xia Xiaoyu, there is another newcomer at Dongchuan Middle School, a forward named Yuan, who also performed admirably in the previous Anton Cup for junior high. His physical prowess is commendable, particularly his heading ability due to his height. In other teams outside Dongchuan Middle School, a talent like him would typically serve as the offensive linchpin and primary striker. However, with Hulai on board, there is no need for a high striker who solely excels in heading to be the main scoring option. Nevertheless, he will serve as an excellent supplement within Dongchuan Middle School's offensive framework, providing valuable cover for Hulai with his physical advantages. Moreover, a defensive midfielder named Chen Rui has exhibited solid capabilities. He is robust, possesses strong physicality, and demonstrates exceptional stamina. Partnering with Xia Xiaoyu, he can offer protection, allowing Xia to concentrate more on orchestrating the attack, while Chen sweeps the midfield. Overall, Dongchuan Middle School has unearthed several outstanding talents among the freshman cohort. Coupled with the existing foundation of players like Mao Xiao, Meng Shi, Yan Yan, and Tang Yuan, the main roster for this year's Anton Cup is nearly complete. During regular training, Li Ziqiang continuously fine-tunes this lineup, while experimenting with various personnel combinations to ensure the team maintains versatility. For instance, if the orchestrator Xia Xiaoyu is closely marked, Tang Yuan's rapid breakthroughs and precise crosses from the flanks, combined with Hulai and Shun Yulin making attacking runs for headers in the center, become pivotal strategies. Such seemingly straightforward tactics may appear to lack sophistication. However, when applied effectively, they often yield remarkable results. To this day, they remain one of the timeless classic offensive strategies in the world of football. Assuming that during the final minutes of the previous national competition, Huitang High School could have substituted a skilled header striker, and the entire team fervently crossed the ball towards Dongchuan High School's goal, they might have truly managed to score a goal. Time flew swiftly in such training. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The 7th national competition's preliminary rounds, alongside the 33rd Anton Cup, will commence this Saturday. P.S. There is a bonus chapter at the end, featuring a montage of game videos I created several years ago about Zhang Jun, using FIFA 15 to develop his character and compile highlights of his remarkable goals into a character video. However, due to the limitation of the bonus chapter being a maximum of 3 minutes long, I have only included the segment depicting Zhang Jun's retirement. As I primarily played with the Nottingham Forest archive, you may notice Zhang Jun occasionally wearing their jersey in the video. I hope this does not cause any confusion. The complete character video of Zhang Jun can be found on Bilibili by searching for Zhang Jun, Life Like Summer Flowers. Now, without further adu, please enjoy. The bonus chapter awaits you upon turning the page. I hope you like it. Chapter 123. Who do you look down upon? Mom. After Hu Lai's father left for work, he hurried to find his mother. As soon as the words left his mouth, she guessed his intention. Is there a match today? Hu Lai nodded eagerly. The new Anton Cup has begun, Mom. Go on, Xiaolin waved her hand. Yet, just as Hu Lai joyfully turned to leave, she added, however, Hu Lai, when you reach your senior year, you must focus on your studies. Hu Lai halted, turning back to face his mother. By then, the college entrance examination will be just a year away. I hope you can dedicate your attention to your studies. Let's put football on hold for a year. Once you enter university, you can play however you wish. No one will be monitoring you, and we won't be around to worry about your father discovering it. Even if he does, he won't travel to another city to interfere, right? Hu Lai refrained from contradicting his mother and simply acknowledged her, retreating to his room. Sitting at his desk, gazing at the open textbooks and assignments, he picked up his pen only to put it down again, his lips pressed tightly together. His eyes lost in thought. Deep down, he recognized the validity of his mother's words. She was supportive, allowing him to pause football for a year rather than giving it up entirely, with the promise that he could play as he wished once he entered university. Yet in Hu Lai's heart, he envisioned a different future for himself. Luo Kai's successful signing with a professional club during the last national competition had profoundly impacted him. He too aspired to compete professionally and become a player. However, it was evident that his performance in the last national competition was insufficient to impress those professional clubs. He needed to deliver an even more compelling display. If he failed to attract the attention of professional football clubs during his second year, he might indeed be compelled to relinquish football for a year under family pressure in his senior year. After a year of interruption in training and competitions, who knows what circumstances will arise when he eventually enrolls in university? Furthermore, while his mother's advice may sound reasonable, it presupposes that he views football merely as a hobby. If he simply enjoys the sport and wishes to play, then a year without football during his final year of high school may not be detrimental, as he could easily resume playing in college. However, if he aspires to enter the professional football arena, that year of inactivity would represent a significant loss. Hu Lai is determined to defy his parents' plans and fight for his own future. As Xia Xiaoyu and Chun Rui sat together in the school cafeteria, Hu Lai approached them, holding a tray. Hu, come sit with us, Chen Rui exclaimed, eager to invite him to join their meal. However, Hu Lai waved his hand dismissively. I won't be eating here, he replied, gesturing towards the distance where Mao Xiao and Meng Shi were waiting for him. He then turned to Xia Xiaoyu. Make sure to pass me the ball frequently during the match this afternoon. You don't need to remind me. I will do that, Xia Xiaoyu assured him. Still, I want to emphasize that you should pass me the ball whenever you have the chance, and don't worry about whether I'll catch it. With that, Hu Lai bid them farewell and walked towards Mao Xiao and Meng Shi's table. It's surprising that even Hu is feeling nervous about the first match of the Anong Cup. Chen Rui remarked. I thought only we freshmen would be anxious. Xia Xiaoyu shook his head. No, I don't think he was nervous. Isn't it a bit odd for him to seek confirmation on such trivial matters? As the team's organizer, wouldn't he naturally pass the ball to you? Who is asking for more passes, not just for you to pass it to him? Xiaoyu clarified, highlighting the distinction. Chen Rue furrowed his brow, contemplating. What difference does it make? Isn't he going to receive the ball anyway? Thanks to Dongchuan High School's success in national competitions, the football atmosphere at the school had intensified significantly. Even on Saturdays, many students came specifically to support the school team. The stands were filled with spectators, creating a spectacle far grander than last year's Anon Cup matches. Even the seasoned players were startled by the thunderous cheers that erupted upon their entrance, nearly losing face in front of the new recruits. Wow, I never expected so many people to come watch us play without that guy, Luo Kai, Mengshi said, glancing around with a sarcastic tone. Be confident, we are among the top 8 in the national tournament. Captain Yin puffed out his chest, reveling in the applause from the stands. That's true, but Captain, isn't our coach's luck a bit questionable? In this new Anon Cup, everyone aims for a triumphant start, yet we drew the province's experimental school, which was among the top for last year. Isn't that a bit unfair? Mengshi complained to Captain Yin as they walked onto the pitch. The draw results had been announced the previous weekend, and many had learned the matchups through the official website and other online channels. Upon seeing their opponent, a wave of anxiety washed over them. Everyone had hoped for a resounding victory in their first match, but facing last year's top 4 in the Anon Cup would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Not to mention the previous Anon Cup, when Dongchuan High School faced off against the provincial experimental high school. The memories are hardly pleasant. Were it not for Luo Kai's extraordinary individual prowess, Dongchuan High School might not have even reached the finals of the Anon Cup. That match left a profound impression on many players from Dongchuan High School. The provincial experimental high school's defense against Luo Kai was remarkably effective, leaving the team reliant on him in a state of disarray and passivity. Ultimately, however, the provincial experimental high school merely served as a backdrop for Luo Kai. The more successfully they defended against him, the more it highlighted the immense strength of his individual talent. At that moment, the head coach of the provincial experimental high school sat on the sidelines, awaiting the game to commence. His gaze rested upon the players of Dongchuan High School. Despite their impressive performance in the national tournament, achieving a spot in the top 8, he harbored a lingering sense of discontent. He believed that Dongchuan High School was overly dependent on one individual, and thus the achievements they secured lacked credibility. After all, relying on a single player cannot yield consistent results. The team's ultimate performance hinges entirely on one person's contributions. For instance, now that Luo Kai had departed for a professional football club, what remained for Dongchuan High School? Without Luo Kai, they were like a tiger stripped of its claws, hardly more formidable than a mere cat. Before the match began, he had already conveyed this sentiment to his players. Today's game presented them with an excellent opportunity for retribution. If they could triumph over the top 8 of the national tournament, it would be nothing short of splendid. The goal for the provincial experimental high school in this Anon Cup was to advance to the finals and contest against Jiaxiang High School. With Wang Guangwei absent from Jiaxiang High School, much like Luo Kai's departure from Dongchuan High School, perhaps the provincial experimental high school might also have a chance to represent the province in the national tournament. Once Xiaoyu received the ball on the field, he immediately passed it forward. Just as he completed the pass, the opposing defenders closed in tightly. The defense was indeed formidable, but that did not imply that opportunities were non-existent. Xiaoyu constantly shook his head, scanning the field for openings. After more than 10 minutes of play, he observed that the provincial experimental high school was somewhat attentive to him, yet their defense against Hulai was rather lacking. What is this? Do they underestimate our Vice-Hu? Let me tell you, Vice-Hu is the man who scored 3 goals in the national tournament. Do they think it's merely luck? After observing the match for these past several minutes, the head coach of the provincial experimental high school became increasingly convinced of his earlier assessment of Dongchuan High School. Without Luo Kai, they lacked even a scoring option. The absence of Luo Kai meant the loss of their offensive weapon. Had it not been for the arrival of Xiaoyu from the first year, they might have struggled even to control the midfield. The fact that this team reached the top 8 in the national tournament was solely attributed to Luo Kai and a stroke of luck. Now, with Luo Kai's departure, that luck had also vanished from their midst. In contrast, Shengshi Experimental Middle School emphasizes teamwork. Although there are no particularly outstanding players in any position, Their formidable collective playing ability allows them to remain a traditional football powerhouse in Anong. This is a source of immense pride for him, as the strength of their cohesive play is largely attributed to his role as head coach. Ultimately, football is a team sport. As he contemplated this, he observed the ball being passed once again to Xia Xiaoyu. Simultaneously, his midfield defender swiftly advanced, denying Xia Xiaoyu the opportunity to control the ball leisurely. Witnessing this scene, a smile graced his face. His players were indeed responsive, moving quickly. However, Xia Xiaoyu did not halt the ball. Instead, he deftly pushed it forward with the inside of his right foot. The ball swiftly rolled towards the penalty area of Shengshi Experimental Middle School. Hu Lai also noticed the gap, yet he did not sprint directly towards it. Rather, he moved laterally, all the while keeping his gaze fixed on Xia Xiaoyu. Upon seeing Xia Xiaoyu's pass, he promptly pivoted and surged forth, breaking free from the defensive line. This sequence of movements had been practiced countless times on this field. At the sound of the coach's call, he was compelled to rush into that designated area, then veer off to receive the ball and shoot. When Hu Lai suddenly appeared behind the defensive line of Shengshi Experimental Middle School, their defenders finally realized someone was trailing them, raising their arms to signal for an offside call. Yet, neither the linesman nor the referee responded. Hu Lai was not offside. He spread his arms to maintain balance while lifting his right foot to control the ball delivered by Xia Xiaoyu. The stands at Dongchuan Middle School erupted in thunderous cheers. At that moment, the defensive players of Shengshi Experimental Middle School awoke from their stupor and pursued Hu Lai. However, by then, Hu Lai had already adjusted the ball and unleashed a shot. He struck a low ball that skimmed along the grass, rapidly rolling towards the far corner of the goal. The goalkeeper of Shengshi Experimental Middle School was unable to react in time to block the angle, merely diving in vain. As the ball slipped past his outstretched hands into the net's rear corner, amidst the resounding cheers, the referee's whistle was nearly inaudible. Yet everyone could see his gesture directing towards the center circle, signaling that the goal was valid. Hu Lai had successfully evaded the offside trap, the goal stood, and Dongchuan Middle School broke the deadlock in the 16th minute, taking the lead. Chapter 124. Is scoring this easy? Xia Xiaoyu had just passed the ball when he was collided into by an opponent. Rather than struggling to maintain his balance, he fell to the ground cleanly. After all, he had already made the pass, and staying upright served no purpose beyond preserving his image. Moreover, should Hu Lai fail, he might even convince the referee to call a foul for the opponent's collision post pass. However, Xia Xiaoyu's little scheme fell flat as he clearly saw Hu Lai score into the goal of Shengshi Experimental Middle School after he hit the ground. He immediately sprang to his feet. This marked his inaugural assist in the Anton Cup for high school. After scoring, Hu Lai turned and sprinted toward the corner flag, preemptively executing Cristiano Ronaldo's signature celebration before his teammates could catch up. Following 7 months of rigorous training, his physical prowess had significantly improved since his freshman year. Now, when he performed Ronaldo's celebration, he no longer tumbled comically to the ground due to a loss of balance. As he firmly planted his feet on the grass, revealing the number on his back, the cheers from the Dongchuan Middle School football field erupted like thunder. The stands, filled to capacity, resembled a tumultuous sea, as people leapt to their feet and waved their arms, akin to rolling waves. Among this throng was Song Jiejia, who raised his arms in celebration for his deskmate. The air resonated with chants of Hu Lai, Hu Lai, Hu Lai. He had previously believed such deafening acclaim could only be reserved for Luo Kai, never imagining that his seemingly unreliable deskmate would also receive such adulation. Lowering his arms, he turned to gaze at the jubilant crowd, their faces beaming with joy as if they had scored the goal themselves. Although his deskmate had netted 3 goals in a national competition and had been featured in various media outlets and video platforms, it was only at this moment that Song Jiejia truly grasped Hu Lai's status as a star. After Hu Lai completed his celebratory routine, his teammates finally enveloped him in a jubilant embrace, enthusiastically patting his shoulders and back while ruffling his hair. The entire team had trained for over a month for this very goal. Under the guidance of their coach, they had been molded into a cohesive unit, not merely to serve Hu Lai alone. When this collective functioned smoothly, every player within this tactical framework reaped the rewards, with Hu Lai merely benefiting the most due to his exceptional abilities. This approach starkly contrasted with last year's strategy, which revolved around handing the ball to Luo Kai and allowing him to shine solo. The upperclassmen felt this shift profoundly. Last year, whenever Luo Kai scored, they experienced joy. But it stemmed primarily from the anticipation of their own advancement. Now, their happiness following Hulai's goal arose from a shared sense of accomplishment. Knowing that they contributed to this success, they were integral to the system. Hulai needed them, which filled them with elation. They were no longer merely Luo Kai's teammates, relegated to cheering for his triumphs. This sentiment was subtle and difficult to articulate, yet it resonated clearly within each heart. As the players from Dongchuan Middle School exuberantly celebrated the first goal of this year's Anton Cup, the coach of Shengshi Experimental Middle School stood rooted on the sidelines, gazing incredulously at the unfolding scene. Wasn't it said that without Luo Kai, Dongchuan Middle School would be like a toothless tiger? Then what is the meaning of this goal? Just a minute ago, he was envisioning himself leading the team to the Anton Cup finals, toppling Huitang High School, now bereft of Wang, and subsequently representing Anton Province in the national tournament. Yet, a mere minute later, he was brutally jolted from his reverie. The harsh reality struck him. His team was trailing. After celebrating with his teammates, Hulai gradually made his way back to his half of the field. During this journey, he began to sense the transformation within himself. It was evident that he had evolved significantly from the person he was in his first year of high school. He no longer relied solely on luck to seize opportunities. He was now capable of executing a well-timed offside goal. Both his running ability and his skills in receiving and shooting the ball had markedly improved. All of this was a result of the rigorous training over the past 7 months. Furthermore, the use of an effective 6-month potent intelligence elixir had greatly enhanced his training results. He recognized that he had started late and with a low baseline. Without the system, he would never have dared to dream of pursuing a career in professional football. Simply being part of the school team was already a source of pride and satisfaction for him. Now, as he aspired to strive for a career in football, the system became his greatest ally. Did he feel any embarrassment about competing with others by leveraging his advantages? Not at all. He bore no psychological burden. After all, he only began formal football training at the age of 16. Without such advantages, he wouldn't even qualify to compete with others. A life of extraordinary advantages truly felt exhilarating. Hulai grinned widely, shaking his head and swaying his hips as he trotted back to Dongchuan Middle School's half of the field. On the sidelines, Li Ziqiang shook his head lightly. This kid just didn't seem mature enough. After scoring a single goal, he was already so proud of himself. What would happen if he scored 2 or 3? It would be pandemonium. Yet, this seemingly immature youth continued to surprise him time and again. Perhaps once he learned to be more composed, he would cease to create such surprises. On the field, composure might not matter much. But he hoped that in his life off the pitch, he could exhibit a touch more steadiness. As the match resumed at the Provincial Experimental High School, the head coach made adjustments, instructing the players not to recklessly push up and create offside situations. Clearly, he believed that the recent goal conceded was the result of the players' unwarranted attempts to play offside. He hadn't included such tactics in the pre-match strategy. This was entirely the consequence of the team's overconfidence. Now, they simply needed to seal the gaps caused by their unwarranted attempts. Although they had conceded 1 goal, as long as they could plug that loophole, Dongchuan Middle School's attack wouldn't pose much of a threat. After all, based on the previous 10 minutes of play, Dongchuan Middle School's tactics were quite ordinary and their performance unremarkable. It was a far cry from the dazzling displays of Luo Kai last season. There was nothing particularly unique about this strategy. Countless teams employed similar styles of play. Their recent goal was merely a fortunate exploit of an error made by our defense. As long as this error is swiftly rectified, there is no cause for alarm. He must now contemplate how to breach the defenses of Dongchuan High School. The number 8 player, who incessantly runs in the midfield, is somewhat bothersome. His sweeping presence makes it exceedingly difficult for us to maintain consecutive passes. The head coach of Provincial Experimental High School pondered for a moment, only to realize that penetrating Dongchuan High School's goal would not be a simple task, particularly after the addition of a defensive midfielder named Chen Xingyi this year. While our team's offense showed little improvement, our defense was increasingly besieged by pressure. In the 29th minute, Xia Xiaoyu, having drawn the attention of Provincial Experimental High School's defenders, passed the ball to Tang Yuan. Since moving up to the 3rd year of high school, Tang Yuan had shifted from a forward position to that of a midfielder, granting him more distance to sprint and thus allowing him to better utilize his speed advantage. Following Xia Xiaoyu's remarkable assist, he forcefully broke through with his speed and delivered a cross, which soared towards Provincial Experimental High School's goal. Chen Yulin, standing at 1 meter 89, leapt and headed the ball towards the net. The ball was deflected by Provincial Experimental High School's goalkeeper, but did not cross the goal line. Instead, it fell back into the penalty area. Huilai, lurking within the box, swiftly jabbed at the descending ball. Before anyone could fully comprehend Xingyulan's header, he had already thrust the ball into the net of Provincial Experimental High School. 2-0. Dongchuan High School, led by 2 goals. Huilai had scored twice. The head coach of Provincial Experimental High School stood dumbfounded on the sidelines, utterly taken aback. Was scoring this easy? Chapter 125. This is the national top 8 during halftime. The head coach of Provincial Experimental High School berated his players mercilessly. He demanded that they bolster their defense against Huilai, yet this strategy proved ineffective. In the second half, while Provincial Experimental High School did indeed intensify their marking of Huilai, this inadvertently afforded other Dongchuan High School players greater opportunities to shoot. In the 53rd minute, as the players from Provincial Experimental High School focused on defending Huilai, Xingyulan found himself unmarked. Tang Yuan delivered an exceptionally high-quality cross. For Xingyulan, who ranked 4th in the junior group of the Anong Cup scoring chart, this was an effortless task. He leapt high and headed the ball into the net for the 3rd time. After scoring, Xingyulan was elated. He ran towards Tang Yuan, who had assisted him, and lifted the petite player into the air. Tang Yuan was taken aback by such exuberance, his feet flailing in midair as he searched for something to lean against. It was only when their teammates rushed over that he was finally set down, landing on the ground. After the celebration, Tang Yuan complained to Xingyulan. "You were way too impulsive. I almost thought you were going to body slam me." Xingyulan chuckled innocently. "After all, it was my first goal in the high school Anong Cup." Tang Yuan rolled his eyes. "Just wait until you score in the national competition. Will you perform a chest-busting act then?" Xingyulan repeatedly waved his hands, saying, "Not at all, not at all." However, unexpectedly, Huilai interjected, "Hey, Tang Yuan's idea is rather good." Tang Yuan quickly retorted, "What do you mean good? Huilai, don't go off the rails." If anyone else had said that, Tang Yuan would have dismissed it as mere banter. But with Huilai saying it, he genuinely feared that this fellow might concoct some absurd notion. There was indeed a significant probability of that happening. Ignoring Tang Yuan, Huilai rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Seeing his demeanor, Tang Yuan realized his worst fears were about to materialize. He shouted, "You can't possibly be thinking of having Xingyulan perform a chest-crushing act on the field, can you? Listen, Huilai, it's all well and good to celebrate a goal, but don't go overboard." Huilai shot him a glance. "If a chest-crushing act won't do, we can certainly come up with some other celebratory gestures, something creative and fun." With that, he patted Xingyulan on the shoulder, adopting a vice-captain's tone. "It's settled then. When you score in the national competition, let's make this celebration a spectacle. All that running with raised hands, flinging arms wide, or shaking fists in the air, how dull." As a freshman just joining the team, Xingyulan naturally didn't possess the audacity of a senior like Tang Yuan to openly contradict Huilai, the vice-captain. He could only scratch his head and force a smile, anxious that the vice-captain might truly go off the deep end. On the sidelines, the head coach of the Provincial Experimental High School seethed as he watched the East River Middle School players laughing and chatting while running past him back to their half after scoring. They hadn't even devised a strategy to breach East River's goal, yet their opponents were scoring one after another. Let us not even mention Huilai. At least he had netted 3 goals in the national competition, albeit largely through sheer luck and opportunism. Now, even a freshman could flaunt his prowess over them. Was it that the Provincial Experimental High School had lost its edge, or had East River Middle School become too arrogant? Not long after the coach's soul-searching question, East River Middle School breached their goal again. This time, it was Huilai once more. The very player he had deemed reliant on luck and chance to score 3 goals in the national competition had now equaled that tally in a single match against his team. This time, he received a cross from Xia Xiaoyu and effortlessly nudged the ball into the net. After scoring, Huilai executed his celebratory gesture for the 3rd time in front of the East River Middle School students, a move that, in another timeline, was recognized as Cristiano Ronaldo's iconic celebration. Now, Huilai intended to make it his own, as a tribute to Ronaldo, as he reveled in the cheers of the fans. These thoughts danced in his mind. With a 4-goal deficit, the Provincial Experimental High School had completely lost their chance to advance to the next round, and the morale of their players plummeted rapidly. The match this year was markedly different from last year's encounter. Following their defeat, the team remained somewhat defiant, their spirits undeterred. convinced that they had merely lost to a formidable opponent. In their eyes, fortune had simply not favored them, after all. They had defended valiantly for so long only to falter at the last moment. Even after the loss, they believed they still possessed the capability to compete against Dongchuan High School. However, this time, they suffered a decisive defeat, conceding 4 goals with a complete lack of resistance. Some of the goals were so bewildering that they could scarcely comprehend how they had been scored. It felt as if the ball was passed effortlessly to the front. And with a mere strike from Huilai, it found the net. So simple, indeed. This simplicity was almost insulting to the players of Chen Xingyi Experimental High School. The cohesive defense they had painstakingly constructed seemed to crumble effortlessly, as if Dongchuan High School should have struggled significantly to breach their lines. Relying on the individual heroism of a player to carve through their defenses before finally scoring. Goals should have been hard-won, requiring the attacking side to exert tremendous effort against Shengxian's defenders. Yet, the ease with which the goals came, a simple pass followed by a casual shot, left them feeling utterly disregarded. As such goals continued to occur repeatedly, the morale of the Shengxian players naturally deteriorated. They found themselves utterly outmatched by Dongchuan High School, their efforts rendered insignificant in comparison. It was only at this juncture that many players from Shengxian began to grasp the true caliber of a team that had reached the top 8 in the national tournament. After his mother exited his room, Chen Xingyi retrieved the phone he had previously tucked into his uniform sleeve. Upon unlocking the screen, he was greeted by the official website of the Anong Cup. Indeed, it was a webpage rather than an app. In the year 2020, having to access a PC version site on a mobile device felt rather outdated, Chen Xingyi remarked. The Morning Light Cup in Nanhua Province not only boasted a dedicated app, but also featured live television broadcasts for the finals. While regular matches may not have been televised, they at least offered live commentary and updates. The operational standards of that tournament were leagues ahead of the Anong Cup. He navigated the distorted webpage caused by scaling issues, eventually locating the latest match results section. Upon entering, a refreshed screen revealed a piece of news that had not previously been available. Breaking news. Dongchuan High School triumphs over Shengxian Experimental High School with a resounding score of 4-0. Ah, what a triumphant start, Chen Xingyi mused to himself, clicking to delve into the details. In a recently concluded Anong Cup match, the defending champions, Dongchuan High School, hosted Shengxian Experimental High School from Jincheng. The two teams had previously faced each other in the semifinals of the last Anong Cup, where Dongchuan advanced by defeating their opponents 10-0, thanks to Luo Kai's goal. For Shengxian, this match was akin to a quest for vengeance, but regrettably, they failed to achieve retribution a year later. With Huilai's hat trick, Dongchuan High School secured an emphatic 4-0 victory against their rivals on home turf. In addition, the first-year student Chaolin also scored a goal in this match. However, Chen Xingyi completely overlooked the subsequent details, his gaze fixated on the mention of Huilai's hat trick. The news report did not elaborate on how Huilai achieved this feat. Yet the method was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that he had indeed netted 3 goals. After the national competition concluded, this young man had sought information about Huilai online. In this era of advanced technology, even if Huilai was a nobody in the national tournament, he could hardly remain inconspicuous in the high school soccer scene of Anong Province, especially after scoring in the finals against Wang Guangwei's defense. He was astonished to discover that Huilai had only taken up soccer after joining the school team. Throughout the entirety of the Anong Cup, he had appeared on the field merely twice, both times as a substitute, yet he had scored on each occasion. This mirrored his performance in the national tournament. Furthermore, he confirmed that Huilai had indeed scored under Wang Guangwei's relentless defense. Upon absorbing this information, Chen Xingyi found himself questioning his own life. If all that information was accurate, this kid was nothing short of a prodigy. How else could someone who had trained for just 3 months manage to score against Wang Guangwei in the finals? Typically, a coach would never allow such an unseasoned player to step onto the field unless he were the coach's son. Chen Xingyi, a remarkable talent himself, had dedicated 13 years to football training since the age of 4 to achieve his current standing. And this kid? In just 3 months, he had scored against Wang Guangwei. Damn. Chen Xingyi pondered whether something had gone awry in the past decade and more of his life. While Chen Xingyi was lost in thought regarding the Anong Cup, a voice interrupted him. Dad. He looked up in surprise at the middle-aged man in front of him, who was none other than his father, Chen Huitang. Why are you interested in the Anong Province qualifiers? Isn't Wang Guangwei already with a professional team? I just stumbled upon it while scrolling, Chen Xingyi replied, choosing not to disclose his previous thoughts. During your studies, you should limit your phone use. Your mother will nag you about it, Chen Xingyi said, gently placing the phone down and crossing his arms, tilting his head to observe his son. Why don't you pursue a career in professional football? I've already stated that my goal is to achieve an unprecedented 3 consecutive championships in the national high school tournament, Chen Xingyi replied, somewhat exasperated. Since announcing to the media that he would not be pursuing professional football at this time, he had answered this question countless times. Is that true? Chen Xingyi furrowed his brow, scrutinizing his son. Indeed, Chen Xingyi replied calmly under his father's gaze. Son, do not worry about your mother's opinions. You know your father will always stand by your side. If you wish to pursue professional football, just let me know, and I will handle your mother's concerns. Chen Xingyi lowered his voice and spoke earnestly. However, Chen Xingyi couldn't help but chuckle. Dad, rest assured, it truly isn't my mother's fault. I simply desire to see things through to the end. Since we have already achieved 2 consecutive championships, why not strive for a third? Furthermore, when I pursue a professional football career in the future, the media will undoubtedly delve into my high school football journey. And this national championship three-peat will serve as a testament to my extraordinary abilities, won't it? Chen Xingyi stroked his chin, contemplating his son's vision, which seemed quite promising. He nodded in agreement. You are right, my son. Since you have your own aspirations, go forth and pursue them. Besides, your mother has me to contend with. Before he could finish, Chen Xingyi heard his mother shout from outside. Chen Xingyi, what are you doing? Xingxing is focused on his studies. Why are you bothering him? I just left, and you've returned. Here I am, just having a few words with my son to strengthen our bond. Is that wrong? Chen Xingyi replied while walking out, giving his son a pat on the chest before departing. Chen Xingyi smiled and waved. Dad, hurry along. He then redirected his attention to his phone, which had already dimmed. Yet he remained lost in thought, staring at the darkened screen. Behind him, his father's slightly obsequious voice chimed in. Dear, do you need something from me? Chapter 126. True scholars should be viewed with fresh eyes. The experimental middle school was eliminated in the first round, and the manner of their defeat was utterly gratifying. A classmate from my middle school currently attends experimental middle school, and I've heard their school team boasts incessantly, claiming that without Wang Guangwei, Jixiang is merely mediocre. Haha, indeed. Experimental middle school has been eliminated? How delightful. They secured 4th place last year and became so arrogant, thinking that Jinqing belonged to them. Bah. In the QQ group for the football team, after the latest news broke, the players from Huitang High School eagerly engaged in conversation. Wait, you've all missed the point. Did you not see that it was Hu Lai who completed the hat trick? What? It was Hu Lai's hat trick? No, I refuse to believe it. There must be some mistake in this world. How could that kid possibly score 3 goals? Go read the news for yourselves. It's all clearly stated there. Soon, someone shared a screenshot of the news in the group, and indeed, it explicitly noted that thanks to Hu Lai's hat trick, Dongchuan Middle School achieved a resounding 4-0 victory at home. This must be an illusion. It doesn't faze me. Damn, while the elimination of experimental middle school brings me joy, the fact that that kid scored 3 goals dampens my spirits. It's a mixed bag of emotions. This news must be erroneous, with Hu Lai's lackluster performance. How could he possibly manage a hat trick? I find it hard to envision how he could accomplish such a feat. A hat trick is not merely a matter of luck. If it were that easy to score 3 goals, he should consider buying a lottery ticket. The group was abuzz with discussions about Hu Lai's hat trick when suddenly, Wu shared 3 video clips, which appeared in the group all at once after loading. What did Wu send? Videos of Hu Lai's 3 goals, filmed by someone on their phone, Wu replied. The group suddenly fell silent, likely engrossed in the 3 videos shared by their captain. From the footage, it was evident that the perspective was indeed from the stands. Although the clarity of the images was rather poor, it was still discernible that the player who scored was none other than Hu Lai. His jersey number 14 prominently displayed on his back. It appeared rather unremarkable. Was experimental high school truly that weak? How could they be eliminated in the first round if they weren't? Seriously, is this all there is? If I were on the field, I could easily score a hat trick. The first goal, with its offside maneuver, had some merit, but why is that kid still wearing number 14? As a forward, wouldn't number 9 be more appealing? It's absurd that number 9 was given to a freshman. Perhaps he simply prefers 14? Don't be ridiculous. Who in this day and age would dare to like number 14? One cannot judge Huilai's thoughts with conventional reasoning. He does not conform to norms. You make a valid point. Who would have anticipated that he would dare to tug the captain's hair the moment he stepped onto the field? Speaking of which, shut up. The conversation quickly veered towards maintaining formation, and no one continued discussing Huilai's hat trick. Initially, when the hat trick was mentioned, everyone envisioned goals of considerable difficulty. However, upon viewing the videos, they found it rather trivial. Aside from the first offside goal, the others were mere tap-ins into an open net. It seemed that any player with basic football training could have scored in Huilai's position. In their minds, the value of such a hat trick diminished significantly, prompting a lack of interest. Although Huilai's achievement was indeed surprising, if it was accomplished in such a manner, then it hardly seemed extraordinary. While the players from Dongchuan High School swept the topic of Huilai's hat trick aside in their QQ group by focusing on maintaining formation. In the Dongchuan High School football team's office, Yuan and his coaching staff were engrossed in watching the match footage of Dongchuan Middle School against Provincial Experimental High School. The match recordings were freshly acquired, captured on-site by dedicated personnel, and transmitted via the internet. Due to being filmed on a mobile device, the video quality was not particularly high, and it lacked the dynamic angles and close-ups typical of proper television broadcasts. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for the Dongchuan coaching staff to glean the insights they sought. This included Dongchuan Middle School's overall tactics, player positioning during attacks, and their formations during defense. Not to mention the inescapable presence of Huilai, who scored 3 goals in the match. It was apparent that Dongchuan Middle School had placed a greater emphasis on teamwork this year, as evidenced by their attacking strategies. Their lines were more interconnected, and during offensive plays, both fullbacks actively surged forward to participate in the attack. Indeed, the players from Dongchuan Middle School exhibited a more vigorous movement on the field, with hardly any instances of players standing still. This level of activity requires substantial stamina, suggesting that Li Ziqiang has likely intensified the physical training regimen at Dongchuan Middle School. Huilai's performance was exceptionally remarkable. Such prowess makes it hard to believe that he has only been training in football for a year. His shooting technique already exhibits considerable finesse. Furthermore, Shen Yulin should not be underestimated. His physical advantages and excellent heading ability, combined with Huilai's contrasting height, create a formidable partnership. Dongchuan Middle School has undergone a significant transformation this year. Initially, it was presumed that their strength would diminish in the absence of Luo Kai. Yet the situation has proven to be starkly different from last year, when they relied solely on Luo Kai. After reviewing the match footage, everyone engaged in a discussion based on their recent impressions. Naturally, with Luo Kai gone, what reliance could there be on him? Feng Yuanchang gently waved his hand while seated. If Li Ziqiang did not adapt his tactics, he would be unfit as a coach. Xia Xiaoyu also exhibited an outstanding performance in this match. I recall that there had been talk of Dongchuan High School intending to recruit him. How did he suddenly end up at Dongchuan Middle School? Someone inquired. The assistant coach responded, "Oh, don't mention it." Xia Xiaoyu declined our offer to avoid being too far from home and opted for Dongchuan Middle School. A collective glance was exchanged among the group. It seems Luo Kai also did not attend Dongchuan High School for the same reason last year. Are all Dongchuan students so attached to their homes nowadays? Well, let us not squander time and energy on past matters. We should acknowledge that although Huilai achieved a hat trick in this match, the team does not necessarily hinge on his scoring prowess. The first-year student Shen Yulin also possesses commendable scoring ability, and his headers often prove effective. Feng Yuanchang steered the conversation back on track. Should we then reduce our focus on Huilai? The assistant coach queried. The emphasis on Huilai was a directive given by Feng Yuanchang to the coaching team following the national competition. No, we shall not diminish our focus. In other matches, Dongchuan Middle School may not need to rely heavily on Huilai as a scoring outlet, but when facing us, we must remain vigilant of this player. Feng Yuanchang asserted while pointing at the paused close-up of Huilai on the computer screen. The more Dongchuan values teamwork, the more critical Huilai becomes for them. If we fail to thoroughly analyze him, we risk repeating the mistakes of last year's finals, entering the match with little knowledge and no strategy to counter him. The other coaching staff members refrained from questioning whether Feng Yuanchang's emphasis on Huilai was excessive. They had grown accustomed to following his lead, for when he speaks, there is invariably sound reasoning behind it. Indeed, there is merit to his perspective. During last year's Anong Cup final, when Dongchuan Middle School unexpectedly introduced their number 14, the coaching staff at Dongchuan High School was left bewildered, utterly unaware of his background, strengths, or weaknesses. Ultimately, this enigmatic player breached Dongchuan High School's defenses, securing a decisive victory. Moreover, I have observed this young man's rapid progress. In the national competition, he appeared as an entirely different player compared to his performance in the Anong Cup final. Today, the transformation witnessed in this match is particularly striking. Compared to his performance in the national competition, he has made significant progress. We have analyzed his play during the national tournament. His off-the-ball movement was impressive, but that was the extent of his abilities. His scoring methods were rather one-dimensional. However, observing today's game, he demonstrated a range of skills. He scored from an offside position, followed up on shots, and made runs to receive the ball. Beyond that, he showcased some additional qualities. Feng Yuanchang continued, "If we cannot continuously monitor his progress, I fear that by the time we encounter him in the Anong Cup, he may have become a stranger to us." As he spoke, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, after learning that Huilai has only been training in football since October of last year, witnessing his performance today leads everyone to concur with Feng Yuanchang's assessment. An ancient saying goes, "A scholar should be viewed differently after 3 days." This exaggeration serves as a reminder not to judge others with outdated perspectives. Yet in Huilai's case, such a sentiment does not seem exaggerated. It merely states a fact. Chapter 127. The Focus of Observation. Huilai, I heard you scored 3 goals in last Saturday's match. As Huilai walked down the corridor on the second floor leading to the classroom, someone from the adjacent class shouted upon seeing him. Indeed, a hat trick. Huilai replied proudly, lifting his head. Impressive. Someone gave him a thumbs up. Huilai, are we going to the national competition this time? Absolutely. Huilai responded with unwavering confidence. Huilai, what does that celebration of yours mean? The corridor was not long. Yet as Huilai walked from one end to his classroom door, similar shouts echoed around him. It was as if he were traversing a corridor illuminated by sensor lights, with each step causing the lights to glow one by one ahead of him. Huilai, with his head held high, reveled in the admiration of his peers. Such moments had been few and far between in his 16 years of life, or perhaps almost non-existent. This was the scene he had envisioned more than once before joining the school team. Now, it had finally come to fruition. Perhaps his initial determination to join the team stemmed from a desire for recognition and praise through football. He perceived that seemingly brief corridor as akin to a red carpet leading to his throne, with his classmates standing like nobles along the sides, under their watchful eyes. He was to be crowned. Seeing his proud demeanor, a shadowy figure in the corner of the second-year class let out a scoff. When God wishes to destroy a person, he first drives them to madness. Overconfidence often precedes a fall. He murmured softly. Once again, it was a Saturday, and in the stands of Dongchuan Middle School Stadium, the students were in high spirits, their cheers resonating even beyond the walls, reaching the streets outside. As the passers-by wandered past the walls of Dongchuan Middle School, they cast astonished and perplexed glances in the direction of the institution. Yet, there were those among them who were not unfamiliar with this scene, particularly the residents surrounding the school. They were well aware that at this hour, the Dongchuan Middle School football team was engaged in a fierce match against another school. Such a cacophony of cheers signified that Dongchuan Middle School had undoubtedly scored a goal. Li Jichuan stood on the sidelines, somewhat bewildered, glancing around. Almost everyone beside him raised their voices in unison, chanting the name. Huilai, Huilai, Huilai. Amidst their fervent shouts, Huilai, clad in the number 14 jersey of Dongchuan Middle School, leapt high into the air, performing a flawless 180-degree turn, arms crossed over his chest, legs spread wide as he landed firmly on the grass. As he touched down, the collective cheer of the crowd soared to its zenith. Li Jichuan felt as if he were enveloped in the atmosphere of a rock star's concert, surrounded by individuals lost in ecstasy. A sudden fear gripped him. The dread of revealing even a hint of disdain, which might draw the ire of these fervent supporters and lead to a beating. From his first to second year, he struggled to accept the reality that those he once scorned had transformed into heroes in the eyes of many. Even after 3 goals in the national tournament, he could console himself with the notion that Huilai had merely stumbled upon good fortune, for luck alone does not carry one far. Yet now, in the latest edition of the Anong Cup, each of Huilai's goals sent the school stadium into a frenzied uproar. What further justifications could he muster for self-comfort? Luck? When an individual consistently scores through sheer chance, can it truly be deemed luck? Amidst the surging crowd and the thunderous roars, Li Zichuan instinctively hunched his body, as if this posture would render him inconspicuous, allowing him to retreat into obscurity. The second round of the Anong Cup had concluded, with 128 participating teams dwindling to 32. The defending champions, Dongchuan Middle School, remained among them after a resounding 31 victory over Tiezhong from Jincheng. During the match, Hulai, who had previously netted a hat trick, added another goal to his tally, propelling the team to the next round. Chen, are you still staring at your phone while we're about to go on? Someone called from the locker room. Chen Xingyi finally switched off his phone and looked at his teammates with a puzzled expression. Huh? Are we going on now? Chen, you're our captain now. Could you possibly exude a little more confidence? A teammate quipped. With a dismissive snort, Chen Xingyi replied, confidence isn't built on empty words from the sidelines. It's earned through goals. Rising to his feet, he casually waved. Let us go, lads. Time to take the field. As the locker room door swung open, the waves of cheers from outside surged in. The journey of the Huitang High School football team toward a third consecutive national championship officially commenced at that moment. Dongchuan Middle School had triumphed in 3 consecutive matches, having just secured a 2-0 victory against Dongqing No. 8 Middle School, with Hulai scoring in each of these 3 encounters. The assistant coach of Jiaxiang High School remarked to Feng Yuanchang while holding his phone. As the final whistle of the third round of the Anong Cup echoed, his phone buzzed with the latest report on Hulai, a video capturing Hulai's goal, recorded via mobile. Jiaxiang High School indeed pays considerable attention to Hulai, meticulously observing his performance in every match. Immediately following each game, they ascertain his contributions, and a more detailed report is generated shortly thereafter. Such privileges are exclusive to Hulai at Dongchuan Middle School. Feng Yuanchang gazed at the matchup chart on his computer screen. A red line extended upward from Jiaxiang High School, reaching the finals, indicating their aspirations were already set on that ultimate stage, despite the fact that only 3 rounds of the Anong Cup had been played. Nearby, a blue line stretched from Dongchuan Middle School, halting at the 4th round, where they would face either the victor of the match between Jincheng Yucai Middle School and Furong City No. 1 High School. Nonetheless, neither Jincheng Yucai nor Furong City No. 1 were anticipated to pose a significant challenge to Dongchuan Middle School, making their advancement to the 5th round a likely outcome. Continuing his gaze along the thick blue line, Feng Yuanchang envisioned a confrontation in the semifinals, where it would intersect with the red line. We will meet them in the semifinals, he remarked. We cannot allow him to receive the ball freely in the penalty area. From these 3 matches, he consistently finds space to receive passes before executing his shots. His goal-scoring efficiency is commendable, yet his methods remain rather one-dimensional. Staring at the still image of Hulai, he recalled the somewhat loose jersey from last year's Anong Cup finals, one of his most vivid impressions of Hulai. Observing the previous 2 matches of Dongchuan Middle School, it was evident that while his technical skills had advanced, his physical prowess had not shown significant improvement. Perhaps Li Ziqiang had invested his time and energy in refining Hulai's positioning and enhancing his shooting techniques. When facing him, we should capitalize on our physical advantages, making every effort to disrupt him during ball reception and shooting. As he articulated this, the assistant coach diligently noted down the head coach's insights. Just as Feng Yuanchang thought he had exhausted his commentary, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to add, remember to remind the players to be particularly mindful of their hand movements when closely marking him in the penalty area. We must not allow him to draw a penalty. The assistant coach quickly jotted down, beware of his theatrics. Chapter 128, 10 consecutive draws. On their return from the 8th middle school of the city to their own, the players of Dongchuan Middle School were exuberant on the bus, singing and dancing, reveling in their recent victory. Li Ziqiang paid little heed to their antics. He maintained a serious demeanor during training, yet off the pitch, he adopted a more relaxed attitude. He made his way directly to Hulai's side. Seated beside Hulai, Mao Xiao promptly rose to offer his seat. Coach, please take a seat. Li Ziqiang nodded and settled beside Hulai, observing him intently. Curiously, Hulai looked back at the head coach. Having scored 5 goals in 3 matches, how do you feel? Li Ziqiang inquired with a stoic expression. Thrilled, coach, absolutely thrilled. Hulai replied with a smile. Yet you could score even more, Li Ziqiang remarked. Really? Hulai responded, intrigued. Starting next Monday, our morning and afternoon training sessions will primarily focus on enhancing your strength. Upon hearing this, Hulai furrowed his brow. But coach, isn't it said that increasing strength can diminish agility? Li Ziqiang frowned and retorted, "What are you thinking? That's the result of training towards becoming a bodybuilder. Do you honestly believe your slender frame could ever evolve into that of a muscle-bound behemoth?" Hulai lifted his arm and scrutinized the area where his biceps resided. "I believe I have potential in that regard." In another realm, when Cristiano Ronaldo had just joined Manchester United, he was remarkably lean, resembling a delicate youth, almost fragile. In the rugged English Premier League, he often resorted to falling to the ground to protect himself, earning the moniker Diving Ronaldo. Who could have foreseen that the Portuguese would transform himself into a muscular powerhouse? Thus, Hulai mused, perhaps he too possessed such potential. Potential, my foot. Li Ziqiang dismissed Hulai's fanciful thoughts. Your greatest asset currently lies in your off-the-ball movement, but that does not imply you can rely solely on it to score. What if you are closely marked by an opponent, leaving you no opportunity to utilize your off-the-ball prowess? Or what if you are confronted with a defender's aggressive challenge in the penalty area? Hulai's mouth opened, then closed again. Thus, you must enhance your strength. Reflecting on his muscular physique, Hulai envisioned a scenario where, after scoring a goal, he could dramatically remove his jersey, hands on hips, revealing a chiseled six-pack, eliciting cheers from commentators and female fans alike. Even receiving a yellow card for such an act would be worth it. However, the coach's subsequent words extinguished this fantasy. You need not develop a physique with sharp muscle definition. A moderate increase in strength will suffice. After all, your advantage lies in your agile positioning. If you were to achieve a physique akin to Chen Rui's, you would be rendered ineffective. As a defensive midfielder, Chen Rui, though not tall, possessed a robust and powerful build, resembling a compact tank in motion. When contending against taller players, his lower center of gravity often provided him with an advantage. Hearing this, Hulai glanced back at Chen Rui, who, noticing Hulai's gaze, wore a puzzled expression. However, before he could inquire, Hulai turned back around. Considering that the head coach was seated beside him, Chen Rui suppressed his curiosity. This time, we will focus particularly on training upper body strength. While upper body strength is touched upon during the team's overall training, it is not the primary focus, unless you are a goalkeeper. Hulai, puzzled, interjected, upper body strength? Coach, I'm not a goalkeeper. Who decreed that only goalkeepers could train their upper body strength? Li Ziqiang shot back. Enhancing upper body strength contributes significantly to your control stability, aids in maintaining balance, and fortifies your ability to withstand challenges. There is no need for excessive confrontation. Possessing a strength akin to Chen Rui's would be an unnecessary expenditure for you. Do not look back. Why do you keep turning around? Li Ziqiang remarked upon noticing Hulai glance backward once more. Perplexed by Chen Rui's demeanor, Hulai turned back again. All that is required is to withstand the initial onslaught of the opposing defender before you receive the ball and take your shot. You must not lose your balance under their impact prior to striking the football. During the national competition against Huitang High School, did not your very first shot after entering the field go awry, soaring high due to the interference of the opponent? Remembering that moment, Hulai recalled how, as he prepared to shoot, the adversary closed in, causing him to lose his balance and consequently his precise control over the ball. His center of gravity shifted, resulting in a miss. He nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, it is evident that future opponents will exploit this vulnerability. Therefore, it is imperative that you bolster your ability to withstand challenges. Starting tomorrow, I shall await you on the field every morning and noon. With that, Li Ziqiang rose and returned to the front of the bus. Observing the coach's departure, Chen Rui eagerly approached Hulai and inquired, "Who? Were you looking at me because you had something to discuss?" "Ah. No, not at all," Hulai responded, glancing at Chen Rui's physique, beneath his slender jersey. His muscles were sharply defined, each contour seemingly brimming with latent energy poised to erupt at any moment. Hulai questioned whether Chen Rui had secretly altered the size of his jersey, for what appeared loose on himself fit Chen Rui like a second skin. Really? Chen Rui expressed skepticism. In truth, the head coach is quite pleased with your performance and has spoken highly of you. Hulai fabricated an excuse. Why would the head coach mention that to you? Chen Rui still found it puzzling. He brought it up while discussing matters with me. And I mentioned that with you sweeping through the midfield, our offensive endeavors are considerably less encumbered. The head coach concurred and praised your contributions, Hulai stated matter-of-factly. Is that so? Chen Rui's tone now bore a note of excitement. Indeed. Would I, your esteemed vice-captain, deceive you? Hey, thank you, Chen Rui jubilantly sat back down. Mao Xiao took a seat beside him, glancing at the delighted Chen Rue with curiosity. Did you truly say that to the coach? Of course. As vice captain, it is my duty to commend my teammates in front of the head coach when they perform well, Hu Lai asserted with conviction. Mao Xiao chuckled. Hu Lai, I believe you are increasingly embodying the essence of a vice captain. Initially, I thought the captain's armband on your arm seemed rather incongruous. But now I find myself looking forward to such a scenario. By the time we reach our senior year, you will indeed be our captain. Hu Lai gazed up at the bus ceiling, still struggling to envision such a version of himself. The qualities of a leader seemed entirely incompatible with his nature. Nonetheless, it matters little. After all, this scenario is unlikely to unfold. If he performs exceptionally in the national competition during his second year of high school, capturing the attention of professional teams, he would undoubtedly leave school to pursue a career in football. Conversely, should this plan falter, he would, with resignation, withdraw from the team in his senior year to prepare for the college entrance examinations. Regardless of the outcome, he would never don the captain's armband of the Dongchuan middle school football team. In the stillness of the night, Hu Lai lay in bed, entering the system space. Initially, when he first acquired the system, the novelty and curiosity propelled him to access it multiple times a day, despite its rudimentary state. However, now, in the absence of any tasks, he often forgets that he possesses this auxiliary tool. He is unaware of the nature of other systems. After all, this is his first encounter with such an enhancement in life. He had previously envisioned this tool bestowing upon him divine equipment or skills, allowing him to dominate the pitch with unparalleled prowess. Yet, that was clearly a manifestation of his exuberant imagination. In reality, his auxiliary tool is rather lackluster. He gazed at the 10 consecutive draw tickets in his storage space, rewards bestowed upon him for completing special training tasks. However, he had yet to use them, leaving them untouched in the system space. Why the hesitation? On one hand, he did not feel an urgent need for a draw. On the other, he was concerned that his unfortunate luck would render the tickets futile. Nevertheless, today he resolved to give it a try, curious to see if he could draw something beneficial for his forthcoming training, perhaps a strength training scroll or something of the sort. Although he had yet to encounter such a scroll, it was reasonable to deduce that, given the existence of shooting and receiving training scrolls, there must also be scrolls for strength and stamina training. Moreover, since the draw tickets were rewards from tasks, he might as well utilize them. Previously, he always opted for single draws, believing that each draw recalculated the probabilities, thus lowering his chances of winning. However, with 10 consecutive draws, it was akin to casting a large net. Surely, something worthwhile would be caught. With this thought in mind, Hu Lai decisively navigated to the draw interface and used the 10 consecutive draw tickets on the rudimentary lucky wheel. The effect of the 10 draws was markedly different from that of the ordinary single draws. Previously, each draw allowed him to witness the wheel spin and the lights flash, waiting for it to gradually come to a halt before revealing the results. Now, as he utilized the 10 consecutive draw tickets, his vision was entirely engulfed in golden light, accompanied by exhilarating sound effects, as 10 items materialized before him. To be precise, it was not merely 10 items. There were also words included. Indeed, thank you for participating. He had inadvertently won twice. In the results of 10 lotteries, 2 simply expressed appreciation for participation. Additionally, there were 4 vials of the most inexpensive stamina potions, along with a basic training scroll for passing, a basic training scroll for shooting, and yet another basic training scroll for strength. The latter, when utilized, enhances training efficacy for the subsequent 10 strength training sessions. In the realm of consciousness, Hu Lai's pupils constricted. Was this not precisely what he required? With this item, he could achieve greater training effectiveness within the limited time allocated for strength training, accelerating his power growth, although its effects last only for 10 sessions. Based on the system's nature, once utilized, this item would become available in the marketplace for purchase at the cost of 2,000 points, akin to the previous training scrolls for shooting and passing. Having accumulated 14,100 points from a prior special training task, Hu Lai found that acquiring several training scrolls posed no issue. Suddenly, an unsettling thought struck him. He suppressed his surging excitement. Were there not 10 items? This was only 9. He directed his consciousness toward the last item hovering in the air. It appeared to be a jersey. Worn bare jersey, when donned, it slightly enhances the wearer's strength based on existing capabilities, but is only effective for a single match. However, equipping it substantially decreases the success rate of ball handling and may lead to impulsiveness. The fine print notes that this jersey was once worn by a player of immense strength, reminiscent of a mighty bear. Hu Lai found himself momentarily stunned in the system's space. Chapter 129. I want to train more, Mom. Dad, I'm off. Having just swallowed the last mouthful of milk, Hu Lai rose from the dining table, grabbed his bag from beside him, changed his shoes, and headed for the door. Be careful on the way, his mother, peering from the kitchen, admonished. I know, Hu Lai responded, already outside the door. Hearing the echoes of his footsteps in the corridor, Chaolin glanced at her husband, who was still enjoying breakfast, and remarked with a smile, Our child is becoming increasingly sensible, going to school for morning reading every day. You should feel reassured now, right? That depends on his exam results, Hu Xien replied, peeling the shell of a boiled egg. He improved his ranking by 10 places from the end of last semester to the beginning of this one. Besides, you should be pleased as long as our son maintains this attitude. Chaolin approached Hu Lai's seat, tidying up the area. Hu Xien, I am serious. You should be a bit more lenient with our son. Sometimes, you are too strict, to the point where I question if he is truly your biological child. Hu Xien frowned. My strictness is for his own good. You know how this boy is. If you relax even a little, he'll take advantage of it. That may be true, but your excessive severity could instill fear in him. The father-son relationship might become too strained. And do you not fear that he might grow to resent you? Chaolin swept the shells of the 2 eggs Hu Lai had eaten into the cup he used for milk. I only wish for his well-being. Whether he loves me or not is of no consequence, Hu Lixin remarked. You utter this phrase once more. Chaolin glared at her husband, discontented. Hu Lixin cast his gaze downward at his knees and said, I do not wish for him to tread the same path as I did, pursuing football at a young age, dedicating over a decade to it, yet retiring without ever playing a professional match, leaving only a body riddled with injuries. Upon entering society, he would discover he possesses no skills, a low education, and little capability. Initially, one may toil with physical labor, but eventually, even that becomes untenable. It is far better to study diligently, to take the university entrance examination. Securing employment thereafter becomes significantly easier. Have you not heard that even university graduates struggle to find jobs nowadays? Even if it is difficult, it is still preferable to my own situation. Seeing her husband's obstinacy, Chaolin refrained from pursuing the topic further. With a sigh in her heart, she collected the bowls and cups used by Hu Lai and turned towards the kitchen. Behind her, Hu Lixin, clad in his security uniform, stuffed a peeled egg into his mouth. Upon arriving at school, Hu Lai parked his bicycle in the designated rack and hurried directly to the football field. Li Ziqiang awaited him there, just as he had every morning before. While the campus was still relatively empty, and the track and stands had yet to be occupied by students cramming their English vocabulary and political texts, Hu Lai commenced training under Li Ziqiang's guidance. This time, they did not practice directly on the field, but rather moved to the parallel bars area. Li Ziqiang stood before the highest set of parallel bars and instructed Hu Lai. Upper body strength training involves arm strength, neck and shoulder strength, chest strength, back and glute strength, as well as abdominal strength. We will practice each component sequentially, starting with arm strength. Do you see these parallel bars? Hu Lai nodded. Observe my demonstration. Li Ziqiang turned, raised his arms, grasped the bars, and exerted himself to leap upward, then extended his arms to support his body. Once his body was stable, his arms slowly bent, and he descended until his upper arms were nearly parallel to the ground. He then began to rise again, gradually straightening his arms until they were fully extended, restoring his body to its original position. This sequence of bending and stretching was to be repeated. Upon completing the exercise, Li Ziqiang jumped down from the bars, clapped his hands, and addressed Hu Lai. Did you see that clearly? Just replicate this movement. A few points to note. Firstly, lower your body only until your upper arms are parallel to the ground. Do not descend further. The elbows should not rise above the shoulders. If your movements are correct and your training is proper, you should feel a stretch in the front of your shoulders. Understood, coach. All right, then it's your turn. Li Ziqiang stepped aside, allowing Hu Lai to take his place. Hu Lai spat into his palms, grasped the bars, leaped up, and exerted himself to elevate his body before descending slowly. Throughout the process, he maintained his focus, with Li Ziqiang observing closely, continuously providing corrections and reminders. Keep your body steady. The more you sway, the more fatigued you become. Ensure your elbows are positioned correctly. Lower your body until your upper arms are parallel to the ground, with your elbows at a 90-degree angle. Indeed, yes, precisely in this position, Remember the sensation here. Is there a feeling of stretch in your shoulders? Hu Lai gritted his teeth in response. Yes, coach. That's correct. Continue, push it back. Hu Lai gradually leveraged his arm strength to stretch his body upward. As he reached the apex, he swiftly accessed the system to glance at his current buffs. In the virtual space beside his avatar, the effect of the strength training scroll was displayed, with a countdown beneath the icon indicating that 9 sessions remained. Upon seeing this scroll effect, Hu Lai felt reassured. Come on, special training, once I sculpt my physique, I must buy one of those tight-fitting t-shirts to wear. Just like Chen Rui, that muscle-showing fanatic. Xiaoyu, can you believe Hu Vice has been asked by the coach to intensify his strength training, lifting weights during the midday break? Chen Rui specifically sought out Xiaoyu for a chat during their lunch break, and naturally, the topic gravitated towards the special training of their vice captain. Since joining the team, every first-year player had gradually accepted the fact that their vice captain would endure additional training and receive a tongue lashing from the head coach. In other teams, the captains and vice captains seemed to be the most skilled players, but that was not the case at Dongchuan High School. Their vice captain was a novice who had only begun football training after joining the school team, lacking a solid foundation and needing to catch up on many lessons. Thus, every day before morning studies and during the lunch break, he would engage in specialized training under the supervision and guidance of the head coach. Previously, they had focused on his positioning and shooting skills, and now the emphasis was on building his strength. The first-year players would privately discuss their vice captain. Logically, someone of his caliber would struggle to even make the bench in other teams, let alone serve as a vice captain. Yet, Hu Vice was not only a starting player at Dongchuan High School, but had also scored 5 goals over 3 matches. While this performance was commendable, the head coach remained unsatisfied, or perhaps Hu Vice himself was discontented. Thus, the two of them struck a deal to continue their rigorous practice. Is it any wonder that Hu Vice managed to score 3 goals in a national competition just 6 months after first touching a football? Xiaoyu remarked. I want to watch Hu Vice's training. Do you want to join me, Chen Rui? Sure, I have nothing else to do. As they stepped onto the field, they heard the coach's voice. Hurry up, don't slow down. If you do, I'll have you kissing the ground. And don't blame me if you end up disfigured. After all, you have no beauty to ruin anyway. Then came the breathless voice of their vice captain. Coach, please don't say that. Men change dramatically at 18. Subsequently, Xiaoyu and Chen Rui witnessed their vice captain crawling past them in a rather peculiar manner. His arms bent as he supported his body, moving forward in an undulating manner akin to a lizard, while his legs were held by the coach, who was propelling him forward. Goodness, what a sight! Chen Rui blurted out. He quickly realized he had misspoken, but neither the coach nor the vice captain acknowledged him, as if they had not heard a word. Phew, that was close. Chen Rui patted his chest. What a ridiculous comment. This is training for Hu Vice's upper body strength. Xiaoyu cast a sidelong glance at Chen Rui and explained. The two stood in the shadow of the entrance to the soccer field, observing Hu Lai being pushed around the pitch by the head coach. When the coach released his grip, Hu Lai collapsed onto the artificial turf, motionless, resembling a lifeless form. The training intensity is truly immense, Xiaoyu. Sometimes I suspect our coach harbors a grudge against Vice Hu. The way he trains him is relentless. Do you remember the words the coach spoke when we first joined the team? Many were so intimidated that they considered quitting. Yet when training commenced, witnessing Vice Hu's treatment, a sense of equilibrium settled among us. Chen Rui murmured, captivated by the scene. Nevertheless, such training is undeniably effective. I cannot fathom what Hu was like in his first year, but I surmise that his ability to score 3 goals in a national competition is undoubtedly linked to this rigorous training. He continued. Chen Rui, I have suddenly conceived an idea. Would you care to hear it? Xiaoyu remarked, her gaze fixed on Hu Lai on the field. What notion? The coach has stated that the team's aim is the national competition, yet I cannot fathom that our goal is merely to exit in the first round. Surely, the coach's ambitions extend beyond merely matching the previous national competition's performance. To achieve a commendable outcome in the national competition, we must invest further in our training. I believe I, too, can arrive at school half an hour early, and during lunch, since I have no other commitments, why not partake in the coach's specialized training? Chen Rui regarded this exceptional freshman with surprise. But Xiaoyu, you are already quite formidable. Is it truly necessary? Formidable? I do not perceive myself as such. Xiaoyu shook her head. Our objective is the national competition, where we will undoubtedly encounter opponents far stronger than those in the Anong Cup. If we remain stagnant, How can we guarantee victory against formidable adversaries in the national competition? Thus, I feel compelled to enhance my capabilities. Only then can I ensure I will not become a liability when we reach the national competition. Will you join me? Arrive at school half an hour early each morning and utilize our lunch break for specialized training. Chen Rui hesitated, feeling a pang of trepidation after witnessing Hu Lai's state. Noticing Chen Rui's silence, Xia Xiaoyu stepped out of the shadow and into the sunlit soccer field, approaching the head coach. Forget it, Chen Rui exclaimed, hastily following. Matching her pace. If you, with your small frame, can do it, then so can I. Xia Xiaoyu smiled at her midfield partner, and together they approached the coach. Coach. Li Ziqiang looked at the duo. What is it? Coach, we are aware that you are providing additional training for Vice Hu, and we would like to apply to join. Is that permissible? Xia Xiaoyu stated. Hu Lai, sprawled on the ground and gasping for breath, was taken aback by Xia Xiaoyu's declaration, propping himself up with his arms. He cast them a bewildered glance. What is this? Who seeks out such torment willingly? Why? Li Ziqiang inquired, his expression devoid of surprise. Because I wish to strive for self-improvement, enabling me to perform better in the national competition. I do not wish to merely attend the national competition for the sake of experience, Xia Xiaoyu replied. Li Ziqiang shifted his gaze towards Chen Rui, who promptly nodded in agreement, stating, I feel the same, coach. I believe whether you train Vice Hu alone or us collectively, it is still a form of coaching. I can arrive at school half an hour early each day, and I do not require a midday nap, so I can utilize that time for training. I hope you will consent, coach. Chen Rui then redirected his attention from Xia Xiaoyu to the head coach, affirming, I too, coach. Li Ziqiang scrutinized both individuals closely. It was not the first day he had been conducting special training for Hu Lai. Since March, barring the summer break, it had been nearly 6 months. Yet, this was the first instance where other team members had proactively expressed their desire to train alongside. He inquired, do you eat much at lunch? The question caught even Xia Xiaoyu off guard, leaving him puzzled regarding the head coach's intent. Chen Rui speculated whether the coach was subtly reprimanding them for being overindulgent and seeking unnecessary distractions. Hu Lai, who had already sat up, interjected to clarify. He is concerned that you might end up regurgitating your lunch, which would be a shameful waste of food. Upon hearing Hu's explanation, Chen Rui was taken aback, contemplating the intensity of training that could lead to such an outcome. Just then, Xia Xiaoyu chimed in. I didn't eat much, coach. I assure you I won't throw up. Chen Rui gritted his teeth and declared, I feel the same, coach. Chapter 130. This is your own choice, hey, have you heard? Xia Xiaoyu and Chen Rui actually went to the coach, voluntarily requesting additional training. What? Are you serious? Why would I deceive you? I witnessed it with my own eyes. Before morning study, I saw Xia Xiaoyu and Chen Rui emerge from the football field, drenched in sweat, especially Chen Rui, whose head was steaming as if he had been cooked. Is it really that exaggerated? Not at all. They looked utterly exhausted, undoubtedly having just finished a rigorous training session. Our coach has been consistently training Vice Hu, right? Could it be they joined him for extra practice? Exactly. I confirmed it during lunch. They were indeed training with Vice Hu. Wow, those two are cunning. They sneaked off to train extra. I can't let this slide. I must join. You too? What for? To train. Xia Xiaoyu and Chen Rui are already key players, yet they are pushing themselves so hard. If I don't go, won't I fall further behind them? Listen, despite our current status as substitutes, next year when the seniors graduate, won't it be our turn? If we don't keep up our strength, won't those vacant positions be filled by freshmen? Who knows what extraordinary talents will arrive next year? Well, when you put it that way, it does make a lot of sense. Remove the seems part. Regardless, I am going to train. What is the big deal about arriving half an hour early each day? Then I shall join as well. Did you hear? Xia Xiaoyu, Chen Rui, Li Xiang, and Lu Yiwei have all gone to train with Vice Hu. What? They are far too cunning. Why didn't they invite me? Xingyuan, are you going too? Of course. Then I'll join you all. Let us go together. I recently learned of an intriguing event. A group of first-year players has collectively decided to participate in the morning and afternoon training sessions. What? Wasn't that additional training specifically arranged for Hu Lai? Indeed, but now a cohort of first-year students is practicing alongside him all day. Oh, it is permissible for them to train together? I had always assumed this training was exclusively for Hu Lai. I had never considered this possibility. It must be said, the perspective of those first-year students is quite sharp. It seems that initially, it was Xia Xiaoyu and Chen Rui who approached the head coach, and to their surprise, the coach acquiesced, allowing them to train alongside Hulai. Subsequently, I am unsure how it happened, but the number of participants swelled until all the first-year players were training together. Hey, I must say, it appears we are being looked down upon by the first years. I concur. This situation completely portrays us as a group of idlers. This cannot stand. I must join in. Count me in. We certainly cannot allow ourselves to be perceived as less hard-working than that group of first years. I will inquire with the classes 7 and 8. We must unite as second-year students and not be outdone by the first years. Those first and second-year students are rather presumptuous, sneaking off to practice without even informing us third years. Do they think that just because we are in our final year, we lack time for training? Nonsense. No matter how heavy our academic load, there is still time for training. Precisely. If there truly were no time for training, why haven't we third years simply withdrawn from the team? Yen, you should speak to the coach about this. Let us eliminate these informal training sessions and instead make our training times before morning reading and during lunch breaks a regular occurrence for the entire team. That suggestion from Tang Yuan is excellent, Yen. Why should the first and second years have the privilege of additional training while we are confined to our classrooms, solving exercises? As long as it is regular team practice, we ought to participate. No one can stop us. Indeed. What if we qualify for the national competition? And those first and second years, having trained, and up taking our positions? We must not fall behind. A group of third-year members from Dongchuan High School's football team gathered outside Yin Yin's classroom, eagerly voicing their thoughts to their captain. After a period of contemplation, Yin Yin, who had remained silent until then, furrowed his brow and finally raised his head to meet the eager gazes of his teammates. Very well. I will speak to the coach. If we are to train, let us do so together. What is the meaning of training specifically for the first and second years? Yen, you are indeed wise. Shall we go together, then? If we present a united front, the coach may find it difficult to refuse such a large group. Agreed. Let us gather here after lunch today, and then approach the coach together. Yin Yin made the final decision. Hulai found these past few days to be quite surreal. He had been accustomed to his solitary one-on-one training sessions with the coach for several months, embracing the monotonous yet fulfilling nature of this specialized training. However, beginning this Monday afternoon, his tranquil training routine was abruptly disrupted. Initially, it was Xia Xiaoyu and Chun Rui who approached him, suddenly enthusiastic about joining him for additional training. The head coach, for reasons unknown, surprisingly acquiesced to their request. It was as if the Pandora's box had been opened, and the ensuing developments exceeded Hulai's wildest imagination. Spiraling out of control, the entire freshman team appeared on the sidelines, beseeching the head coach for permission to train together, pointing to Xia Xiaoyu and Chun Rui as examples, questioning why they could partake while they could not. The coach then inquired about their lunch portions. To Hulai's astonishment, he spotted his sophomore teammates, Mao Xiao and Meng Shi, who had also come to request inclusion in the training session. Consequently, as he engaged in strength training alongside his freshman and sophomore comrades, the senior players, under Yan's leadership, approached them in a grand procession. After a few exchanges, these senior students gleefully joined the ranks, training alongside them. Hulai was left utterly flabbergasted. This was a grueling training regimen, not a leisurely outing. Why were they all so willing to embrace this ordeal? I am training to the point of exhaustion. Do you think I am jesting with you? Very well. If we must suffer, let us all suffer together. On Thursday morning, the entire Dongchuan Middle School football team arrived early at school, gathering on the football field. They even neglected to visit their classrooms, leaving their backpacks in the changing room. Head coach Li Ziqiang stood before all the players, his expression stern as he declared, "This training regimen was originally designed for Hulai. Since you all wish to participate, I will not lower the training requirements or intensity to accommodate you. I must inform you in advance that the intensity of the morning and afternoon sessions will be exceedingly high. I trust the freshman players who have trained alongside us for the past 2 days have already experienced this. Many freshmen displayed expressions of anguish. Therefore, I offer you one last opportunity. If you are unwilling to endure this level of intensity, you may choose to withdraw without it affecting your afternoon training or your chances of playing time. This is supplementary training, and your performance here will not be factored into your regular assessments. However, should you decide to stay, you must commit fully. I will not permit anyone to withdraw at will. The training plan will be based on the team as a whole, and if someone drops out midway, they will fall behind the team's rhythm, and I regret to inform you, you may lose your opportunity to play. As Li Ziqiang spoke, he observed the shifting expressions of the players. Now, if anyone wishes to withdraw, feel free to leave. With that, he fell silent and stepped aside, not even glancing back at the players. In the space where his gaze could not reach, the team exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their inner turmoil. Gradually, their gaze converged. Players from each grade looked to their teammates, seemingly searching for signs of withdrawal. Under this mutual scrutiny, when the seniors displayed hesitation upon seeing their freshman and sophomore teammates, their expressions solidified with determination. They must not be looked down upon by the younger players. As the second-year players found themselves uncertain, they glanced at their first- and third-year teammates, gritting their teeth in determination, resolute not to be looked down upon by their senior and junior peers. Meanwhile, the first-year players observed their second- and third-year comrades, thinking that having trained for a few extra days, they had already acclimatized to the intensity of the training. In such circumstances, how could they possibly consider retreating? Anyone who withdrew would be deemed lacking in courage. Amidst this exchange of glances, no one dared to step away from the group. After a full minute, Li Ziqiang redirected his gaze towards them. It appears no one is willing to withdraw? Very well. This is your own request. If you later find it arduous and exhausting, do not complain that I did not offer you an opportunity. Given that the entire team agreed to increase their training sessions by 2 each day, he proceeded to redistribute the training content. The morning sessions would primarily focus on physical conditioning, the midday sessions on strength training, while the afternoon would be entirely dedicated to ball work. Extracting the elements of physical training, strength, and body conditioning from the usual afternoon practices to enhance tactical training. This was a new training plan Li Ziqiang had contemplated after returning home the previous night. Although he found it perplexing that the players seemed suddenly invigorated and eager to participate in the morning and midday training, he regarded this enthusiasm as a positive development. Previously, the team could only train 3 afternoons a week, which felt somewhat insufficient for a team aspiring to compete at a national level. With limited training time, it was challenging to cover all necessary content. Now, however, the problem seemed to resolve itself. Now let us commence formal training. Begin with warm-ups. The whistle echoed across the football field, reaching the nearby campus. Chapter 131. The fans. Hey, have you heard? The entire football team has inexplicably banded together to approach the head coach, requesting to add 2 extra training sessions before morning reading and during lunch breaks. Yes, indeed. This morning, I intended to go to the sports field to study vocabulary, but all I could hear were their shouts and the whistle. It was impossible to concentrate. What on earth is going on with the football team? Aren't they exhausted? I heard their goal this time is to advance to the national competition. If they do not train diligently, defeating Huitang High School won't be an easy feat. Moreover, even if they make it to the national competition, if they lack strength, they might not even match last year's performance. With Luo Kai absent, the rest must certainly work harder. Watching their rigorous training, I suddenly find myself anticipating their performance at the national competition. It's a pity that the national competition doesn't fall during the winter or summer breaks. Otherwise, I would love to witness it live. During the lunch break, every student at Dongchuan High School near the playground could distinctly hear the shouts and whistles emanating from within. Initially, everyone was quite surprised, but they gradually grew accustomed to it. It was the Dongchuan High School football team training inside. The reason for their sudden training during lunch breaks, which had previously never occurred, was understandable. The team had already advanced to the 4th round of the Anong Cup, just 4 matches away from the finals. Naturally, they needed to intensify their training. Since the Dongchuan Middle School football team achieved an impressive position among the top 8 in the last national competition, football has increasingly gained popularity within the school. Even students who typically do not watch the sport or possess little knowledge of it are now aware that the most vibrant student organization at Dongchuan Middle School is the football team. Every weekend during the Anong Cup matches held at home, the stadium is nearly filled to capacity. When seating is insufficient in the stands, spectators spill onto the edges of the running track. The remarkable success of the football team has significantly bolstered the pride of Dongchuan Middle School students and their pursuit of school honor. Conversely, this enthusiastic support from the students often enables the players to perform exceptionally well during matches. Unlike many children of this age who may succumb to pressure when playing at home, these young athletes thrive on the excitement generated by a large crowd. With such fervent backing, their performances undoubtedly shine even brighter. It can be said that although Dongchuan Middle School has long held the esteemed title of a traditional football powerhouse, In recent years, it appeared to resemble any ordinary school, lacking distinctive qualities. Even though this accolade is prominently displayed at the school entrance, many might be surprised to learn that our school is indeed a traditional football stronghold. However, with the rise of the football team's achievements, a growing number of ordinary students have engaged in this football fervor. The school has finally begun to embody the essence of a football tradition. This tradition transcends merely possessing a skilled team. It has fostered the emergence of a budding football culture. Students now discuss the state of the school football team, and the players become celebrities among their peers, with everyone keenly following the team's every move. During regular training sessions, numerous spectators gather to watch. And this trend has not waned since the departure of the star player, Luo Kai. While many may have initially flocked to see Luo Kai, the current impressive attendance at matches and high levels of interest in training can only signify that football culture and tradition have taken root within Dongchuan Middle School. Now, during lunch breaks, students often flock to the field to observe the school team's training sessions. For those boys who adore football, as well as for girls who enjoy playing the sport, this scene offers a unique charm that distinguishes this campus from others. This year, freshman Xiaoyu, who has just joined the team, has quickly risen in popularity, captivating many girls with his handsome appearance and his graceful demeanor on the field as he dribbles and passes the ball. Before the match against Huitang High School at Dongchuan Middle School's home ground, the players warm up amidst the cheers of their fans. Although the match has yet to commence, the stands are already filled with synchronized chants supporting the players. This past Friday, a new student organization was established, the Dongchuan Middle School Fan Club. There are no specific membership criteria. Anyone who has a passion for football and is willing to support the Dongchuan Middle School football team can apply for membership. During each home match of the Dongchuan Middle School football team, these association members are required to come to the school, donning uniform attire and chanting unified cheers to rally behind the team. If it is an away game, they may also attend to cheer for the team, circumstances permitting. The efficiency of this fan organization is impressive. Why not establish a cheerleading squad? A lively dance on the sidelines would surely attract attention. You dream beautifully. As the players of Dongchuan Middle School finished their warm-ups and walked toward the field, they were drawn to the commotion in the stands. Wow, Xiaoyu, you actually have female fans, Chen Xingyi exclaimed, pointing at a banner held up by several girls that read, "Go, Xiaoyu." Seeing Chen Xingyi's gesture, the girls excitedly waved the banner, and the words "Go, Xiaoyu" surged like ocean waves. Xiaoyu quickly clarified, "Those are my classmates. Seriously, I have scored so many goals. Yet I have no female fan club?" Hulai interjected, playfully squeezing Xiaoyu's neck. Why does the one assisting get more attention than the one scoring? Who? This might not be related to Xiaoyu. Chen Xingyi defended his friend. What do you mean? It means you aren't as handsome as Xiaoyu. Mengshi chimed in, wrapping his arms around Hulai from behind. When did your eyesight fail, Mengshi? Hulai retorted, casting a sideways glance. Can't you see that both Xiaoyu and I are strikingly handsome youths? Hulai, do you misunderstand the term strikingly handsome? Mengshi replied with a smirk. Hulai widened his eyes, ready to argue, but at that moment, a cold, emotionless voice echoed in his mind. Mission: achieve a scoring record in every match from the first game to the finals of the Anong Cup. Mission reward: 10,000 points. A trial size of Charm Essence Lotion. Though Hulai had somewhat accepted the system's quirks, the sudden emergence of this mission and its rewards caught him off guard. Just as I express my envy over Xiaoyu's female fans, the system intervenes with its concerns. Yet when I'm being drilled mercilessly by the coach, hoping for an increase in training rewards, this system behaves like a dead dog? Where is your humanistic care? Hulai had always believed that this system was a significant ally on his football journey, providing assistance solely related to the sport. What on earth is this Charm Essence Lotion? And a trial size at that. What does it have to do with football? Trial size Charm Essence Lotion. When applied to the face, it slightly enhances the user's charm. Effective for 2 hours. Fine print. Usable off the field. Trial size, limited effect. There is a certain chance of provoking jealousy from the same sex. Enhancing charm? Does this mean that if I use this, I could gain female fans? Hulai suddenly found himself lost in a reverie. In the future, as he strolls through the campus, he imagines the girls gazing at him with hearts in their eyes. Entranced by his striking appearance and captivating charm, fans seeking his autograph would form a line from the classroom door to the stadium, winding 5 laps around the 400-meter track. This scene was simply breathtaking, a vision of unparalleled beauty. As for the likelihood of inciting jealousy from his male peers, what was there to worry about? One must give to gain. If mere sympathy and envy could be exchanged for the affection of the opposite sex, such a fortune was rare indeed. With this thought, a smile of longing spread across his face. "Why are you smiling, Hulai?" Mengshi asked, puzzled by the grin that had appeared on his face. "Nothing much. Just wait and witness the sea of support for Hulai in the stands." Hulai exclaimed, gesturing grandly towards the bleachers. "Are you daydreaming again, Hulai?" "Humph. A true powerhouse is simply that confident." Chapter 132. Consecutive goals. Tang Yuan received a through ball from Xia Xiaoyu and accelerated to pursue the soccer ball. Faced with the defense of a player from Huitang High, he executed a change in rhythm, feigning a sudden stop to cut inside. As he tricked his opponent into shifting their weight, he swiftly flicked the ball towards the sidelines with the outer part of his right foot and launched into a sprint, easily shaking off the defender in a single stride. A tremendous cheer erupted from the stands of Dongchuan Middle School. To be honest, a team capable of reaching the fourth round of the Anton Cup was no ordinary contender, yet similar scenes had unfolded multiple times during this match. The raucous cheers from the stands of Dongchuan Middle School left the players of Huitang High feeling frustrated. 20 minutes into the match, they found themselves utterly suppressed by Dongchuan Middle School, forced to retreat and defend, striving to keep the ball out of their net. However, it seemed this state of affairs would not endure for long. Instead of charging into the penalty area with the ball, Tang Yuan delivered a precise cross. The ball he struck arced gracefully through the air, and within the penalty area, the towering center forward Shen Yulin leaped high, aiming to head the ball into the net. Yet, he misjudged the ball's trajectory and failed to make contact. The Huitang High defender, who had jumped alongside him, also missed the ball due to the distraction. The soccer ball soared over the heads of both players. The goalkeeper of Huitang High attempted to intercept the ball, but before he could react, a yellow figure surged forth from the depths of his vision. It was Hulai. As the ball approached, he leaped and made a diving header. His forehead met the ball with precision. As the ball sailed into the net, the goalkeeper of Huitang High had just begun to raise his arm. Frozen in that moment as he watched the ball cross the line, the stands of Dongchuan Middle School erupted as if a heavy bomb had been dropped. The roar surpassing even the cheers from earlier when Tang Yuan made his breakthrough. The score was 1-0, and Dongchuan Middle School had taken the lead. As Xia Xiaoyu ran up to celebrate the goal with Hulai, he consoled him, saying, "Look, Deputy Hu, even without female fans, the cheers are far louder." Hulai rolled his eyes and remarked, "If you can't articulate your thoughts, it's better to remain silent." Following Hulai's goal, the atmosphere at the Dongchuan High School stadium became increasingly electrifying. The crowd erupted in tireless cheers, and amidst their exuberant shouts, Dongchuan High School displayed remarkable tenacity. The players from Huitang No. 1 High School, competing away from home, appeared distinctly unaccustomed to such a fervent competitive environment. Typically, their home matches attracted only a third of the audience present here, and they were not accustomed to the organized fan groups clad in uniforms and directing their cheers. In such an environment, it seemed improbable for them to perform even two-thirds of their usual prowess. Before the conclusion of the first half, Shen Yulin successfully contested a header, propelling the ball into the net. Dongchuan High School now led by 2 goals, which, for the home team, signified a near-certain victory. After all, overcoming such a passionate home crowd would prove exceedingly difficult for the visiting team. In the second half, Li Ziqiang made slight tactical adjustments, introducing more substitute players and experimenting with various combinations and strategies, which served as a valuable opportunity for team development. Ultimately, in the second half, Mao Xiaoyu seized an opportunity from a corner kick, once again scoring with a header, solidifying Dongchuan High School's lead at 3-0. With this victory, they smoothly advanced to the 5th round of the Anton Cup, reaching the quarterfinals and securing a place among the top 8 teams. As the match concluded, the students from Anton High School erupted in jubilation, enthusiastically applauding and cheering for their school's team. When Xia Xiaoyu joined her teammates at the sidelines and waved in gratitude to the classmates in the stands, the girls holding banners leaped with excitement, waving their signs while loudly chanting, "Go Xiaoyu." Despite the multitude of cheers, their crisp voices stood out remarkably, instantly making Xia Xiaoyu the focal point of attention. They are my classmates," Xia Xiaoyu hurriedly clarified under the watchful eyes of the crowd. "Well done, Xiaoyu." Everyone flocked around her, playfully jostling her, tousling her hair, and patting her back, expressing their admiration and envy through affectionate gestures. Huilai, however, refrained from joining in the commotion. Instead, he entered the system space to verify his task completion progress. Each match in the Anon Cup included a goal-scoring task, and the completion status read 47. The digit 7 indicated that 7 matches remained in the Anon Cup, while the preceding number 4 represented the 4 matches he had already completed with goals scored. Once this task was fulfilled, Huilai was determined to try out that trial product to see its specific effects. After all, once used, it could certainly be purchased with points in the official system store, and he was not overly concerned about its limited availability post-use. Emerging from the system space, he lifted his gaze towards the stands, where the girls cheering for Xia Xiaoyu, upon witnessing their idol being treated so affectionately by her teammates, not only refrained from feeling upset, but also broke into smiles. Amidst a group of robust gentlemen, the beaming young ladies appeared as blooming flowers. Oh, one day I shall possess such adoring female fans. Strive on, Huilai. Persevere. Dongchuan Middle School has just triumphed over Huitang High School with a score of 30. And Huilai has scored yet another goal in the match, marking his 4th consecutive game with a goal. The assistant coach of the Huitang High School football team, holding a mobile phone, relayed the news he had just received to head coach Feng Yuanchang. How did Huilai score that goal? Feng Yuanchang inquired. He made a decisive move in the center, heading the ball into the net, while the opposing defender misjudged the play, the assistant coach replied, presenting the goal video to Feng Yuanchang. After watching, Feng Yuanchang remarked, in terms of judgment of the ball's landing, Huilai surpasses his forward partner by several degrees. Yet, it remains consistent with his usual style, showing little variation. A detailed match report is still in the making, but it is said that Huilai did not exhibit significant improvement in physical confrontations during the match, the assistant coach noted. Feng Yuanchang's gaze shifted to the Anton Cup matchup chart, now set as his computer wallpaper. In just one more round, the two teams would meet. The next round would lead to the semifinals. Back at home, Li Ziqiang sat at his desk, studying the match fixtures. Should his team successfully navigate the quarterfinals, it is highly likely they would face Dongchuan High School. This time, it would not be in the finals, but rather in the semifinals. He opened a notebook recording the lineups of Dongchuan High School in every match of this year's Anton Cup, meticulously transcribed from the official Anton Cup website. The website does not provide match footage or detailed reports, only mentioning who scored without elaborating on how the goals were achieved. As the sole coach of the Dongchuan Middle School football team, without any assistance, gathering opponent information proved challenging. He could only utilize limited resources for intelligence gathering. For instance, he accessed the Anton Cup official website to find a brief match report and copied down Dongchuan High School's lineup. At that moment, he suddenly thought of his daughter. He recalled how, during the school team recruitment exams, she had eagerly volunteered to take over the tedious task of transcribing, saving him considerable time and effort. At that time, Li Ziqiang felt proud of his daughter's thoughtfulness. Reflecting on this, a smile of contentment involuntarily graced his face. This precious daughter is now his greatest achievement and pride, surpassing even his success in leading the Dongchuan Middle School team to national competitions. Suddenly, a thought struck Li Ziqiang. Could it be that his daughter was so eager to assist him in transcribing the recruitment exam contents in order to leak the information to Huilai? He set down his pen and pondered this possibility, becoming increasingly convinced of its likelihood. The smile faded completely from his face. After a considerable interval, a long sigh reverberated through the desolate house. Chapter 133. News of Li Qingqing. As Li Qingqing descended from the training grounds, her sneakers in hand and laughter shared with teammates, she was instantly surrounded by reporters and fans. Enthusiastic admirers eagerly presented their jerseys and posters, requesting her autograph. With practiced ease, Li Qingqing signed for them, and upon finishing, she graciously lifted her gaze to accommodate the fans eager for a photograph with her. Simultaneously, a multitude of onlookers outside brandished their smartphones, capturing the moment, some taking snapshots, others filming, while a few even commenced live streaming. Dear friends, the goddess Qingqing has finished her training and is signing for fans. This scene outside the training ground of the Shanghai Lanyu women's football team had become a commonplace occurrence for many reporters. It was unclear who first shared the images and videos of Li Qingqing playing football online. Initially, it drew little attention, as the vast expanse of the digital world is inundated with information daily, easily overshadowing anything unless deliberately marketed. The first notable appearance of Li Qingqing's photos and videos emerged on the renowned domestic football community platform, Goal. There, her images captivated numerous male fans, swiftly elevating her to the status of a trending topic. Subsequently, the official Weibo account of Goal shared the content, and with endorsements from several prominent influencers, Li Qingqing's fame began to flourish. Her striking appearance and athletic physique positioned her as a football goddess in the eyes of many admirers. As Li Qingqing took to the field representing Shanghai Lanyu in the Chinese Super League, it became evident that she was a treasure. Not only was she visually stunning, but her football skills were exceptional as well. Previously, the concept of a football goddess was largely confined to attractive female fans. And even when female players were deemed as such, it was often a mere compliment, perhaps due to the rigors of daily training or selection criteria. Few female football athletes possessed striking beauty. Li Qingqing, however, shattered this stereotype, revealing that a girl could not only rival the looks of star models, but also excel in the sport at the highest level. Watching her play was a dual delight. One aspect was her physical allure, while the other was her remarkable skills. Her presence transformed many people's preconceived notions of mere ornamental figures in sports. Such a remarkable young woman inevitably attracted a considerable following, quickly ascending to stardom within the realm of women's football. Wherever she went, the air was filled with the cheers and screams of fans, her popularity rivaling that of many celebrities in the entertainment industry. Her identity as an athlete enhanced her personal charisma even further. When the Shanghai Lanyu women's team played away games, some fans of opposing teams would even switch allegiance, cheering for Li Qingqing due to her captivating beauty and talent. However, the gathering of numerous reporters today was not solely for covering her daily exploits. There was another matter at hand. After Li Qingqing had graciously fulfilled the autograph and photo requests of several fans, the reporters swiftly encircled her. Microphones were eagerly thrust towards her, cameras focused intently on her, and all eyes were drawn to her captivating visage. Li Qingqing, first and foremost, congratulations on your selection for the national team. How do you feel about becoming the youngest female football player in our nation's history? Have you seen the latest news about Li Qingqing? Hu Lai exclaimed as he entered the classroom with his backpack, taking a seat beside Song Jejia. His desk mate whispered excitedly, "She scored again in the match." Hu Lai inquired, "Is that so?" Initially, upon returning from the national competition, neither Hu Lai nor Song Jejia had any knowledge of Li Qingqing's rise to fame. To their astonishment, news of her achievements soon proliferated across the internet, with her photos and videos appearing everywhere. It was during this time they learned that Li Qingqing had joined the women's football team under the Blue Moon Football Club after leaving school. Each time Li Qingqing showcased her remarkable talents in the Super League, it would ignite a wave of enthusiasm online. Various short video apps frequently featured her, all sourced from news reports and fan recordings. Hu Lai and Song Jejia also became aware that Li Qingqing was now dubbed the goddess of football. Song Jejia lamented, "It is indeed a tragedy for someone of her caliber to attend Dongchuan High School as an ordinary student. It is a colossal waste of her talent. The life she leads now is surely the path she was destined for. Not just that, it's something even more extraordinary. She has become the youngest female national player in the history of China." Song Jejia exclaimed with fervor. Just yesterday, the women's national team announced the new training roster, and Li Qingqing is on it. National player? This time, it was Hu Lai who was taken aback, pausing mid-reach for his book. Indeed, it's the senior national team, not the youth teams. Song Jejia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Qingqing isn't even 17 yet, and she is already a player for the senior national team. Look. He handed his phone to Hu Lai, the screen displaying a photo of Li Qingqing being interviewed by reporters, a smile adorning her face. Seeing this, Hu Lai felt a momentary disorientation, as if Li Qingqing had just left a few days prior. Her smile remained nearly unchanged from the one he had come to know. Above the image, the news headline read, "Goddess of Football becomes the youngest player in the Chinese women's national team. Li Qingqing selected for national team training." Luo Kai looked down at the photograph of Li Qingqing on his phone, the person he had long yearned for, her smile unchanged, reminiscent of the first time he had seen her in the classroom of Class 12 at Dongchuan High School. She had gracefully leaped onto the podium, beaming at everyone, striking a chord deep within him. He had thought his high school life would flourish with vibrancy, not realizing that she would embark on a professional football career before him. Chasing after her footsteps, he ventured into the realm of professional football. Yet, as time has elapsed, he has yet to participate in a single professional match. While the goddess of his dreams has already been selected for the national senior team, the chasm between them is distressingly vast. He recalls the aspirations he harbored when he first joined the Thunder Club, believing that the youth team was merely a fleeting stop on his journey. With his talent and prowess, he was certain he would swiftly ascend to the reserve team, then to the first team, and eventually make his mark in the world of Chinese football as a notable figure, Luo Kai. Little did he foresee that the invincibility he exhibited in high school matches would crumble within the fierce environment of a professional club. To this day, he remains in the youth team. At Dongchuan High School, he was the undeniable core of the team, with both teammates and coaches orbiting around him. Now, in the ranks of a professional football club, he is merely an ordinary young player. The dream of becoming a key player feels utterly unattainable. The competition here is more intense and unforgiving. He even suffered an injury during training. From the prodigy of high school football to an anonymous rookie in the professional arena, Luo Kai found himself struggling to adapt. He often reminisced about the words of his head coach, Lin Jin, when he decided to pursue a career in a professional team. "I do not oppose your move to a professional team, but I hope you can stay with the team for another year to hone your skills in national competitions. When you are more mature, you'll be more competitive." At that time, he was solely focused on following in Li Qingqing's footsteps. Dismissing the coach's advice as mere reluctance to see his star player depart, fearing it would affect the team's future performance. However, he later realized that the coach's words were not an attempt to retain him, but genuine counsel for his development. Indeed, he was not yet mature enough, and the professional football landscape was far from the idyllic vision he had imagined. Yet, it is too late for such reflections now. He cannot return to Dongchuan High School to start anew, regardless of how arduous the journey from the Thunder youth team to the senior squad may be. He is determined to persevere until the day he achieves success. As for donning the national colors, one day, he too shall be a member of the national team. Luo Kai turned off his phone, placed it aside, and rose from the locker room, heading to the training field for extra practice before his teammates arrived. Chapter 134. A glimmer of surprise in the office of the coaching staff at Huitang High School's football team. Feng Yuanchang was leading his assistants in reviewing the game footage of Dongchuan High School's away match against Kaohsiung City's Chaolin High School, a quarterfinal of the Anton Cup. The match concluded with a score of 3-2, resulting in Dongchuan High School eliminating the home team, Chaolin High School. The hosts displayed remarkable resilience, having trailed twice before equalizing on both occasions. It was only in the 75th minute that their goal was finally breached, with Huilai scoring the decisive goal for Dongchuan High School. It is evident that Chaolin Middle School has adopted a more stringent defense against Huilai, not only denying him space within the penalty area but also employing numerous close-marking tactics to disrupt his ability to receive the ball. Faced with Chaolin Middle School's tight defense, Huilai appeared somewhat challenged. The assistant coach observed the match while providing updates to his colleagues on the coaching staff. "This is what I refer to as his lack of physicality," remarked Feng Yuanchang. The footage revealed that the defensive players from Chaolin Middle School were not exerting significant pressure on Huilai in terms of strength. Nevertheless, they ultimately failed to contain him, allowing him to score in the 75th minute. The assistant coach sighed. Huilai's movement was notably vigorous, with a broad range of activity, which indeed made him difficult to defend against. It was apparent that Li Ziqiang had intensified Huilai's physical training, enhancing his running capabilities. Feng Yuanchang stated this in a rather indifferent tone, as if it did not concern him greatly. "During the match, we must pay close attention to our central defense. Regardless of how they pass or maneuver the ball, as long as we maintain no gaps in the center, they will struggle to make an impact." Indeed, Huilai possesses remarkable strengths, yet his weaknesses are equally pronounced. After all, he had not trained in football for 16 years prior to this. Currently, Li Ziqiang lacks the time to provide him with systematic training. Thus, he can only amplify his inherent advantages, resulting in a marked specialization in Huilai's skill set. The assistant coach concurred. It is clear that Huilai excels in positioning for close-range shots within the penalty area. All of his offensive actions are from a short distance. When he is drawn out of the box, his threat to the goal diminishes significantly, as he is even incapable of long-range shooting. In this year's Anton Cup, he attempted a total of 20 shots, all from within the penalty area. Just as last year's analysis of Luo Kai, this year, the coaching staff of Huitang High School has focused their research on Huilai. 20 shots, 7 goals. That's an impressive scoring efficiency, exclaimed a coach. Last year, How many shots did Luo Kai take? Someone inquired. I recall that in one match, his shooting attempts exceeded the total number of Hulai's attempts in this Anon Cup. Didn't he it? Not quite, the assistant coach responded earnestly. The highest number of shots Luo Kai took in a single match during the last Anon Cup was 19 against Zongbei Middle School, which is still one fewer than Hulai's total in this tournament. Laughter erupted among the others. Hulai's total shots in this tournament exceed Luo Kai's in just one match by a mere single attempt. Based solely on this shooting count, one might question whether he truly is the offensive linchpin for Dongchuan Middle School. This, however, illustrates Hulai's superior scoring efficiency. Yet, this is also dictated by his style of play, Feng Yuanchang remarked. After reviewing the match footage, everyone had a clear understanding. Feng Yuanchang continued, as we previously assessed. Hulai excels in off-the-ball movement and seizing opportunities in front of the goal. However, his capacity for physical confrontation is significantly lacking. Once defensive players apply tight marking and leverage their physical advantages against him, his performance diminishes. This match exemplified that reality. In the final moment of the match, I believe the opposing defender, apprehensive about committing a foul against Hulai, hesitated to exert greater force, inadvertently granting Hulai an opportunity. At this juncture, he replayed Hulai's third goal. As the defender closed in, Hulai stumbled slightly. Seemingly fearing that Hulai might fall to the ground, the defender quickly raised his hands and retracted his body. This very contraction provided Hulai with a chance to evade. He lowered his body just enough to slip past and subsequently received a cross from Xia Xiaoyu, driving the ball into the goal of Chaolin Middle School. In truth, the defender from Chaolin Middle School need not have panicked. He ought to have faith in the referee's judgment. Provided he did not exhibit any overt hand movements, such collisions are unlikely to be deemed fouls. Moreover, if Hulai were to fall, he would also risk being cautioned with a yellow card for simulation, having already received one in the current Anon Cup. Accruing another would lead to an automatic suspension. Thus, there was no need to fret over the notion that physical contact would invariably result in a foul against the defending side, as Feng Yuanchang emphasized. Feng Yuanchang possessed a profound understanding of the rules, recognizing that normal physical confrontations do not warrant concerns about fouls. After all, football is a sport that permits physical engagement. There are no stipulations against contact within the penalty area, as long as there are no forceful actions involving the arms or instances of kicking an opponent. Ordinary collisions should not invoke fears of foul play. Use your strength. Push harder. Did you not eat lunch? Li Ziqiang's voice echoed across the football field of Dongchuan Middle School. The Dongchuan Middle School football team was in training, while Hulai was undergoing a specialized regimen tailored exclusively for him. Positioned in the penalty area, Hulai faced Li Ziqiang, who stood behind him, arms crossed, physically propelling Hulai forward. Meanwhile, Hulai leaned slightly backward, the muscles in his thighs and the veins in his neck clearly indicating his strenuous efforts to resist the coach's pressure. Just then, Xia Xiaoyu delivered the ball into the penalty area as Hulai prepared to receive it. Suddenly, he felt Li Ziqiang exert force from behind, shoving him forward, causing him to miss the ball entirely. Do not relax your body when preparing to receive the ball. This is when you are most susceptible to being displaced. Li Ziqiang observed Hulai, who managed to avoid falling entirely by employing both his hands and feet, shaking his head in disapproval. Again, Hulai rose from the ground and retreated to the edge of the penalty area. Only after Li Ziqiang issued the command did he dash into the box, colliding with the coach. Simultaneously, Xia Xiaoyu's ball came soaring again. This time, Hulai successfully received the ball despite the coach's interference. However, when it came time to shoot, he could no longer maintain his struggle against the coach's presence, resulting in a lack of precision in his shot. Spread your arms wide, elevate them, and do not allow the defending players to encroach upon you. Was your upper body strength merely for show? Li Ziqiang reprimanded once more. Continue. With renewed determination, he directed Xia Xiaoyu to pass the ball into open space. Meanwhile, Hulai dashed towards the open space, followed closely by Li Ziqiang. As Hulai received the ball and prepared to shoot, Li Ziqiang edged closer. With a resounding thud, Hulai fell to the ground. Yet he had already sent the football towards the goal. As he tumbled, he turned his head to observe the outcome of his shot. He beheld the ball tracing a graceful parabola through the air before it landed securely in the arms of Meng Shihuai, who stood motionless before the goal. Li Ziqiang, also glancing back to assess the result, remarked, "Oh, not bad this time. At least it was within the frame of the goal." This statement left others uncertain whether he was complimenting Hu Lai or mocking him. To shoot well, you must stabilize your body. If you leap carelessly, the moment your opponent leans in, you'll lose your balance, he urged. Again, keep going. Thus, Hu Lai endured repeated attempts until the conclusion of the training session. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, feeling as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned from his body, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Observing Hu Lai's disheveled state, Li Ziqiang shook his head, saying, "You could feign a struggle with the defender at the receiving point, then suddenly pivot and dash to the correct spot to receive the ball and shoot. There's no need to confront the shot head-on." Gasping for breath, Hu Lai paused at the coach's words, looking up in astonishment at Li Ziqiang. "Is that even possible? Why not? As long as you can score. Who cares how you do it?" Li Ziqiang replied. Hu Lai felt a sense of grievance, thinking, "Why didn't you mention this earlier? Have I endured all this training for nothing over these past few weeks?" With a sardonic chuckle, Li Ziqiang responded, "Before you can execute that pivot, you must first possess the strength to hold off the defender. Without practicing this, you won't be able to withstand even a slight push. If the opponent applies any force, you'll just collapse. What will you do then? Beg for mercy?" Realizing the truth in Li Ziqiang's words, Hu Lai reclined back onto the grass, gasping for air as he took a moment to rest. Li Ziqiang cast a glance at Hu Lai, whose chest heaved rhythmically, before turning to head toward his coach's office. This weekend marked the semi-final against Huitang High School, and he hoped that the specialized training he had provided for Hu Lai would yield some results. He believed that with Feng Yuanchang's level of skill, he would surely notice Hu Lai's lack of physical resilience and would likely devise defensive strategies accordingly. He aspired to surprise Feng with Hu Lai's progress. Chapter 135. The observers as Li Qingqing stepped out of the taxi and retrieved her suitcase from the trunk. The taxi slowly departed, leaving her standing alone at the entrance of the apartment complex she had rented. At 7:30 in the evening, the streets outside the community were bustling with activity. Cars lined both sides of the road, leaving only 2 lanes for two-way traffic. Even then, some drivers parked in the vehicular lanes to pick up parcels or shop, causing traffic congestion. Despite the city's ban on honking, some impatient drivers still pressed their horns during the gridlock. At the corner of the street, there exists a quaint little square where a group of ladies dance joyfully, while another cohort teaches children the art of roller skating, each occupying half of the space. The harmonious blend of music and the roller skating instructor's shouts intertwine, making it difficult to distinguish one from the other. Across the street, several small eateries thrive, their tables spilling onto the pavement, as the fragrant aromas of barbecued delicacies waft across the road, accompanied by the sounds of patrons engaged in spirited games of chance and convivial drinking. Li Qingqing cast a glance at this familiar scene, inhaling deeply the amalgamated sense of various culinary delights, before pulling her suitcase and stepping through the entrance of her residential complex. 2 children whizzed past her on balance bikes, closely followed by an elderly gentleman, who implored them to slow down for fear of collision. For Li Qingqing, who had just concluded a training camp with the national team and had participated in a warm-up match, this was the essence of her everyday life. The dazzling flashes of cameras and the raucous atmosphere of the football field felt like a splendid dream. In the past week, she had become a prominent figure in Chinese football, having been selected for the national team training camp at the tender age of just under 17. However, mere selection to the training camp bore little significance, as one could not truly claim the title of a national player without stepping onto the field in an official capacity. Media coverage often exaggerated this distinction, misleading those unfamiliar with the sport. The press thrived on sensationalism, eagerly anticipating her performance in the matches rather than waiting for the outcomes. Fortunately, Li Qingqing eventually secured a chance to play in the national team's warm-up match, thereby solidifying her status as the youngest female national player in history. Consequently, the attention from the media intensified. Although she only played for 10 minutes and did not score, she found herself surrounded by reporters post-match. In front of the cameras and microphones, she maintained a smile, carefully responding to each query, which left her feeling somewhat fatigued. It was only upon returning home, enveloped by the warmth of everyday life, that she felt a sense of relief. She pulled out her phone to discover a plethora of new friend requests on WeChat, the majority of which were from journalists. Methodically, she added them to their respective groups. Yet, amidst these requests, she did not see the name she had longed to find. What on earth is that rascal Hu Lai up to? Though she had only played for a brief 10 minutes in the warm-up match, Both the team leader and the head coach had expressed their appreciation for her abilities. Consequently, she would join the national team for training in the United States during the upcoming Spring Festival, thus missing the opportunity to celebrate with her father in Dongchuan. Otherwise, she would have sought out Hu Lai for a proper discussion, querying whether he had forgotten their secret base or the uniquely marked football that belonged solely to him. By the way, the Anton Cup should be reaching the semifinals this year, with Dongchuan High School set to face off against Huitang High School. I hope my father can lead the team to participate in the national competition this year. Wang Guangwei's mother was tidying up the dining table at home, placing the uneaten leftovers into the refrigerator when she heard the sound of the door unlocking. As she turned around, she saw her son entering with a sports bag slung over his shoulder. "Oh," she exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then asked, "Were you not selected for the first-team match roster?" As Wang Guangwei's mother, even though she had little understanding of football in the past, she had discerned a pattern from the frequency of her son's visits home over the past year. If he returned home the night before a match, it invariably indicated he would not be playing the next day. For away games, he would undoubtedly travel with the team, never returning home that night. In the case of home games, the team typically arranged for players to stay at the training base dormitory, ensuring they would not return home, making pre-match management more convenient. Hence, if Wang Guangwei did not come home before a match, it at least suggested he was on the match roster, while it did not guarantee participation. It was certainly preferable to an outright return home, allowing for a glimmer of hope. Wang Guangwei nodded. "No, I wasn't included in the main roster." "What on earth is your coach doing?" Wang Guangwei's mother lamented upon hearing her son's words. "This season, promotion seems unattainable, and there's no risk of relegation. With only 2 rounds left in the league, why are young players not given the opportunity to gain experience in such matches?" Meanwhile, Wang Guangwei's father, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, heard the commotion outside, turned off the water, and stepped out to see his son had returned. As a seasoned football fan, he quickly understood the situation. He first coaxed his wife back into the kitchen before approaching his son, asking, "Have you eaten? Would you like your mother to make you a bowl of noodles?" "I've already eaten, Dad. I had dinner at the training base before coming back." "Well, not being on the main roster is just that. No big deal. You're still young. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. The important thing is to avoid injury." At this moment, staying healthy is paramount, he reassured his son. "Not playing matches is fine. Take the weekend to rest well." "Dad, I plan to watch a match tomorrow." "Going to watch a match?" The father expressed surprise. "Isn't the Flash Star game an away match?" "It's not the Flash Star match, it's the Anton Cup." At this point, a smile appeared on Wang Guangwei's face. "The semifinal between Dongchuan High School and Dongchuan Middle School is being held at our home ground, and I want to go see it." "Oh, right, you should definitely go. Wu Yu and the others are eager to seek vengeance for you." Wang Guangwei chuckled and shook his head. "I don't need them to avenge me, but I do hope they can reach the national competition." Once Wang Guangwei returned to his bedroom, his father went back to the kitchen. As soon as he entered, his wife, with an urgent tone, asked in a lowered voice, "So how is it? Our son isn't affected by this, is he?" It's fine. He waved his hand reassuringly. "Moreover, I feel that not being selected for the first-team match roster might actually be a blessing in disguise for Guangwei." "A blessing? How could this possibly be a good thing?" His wife's eyes widened at his words. "He has been with Flash Star for a season now and has only played a handful of first-team matches, countable on one hand. As the prospect of promotion this season fades, can we not afford to let the young players gain some experience?" What did Shining Star say when they recruited our Guangwei? They repeatedly emphasized their commitment to local talent and youth training. Yet do they truly value it? Do they genuinely believe Guangwei has nowhere else to go? "All right," the husband remarked, furrowing his brow and waiting for his wife to finish speaking. "I merely suggested that if he is indeed selected, I worry Guangwei might be distracted." The wife looked at her husband with confusion. "What? Does he have something on his mind?" Tomorrow marks the semifinals of the Anton Cup, coinciding with a match for the first team. Anton Cup? What relevance does it hold for Guangwei now? The semifinals will feature Dongchuan High School against Dongchuan Middle School. The wife had initially opened her mouth to counter her husband, but fell silent upon hearing this. She understood all too well what this opponent represented for their son. It could be said that this encounter could alter the trajectory of her son's life. Had it not been for last year's defeat, he would likely be playing for a club in the Chinese Super League by now, perhaps even participating in the matches. How could he have fallen to the status of a marginal player in the China League? Dongchuan Middle School has even reached the semifinals? She began to speak again, her tone laced with sarcasm and dissatisfaction. But they were among the top 8 in the last national competition. Reaching the semifinals is quite normal, isn't it? Top 8. If Jiaxiang High School were to compete, they would start from the top 4, and who knows, they might even claim the championship. The wife retorted coldly. At the football field of Nanshan University in Lingnan City, despite it being 8 in the evening, the pitch was divided into various areas where dozens of individuals were passionately engaged in their respective games. Although not all of the floodlights were illuminated, even the partial lighting sufficed to brighten the field, allowing the university students to clearly see the ball at their feet and the goal ahead, enabling them to continue playing even as darkness descended. Pass it. Over here. Give it to me. Mine. Missed. Beautiful. Damn. The shouts of the players echoed alongside the thuds of the ball being struck. On the sidelines, a few individuals sat, some having removed their shoes and resting their bare feet on the artificial turf, casually chatting while watching the match unfold. Hey, have you heard? Our school has been selected as one of the venues for next year's National High School Football Championship. What? One T that mean we can't play here anymore? To prepare for the competition, this venue will surely be closed off. You're overthinking it. It's the natural grass field in the Eastern District that has been chosen. This place won't be affected. Oh, you gave me quite a scare, the speaker sighed in relief. Wait, during the national tournament, what will you play for? Aren't you going to watch the matches? It's a national competition. I never participated in high school. Our school was quite weak. So I have no idea what it feels like to be in a national tournament. Didn't Chu participate in the national tournament? Just ask him. With that, several people turned to the individual sitting beside them. Chu Yifan. Chu, what's it like to be in the top 8 of the national competition? It's all right, I suppose. With a light and carefree demeanor, Chu Yifan remarked, go to hell. This place prohibits pretentiousness. The crowd responded by raising their middle fingers at him. Chu Yifan burst into laughter. Hey, Chu, do you think your alma mater will participate in next year's national tournament? Didn't they say that the exceptionally talented Luo Kai is pursuing a career in professional football? You've graduated. Is there anyone left who can play? Chu Yifan pondered about Yin Yin and then Hu Lai, wondering how much the latter had progressed under the coach's rigorous training. After all, he had already scored 7 goals in the ongoing 5 rounds of the Anton Cup. Although it paled in comparison to Luo Kai's previous tally, considering his past experiences, it was an impressive feat nonetheless. Speaking of which, tomorrow marks the semifinals of this Anton Cup, and their opponent happens to be Jiaxiang High School. Surely, Jiaxiang High School is poised for revenge this time, right? This match will not be easy. It should be fine, Chu Yifan replied, his tone lacking full confidence. Huh. I'll take you all to witness the true genius of our team. Isn't that Luo Kai? Indeed. With Luo Kai gone, what genius remains? Hee. You'll see soon enough. Chu Yifan, uninterested in further discussion, was certain they would be astonished upon witnessing it. Just then, a football was kicked into their goal, producing a sharp sound. All right, let us go. It's our turn to play. Chu Yifan stood up, brushing off the rubber particles clinging to his pants, and stepped onto the field. Chapter 136. The Professional Football Field. Wow. What a spectacle. Is this really a high school playground? The players of Dongchuan Middle School could not help but exclaim in awe as they faced the lush green football field and the nearly full stands surrounding it. Dongchuan Middle School had a renovated football field with brand new artificial turf, complemented by tiered stands on both the north and south sides, making it one of the better equipped schools. However, upon seeing the football field of Jiaxiang High School, many players from Dongchuan Middle School were left in shock by its grandeur. Outside the field, stands encircled it completely, interconnected without any gaps, except for a side entrance on either side and a main entrance located directly beneath the southern stand. The football field was entirely enclosed by these stands. Most importantly, it was a professional football field without a running track. Yes, with no track present. The stands were positioned just 2 meters above, leaving space only for the coaching area and substitutes, directly adjacent to the playing field. The absence of a wide track allowed spectators to experience the game from a closer vantage point. How can Jiaxiang High School host track events without a running track? A group of rustic newcomers gazed at the field, bewildered. This is Jiaxiang High School's West District, the largest of the 3 campuses, which is why they have a football field on the other side, complete with a running track and artificial grass. They typically conduct physical education classes and sports events there. This field is reserved solely for the school team, Xiaoyu explained. My cousin informed me that he is currently attending Jiaxiang High School, and is in his second year of high school. Is there truly a high school campus with 2 football fields? Indeed. Remarkable. The provincial capital high school is indeed affluent. All right. Let us not appear as if we have never encountered such grandeur before. As the captain, Yin must assume his responsibilities. Let us hurry and warm up. Thus, the group stepped onto the natural grass football field. The initial touch felt distinctly different from the artificial turf of their own school, softer, with slightly diminished feedback. Looking down, the grass was dense, with only a small patch in front of the goal revealing bare soil. Elsewhere, there was little sign of yellowish earth. This field was nearly equivalent to that of the Provincial Sports Center, where they had played the finals of the Anton Cup last year. This alone attests to the meticulous maintenance of the turf. It is no wonder that they are the champions of the Anton Cup for 5 consecutive years. The quality of their football facilities surpasses that of many high schools across the province. One might even question whether many teams in the second-tier league possess a home ground as good as this field at Jiaxiang High School's West Campus. Hulai stepped onto the grass, bent down, and ran his hand through the blades. "What's the matter, Hulai?" asked Mao Xiao, noticing his actions. "There's so much water," Hulai replied, displaying his damp palm. Mao Xiao, upon seeing this, crouched down to feel the turf and, upon discovering the same moisture, remarked, "Jiaxiang must have watered the field extensively before the match." He raised his wet hand and cautioned, "Everyone, be careful not to slip. This field is certainly more slippery than usual. Goodness, is Jiaxiang truly this underhanded? Who could blame them for this being their home ground?" Although it is common practice to water natural grass fields before matches, such excessive watering seems excessive, as if they were cultivating rice here. When they tried it out, many found that they were wearing football shoes typically suited for artificial turf, with shorter studs, making it easier to slip on such a surface. Football shoes are typically purchased by the players themselves, as the school does not provide them uniformly. Hence, they do not have the luxury of multiple pairs to adapt to different field conditions. After all, this is merely a high school football match, which, despite its competitiveness, remains far removed from professional football. Little did they anticipate that their opponents not only possessed a football field comparable to professional venues, but also a professional mindset. Even considering the condition of the field in their preparations for victory, displaying a certain ruthlessness. Li Ziqiang stood on the slippery football pitch, also donning shoes suitable for artificial turf. With his experience, he was well aware of the challenges that would arise once the match commenced. He turned to observe the other half of the field, where the players from Jiaxiang High School had begun their warm-up. From their movements, it was evident that the field conditions did not significantly affect them. This was not due to their half of the pitch being less watered, but rather because they had all switched to longer-studded shoes specifically to cope with such conditions. The illustrious Jiaxiang High School, renowned as the football powerhouse of Anong, seems to have resorted to underhanded tactics when facing Dongchuan Middle School. He chuckled softly. "Do not take this to heart," Xia Xiaoyu remarked awkwardly. Noticing Hulai standing still, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the grass. The awkwardness stemmed from the fact that he had nearly enrolled at Jiaxiang High School, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed in this situation. After all, Jiaxiang High School had long been the gold standard of high school football in Anong Province, a coveted sanctuary for many. Had he not been captivated by Hulai during a match of Dongchuan Middle School, he might well have found himself on the opposing field. Witnessing the once mighty conqueror employ such tactics against his hometown team, an even more uncomfortable scenario. "What are you thinking, Hulai?" Mengshi inquired, noticing Hulai's silence towards Xia Xiaoyu, and gave his shoulder a gentle pat. Nothing much," Hulai murmured, stroking his chin. "I was just pondering how the condition of this pitch is particularly suited for sliding knee celebrations after scoring." Xia Xiaoyu felt a twinge of guilt at that moment. Mengshi rolled his eyes. "What on earth are you thinking?" "Isn't that a perfectly reasonable thought?" Hulai pointed at the turf. "Who would dare slide on artificial grass? It would ruin their knees. Don't you all wish to slide on natural grass to celebrate, just like those professional players? Isn't it a bit premature to consider how to celebrate? With the state of this pitch, we might not even score," Mengshi retorted. "Thank goodness there's no grass in front of the goal, just dirt. I certainly don't want to slip after a push-off and end up flat on my face." "I'm definitely going to score," Hulai asserted resolutely. He had a mission to accomplish. If he failed to score in this match, the task would be deemed a failure, and he envisioned the scene of female fans in the stands waving banners with his name. Xia Xiaoyu, inspired by Hulai's optimism, chimed in, "Who is right? I will do my utmost to pass the ball to you." Meng glanced at Lai and then at the suddenly spirited Xiaoyu, and earnestly advised, "I've told you, Xiaoyu. Keep your distance from Lai. See how you've been influenced?" Wu stood in the stands, surrounded by his classmates. Last year, they had attended the Anong Cup finals at the Provincial Sports Center together. He had hoped to persuade his younger cousin to firmly commit to Dongchuan High School by showcasing its victory. However, things did not unfold as he had anticipated. After watching the finals, his cousin had chosen to attend Dongchuan Middle School, although his cousin did not articulate it. It was obvious that the reason was not the convenient proximity of the school. He must have concluded that without Wang, Dongchuan High School's chances of advancing to the national competition would diminish, which led him to opt for Dongchuan Middle School, a team that had reached the top 8 in last year's national tournament. But Xiaoyu, Wang only studied at Dongchuan High School for 2.5 years. Before he arrived, we were still the reigning champions of the Anong Cup, the only team representing Anong in national competitions. This is the essence of Dongchuan High School. You shall regret your decision, Xiaoyu, he observed, in the lead-up to the match, the staff watering the field extensively with hoses. As a fan, he understood the implications of such actions. Nonetheless, he perceived no wrongdoing in it. If the players of Dongchuan Middle School deemed this to be a nefarious tactic, they should ponder how their number 14, Lai, handled our Wang team during last year's finals. He initiated by tugging at Wang's hair, disrupting his focus. Is that not an underhanded tactic? You are in the first year of junior high, so do not blame us for being in the 15th. Watching Dongchuan Middle School's number 14 lose his balance and fall onto the grass after a shot, Wu felt a certain satisfaction. Chapter 137. The semifinals. When the players of Dongchuan Middle School concluded their warm-up and returned to the locker room, many of their tracksuits bore varying degrees of dirt. Fortunately, they had worn jackets for the warm-up, sparing their jerseys and shorts from excessive soiling. Otherwise, they would have felt as if they had rolled in mud before the match even began, significantly dampening their spirits. Although players typically prepare 2 sets of jerseys, one for wearing and one as a spare, the latter is not intended for changing out of muddy jerseys, but rather for replacing bloodied ones in case of unforeseen injuries. Despite this, each player entering the locker room bore a scowl. Their discontent stemmed not only from their sullied jackets, but also from the poor condition of the field, which hampered their warm-up. Furthermore, the jeering students from Dongchuan High School in the stands did nothing to alleviate their frustrations. Each time they stumbled or faltered during warm-ups, laughter and taunts erupted from the audience. This was utterly outrageous. Every player who stepped into the locker room could not help but utter a curse. Some in their indignation knocking over water bottles or slamming their shin guards onto the benches. The cacophony only amplified the oppressive atmosphere within the room. It wasn't until their head coach, Lin Jin, entered last and closed the door, glaring at the players, that they fell silent, unsure how to respond. "Are you all angry?" Lin Jin retorted. "What is there to be angry about? Shouldn't you be feeling elated?" The players exchanged glances, puzzled. Their opponents had resorted to cunning tactics, leaving them in such a disheveled state. What was there to celebrate? Lin Jin scoffed lightly. The esteemed champions of high school football in Anong Province, Dongchuan High School, have been compelled to water the field to enhance their chances of victory. Do you not find that amusing? What does their behavior signify? Do they fear you? Shouldn't he that bring you joy? Your opponents are so intimidated, yet you still harbor anger? Upon hearing their coach's words, the team was momentarily taken aback before laughter erupted among them. Indeed, the head coach's assertion holds true. While the adversary's actions may appear despicable and shameful, a moment's reflection reveals that in the past, Dongchuan High School has never resorted to such tactics to secure victory against other teams. Regardless of the eventual outcome of the match, by engaging in such conduct, Dongchuan High School has already suffered a defeat in spirit. Their underlying belief that without resorting to such underhanded strategies, they would be incapable of triumphing over Dongchuan Middle School speaks volumes. Admittedly, the slippery pitch will indeed hinder our performance, as we primarily rely on a cohesive style of play that emphasizes possession and positioning. Given the constraints imposed by the playing conditions, it is likely that our preferred brand of football will not be executed to its fullest potential. Thus, we shall make some necessary adjustments. Chaolin, you must serve as a pivotal offensive anchor in the front line, as the team will increasingly employ high balls. You should leverage your height and aerial prowess. Of course, should a promising opportunity arise, do not hesitate to shoot directly. Chaolin nodded in agreement, responding, "Understood, coach." Li Ziqiang then turned to Hu Lai, instructing him to maintain an appropriate distance from Chen Yulin, ensuring he is not too far apart, and to be prepared to respond to the second ball. Especially within the penalty area, it is imperative to contest the balls that Chen Yulin lays off. Rest assured, coach, Hu Lai replied. Since the commencement of this year's Anong Cup, he and Chen Yulin have collaborated successfully on numerous occasions. Chen Yulin employs his physicality and heading ability to alleviate some defensive pressure while also bringing down balls that Hu Lai cannot reach, thus creating chaos in the penalty area to generate opportunities for him. However, despite being the team's offensive linchpin, Chen Yulin is not akin to last year's Luo Kai. It does not imply that the entire team must funnel the ball exclusively to him for the shot. As long as Chen Yulin, Xia Xiaoyu, and Tang Yuan find themselves in suitable positions and feel confident in scoring, they are encouraged to take their shots. In this year's Anong Cup, Chen Yulin has already netted 4 goals, making him the second highest scorer on the team, while Xia Xiaoyu has scored 2. And Mao Xiao and Tang Yuan have each contributed 1. Wu Yu, your task in this match is to mark Hu Lai. But there is no need to shadow him constantly. Simply apply pressure when he approaches the penalty area. If he drifts away, let him be. Feng Yuanchang instructed the team captain in the home team's locker room. In truth, these responsibilities had been allocated a week prior to the match, with targeted training sessions conducted in preparation. Yet, as the match time draws near, it is customary for the head coach to reiterate these points to ensure that no player takes them lightly. If professional players can occasionally fall into self-assured pitfalls, one can only imagine the tendencies of high school players, who may not possess the same level of discipline. You may judiciously utilize your physical strength to restrict Hu Lai's movement within the penalty area. Do not be overly concerned about fouling. Your physical advantage will be recognized by the referee, who will take such factors into account when making decisions. Not every instance of him falling in our penalty area will result in a foul being called against you. Moreover, Hu Lai already possesses a yellow card. Should he receive another, he will be suspended from the match. Even if they manage to surpass us, he would still be ineligible for the finals. Thus, I believe Hu Lai will not easily succumb to physical challenges, as simulation can lead to a booking. Rest assured, coach, I shall take good care of that lad. Wu Yu declared fiercely. Ever since the moment Team Wang withdrew, he had eagerly awaited this day. Feng Yuanchang then addressed the entire team, stating, "This is our home ground. Our objective transcends merely preventing the opposing team from scoring. More crucially, we must focus on our offense. We remain committed to counterattacks. Yet this cannot rely solely on a few individuals. During our counteroffensive, I expect each of you to actively engage in the attack. What if we lose possession midway? We will reclaim it immediately, reorganizing our offensive strategy. It is imperative to emphasize our counter to their counter, striking while they are still off balance, launching relentless assaults to catch them unawares." Feng Yuanchang punctuated his words with a fist striking his palm. As Wang Guangwei attempted to enter the campus through a small side gate, he was halted by the elderly guard in the security booth. "Hey, you there? Register." The guard extended his hand out the window, holding a notebook and shaking it. "Ah, my apologies." Wang Guangwei quickly retreated, preparing to comply with the registration process. He had previously been a student at Huitang High School and had never needed to register upon entering. Thus, he had forgotten about the regulation requiring outsiders to register, leaving their phone number, name, and identification number. In his eagerness to watch the match, he had rushed in through the small gate. "Wang Guangwei, you run so fast. Wait for me." Just as Wang Guangwei was stepping back, a portly middle-aged man huffed and puffed as he caught up. The elderly guard peered out and, recognizing Wang Guangwei, paused momentarily. Wang Guangwei? Here to watch the match against Dongchuan Middle School, I suppose? Very well, you need not register." With that, he snatched the pen from Wang Guangwei's grasp. The middle-aged man, wishing to follow Wang Guangwei into the campus, was intercepted by the guard, who placed the registration book and pen before him. "Register." The man, who happened to be Dai Zitao, a scout for the Shining Star football team, considered arguing but noted that Wang Guangwei had already darted off toward the football field. He hastily scribbled his name, phone number, and identification number in the book. Throwing the pen aside, he hurried after Wang Guangwei, racing toward the field where shouts echoed. "Tao Ge, it's not that I didn't wait for you. The match has already commenced," Wang Guangwei explained as he walked briskly. I know. Sigh. Who could have anticipated such traffic today?" Dai Zitao replied, gasping as he followed along. "Tao Ge, I suspect you are not from Jincheng. With such splendid weather and bright sunshine, everyone must be out enjoying themselves. It is only natural that there would be many heading west out of the city, is it not? Dai Zitao chuckled awkwardly, recognizing that today had indeed been his blunder for not allocating enough time for travel, resulting in their arrival a full 20 minutes after the match had begun. If it weren't for him, Wang Guangwei would not have been late, as he insisted on picking Wang Guangwei up from his home to attend the match together. Let us hope neither side has scored yet, he murmured as they finally reached the entrance of the stadium. No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous roar erupted from within the arena. His complexion suddenly changed, and without uttering a word, Wang Guangwei strode decisively through the entrance of the stadium. Dai Zitao could only waddle, struggling to keep pace. When he finally arrived, breathless, he found Wang Guangwei standing at the sidelines, intently gazing at the field. Dai Zitao followed his gaze, witnessing the players from Jiaxiang High School sprinting towards the corner flag. The realization struck him. Jiaxiang High School had scored. Indeed, they had. Wang Guangwei turned to Dai Zitao, a smile gracing his face. Congratulations are in order. Dai Zitao sought out the scoreboard, noting the score, 10, indicating that the home team, Jiaxiang High School, was in the lead. The entire stadium erupted with jubilant cheers. They stood below, feeling as if the very ground were trembling beneath them. Chapter 138. Words unspoken as Su Gaofei sent the football sailing into the goal defended by Meng Shi. He spread his arms wide, racing towards the corner flag, while the packed stands erupted in thunderous applause. The students of Jiaxiang High School had long awaited this moment. Ever since their defeat in last year's Anong Cup finals, they had yearned day and night for this moment of vengeance. Amidst the deafening cheers, Li Ziqiang wore a troubled expression. He had anticipated a goal against his team, yet he hadn't expected it to occur merely 20 minutes into the match. It was worth noting that in the previous Anong Cup, the two teams had ended the first half at 0-0. Clearly, the slippery pitch had a significant impact on the teams, and Jiaxiang High School was fervently seeking retribution. The recent goal should have been a counterattack from Dongchuan Middle School. After Jiaxiang High School's offensive faltered, the ball was intercepted by Chen Rui, who intended to pass it forward but slipped, allowing Su Gaofei to reclaim possession. Thus, what was meant to be a counterattack for Dongchuan Middle School morphed into a counterattack for Jiaxiang High School, catching them off guard. After regaining the ball, Su Gaofei advanced into the penalty area, and as Mao Xiao closed in to disrupt him, he aimed for the far corner of the goal. Although Meng Shi did manage to graze the ball with his fingertips, he could not alter its trajectory. Ultimately, the ball found its way into the net, granting Jiaxiang High School a one-goal advantage. Following the goal, Chen Rui sat on the ground, scraping off a sizable clump of mud lodged between his cleats, debris that had been dislodged from the turf during his slip, and flung it away in frustration. Li Ziqiang approached the sidelines, blowing his whistle and gesturing to his players, reassuring them not to panic or despair. As for tactical adjustments, he refrained from making any. For the current predicament stemmed not from a tactical failure, but from factors beyond the realm of football. Li Ziqiang cast a glance at the adjacent coaching bench. Even after Su Gaofei's goal, Feng Yuanchang remained composed, while the other members of his coaching staff were nearly leaping into the playing area in excitement. The celebrations among the players of Jiaxiang High School concluded, and the match resumed. However, the students in the stands had yet to detach themselves from their exhilarated state. As soon as the players from Jiaxiang High School seized the ball, their exuberant cheers resonated throughout the arena, rallying support for their team while simultaneously imposing pressure on the athletes from Dongchuan Middle School. Undeniably, their fervor created a sense of discomfort for the freshmen from Dongchuan. Shen Yulin's performance in this match could hardly be deemed exceptional. The towering figure of Shen seemed to lack the composure one would expect from his imposing stature. In several encounters for aerial duels against Jiaxiang's central defender, Huang Zheng, he failed to secure the initial contact. Consequently, even when Hu Lai maneuvered close to him, it proved futile, severing their connection on the field. Observing this from the sidelines, Feng Yuan could not help but chuckle. Prior to the match, he had instructed Wu Yu to tightly mark Hu Lai, yet the vulnerability arose from Shen Yulin, the freshman. In the previous 5 matches of the Anong Cup, he had scored 4 goals, showcasing impressive statistics, but his mental fortitude faltered under the jeers of the crowd, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. The absence of Shen Yulin as a focal point in their offense inevitably diminished Hu Lai's impact. This was indeed a stroke of fortune for Jiaxiang. While Shen Yulin was not the primary scorer for Dongchuan, he ranked as the second top scorer on the team. His role was predominantly to provide protection and support for Huilai, leveraging his height and heading ability to contest aerial balls and subsequently pass them to Huilai. Should Huilai find himself poorly positioned, Shen would redirect the ball to Xia Xiaoyu or other teammates, with Xia being the primary target due to his pivotal role as the midfield core. Expecting a high school forward to orchestrate the offense was impractical. Such responsibilities were best entrusted to the specialists, namely Xia Xiaoyu. Thus, during the match, the trio of Xia Xiaoyu, Shen Yulin, and Huilai often gravitated closely together to facilitate their exchanges. However, with Shen Yulin incapacitated, only the bilateral connection between Xia Xiaoyu and Huilai remained. Defending a linear formation is undoubtedly easier than countering a triangular one, especially considering Huilai was being relentlessly pressured by Wu Yu. Each time Huilai positioned himself, Wu Yu swiftly closed in, denying him any opportunity to receive the ball comfortably. On several occasions, Huilai found himself on the ground following clashes with Wu Yu. Yet the referee refrained from calling any fouls against Wu. Meanwhile, the stands erupted with a chorus of boos as students from Huitang High School accused Huilai of simulation. The animosity between Huilai and Huitang High School can be traced back to the previous Anong Cup finals. It was not solely due to Huilai's decisive goal that led to Jiaxiang's defeat, but rather his unseemly actions towards Wang Guangwei upon entering the match, which resulted in Wang receiving a yellow card. Given Wang's esteemed status among the students of Jiaxiang, Huilai's actions felt akin to a slap in the collective face. This incident fueled a lingering resentment among many Jiaxiang students, who maintained that Dongchuan had resorted to unsportsmanlike tactics to secure their victory. Thus, this away match proved to be particularly unfriendly for Huilai. Whenever he takes possession of the ball, the jeers from the stands resonate like thunderclaps. Guangwei, I feel as though your head is no longer your own, remarked Dai Zitao, who had found a corner to observe the game. What are you talking about, Tao Ji? Wang Guangwei replied, utterly bewildered. I mean, your head is as untouchable as a tiger's rear. Just look. That kid has become a target of resentment from so many at Jiaxiang High School simply for having touched your hairstyle in last year's finals. How tragic. Wang Guangwei chuckled as he watched Huilai entangled with Wu Yu. Do you really think he's pitiable? Isn't he? Retorted Dai Zitao. To be booed the instant he touches the ball. This is high school football. I have never encountered anyone who receives such treatment during a match. Wang Guangwei concurred with the latter part of Dai Zitao's statement. Indeed, there are very few who are so widely disliked in high school football. However, he felt that Huilai might not be so unfortunate, as perhaps he did not take the boos to heart at all. No, it's not that he doesn't care. He probably perceives those jeers as compliments. With his cheeky demeanor, it's entirely plausible. The thought of Huilai being able to chat with him during the match made Wang Guangwei realize that one could not judge this young man by conventional standards. It is worth noting how swiftly Huilai has progressed. When they faced each other last year, his immaturity was evident. Confronted with Wang Guangwei's defense, he relied solely on clever tricks to evade capture. However, watching his play this year, even though he has been subdued by Wu Yu thus far, his positioning and ball handling exhibit a marked evolution from that of a novice. The contrast with the national competition held in March is striking. His advancement is truly remarkable. Wang Guangwei is confident that Huilai will not crumble under pressure like his larger forward partner. Nor will he abandon his goal-scoring ambitions simply because of Wu Yu's stringent marking. Had he been deterred by Wang Guangwei's relentless defense last year, he would have long since given up. Having faced Huilai before, Wang Guangwei understands that he embodies the type of player defenders loathe. Regardless of how successful your defense may be, you cannot afford to relax for even a second. As previous successes do not guarantee his defeat, he could very well be patiently awaiting an opportunity or seeking one out. The moment you let your guard down, he will strike decisively. To engage in a tense duel against such a tenacious forward for the entirety of the match is indeed a formidable challenge for any defender. Just like now, Huilai, who had just suffered a setback in a physical confrontation with Wu Yu, is back in action. Dongchuan Middle School initiates an offensive, successfully advancing to the edge of Jiaxiang High School's penalty area. Wang Guangwei's gaze is fixed upon the slender figure of number 14 from Dongchuan Middle School. His tall partner has already dashed into the penalty area while he remains outside. Despite Wu Yu being in the box, he is multitasking, keeping an eye on the Dongchuan player advancing along the flank while frequently glancing towards Huilai's position. Wang Guangwei surmised that this must be what Feng meant. Instructing Wu Yu to keep an eye on Huilai while ensuring his own position remained undisclosed. After all, Following his departure, Jiaxiang High School had abandoned the three center-back formation due to the absence of a suitable third central defender. Thus, maintaining a solid defensive position became paramount. Should Wu Yu be drawn out by Hu Lai, Jiaxiang High School would be left with only Huang Zheng as their solitary central defender in the penalty area, which was evidently untenable. As long as Hu Lai remained outside the penalty box, Wu Yu ought to disregard him, considering his lack of long-range shooting capability posed little threat from a distance. Lost in these thoughts, Wang Guangwei observed Hu Lai sprinting into the penalty area. Wu Yu promptly adhered to his task, closing in swiftly. Wang Guangwei nodded in approval, satisfied with Wu Yu's vigilance, urging him not to relent and to deny Hu Lai any opportunity. Ultimately, Dongchuan Middle School failed to deliver the ball into the box. Perhaps the sight of Wu Yu immediately marking Hu Lai had rendered their two attacking points in the area ineffective. The ball was shifted from the flanks to the center, where Xiaoyu rushed to receive it. Wang Guangwei's gaze returned to Hu Lai, who had changed positions yet remained in the penalty area, with Wu Yu steadfastly at his side. Hu Lai glanced at Wu Yu, then quickly turned away again, finding Wu Yu still beside him. He sighed, feeling the discomfort of being tethered like a dog's shadow. He yearned to express to the man, "Brother, please don't mark me. I pose no threat." Yet he understood the futility of such words, especially with the absence of Luo Kai from Dongchuan Middle School this year, leaving him without a shield. Furthermore, having scored 7 goals in the current Anong Cup, ranking second on the scorers list and first within his team, it was hardly convincing to declare himself a non-threat, no matter how thick-skinned Hu Lai might be. Noticing Hu Lai's sigh, Wu Yu could not suppress a smirk, even teasing, "What's this? No banter today?" Hu Lai shot him a glance, retorting, "Words fall flat when minds do not meet." Just then, Wu Yu witnessed Hu Lai suddenly darting forward. He barely had time to process what was unfolding, his body instinctively pursuing Hu Lai. However, he was slightly delayed, arriving just as Hu Lai received the ball from Xiaoyu. Wu Yu silently praised his quick reflexes. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have been outmaneuvered by the youth. He closed the distance quickly, applying his shoulder against Hu Lai. This was a test of strength and defense, avoiding the use of hands to evade fouls. He even tucked his hands behind his back to prevent the referee from calling him for pushing. Yet, unlike their previous encounters where he had easily pushed Hu Lai aside, this seemingly frail lad spread his arms wide, maintaining balance while one hand pressed against Wu Yu's chest. Not only did he resist being displaced, but he also launched a shot. Before Wu Yu could fully comprehend the situation, the football had already been launched towards the goal of Jiaxiang High School by Hu Lai. Fortunately, their goalkeeper, Zhou Yang, remained highly focused. He dove to the side and deflected the football out of bounds with a powerful punch. This attempt at goal elicited gasps from the students in the stands, abruptly silencing the earlier jeers. Upon realizing the ball did not find the net, Hu Lai appeared quite disheartened. He clasped his head with both hands, knelt on the ground, and let out a cry towards the heavens. It seemed as though he had just squandered the finest opportunity of the match. Wu Yu turned to Zhou Yang, giving him a thumbs up in praise of his remarkable save. However, Wang Guangwei in the stands frowned, his expression not easing despite Hu Lai's miss. Last year, during the finals, Hu Lai's first shot on goal had barely grazed the goalpost. Under Wu Yu's pressure, he managed to produce such a quality shot. Had it not been for Zhou Yang's steady performance, that shot might well have resulted in a goal. Wang Guangwei suddenly felt a pang of doubt regarding Wu Yu's ability to thwart Hu Lai. After Hu Lai's shot was parried away, Dongchuan Middle School attempted various other offensive strategies, including long-range strikes from outside the penalty area. But Xiaoyu's attempt was too straightforward and posed no threat to Jiaxiang High School's goal. In contrast, Jiaxiang High School executed their counterattacks with greater menace. After successfully thwarting Dongchuan's advances, they swiftly transitioned to offense, rapidly pushing forward into Dongchuan's defensive zone. Known for their defensive prowess, Jiaxiang High School undoubtedly had strategized on how to convert their defense into swift counteroffensives, making them formidable in this regard. This left Dongchuan Middle School unable to commit fully to their offensive endeavors. Faced with such a defensively adept opponent, breaking through Jiaxiang's defense proved to be a formidable challenge. As the first half concluded, Dongchuan Middle School had yet to equalize the score, entering the halftime break trailing 0-1. "I apologize, everyone. The goal conceded was due to my mistake," Chen Rui expressed to his teammates as they entered the locker room. Yin waved his hand dismissively. "Mistakes are inevitable. It's in the past now, so let us not dwell on it. Although he too felt disheartened by the conceded goal, he could not afford to display such emotions in front of his teammates, for that would undermine his role as captain. After managing to console Chen Xingyi, Chen Yulin stood up and said, "I'm sorry, everyone. I know I didn't perform well in the first half. Those boos from the stands made my heart race, and I felt as if I couldn't exert my strength." As captain, Yin had no choice but to reassure him, "It's all right. This isn't really on you." The last encounter with Dongchuan High School had been during the Anong Cup finals, where they were rivals. However, the enthusiasm of Dongchuan's cheerleaders had not reached the fervor witnessed today. Yin was well aware of the reason behind this, and it had nothing to do with Chen Yulin and the other first-year students. Nevertheless, despite his words, they seemed to have little effect. Chen Yulin remained with his head bowed, visibly dejected, frustrated, and even a bit apprehensive. Unlike Chen Xingyi, who speaks with ease, as the captain, Yin felt the weight of the responsibility to uplift the spirits of his teammates and encourage them to regain their composure. However, when he opened his mouth, he found himself at a loss for words. After donning the captain's armband, he had often recalled how Chu, the former captain, had conducted himself and sought to emulate him. Yet, when the moment came for him to lead, he discovered the difficulty of mirroring Chu's charisma and becoming the same kind of captain. All he could muster were platitudes that proved utterly ineffective in addressing the issue at hand. For instance, in the current situation, where Chen Yulin was grappling with psychological hurdles, Yin felt powerless as a captain. Could mere comforting words alleviate Shen's burdens? Surely, it wasn't an option to have the head coach substitute Shen, who was underperforming. Frustrated, he scratched his head. Just then, he spotted Huitang. A spark ignited in his eyes, and he pointed at Huitang, saying to Chen Yulin, "Relax, take it easy." Look at Huitang. He has faced far greater jeers during the match, yet he remains full of life, doesn't he? Huitang, taken aback, thought to himself, "Am I supposed to be the scapegoat here?" Seeing Huitang's bewildered expression, Yin chuckled and said, "Come on, Huitang, enlighten us on your resilience. How do you manage to remain unflustered amidst such cacophony?" At his prompting, all eyes turned to Huitang, including Chen Yulin's. After all, if anyone had drawn the ire of the Dongchuan High School fans in the first half, it was undoubtedly their vice-captain, Huitang. "Captain, if my heart didn't race, I would be dead," Huitang quipped. "Ahem, let's grasp the essence of the moment," Yin responded, signaling Huitang to direct his gaze towards Chen Yulin, urging him to cooperate. Reluctantly, Huitang sighed. "What's so difficult about this? Just imagine they're praising you, and you'll be fine." Outside the door, Li Ziqiang and team leader Lu Jia were about to enter when they caught this exchange. Li Ziqiang's hand paused on the doorknob, and he refrained from pushing it open. Lu Jia, puzzled, remarked, "Coach Li, aren't we?" Li Ziqiang placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, then pressed his ear against the door. He could hear Yan's voice from within. "Praise? They are our adversaries, Huitang." "Exactly. Precisely because they are our opponents. Their jeers are a form of praise," Huitang asserted. "Captain, consider this. If the match concludes and we give our all yet still lose, and in that moment, the Dongchuan High School crowd applauds us, what would your feelings be?" Yin scoffed. "Why would I want their applause? I want to win. Isn't that the point?" Huitang clapped his hands together, spreading his arms wide. "Their applause signifies that we pose no threat to them. Only then would they exhibit the magnanimity of victors, feigning applause. I wager that if we level the score in the second half, the jeers will grow even louder." "That certainly holds merit," Yin echoed. "When we faced them last year, the spectators in the stands were not nearly as exaggerated in their reactions as they are now. This frenzy this year is merely a consequence of our eliminating them, preventing them from participating in the national tournament. Thus, Chen Yulin, they are not booing you. Rather, they are paying you a compliment." Huitang gazed at his forward partner, hoping that Chen Yulin would regain his composure, as it would alleviate the pressure he felt. "I perceive their jeers as accolades and commendations. The more they boo, the more it attests to my outstanding performance, which has evidently unsettled them. As a member of Dongchuan Middle School, the team that broke Dongchuan High School's 5-year winning streak in the Anong Cup, one must learn to acclimate to such treatment." Huitang's assertion was indeed correct. Yin clapped his hands vigorously, recalling that in every derby match, the atmosphere was always rife with boos. If one's abilities were too lacking, they might not even receive the privilege of being booed. At that moment, Li Ziqiang, having overheard this exchange, turned the doorknob and entered. The sudden appearance of the head coach prompted everyone to return to their seats. Li Ziqiang did not single anyone out with his gaze. Instead, he stated matter-of-factly, "We will not make any personnel adjustments during halftime. We shall continue with our initial strategy in the second half. Shen Yulin, you must strive to secure the first touch for Hulai." He refrained from criticizing Shen Yulin's subpar performance in the first half, which had placed the team at a disadvantage offensively, nor did he encourage him to uplift his spirits. He simply assigned the task at hand. All eyes turned to Shen Yulin, who, under the scrutiny of his teammates, gritted his teeth and nodded firmly. "I assure you I will complete the task, coach." "I believe I spotted Captain Wang in the stands," someone remarked. "Is that true? Captain Wang came to watch our match?" "No way. Isn't there a match for Flash Stars this afternoon?" "I'm not entirely certain. I merely think I saw him." "It's quite possible. After all, Captain Wang's name was not on the roster for the away game, implying he need not travel with the team. Indeed, Captain Wang is still thinking of us." "Wu, did you invite Captain Wang to cheer for us?" Wu Yu shook his head repeatedly. "No, I didn't mention it. I feared that bringing up Dongchuan Middle School would sadden him. Then let us triumph over Dongchuan Middle School this time, and obliterate the psychological barriers in Captain Wang's mind." In the locker room of Jiaxiang High School, the players were more concerned about whether their captain had come solely to support them. Head coach Feng Yuan entered to find the Jiaxiang players relaxed, and his expression darkened. "What are you doing? Leading by just one goal, and you've forgotten your names? Do you want to uncork a bottle of champagne to celebrate?" The group stood in stunned silence, taken aback by their coach's reprimand. "Have you forgotten how you lost the finals last year? It's merely a one-goal lead. You need to focus on the second half of the match." Wu Yu quickly stood up. "I'm here, coach. In the second half, you must not relax your defense against Hulai. Remain closely with him and do not let him find space." "No problem, coach. In the second half, if Jiaxiang High School scores another goal, will the match be secured?" During halftime, Dai Zitao handed a bottle of mineral water to Wang Guangwei. Upon receiving the water, Wang expressed his gratitude but shook his head, remarking, "It's hard to say." "Hard to say? Can't a two-goal lead at home ensure victory? Jiaxiang High School cannot be that weak, can they?" Dai Zitao was somewhat taken aback. He had expected Wang Guangwei, a symbolic figure of Jiaxiang High School's football team, to be optimistic about his alma mater, yet he found him less hopeful than anticipated. "I have faced Dongchuan Middle School. I know they are a resilient team. Last year, we lost even after taking the lead by a goal. Last year they had Luo Kai, and this year they have Hulai. Hulai? I concede his off-the-ball movement is impressive, but is that sufficient? His physical confrontational ability is too weak, which significantly hampers his performance." Dai Zitao, with the discerning eye of a professional scout, shared his assessment of Hulai. A forward of his caliber must rely on his teammates. If they perform well, his skills and talents can be utilized. However, if his teammates falter, he too will be affected. Just look at the first half. Their number 9, the center forward, did not perform well, and naturally, Hulai's performance was not commendable either. If Hulai possessed the individual combat prowess of Luo Kai, he might indeed alter the score single-handedly and save the team, but in his current state. Dai Zitao concluded with a shake of his head. "You are right, Brother Tao. Thus, I never claimed Hulai would definitely score. However, I would much rather defend against players like Luo Kai in every match than encounter forwards like Hulai repeatedly." Dai Zitao chuckled, thinking that such a statement was rather harsh. "With your current short hair, you need not worry about him disheveling your hairstyle anymore." The second half commenced, and Jiaxiang High School, leading by a goal, did not take advantage of their lead to aggressively attack. Instead, they maintained a solid defense, cautiously maneuvering with Dongchuan Middle School. This was indeed in line with their established football style. Li Ziqiang had no expectations that they would become overzealous and recklessly assault, allowing Dongchuan Middle School to counterattack. Therefore, during halftime, he did not instruct the players to surge forward with all their might at the beginning of the second half to create pressure and aim for an early goal. He knew Feng Yuanchang would relish such an opportunity. He cast his gaze across the field, confident that Dongchuan Middle School, with their overall strength, should be able to defeat Jiaxiang High School if they perform to their potential. Although Luo Kai had left Dongchuan Middle School this year, they appeared more cohesive as a unit, bolstered by the addition of the exceptional midfield commander Xia Xiaoyu, while Hulai had matured further. Conversely, Jiaxiang High School had yet to find a suitable replacement for Wang Guangwei after his departure, which led them to transition from a 3 center-back formation to a 2 center-back setup, adopting a 4-5-1 formation. Certainly, the conclusion drawn by Li Ziqiang is predicated on the assumption of a standard match scenario. which evidently does not account for the opponent's pre-match antics of excessively watering the pitch. Consequently, Chen Rui's slip that led to a goal conceded in the first half utterly disrupted Li Ziqiang's meticulously crafted strategy. Football matches are invariably rife with unforeseen incidents that can render meticulous pre-match preparations futile. For fans, this unpredictability is one of the sport's intrinsic charms. However, for coaches, it often seems like a cruel twist of fate. Chapter 140. Opponent Authentication. Hu Lai, in possession of the ball in the attacking zone, adeptly braced himself against Wu Yu's challenge. Of course, the latter did not exert excessive force, as they were still quite distant from the goal. After withstanding Wu Yu's interference, Hu Lai did not immediately release the ball. Instead, he bent slightly, using his body to shield the ball from Wu Yu while awaiting his teammates to position themselves more advantageously. Noticing that his initial attempt to dislodge Hu Lai had failed, Wu Yu promptly increased his effort and attempted to shove him again. This time, he succeeded in forcing Hu Lai to leap, but by then, the ball had already been passed to the approaching Xia Xiaoyu. After delivering the pass, Hu Lai pivoted to continue his run, with Wu Yu naturally in pursuit. Ultimately, Dongchuan High School's offensive effort did not culminate in a goal. Nonetheless, Hu Lai gleaned valuable insights from the experience. He reflected on his earlier shot in the first half and related it to the moment he protected the ball. Although the contact was fleeting, it sufficed for him. This clearly indicated that the specialized training regimen designed by his coach over the past few weeks had indeed borne fruit. Initially, the objective had not been to transform him into a muscular behemoth, but rather to enable him to withstand the opponent's initial charge when receiving and shooting the ball, which he evidently accomplished, not just once, but multiple times. Prior to this match, he had contemplated donning the previously worn giant bear jersey he had drawn, but ultimately decided against it. On one hand, he felt that wearing it would be somewhat wasteful, considering it was merely the Anong Cup and his opponents were the vanquished Huitang High School. He intended to reserve this jersey for a more opportune moment. On the other hand, Hu Lai sought to assess the effectiveness of his rigorous training over the past few weeks, having expended 3 beginner training scrolls, strength, and 4,000 points. In this context, he was eager to ascertain his current strength level and whether he could withstand a defender's typical physical challenge, as he had previously struggled to cope with even standard contact. Of course, should it prove that he truly could not withstand such challenges, Hu Lai would not hesitate to don the jersey. At such a juncture, he would completely disregard philosophical quandaries regarding whether relying on external aids constituted cheating or whether it would render his prior training efforts meaningless. Nothing supersedes the importance of victory, the fulfillment of scoring consecutively, or the opportunity to showcase oneself before professional teams in a national competition. Through these recent confrontations, he has concluded that his intensive training over the past 3 weeks has indeed yielded results, and it seems that he has managed to retain that jersey. However, Hu Lai does not intend to engage in a struggle of strength with Wu Yu in the upcoming matches. Rather, he aims to fully showcase the fruits of his 3 weeks of arduous practice. On the contrary, he plans to adopt a strategy of feigned weakness. The increase in his strength remains unknown to Huitang High School. Otherwise, Wu Yu would exert even more force in his defense against Hu Lai, which could lead to potential fouls. Since the opponent is unaware, this presents itself as an advantageous opportunity for Hu Lai. He prefers that the opponent maintains their current perception of him, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash his true capabilities, catching them off guard and striking when they are unprepared. As for whether the opponent has already detected the change in his physical confrontational ability, Hu Lai believes they have not. After all, he has faced Wu Yu several times, and only twice has he managed to hold his ground. In most instances, he has been overpowered. Such odds are insufficient for Wu Yu to sense anything amiss. Of course, if his opponent were Wang Guangwei, the situation would be quite different. Wang Guangwei is far more meticulous and cautious. Any little trick might not escape his notice. In last year's finals, Hu Lai struggled mightily just to momentarily deceive him. Moreover, he had relied on Wu Yu's involvement. Had Wu Yu possessed Wang Guangwei's astuteness, he would never have fallen for such a ruse. Suddenly, Wang Guangwei on the stands furrowed his brow and let out a grunt. "What's wrong?" Dai Zitao inquired. "I feel that Hu Lai is somewhat different," Wang Guangwei replied. Dai Zitao, perplexed, asked in what way. He just withstood the pressure exerted by Wu Yu behind him, protecting the ball until his teammates arrived to receive it. Wang Guangwei noted. "Isn't that a perfectly normal performance?" "Not at all." Wang Guangwei shook his head. The Hulai of the past would never have allowed the ball to linger under his foot for such an extended period, nor would he have actively protected it. He would either have swiftly passed the ball or run into open space to receive it for a shot. He lacked the ability and confidence to hold onto the ball. Wang Guangwei, your understanding of Hulai seems limited to your impressions from last year's encounters, doesn't it? Have you watched his games since then? Wang Guangwei shook his head. No. Dai Zitao spread his hands in response. Then that explains it. It's only natural for you to perceive him as different, considering you haven't seen him play in such a long time. Wang Guangwei pondered for a moment, realizing the validity of Dai Zitao's words. They say that absence sharpens appreciation. It has indeed been a year since he last saw Hulai. He had not watched a single match featuring Dongchuan High School in the national competitions, so he was unaware of how Hulai performed in those matches, only knowing that he scored 3 goals without any knowledge of how they were achieved or any other contributions he made. Perhaps it is indeed due to his prolonged absence from watching Hulai's games that he is particularly sensitive to what Hulai has just displayed. Before long, Hulai again found himself in a confrontation with Wu Yu in the penalty area. This time, he was completely overpowered by Wu Yu, who, with a decisive push, caused Hulai to lose his position. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Guangwei finally dispelled the lingering doubts within his heart. It seemed that he had simply not seen him play for far too long. However, the transformation from a novice who knew nothing last year to a player capable of contending with Wu Yu this year was indeed remarkable. The pace of this young lad's progress was astonishing. One could only wonder how much he would improve by the time he completed his 3 years in high school. Hulai had just been displaced by Wu Yu, yet he felt no frustration. In the earlier offensive maneuver by Dongchuan High School, he had struggled to find a good opportunity. Even if he had managed to withstand Wu Yu's challenge, the angle for a shot was too narrow, compounded by the interference from other defenders. Ultimately, Dongchuan High School's attack was directed towards the center forward, Chen Xingyi. After a lackluster performance in the first half, he appeared much more in form following the halftime break. He leapt high in front of the goal at Jiaxiang High School, seizing the first touch and directing the ball towards the net. However, under the close marking from the opposing center-back, Huang Zheng, his header was slightly off target. Nonetheless, this was certainly an improvement over the first half, where he couldn't even claim the initial touch. Thus, Hulai gave Chen Xingyi a thumbs up, acknowledging his commendable effort. After landing, Chen Xingyi scratched his head and smiled, realizing that Hu's words held truth. The boos from the crowd indicated their fear of him. Due to his poor performance in the first half, the jeers he received in the second half were notably less thunderous than before. What did this signify? It suggested that, in the eyes of Jiaxiang High School supporters, he was perceived as a non-threat to their goal. In stark contrast, whenever Hulai touched the ball, a cacophony of boos erupted from the stands, an unmistakable sign of acknowledgement from the opponents. When one boasts of their own prowess, it may be mere bravado. When a teammate praises you, it is a gesture of courtesy. However, when adversaries recognize your skill, that is genuine merit. 10 minutes into the second half, Jiaxiang High School launched an attack, successfully penetrating Dongchuan High School's penalty area amidst the cheers of their fans. Unfortunately, Su Gaofei's shot was parried away by Meng Xishuang, and the ball fell to the sidelines. Dongchuan High School's fullback, Wang Juanhao, received the ball and, facing an approaching Jiaxiang High School player, deftly passed it sideways to his right winger, Tang Yuan. He then maneuvered around the Jiaxiang player and surged forward. Tang Yuan returned the ball, and the two executed a wall pass. Upon receiving the ball, Wang Juanhao continued his advance, but the Jiaxiang fullback swiftly positioned himself to block his path. Despite being in an offensive scenario, the Jiaxiang fullback often refrained from joining the attack, preferring to maintain his position. After all, in Feng Yuanchang's football philosophy, defense was paramount, far outweighing the significance of attack. Faced with such defensive tenacity, Wang Juanhao opted against a forced breakthrough. He glanced up to assess the situation in the center, and then chose to deliver a cross at a 45-degree angle. The ball soared high towards the center. Chen Xingyi quickly sprinted into position, spread his arms wide, and leapt high to secure the first touch, outmaneuvering Huang Zheng. He nodded the ball back to the swiftly advancing Xia Xiaoyu, who skillfully brought down the aerial pass with his foot. At this moment, the fans of Jiaxiang High School in the stands began to jeer, having observed that as Chen Xingyi leaped for a header, Hulai had already turned and surged forward. Wu Yu promptly pivoted to keep pace. Indeed, after Xia Xiaoyu controlled the football, he did not hesitate, but swiftly directed it towards the penalty area of Jiaxiang High School. Simultaneously, Chen Xingyi, having contested for the ball, turned to sprint towards the goal. Xiaoyu, having passed the ball, did not linger idly but continued his advance. The trio from Dongchuan Middle School needed to maintain an appropriate distance amongst themselves, for only then could they truly be considered a trident. The football descended before Huilai, bouncing slightly, its momentum diminishing just enough to allow him the opportunity to catch up. Wu Yu approached at high speed from the side, closing in rapidly. Without the need to turn his head, Huilai could confirm this with the periphery of his vision. He did not squander energy or time observing Wu Yu. Instead, his gaze shifted from the ball ahead to the left, where he noticed goalkeeper Zhou Yang moving towards the near post, attempting to block his shooting angle. At this sight, Wang Guangwei felt his breath momentarily catch. It's all right, Wu Yu had already closed in, and Dai Zitao, noticing Wang Guangwei's tense posture, offered a reassuring smile. As long as you close in, that shot is gone. That kid won't withstand it. Wang Guangwei, however, did not respond to Dai Zitao, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the field. He certainly hoped for things to unfold this way, yet he understood all too well that anything could transpire on the football pitch. The jeers from the stands grew louder, and to Shun Yulin, who was hot on Huilai's heels, it felt as though Huilai was racing through a tempest. The jeers akin to icy raindrops pelting against his face. Yet, not even this could deter his relentless pursuit of the ball. He was drawing ever closer. Of course, the opposing captain was also nearing him. Li Ziqiang stood at the sidelines, maintaining a fixed gaze, motionless as if carved from stone. Anxiety gnawed at him. This was a scenario he and Huilai had practiced during targeted training, Huilai making a run without stopping the ball for a direct shot. While he utilized his physical strength to crowd him and disrupt his play, he was uncertain whether the training had borne fruit. 3 weeks felt fleeting compared to the years Huilai had spent honing his skills. Yet, contemplating Huilai's rapid progress over the past year, he couldn't help but harbor a flicker of hope for the young man. Perhaps, as his daughter had suggested, he was indeed a prodigious talent, not merely for his off-the-ball movement, but also for his remarkable learning ability and swift advancement. As Huilai and Wu Yu nearly reached the ball simultaneously, the jeers from the stands reached a crescendo. Just as Huilai was about to close in, he adjusted his stride, repositioning the ball to his right side, using his body to shield it from Wu Yu. However, at this juncture, his body would also need to withstand the inevitable collision from Wu Yu, who would certainly not hold back. As Huilai's left foot made contact with the ground, his arms outstretched and right leg swung, Wu Yu charged at him with intent. He did not intend to send Huilai flying. That would constitute a foul, especially within the penalty area. However, he was confident in his strength. There was no need for a foul. A simple shove would suffice to unbalance Huilai, ensuring that even if he managed a shot, it would lack precision. With this thought in mind, as Wu Yu extended his right leg to block Huilai's shot, he shifted his entire body weight forward, allowing himself to lean into Huilai. At the moment Huilai took his shot, he felt the pressure from Wu Yu's approach on his left side. Yet, in that instant, the muscles of his left leg swelled, stabilizing his form, from his leg to his waist, then to his chest, and finally to his outstretched left arm. All his strength coalesced in the taut muscles, resisting Wu Yu's advance. Though the resistance lasted but a fleeting second, it was enough for his right foot to send the ball hurtling towards the goal, even as he lost all support and balance, tumbling to the ground after the shot. His body rolled due to inertia, leaving him in an awkward position, head down, feet up. Yet, none of this mattered, for the ball had just skimmed past Zhou Yang's foot, darting towards the far corner of the goal. Zhou Yang, presuming Huilai would aim for the near post, dove instinctively in that direction. However, Huilai's shot veered towards the far post, leaving Zhou Yang powerless to intervene. Xiaoyu, witnessing Huilai's strike, halted in his tracks. Amidst the rising crescendo of boos that had transformed into a storm of disdain, he observed the ball glide along the grass and swiftly enter the net of Dongchuan High School. A goal. Dongchuan Middle School had equalized. P.S. At the end of the chapter, there is an Easter egg section that illustrates, from a bird's eye view, how Huilai's goal was scored. Chapter 141. The slide and kneel. As Huilai turned to sprint towards the penalty area, the jeers erupted from the stands. Despite the fact that he had yet to gain possession of the ball, the fans of Dongchuan High School could sense impending danger for their team. In retrospect, they seemed almost prophetic, knowing that the player they loathed the most would soon become the linchpin of this offensive maneuver, prompting their boos and fears to arise prematurely. When Huilai struck the ball, the cacophony of jeers reached its zenith. Then, as the ball soared into the net, the uproar plummeted from its peak, descending into an abyss of silence. In that moment, the hostility from the stands vanished without a trace, as if the entire stadium had been muted. Only when the substitute players of Dongchuan Middle School erupted in jubilant shouts did the decibel levels rise once more, the immense outcry returning to everyone's ears. Upon witnessing the ball roll into the goal, Hulai pushed himself up with determination, his core engaged, and with a powerful thrust of his legs, executed a backflip. Springing to his feet, he then turned and raced towards the corner flag, gazing at the lush, verdant grass. He finally had the opportunity to manifest the idea that had long existed in his mind, the slide and kneel. After the sprint, he leaped forward, his legs trailing behind him. As his knees buckled, he found himself kneeling on the grass, sliding forward due to inertia. During this slide, the image that flashed through Hulai's mind was that of the renowned Arsenal star Thierry Henry, striking a powerful pose while sliding on his knees. He aspired to project such an image to others. However, the reality was that shortly after his slide began, the immense resistance of the turf halted his progress. Simultaneously, his body continued to lurch forward due to inertia, ultimately forcing him to collapse onto the grass, concluding his brief sliding celebration. This, of course, appeared more graceful than crawling on all fours across the ground. Damn it, why didn't you water the pitch a bit more during halftime? Hulai cursed inwardly, his face buried in the grass. Compared to the first half, the field conditions had become significantly drier after those few minutes of play under the scorching sun. The less slippery surface was advantageous for Dongchuan High School, yet for Hulai, his longed-for-perfect slide was thwarted. No one could fathom the turmoil within Hulai's heart. His teammates came rushing over, laughing and cheering, piling on top of him before he could rise, burying him beneath their jubilant mass. Li Ziqiang turned around, giving a slight, forceful fist pump, as behind him, the players of Dongchuan High School formed a human tower. The goal scorer was nearly obscured, with only a hand visible, desperately trying to grasp something. Wu Yu, in an attempt to obstruct Hulai's shot, had thrown his weight into the collision, losing his balance and falling to the ground. Now, gazing at the ball nestled in the goal, he realized his defensive efforts had failed. But how could this be? It made no sense. That kid shouldn't have been able to withstand my charge. Did I perhaps hesitate, waiting until he struck the ball before colliding with him? No, that couldn't be right. I clearly saw that I impacted him before he took the shot. Wu Yu stared blankly at the ball in the net. Wu Yu had indeed been a fraction too slow. On the silent stands, Dai Zitao sighed. If he had been quicker to close the distance, Hulai's shot would undoubtedly have missed. Yet, Wang Guangwei shook his head. No, Tao Ji. Wu Yu performed admirably. He was not late. He indeed closed in as Hulai was shooting, but he simply failed to disrupt the shot. How could that be? If he was close enough, a little force should have been sufficient to displace Hulai, but he did not push him away, or rather, at the moment of Hulai's strike. He was unable to do so. Dai Zitao looked at the seated Wu Yu with astonishment. How could he fail to displace even the seemingly feeble Hulai? Was he overconfident? He pondered. Wang Guangwei offered no response, as he too was uncertain of the answer. Perhaps he feared a foul? Or maybe Hulai had braced himself. Regardless of the reason, Hulai had scored, and Dongchuan High School had leveled the score. The concern he had dreaded had indeed come to pass. He directed his gaze towards Dongchuan High School, who were jubilantly celebrating their goal. Hulai, who had originally been at the bottom, had been lifted back up. His hair and jersey were disheveled, and the area around his knees bore marks from sliding, revealing either dirt or scraped skin. However, the disarray could not conceal the triumphant smile adorning the young man's face. Wang Guangwei let out a soft sigh. It had been merely 3 days. Yet this lad had markedly improved since a year prior. Moreover, his teammates exhibited a greater willingness and enthusiasm to pass the ball to him. It appeared that both the team and Hulai had finally discovered an appropriate rhythm of synergy, harmoniously intertwined. As Dongchuan High School concluded their celebration and the match resumed, the boos from the stands grew louder than before whenever the Dongchuan players gained possession. Xin Yulin lifted his head, surveying the surrounding stands. With the track now absent, the proximity between the field and the spectators was closer, allowing him to discern the expressions and lip movements of the fans in the front rows. Although the cacophony rendered it impossible to hear each individual word, the expressions and gestures suggested that the words escaping their lips were anything but complimentary. Nevertheless, Xin Yulin was no longer perturbed by these sounds. No amount of jeering could accelerate his heartbeat. induce dryness in his mouth, or sap his strength. For, in truth, these were merely accolades and commendations directed towards them. Turning his gaze to Hu Lai's silhouette, Shen Yulin broke into a wide smile. He stood tall and proud, openly accepting all the praise from the Jiaxiang High School supporters. Thank you for your jeers. They reveal how truly fearful you are of us. Having leveled the score, Dongchuan High School grew increasingly emboldened, launching a concerted assault on Jiaxiang High School's goal. While it is true that a compact defense was one of Jiaxiang High School's strongest tactics, the current display of defensive contraction bore little resemblance to their usual proud strategy. At the very least, the players of Jiaxiang High School were not typically so disheveled. They were genuinely being overwhelmed by Dongchuan High School's offense, as opposed to merely luring their opponents into a trap before executing a counterattack. The primary reason for this disparity lay in the heavy blow to the morale of Jiaxiang High School's players, which hindered their ability to perform at their usual level. After all, no matter how effective a strategy may be, its execution relies heavily on the players themselves. High school football tactics tend to be relatively simple, largely due to the emotional volatility stemming from the player's age, ability, experience, and other factors, making stable execution of tactics quite challenging. It is indeed remarkable for a school like Jiaxiang High School to have consistently adhered to their head coach's tactics and maintained a distinct football style over the years. However, following their defeat to Dongchuan High School in last year's finals, the collective mindset had shifted. Perhaps in that final match, Hu Lai had not only tousled Wang Guangwei's hair or disturbed his inner thoughts, but had also unsettled the hearts of all the players from Dongchuan High School, causing them to easily lose their composure when facing Dongchuan High School and Hu Lai. As the head coach of Jiaxiang High School, Feng Yuan stood anxiously at the sidelines, his expression filled with concern. He was acutely aware that this was a critical moment. They had to withstand the relentless assault from Dongchuan High School. If they could endure, the subsequent matches would return to a favorable rhythm, for Dongchuan High School could not maintain such an intense pace throughout the game. Their stamina simply would not allow it. Under his watchful gaze, Hu Lai found another opportunity within the penalty area, yet his shot ultimately veered away from the goal. However, this time, the crowd did not respond with boos, but rather gasps of astonishment. Feng Yuanchang could feel his heart racing, yet he was oblivious to the fact that his body had tensed up, causing him to appear even older than his years. Chapter 142. The storm. The onslaught from Dongchuan High School persisted for nearly 7 minutes, yet the score remained unchanged. Feng Yuanchang exhaled a sigh of relief. In his estimation, if Dongchuan's attack ended in failure again, they would have to slow their pace and catch their breath. After that, Jiaxiang High School could regain control and steer the game back to their familiar tempo. Just then, Tang Yuan broke through on the flank, only to be brought down by a defender from Jiaxiang High School. The referee blew the whistle, signaling a foul against Jiaxiang High School. The stands erupted in boos directed at this decision. In truth, the call was perfectly valid. Tang Yuan had indeed been tripped after he had maneuvered past the ball. Wang Guangwei could not help but furrow his brow at the discontented crowd. This was unreasonable. Dai Zitao chuckled. Oh, let us try to understand the fans' emotions. The team is trailing, so it's natural for them to be agitated. Yet, such behavior would only transmit their impatience to the players. While Wang Guangwei was speaking, he noticed the Jiaxiang High School player involved in the foul approaching the referee, seemingly in protest, as the referee prepared to issue a card. This provoked an even louder chorus of boos from the stands. Fortunately, at that moment, Wu Yu rushed over to separate his teammate. Although this could not change the fact that the player would receive a yellow card, it at least prevented him from receiving a second yellow, which would result in a red card and expulsion from the match. Seeing this, Wang Guangwei felt a slight sense of relief. Wu Yu maintained his composure, proving himself to be a competent captain. From Wang Guangwei's perspective, the yellow card was entirely justified. After all, the opponent had already maneuvered past the ball with no one in front, and to come in from the side and sweep him down was certainly worthy of a caution. If he remained on the field, he not only had to separate the players, but also sternly point out the error to this previously unknown teammate to prevent any further emotional outbursts. As a defender, maintaining composure was an essential quality. Failing to do so would hinder one from becoming an exceptional player. With this thought, Wang Guangwei cast his gaze toward the Jiaxiang High School coaching bench, where he indeed saw Coach Feng bellowing, gesticulating toward his temple, an unmistakable gesture urging the players to remain calm and not let their emotions take control. Noting that Coach Feng had recognized the issue, Wang Guangwei felt a measure of reassurance. While Wu Yu was busy advising his teammate, Hulai had found Xiaoyu. It was he who was meant to take this free kick. Observe my gestures and act accordingly, Xiaoyu, Hulai instructed. How should I act? Asked Xiaoyu. When you see me raise my arm to request the ball, you must pass it forward, Hulai replied. Understood, Vice Captain, Xiaoyu nodded decisively. Remember, it must be a forward pass, regardless of where I may be at that moment. Just send the ball ahead, Hulai reiterated. Although Xiaoyu was somewhat perplexed by the vice captain's insistence on disregarding his position, he nodded affirmatively. All right, a forward pass it is. He refrained from questioning what would happen if he passed the ball, and Hulai had not yet moved. If that were the case, so be it. It was unrealistic to expect every offensive attempt to succeed. Hulai then sprinted into the penalty area of Huitang High School, where both teams had congregated, creating a rather congested scene in front of the goal. After encouraging his teammates, Wu Yu returned to the penalty area and, upon seeing Hulai approach, closely marked him. Even before the ball was in play, both teams had begun their struggle. Each defender was engaged with their assigned offensive player, employing shoulders and hands to assert their presence. Hulai and Wu Yu found themselves entangled in the center, with Hulai attempting to maneuver around Wu Yu to position himself in front, while Wu Yu firmly blocked his path, even reaching out to grasp Hulai's hands. In response, Hulai twisted his body and swatted Wu Yu's hands away. Eventually, their bodies collided, with Wu Yu successfully establishing himself in the center and preventing Hulai from advancing. He could feel Hulai straining to push through, but there was no way he would allow that. Remembering the previous goal conceded, he exerted a bit more force. At that moment, he noticed Hulai lifting his arm, clearly signaling for the ball. Did he expect Xiaoyu to pass it to him under such close marking? What could he possibly be thinking? Did he really believe that with his slight frame, he could still reach the ball and score? Wu Yu was baffled. As Xiaoyu positioned the ball, he caught sight of Hulai's raised arm. Yet, Hulai was not even in the forward position. He was still entangled with the captain of Dongchuan High School. Wu Yu, in the center. Should he still pass the ball forward? There was indeed space at the front post. Not hesitating too long, he resolved to follow Hulai's instructions and pass the ball forward. Although he was unaware of Hulai's reasoning, he trusted the vice captain must have a valid rationale. His task was simply to execute the pass. When the referee blew the whistle, indicating he could take the free kick, Xiaoyu approached and struck the ball with the instep of his foot, sending it on a subtle arc that headed straight for the front post rather than curving toward the back. Just before Xiaoyu made contact with the ball, Hulai, who had been closely watching, pushed forward with determination, ready to break through Wu Yu's defense and seize the opportunity to score from the center. Wu Yu felt the mounting pressure. How could he possibly allow Hulai to score again from this position? Thus, he exerted more force to counteract. Yet, at that moment, he felt the strength opposing him suddenly vanish. This left him off balance, his body leaning forward, stumbling. It was then he noticed Hulai had retreated, sprinting towards the front point. With a swift leap forward, the football soared. The ball was slightly lower than expected, and in midair, Hulai bent low, nearly folding his body, as he extended his head to meet the ball while simultaneously propelling himself backward. The ball grazed his forehead, altering its trajectory slightly. As it hurtled towards the front of the goal, Zhou Yang, the goalkeeper for Dongchuan High School, who stood in the center to defend against Dongchuan Middle School's attack, found himself utterly helpless against this sudden shot. He didn't even have time to attempt to save. He merely raised his arms, and the football brushed past the front post, finding its way into the net. At that moment, Wu Yu had only reached halfway, still on his way, utterly incapable of thwarting Hulai's advance. He could only watch from behind as the ball entered Dongchuan High School's net for the second time in this match. Wasn't it agreed that the outcome would be determined in the center? Why had Hulai suddenly dashed to the front point? Wu Yu stood dazed on the edge of the small penalty area, observing as Hulai landed, arms outstretched, racing towards the sidelines. Then leaping high to execute his iconic celebration, revealing his jersey number to the students of Dongchuan High School in the stands. When he touched down, it was as if he had detonated a bomb on the field, creating a thunderous impact that shook many hearts deeply. Feng Yuanchang was among those suffering in this tempest. He had thought his team was about to withstand Dongchuan Middle School's onslaught, after which they could regain control of the game's tempo. The dawn of victory was within reach, provided Dongchuan Middle School's set-piece attack did not take an unexpected turn. However, the unexpected had indeed occurred. Dongchuan High School found themselves trailing on their home turf. Chapter 143. Savoring slowly after an initial silence, the stands of Jiaxiang High School's football field erupted with deafening boos. Amidst such cacophony, even Dai Zitao felt a twinge of discomfort. He was uncertain how many spectators the stands could accommodate, but it felt as though he were amidst a Chinese Super League match. Amidst the boos, he cast his gaze towards the pitch below, where he saw the Dongchuan Middle School players exultantly celebrating their goal, seemingly unfazed by the jeers. These young athletes exhibited remarkable psychological resilience. Although he was not a dedicated scout following high school football, he was aware of many instances where high school players faltered under such pressure. It appeared that the students of Jiaxiang High School believed their jeers could disrupt the opposing player's performance. If only the first half was considered, it had indeed had some effect. However, following halftime adjustments, the Dongchuan Middle School players quickly regained their composure. In reality, when it comes to psychological issues, there is little a coach can do. It largely depends on whether the players themselves can turn the tide. Even if the head coach were to transform into a hairdryer, it would not necessarily restore the team to normalcy. This very fact prompted Dai Zitao to regard the players of Dongchuan High School with newfound respect, particularly the remarkable Hu Lai, who scored twice. Despite being subjected to the loudest jeers, his performance was not merely normal, it was exceptional. Although Dai Zitao had not previously witnessed Hu Lai's matches, he could discern from this game that Hu Lai was exuberant, in splendid form, and displayed an impressive sense of positioning near the goal. His slight frame appeared entirely unaffected by Wu Yu's aggressive challenges. In fact, Dai Zitao suspected that the jeers had fueled Hu Lai's resolve, making him even more tenacious. The fervent efforts of Jiaxiang High School's fans to exert pressure and disrupt Hu Lai had inadvertently bolstered his spirit. Upon reflecting on this, he shook his head, clearly recognizing that the tactics learned from professional football had backfired for Jiaxiang supporters. He could not help but cast a glance at Wang, acutely aware of his reason for attending this match. Last year, after Dongchuan High School triumphed over Jiaxiang, Wang had retired with a sense of regret and unresolved ambition. He surely wished to see his juniors avenge that defeat. Although he had never openly acknowledged this, Dai Zitao believed his intuition correct. In his gaze, the former captain of Jiaxiang High School remained motionless in the stands, silent. As the players from Dongchuan celebrated their second goal, the athletes from Jiaxiang were enveloped in silence. Some slumped to the ground, while others stood with hands on hips, gazing skyward in anguish. To concede another goal so soon was utterly unexpected, particularly on their home turf. Jiaxiang had not felt the sting of trailing at home in quite some time. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Wu was suddenly beset by a fearful thought. Are we truly going to lose this match? Logically, with 22 minutes remaining and only a one-goal deficit, Jiaxiang High School had ample time to equalize, or even take the lead. If Dongchuan could score twice in 6 minutes, why could Jiaxiang not achieve the same? Yet, observing the despondent expressions of Jiaxiang's players on the field, Xiao Wu's anxiety felt all too palpable. Such concern for his team was unprecedented, even during last year's finals. After Luo Kai equalized, he had never wavered in his faith and hope for the team. After Hu Lai's last-minute goal, he had continued to cheer fervently, wishing for a counterattack. A year later, facing a similar scoreline, despite the 22 minutes still on the clock, he felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Perhaps it was the presence of his cousin on the opposing team? He had assisted with 2 decisive passes that led to the 14th brace. This thought left Xiao Wu feeling somewhat disheartened. Had Xiao Yu chosen to attend Jiaxiang High School instead of Dongchuan Middle School, it is quite plausible that Jiaxiang High School would currently be in the lead. This assertion is not merely fanciful. Compared to their defense, Jiaxiang High School's midfield prowess is somewhat lacking, particularly in the absence of a distinguished midfield commander. After all, why did Jiaxiang High School secure Xiao Yu's commitment so early last year? It was undoubtedly in hopes of bolstering their offensive capabilities through enhanced midfield organization. Relying solely on defense can only ensure that no goals are conceded, but to score, and to score abundantly, one must rely on the creativity and coordination of the midfield. Since Xiao Yu's departure to Jiaxiang High School, his classmates have inquired about why his cousin, who had once pledged with such conviction to join him at Jiaxiang, ultimately chose Dongchuan Middle School. He had responded using the reasons provided by his cousin. It remains unclear whether they believed him, nonetheless. Xiao Wu is now eager to confront his cousin directly, demanding the truth behind his decision to attend Dongchuan Middle School, insisting that he reveal his genuine thoughts and feelings. Shortly after the match resumed, Wu forcefully toppled Hulai during a defensive maneuver, resulting in a foul call from the referee, although he was not issued a card. This decision left Feng Yuanchang quite displeased. He vociferously protested from the sidelines, contending that Hulai had feigned the fall. However, the referee, holding a differing opinion, dismissed Feng's complaints entirely. Observing this, Li Ziqiang allowed a subtle smile to escape his lips. When had Coach Feng ever exhibited such flustered behavior during last year's finals? Even the typically composed and seasoned Coach Feng seemed unable to rein in his emotions, which undoubtedly reflected the mentality of Jiaxiang High School's players at that moment. Perhaps considering that a one-goal lead is not particularly secure, Hulai, having already netted 2 goals, did not relent, but rather actively sought further scoring opportunities. In this regard, Xiaoyu and his vice-captain were in perfect accord. Thus, in the 72nd minute, seizing the opportunity as Jiaxiang High School pressed forward in pursuit of an equalizer, Dongchuan Middle School executed a splendid counterattack. Jiaxiang High School failed to mount an effective response to Dongchuan's counter. Xiaoyu delivered a precise through ball, and with the cover of Shun Yulin, Hulai successfully evaded the offside trap, receiving the ball at the edge of the penalty area. Faced with the advancing goalkeeper, Zhou Yang, Hulai feigned a push towards the far corner, tricking Zhou into diving out of position. However, with a slightly awkward motion, he nudged the ball towards the near corner. Perhaps due to the awkwardness of his action, the shot lacked power, causing the ball to roll slowly across the grass. Just how slow was it? Wu, chasing back after Hulai's shot, managed to surpass the already grounded goalkeeper Zhou Yang, desperately attempting to clear the ball before it crossed the line. He came perilously close, merely half a meter short of succeeding. The fact that he could close that distance emphasizes just how feeble Hulai's shot truly was. He may have channeled all his abilities into controlling the angle of his shot, ensuring that the football barely grazed the tips of Zhou Yang's outstretched toes. Rolling towards the near corner of the goal, the gap between the near post and Zhou Yang's toes was indeed minimal. A slight adjustment towards the goalkeeper could result in an interception, while veering a fraction outward might send the ball astray from the post. So why did Hulai not aim for the far corner? Because Zhou Yang had already lunged towards it, and to catch his opponent off guard, he could only strike for the near corner. Ultimately, before the chaotic scene of Wu Yu, the football slowly rolled into the net. This moment appeared utterly surreal to all observers, as if the ball and its pursuers existed in disparate dimensions. It advanced at its own deliberate pace, while behind it, the goalkeeper Zhou Yang had fallen, and the desperately chasing Wu Yu had also tumbled down, yet none could halt the ball's progress. Their clumsiness and the languid motion of the football shared the frame, both dissonant and harmonious, as if to allow everyone to savor Hulai's second hat trick in the Anton Cup. When the football finally crossed the goal line of Jiaxiang High School, its speed diminished, ultimately being caught by the net, coming to rest quietly within the goal. Time seemed to suspend in the slow roll of the ball, enveloping the entire Jiaxiang High School football field in silence. Chapter 144. An era concludes many years later, when Xia Wu reminisced about that afternoon. He could vividly recount the scene. Facing a documentary crew interviewing him about Hulai, he spoke with a hint of excitement. In my memory, Jiaxiang High School's home ground has never been this silent during a match. It must have lasted nearly a minute, certainly over 30 seconds, without a single sound from the stands. I even looked around. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring at our goal, forgetting to make a noise. His enthusiasm was palpable, leaving the reporter puzzled. But he scored against your school's goal, and his hat trick helped Dongchuan Middle School eliminate Jiaxiang High School. Why do you seem so pleased? Xia Wu quickly adopted a serious demeanor, because I felt as if I was witnessing history, returning to that winter afternoon in 2020. Xia Wu in the stands had no such awareness. He clasped his head in despair, scanning the surroundings, only to find his classmates equally tormented and bewildered. This scene mirrored exactly what he would later describe to the reporter. They gazed at Jiaxiang High School's goal, at their captain Wu Yu sprawled on the goal line, at the goalkeeper Zhou Yang seated on the ground, looking back, and at the football nestled in the net. Additionally, some cast their eyes toward Hulai, the person they loathed with a passion. At that moment, he had already opened his arms, racing toward the corner flag. Lowering his body, he wove a serpentine path, veering left and right, his outstretched arms resembling a pair of wings. He had transformed into a bird upon the field, soaring freely in the air. Behind him stood all the players of Dongchuan High School, rushing in from two distinct directions, one towards the field and the other towards the substitute bench. With just 8 minutes remaining in the match, Dongchuan High School held a 2-goal lead over Chaolin High School, a situation laden with significance. The players of Chaolin High School understood this all too well. After Huilai's goal, not a single player from their team remained capable of standing upright on the pitch. They were either slumped on the ground, lying down, or kneeling, as if all their strength had been drained in that very moment. Huilai's goal was a devastating blow to their morale and fighting spirit. The silence from the stands, which had been so quiet until now, served as a testament to the apparent loss of resolve among the students of Chaolin High School. Otherwise, they would have surely erupted into a cacophony of boos to express their anger and dissatisfaction. Huilai, having rushed to the corner flag area, raised the flagpole in his hand, only to be engulfed by a swarm of his teammates. He held his hand aloft, the flagpole pointing skyward, swaying gently with his movements as the crimson banner unfurled, seemingly animated by the wind. This red flag, planted firmly on the turf of Chaolin High School, proclaimed dominion, declaring to the students and faculty, "This is our territory now." Dongchuan High School has claimed it. Witnessing this spectacle from the stands, Wang let out a sigh. Soon after, Dai Zitao caught his murmured words, "The era has ended." Wang Guangwei's heart was heavy, for he found himself at a loss for how to console him, not merely because Chaolin High School was trailing by 2 goals, but due to the ease with which they had conceded those goals. Such a reality left every familiar with Chaolin High School's football team in a state of bewilderment, overwhelmed by a despair arising from unanswered questions. Where had the dominance and swagger that once swept through the football fields of Huitang High School vanished to? This was, after all, their own home ground. A team renowned for its defensive prowess on a national level had succumbed to the same player scoring 3 goals in a single match. Surely, something must have gone awry. Surely, there had been some miscalculation. In 6 years, no one had ever achieved a hat trick against Chaolin High School on their own turf during the Huitang Cup. Yet, that slender number 14 had accomplished just that. Wang Guangwei, who had come to know Huilai, recalled that this young man had only begun formal football training in October of the previous year. Merely 2 months later, he had delivered a last-minute goal against Chaolin High School in the Huitang Cup finals, all while being closely marked by Wang Guangwei himself. 5 months thereafter, he scored 3 goals at the national tournament, becoming the second highest scorer for Dongchuan High School. Now, just 1 year and 2 months into his football journey, he had achieved a hat trick on the home ground of Chaolin High School. If this were a stock market chart, Huilai would be akin to a superlative stock with continuous surges. Tao Gu, I suggest you keep an eye on Huilai. It won't be long before he enters professional football, Dai Zitao mused internally, marveling at the boy's terrifying potential, when suddenly he heard Wang Guangwei's voice. Huh. Keep an eye on him? Yes. Shining Star should take notice of him. Do you not claim to have always been attentive to the exceptional talents within our local realm? If you fail to acknowledge even him, it may become quite challenging to uphold such assertions in the future. Dai Zitao pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. You are right. We ought to pay him due attention. Frankly speaking, his performance today took me by surprise. I did not anticipate such significant progress in just a year. However, Guangwei, did you not graduate from Chaolin High School? Implicitly, are you not supposed to be concerned about the fate of Chaolin High School? Why, then, are you suddenly recommending an adversary to me? These two matters are not in conflict, are they? Wang Guangwei inquired. Well, they do not conflict. Do you believe Chaolin High School can still turn things around? After a moment of silence, Wang Guangwei shook his head. I hope so, but I am uncertain. Dai Zitao fell silent as well. Although one should not concede defeat before the conclusion of the match, reality often proves to be far more challenging than mere slogans. Observing the utterly demoralized Chaolin High School, Dai Zitao internally declared a verdict of failure upon the team. His judgment proved accurate. Upon the resumption of the match, Chaolin High School played as though they were a swarm of headless flies. They clearly aspired to score, but repeatedly squandered their offensive opportunities with reckless abandon. Even after 10 attempts, they could not threaten Dongchuan Middle School's goal even once. The atmosphere in the stands had diminished significantly. The faculty and students of Chaolin High School were acutely aware that their team had reached a dead end, facing an inevitable loss. They had lost all enthusiasm to jeer at the players of Dongchuan Middle School or to rally support for their own team. Some individuals had even begun to leave the venue early. Though few in number, this act served as a symbolic event, tolling the death knell for Chaolin High School. When the referee blew the final whistle, the players of Dongchuan Middle School, who had eagerly gathered at the sidelines, erupted in cheers, screams, and roars as they stormed onto the field. Meanwhile, Li Ziqiang recalled that as the head coach, he must first shake hands with the opposing coach before joining in the celebration. Consequently, he turned to Feng Yuanchang and, halfway there, extended his hand in a gesture of respect towards this seasoned coach, who had dedicated 11 years to Jiaxiang High School. Regardless of the psychological tactics employed by both sides before and during the match, once the outcome was determined, all such matters were set aside. After all, everything was in pursuit of victory. Since the result was clear, what necessity remained for lingering attachments? This is, after all, high school football, not professional football. While victory and defeat hold significance, the educational aspect of football is equally paramount. As students, the experiences they undergo within this team may accompany them throughout their lives, leaving a lasting impact. Thus, coaches must serve as exemplary figures before their students. Observing Li Ziqiang proactively extending his hand, Feng Yuanchang offered a wry smile. From the very first match of this year's Anong Cup, we began studying Hu Lai. Yet I never anticipated his performance would surpass my expectations so greatly. How did you cultivate him? Li Ziqiang fell silent for a moment before speaking. After returning from the national competition, I instructed him to undertake intensive training every morning and noon as long as he was attending school. I anticipated that you would certainly exploit his shortcomings in physical confrontations, so I specifically augmented his training in that area 3 weeks ago. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuanchang chuckled and shook his head. Indeed, your words bring me a sense of relief. This is far more palatable than last year when you informed me that a novice who had only been exposed to football for 2 months managed to eliminate us under Wang Guangwei's relentless defense. At least today, he has expended considerable sweat and effort behind those 3 goals, rather than emerging suddenly from nowhere to leave us in disarray. Otherwise, I would question the validity of my 40 years of football experience. While they were conversing, a louder cheer erupted from the field, drawing both coaches' gazes. They discovered Hu Lai being hoisted by his teammates, tossed into the air, caught, and tossed again. However, Jiaxiang High School would not concede defeat. By this time next year, we shall return with renewed vigor. By then, he may no longer be part of your lineup. Upon hearing Feng Yuanchang's words, Li Ziqiang redirected his gaze towards the veteran coach. Will you prevent him from pursuing a professional football career? Li Ziqiang squinted but refrained from answering the question. Back at home, Xiaoyu was sharing the joy of his team's advancement to the Anong Cup finals with his parents when he received a WeChat message from his cousin. Xiaoyu, confess honestly, why did you choose Dongchuan Middle School over Jiaxiang? The message was accompanied by an angry emoji. Remembering her cousin's displeased expression, Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile slightly and replied, because Dongchuan Middle School has people who understand my passion for football, cousin. As Hu Lai stepped through the door, he immediately spotted his mother sitting on the living room sofa. He cautiously glanced at her for confirmation. Your father hasn't returned yet. His mother's words sent a wave of relief washing over him. A smile broke across his face. Mom, next Saturday is classmate Song Jeje's birthday, so you're in the finals again? His mother, Chaolin, understood instantly. Hu Lai scratched his head and laughed. Observing her son's elation, Chaolin sighed. All right. I will help you keep it from your father. Long live Mom. Hu Lai opened his arms, attempting to leap into her embrace, only to be playfully pushed away by Chaolin. Go take a shower. You're all sweaty. Your hair is a mess. As you command, Mom. Hu Lai saluted, then hummed a tune as he danced toward his room. Watching his joyful figure retreat, Chaolin smiled. Chapter 145. The Boy Who Silenced Jiaxiang High School. Breaking news from the Anong Cup. Jiaxiang High School has been unexpectedly defeated on their home turf. First, let me introduce myself. I am also a student of Jiaxiang High School, but I shall refrain from disclosing my year and class, as I do not seek fame. Today is the semi-finals of the Anong Cup, and our Jiaxiang High School is hosting Dongchuan Middle School. It is no exaggeration to say that the students of Jiaxiang High School have been eagerly anticipating this match for an entire year. Since our defeat in the finals last year, every one of us has been longing for the day of retribution. Thus, before the match had even commenced, the stands were already filled with spectators. I, the author, arrived a tad late and found myself squeezed into the back row. Here, I have included a photograph to substantiate my claim. The perspective captured from my position clearly shows a multitude of people in front of me, their backs densely packed, extending all the way to the front row of the stands. Conversely, the opposite stands also displayed a considerable turnout, with everyone adorned in the uniform of Huitang High School. In the floor below, someone responded, "Wow, is the high school stadium really this impressive?" To which another retorted, "Don't you know this is Huitang High School? The natural grass field in the Western District is superior to that of many professional teams. The Anong Cup truly deserves to be broadcasted on television." With such a large audience for a single match, I find myself relegated to reading post-match reports on forums to glean any insight into the game. It is quite frustrating. Where is the original poster? Please provide an update. What happened to Huitang High School? In the next post, the original poster continued. "Let me show everyone our football field at Huitang High School, a professional pitch without a running track. Simply excellent." Accompanying this were several images of the field, several of which featured staff members watering the pitch with hoses. "Who cares about the field? Hurry and talk about the match," urged one commenter. Yes, we want to see the match," echoed others. "Everyone, calm down, I have a spoiler. Huitang High School lost this match. Retribution failed." A student from Dongchuan Middle School interjected. "Indeed. Did you see those individuals watering the pitch in the photos? Huitang High School is resorting to unscrupulous tactics, flooding the field as if water costs nothing, while the players from Dongchuan Middle School were utterly unprepared and fell upon entering the field. The lone goal scored by Huitang was achieved in such a shameless manner, yet they still lost. It is truly a delight to behold." Students from Dongchuan Middle School, do not come out and make a fuss. What do you have to say about sending Hu to pull Wang's hair last year, which led to Wang receiving a yellow card? Another retorted, "Exactly. If we are to speak of shamelessness, Hu is the epitome of it." Chu Yifan, holding his phone, was scrolling through this forum post when he noticed students from Huitang High School and Dongchuan Middle School embroiled in a heated argument. The rivalry between the students of these two schools has persisted for quite some time, even before the advent of online forums and the internet. However, with the proliferation of the internet, such disputes have become more frequent and convenient. On one hand, they compete in academic performance, particularly in college acceptance rates and academic rankings. On the other hand, and perhaps more significantly, their rivalry is deeply rooted in football. After all, prior to the rise of Huitang High School, Dongchuan Middle School reigned supreme in high school football within Anong Province, boasting an impressive 10 consecutive championships, a record that Huitang High School once aspired to break. Alas, after their defeat last year at the hands of Dongchuan Middle School, they have been forced to start anew. With the widespread promotion of national competitions, the once renowned football powerhouse, Anong High School, has been overshadowed by Huitang High School, while Dongchuan Middle School has faded from the public eye. The students of Dongchuan Middle School ponder the rationale behind this shift. Historically, their achievements clearly surpass those of their rivals. Thus, they harbor disdain towards the rising Huitang High School, which they perceive as usurping their glory. Conversely, the students of Huitang High School look down upon Dongchuan Middle School, mocking their fixation on a decade-long championship streak, a relic from 20 years past. They question the relevance of past victories to the present struggles of their counterparts. The old records have turned pages. Irrespective of the sentiments of Dongchuan's students, Huitang High School now reigns supreme in football. If Dongchuan students boast so boldly, they should prove their mettle in the national arena and bring honor to Anong High School. Huitang High School has already claimed third place in a national tournament. What have you achieved? Having experienced this rivalry firsthand, Chu Yifan has long grown accustomed to the mutual disparagement between the students of both institutions. He would not squander his time and energy merely observing. His interest in the post on the forum stemmed from a desire to glean insights about the match. As he swiftly scrolled through his phone, images and information flashed before his eyes, and even when Huitang High School scored the first goal, he remained unfazed. Suddenly, a photograph caught his attention. Amidst the rapid scrolling, he discerned players from Dongchuan Middle School, clad in yellow jerseys, racing towards the sidelines. Drawing from his experience, he deduced that this must be the moment they had scored. He quickly pressed the screen to pause. Indeed, as the image stabilized, he noticed a smaller figure amid the sprinting players, lying on the grass. The number on his back was clearly visible, 14, Hui's number. Unexpectedly, Dongchuan Middle School executed a swift counterattack, breaching their opponent's defense, and Hu managed to score. It was a pity that Zhou Yang could not intercept the ball. Seeing Hui's figure in the photograph made Chu Yifan smile. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing sat cross-legged on her bed, a pillow nestled in her arms, laughing at her phone screen. After Dongchuan leveled the score, they unleashed a barrage on their opponent's goal, leaving me on the edge of my seat, anxious they might concede again. The girls beside me screamed loudly at each shot taken by Dongchuan, their reactions adding to my anxiety. Just as I thought Dongchuan's offensive efforts had peaked, they capitalized on a set piece to score again, and the scorer was none other than Huitang. The original poster was truly infuriated. What were our defenders doing? What was you thinking? How could he let Huitang slip through unmarked to head the ball into the net? After Huitang scored twice, my classmates and I erupted with loud boos, and I even heard some harsh insults directed at him. The main concern for us was whether we could equalize. Especially since Dongchuan High School had managed to do so, it seemed unreasonable that we couldn't achieve the same at home. Li Qingqing scrolled down and noticed the absence of photographs here, which caused her smile to fade and her lips to curl in disappointment. The first goal by Huitang had photos, so why were there none for the second? Chen Xingyi lay on his bed, holding his phone above his face with one hand, while the other swiftly swiped across the screen. His brows furrowed as the images reflected in his eyes. Suddenly, his hand froze on the screen, his eyes widening as the flickering light finally stabilized. However, at that moment, his supporting hand lost its grip, and the phone slipped from his grasp, landing squarely on his face. Smack! Ouch! Upon hearing the commotion, his father entered the room and found his son clutching his nose, with the phone lying face down on the pillow beside him. The glow emanating from the screen betrayed his prior activity of playing on his phone while in bed. Playing on your phone again? I told you to go to sleep and not to play with it. See, this is what you get, his father admonished. Chen Xingyi, in pain, struggled to hold back tears, unable to argue against his father's words. What did this have to do with retribution? Hearing his son gasp in pain, the father shook his head. Fortunately, it hit your nose. You might just bleed a little. If it had struck your eye and swollen it up, how would you face tomorrow? What if you can't play and the team loses the finals? Your goal of a three-peat in the national championship would be shattered. Gradually recovering from the initial pain, Chen Xingyi wiped beneath his nostrils and, relieved to find no blood, replied to his father, "Dad, can't you say something positive? Always expect the worst, and then every disappointing outcome becomes a good result." His father delivered this philosophical remark before glaring. "Now, get to sleep." All right. I'm going to sleep right away," Chen Xingyi said as he jumped off the bed and took his phone to charge at the desk. Watching his son settle back into bed and cover himself with the blanket, his father finally turned off the light and left the room. Yet, Chen Xingyi lay quietly in bed, listening intently until he heard a faint click from outside. He quickly threw off the blanket, jumped out of bed, and ran barefoot to the desk, unlocking his phone again. When the screen lit up, the content he had seen before the fall reappeared. Dongchuan High School, taking advantage of our aggressive offense, had struck again. This time, it was that number 14, Huitang, who scored. This marked his third goal of the match. He had completed a hat trick on our home ground at Dongchuan High School. As he scored, the entire stadium fell silent, and even I, the original poster, found myself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. As I gazed at my silent classmates surrounding me, an unsettling thought crept into my mind. We were destined to lose this match. Though I was reluctant to admit it, that was the prevailing sentiment. Even with mere minutes left until the final whistle, the home ground of Dongchuan High School had never been so eerily quiet for a single individual. Yet the number 14 had managed to achieve just that. Regardless of any previous disdain I may have harbored towards him, I could not help but acknowledge his prowess. After all, to deny this would render our defeat a mere farce. In the aftermath of the match, I overheard someone derisively refer to Huitang as a clown. They failed to realize that Dongchuan High School had succumbed to this clown, allowing him to execute a hat trick on our home turf. Did this not imply that we were even inferior to a jester? There is no shame in candidly recognizing that our opponents performed better. The Anong Cup is not confined to just this season. Dongchuan High School will return next year. Though I regret that I will be unable to cheer for the team in person, as I will be graduating and preparing for college entrance examinations, I fervently hope that the students who follow can strive harder to reclaim the football supremacy of Dongchuan High School, regardless of the circumstances. I will forever support my alma mater. Thus concludes my account of today's Anong Cup semifinal. Thank you for reading until the end. So, that young man completed a hat trick against Dongchuan High School? Chen Xingyi, clad in only a thermal top and bottom, stood before his desk, awkwardly adjusting the height of his phone plugged into a charger, hunched over, lost in thought as he stared at the device. This marked his second hat trick in the Anong Cup, right? Damn it. I have only managed one hat trick in this morning light cup. The mere thought of it made his nose twinge with a lingering pain. P.S. It is the last day for monthly votes on the new book. If anyone has extra tickets, please cast them for the fox in the penalty area. Chapter 146. Thus, Chen Xingyi on Sunday evening. Within the dimly lit confines of a KTV private room, men and women were unleashing their voices in cacophonous disarray, belting out off-key songs, liberating the stresses of urban life. Others, disinterested in singing, gathered to play dice, with the losers compelled to down a pint of beer amidst raucous cheers. The atmosphere was saturated with heart-wrenching melodies. The triumphant screams of dice winners, and the gurgling sounds of losers chugging beer, while wisps of white smoke drifted through the air. And everyone seemed to revel in the moment. Only Sun Yonggang appeared detached from the singing and the dice games. Seated in a corner on the sofa, he was engrossed in his phone, scrolling through posts. He too was reading that article from the forum, lamenting the bureaucratic nature of the Anong Cup officials. The news on the official website lacked the depth and detail of the posts pinned by ordinary students. The official announcement merely stated that Dongchuan Middle School had eliminated Huitang High School with a score of 3-1, highlighting Huilai's hat trick. Yet, the specifics of how the goals were scored remained woefully vague. It was the forum article that provided the clarity. Huilai's first goal came from a counterattack, receiving a long pass from Xia Xiaoyu and striking it into the far corner of the net. The second goal came from a free kick opportunity awarded to Dongchuan Middle School. Huilai skillfully evaded the defense of Wu Yu and, unmarked at the near post, headed the ball into the net. The third goal was a splendid display of a well-executed offside trap, feigning a shot towards the far corner. He instead directed the ball into the near corner of the goal. The narrative not only delineated the three distinct methods of scoring, but also meticulously recorded the match's unfolding events, capturing the reactions of others to Huilai's remarkable goals. Notably, the author, a student from Huitang High School, strove to maintain a neutral and objective perspective while documenting the match, refraining from unjustly disparaging Dongchuan Middle School's performance. He even criticized his own irrational classmates from Huitang High School. Sun Yonggang, with the keen instincts of a journalist, surmised that this article might well become the most detailed source of reminiscence regarding the Anong Cup semifinal. With this purpose in mind, he began utilizing his phone's screenshot function to save segments of the article. He feared that if posted online, it might be deleted, so he deemed it safer to preserve it on his computer's hard drive. After considerable effort, he successfully archived all content, including the exchanges of insults between students from Dongchuan Middle School and Huitang High School. For him, a responsible journalist covering high school football, everything related to the sport piqued his interest. These verbal altercations were also part of the high school football culture, albeit one that some may disapprove of. Glancing at the photos in his phone's gallery, he couldn't help but reminisce about the previous national competition, when Dongchuan Middle School was eliminated by Chaolin Middle School in the quarterfinals, and Luo Kai was subsequently scouted by a professional team. He had momentarily believed that Dongchuan would not return to the national stage, especially given their significant decline in strength. Huilai seemed somewhat intriguing, yet he appeared to be merely a novice. What impact could one player truly have? To his astonishment, upon redirecting his focus to Anong Province, he discovered that Dongchuan Middle School had remarkably advanced to the finals. Moreover, that novice Huilai not only executed a hat trick against Huitang High School, but this was also his second hat trick in the current Anong Cup. Thus far, he had scored in every match of the tournament, totaling 10 goals. Observing such statistics, Sun Yonggang found himself questioning the validity of his previous judgments regarding Huilai. During the last national competition, Huilai had been the second highest scorer for Dongchuan Middle School, prompting Sun to research his background. He learned that until joining the school team, Huilai had scarcely undergone formal football training, possessing a notably low skill level. In the preliminary rounds, he had only appeared as a substitute twice. Based on Sun's experience, he believed that regardless of Huilai's innate talent, insufficient training would remain a significant obstacle. He required time to enhance his skills and accumulate experience. Consequently, he did not foresee Huilai being able to propel Dongchuan Middle School back into the national competition following Luo Kai's departure. He speculated that perhaps, by Huilai's senior year, he might finally make an appearance on the national stage. However, it is evident that his experience proved futile at Huilai and Dongchuan High Schools. Although one final match remains to be played, Which institution within the entire Huitang High School football community could possibly contend? The other school that has reached the finals is the 13th middle school from Jincheng, which merely made it to the top 8 in last year's Huitang Cup. Their progression to the finals this year is entirely due to the fortunate draw against Huitang High School and Dongchuan High School. Had they faced either of those teams, advancing to the finals would have been an impossibility. Therefore, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is safe to assert that Dongchuan High School's qualification for the national competition is all but assured. A year later, they will have the opportunity to encounter them once again in the national tournament, and it will be essential to pay close attention to their performance. At that moment, Sun Yonggang's phone suddenly rang, the screen displaying a call from the deputy editor. He quickly rose and exited the raucous KTV private room, ensuring that the cacophony was left behind before answering the call. Xiao Sun, there is a task I need you to oversee. We at Goal Network are planning to produce a documentary about the National High School Tournament. A documentary? Sun Yonggang was initially taken aback, but soon felt a surge of excitement. This was something he had long advocated for to his superiors. After all, the national tournaments in neighboring Japan have been extensively documented, while China lacks such visual records. He has always hoped to use film as a medium to capture the essence of the national tournament for Chinese high school students, making it more vivid than words or images. Let us focus on the journey of Huitang High School towards their 3 consecutive national championships, documenting their path to victory. Upon hearing the deputy editor's proposal, Sun Yonggang felt a twinge of confusion. But hasn't Huitang High School's three-peat yet to be realized? Wouldn't that create an impression of being predetermined? Predetermined nonsense. The deputy editor retorted with a chuckle. Have you been keeping up with Huitang High School's participation in the Chengwon Cup? Of course I have, Sun Yonggang replied, multitasking by switching to the Goal Network app to check the latest updates on regional qualifiers. While he had indeed been following the Chengwon Cup, he had not yet seen the results of the final match that afternoon, having been out socializing with friends since the afternoon. It was only after feeling fatigued from the festivities that he thought to check on the Huitang Cup results, and he had become momentarily lost in thought over Hulai, neglecting to look up the Chengwon Cup final. The reason for his delayed inquiry was that Sun Yonggang believed that while the three-peat in the national tournament was still uncertain, achieving 3 consecutive wins in the Chengwon Cup should pose no challenge. After all, Huitang High School had just claimed the title of the Chengwon Cup. As he searched for the results in the app, he casually speculated, confident that the outcome would be favorable. However, when the search results appeared on his screen, he could not help but exclaim a curse. What the hell? What had he discovered? The Chengwon Cup three-peat, with Chen Xingyi scoring 5 goals. This was the first search result. The second result proclaimed, Chen Xingyi's quintuplet of goals led Huitang High School to complete their domination in the Chengwon Cup. Chen Xingyi scored 5 goals in the finals, setting a new record for the Morning Light Cup. This was the third search result. The laughter of the deputy editor echoed from the phone speaker. You've exposed yourself, haven't you? Just relying on Chen Xingyi's performance. Do you really think Huitang High School won to achieve a three-peat? I suggest you watch the video of this final. Let me tell you, I have never seen such a fierce and determined Chen Xingyi. Do you understand what I mean? Sun Yonggang stared blankly at the headlines on his phone screen about Chen Xingyi's remarkable 5-goal achievement, lost in thought over the forum posts. After hanging up, he disregarded returning to the private room to continue celebrating with friends. Instead, he sought a quiet place and found a highlights video of this Morning Light Cup final on the Goal website. The video, lasting 11 minutes, showcased Huitang High School's sweeping victory over their opponents with a score of 73, culminating in a total of 10 goals scored by both teams, thereby setting a new record for total goals in the Morning Light Cup finals. Simultaneously, Chen Xingyi's 5 goals established a record for the most goals scored by a single player in both the Morning Light Cup finals and a single match. Furthermore, with these 5 goals, he accumulated a total of 14 goals in this edition of the Morning Light Cup, setting a new record for the most goals scored by a player in a single tournament. Watching the video, with Chen Xingyi's expression sharp and somewhat fierce, Sun Yonggang comprehended why the deputy editor remarked that he had never seen such an intense Chen Xingyi before. Previously, in everyone's impression, Chen Xingyi was a boy with a lazy smile, exuding a certain charm. Even during matches, while he would focus intently, he never displayed the same ferocity as he did today. Moreover, it seemed excessive for a high school player to ruthlessly score 5 goals when victory was already assured. This version of Chen Xingyi indeed felt unfamiliar to him. Sun Yonggang furrowed his brow, perplexed by how the boy seemed to have transformed into someone entirely different. Exhibiting such brutality. Chapter 147. Your football style. A week later, Hu Lai made an excuse to attend his desk mate Song Jiejia's birthday party, traveling with the team to the provincial capital, Jincheng, for the Anong Cup finals. Unlike his first visit, this time, the players from Dongchuan Middle School were no longer awestruck by the natural grass pitch, as Huitang High School had failed to reach the finals. Their once vibrant cheerleading squad could not make an appearance. The stands at the provincial sports center were somewhat sparse. However, after reaching the finals, Dongchuan Middle School had brought along a modest cheerleading squad of their own, marking a significant breakthrough for them. These cheerleaders organized themselves to travel by high-speed train alongside the team to the final venue, and upon arriving at the stadium, they began to hang banners and slogans to rally support. The other finalist, Jincheng No. 13 Middle School, being a local institution, also had a number of students present to cheer for their team. Thus, although the crowd was smaller than last year's finals, the atmosphere remained vibrant. Dai Zitao was also present in the stands, there to observe Hu Lai. After the semifinals, he had heeded Wang Guangwei's advice and decided to closely monitor Hu Lai's performance. In this edition of the Anton Cup, the most noteworthy young local player is undoubtedly Hu Lai. After the semifinals, Hu Lai, having netted 10 goals, has ascended to the top of the scoring chart. With another contender's school eliminated in the semifinals, there remains no chance for them to surpass Hu Lai. It can be said that he has virtually secured the Golden Boot honor for this Anton Cup, which will be awarded to him in the form of a small trophy after the final match. This trophy was previously held by Luo Kai, but it now belongs to Hu Lai. To Dai Zitao, this seems to signify a form of legacy. Hu Lai, having succeeded Luo Kai, has emerged as the top scorer of the Anton Cup. What performance will he showcase on the national stage? The final match itself holds little suspense. Though Jincheng High School is akin to a home ground, with a greater number of supporters rallying for them, the disparity in strength between the two teams is evident. Prior to Huitang High School, Dongchuan Middle School had reigned supreme in the realm of high school football in Anong Province. They were the first school in the province to earn the title of a traditional football powerhouse, a designation not granted merely to any prominent school. Thus far, only 2 schools in Anong Province have received such an honor, Dongchuan Middle School and Huitang High School. After a resounding 3-1 victory against another traditional powerhouse, Huitang High School, the players of Dongchuan Middle School brimmed with confidence, believing that no other team in Anong could hinder their path to the national competition. This confidence allowed them to quickly find their rhythm in the match. After 37 minutes of resistance, Jincheng High School conceded their first goal. It was Hu Lai who found the net, scoring with a decisive strike from close range to open the scoring for his team. As Hu Lai executed his signature celebration, he simultaneously heard the completion notification echo in his mind, making his smile even more radiant. Gazing at the supportive banners held by Xiao Yu in the stands, his expression softened. Finally, I will have my own fan club. Hu Lai's goal unlocked the door to victory for Dongchuan Middle School. In the second half, Xiao Yu scored with a long-range shot, extending the score to 2-0. Ultimately, Dongchuan Middle School triumphed over Jincheng High School with this score, successfully defending their Anton Cup championship title and securing their second opportunity to participate in the national competition. After the award ceremony, there was no need for the captain to search for Hu Lai. He had already positioned himself between Yin, clutching the trophy together. Surrounding them on either side were all the players from Dongchuan Middle School. They embraced the trophy, capturing a family portrait of their championship victory. On the high-speed train returning to Dongchuan from Jincheng, Li Ziqiang approached Hu Lai and inquired, "Do you still need me to take your jersey back?" Hu Lai paused for a moment before eagerly nodding. "Yes, please, coach. Could you keep it for me temporarily?" He then placed his golden boot trophy in his sports backpack and handed it to the head coach. Looking down at the backpack in his hands, Li Ziqiang asked, "Is your father still not allowing you to play football?" Hu Lai smiled a little shyly and said, "I told him I was out celebrating a classmate's birthday." "You truly possess talent, which has proven that you can pursue this path. It's of no use. My father doesn't care about such things. He simply despises football and disapproves of my involvement in it." "Why?" Hu Lai shook his head in confusion. Li Ziqiang chose not to press further on this matter. Indeed, there are some individuals in today's society who harbor an inherent prejudice against football. This is certainly linked to the dismal image of Chinese football in the past. The issues of match fixing and corrupt referees are well known, and in youth football, It is all too common for grassroots coaches to accept bribes from parents without monetary contributions. Even the most gifted child stands little chance of securing a place on the team. Conversely, as long as the money is sufficient, even a physically impaired player can be arranged to take the field. Moreover, some youth coaches, in pursuit of team success, are willing to sacrifice the physical well-being of the children. They charm parents into continuously investing money, and once they can no longer extract any more resources, they unceremoniously cast the child aside. Such practices have long been regarded as an open secret in the realm of Chinese football. In recent years, as China has endeavored to rectify its football environment from the top down, conditions have significantly improved. However, for the average person, the perception of these improvements remains weak, overshadowed by the deeply ingrained negative image of Chinese football from the past, which leaves many struggling to change their mindset. In Li Ziqiang's eyes, Hulai's father seemed to belong to this category. He sighed inwardly, recognizing this as a debt owed by Chinese football that must inevitably be repaid by everyone involved in the current landscape of the sport. The responsibility to repay this debt does not fall solely upon oneself, but also includes Hulai, despite his innocence in the matter. Do you aspire to play professional football? Li Ziqiang suddenly inquired. Yes, I want to play, Hulai answered eagerly. Professional football is not easy, Li Ziqiang remarked with a composed expression. Thus, I must work doubly hard. Coach, the Anton Cup has concluded, but the national competition is approaching. What do you think I need to improve? Li Ziqiang remained silent, surveying Hulai from head to toe, contemplating what he could possibly need to enhance. In truth, every aspect of his game required improvement. However, he refrained from voicing this and instead advised Hulai, putting aside the winter break, there are only 2 months left until the national competition. Time is limited, so focus on perfecting your receiving and shooting skills, while also maintaining your fitness and strength training. Shouldn't I practice dribbling? Hulai still envisioned a day when he could weave through 5 defenders, charge into the opponent's penalty area, and score with finesse. Indeed, every young boy who plays football likely dreams of such feats. Yet, Li Ziqiang doused his aspirations with a dose of reality. Dribbling? With your lack of coordination? Perhaps it's best to forego that. Spending precious training time on it would be a waste. I assure you, mastering receiving and shooting will serve you well in the future. Some balls that others cannot stop, you can. Thus, you can seize more opportunities to shoot than your peers. There are shots that others dare not take. Yet if you have the confidence to shoot, you will score more goals than them. As for dribbling, do not aspire to be a jack of all trades. Human energy is finite. A little proficiency in everything leads to mediocrity. As Li Ziqiang spoke these words, his tone grew notably colder, and his demeanor turned considerably more stern, as if fearing that Hulai, this mischievous lad, had not taken his words to heart. He added, as long as I am your coach, I will not allow you to practice dribbling. If you can perfect both shooting and ball control to the highest level, there will undoubtedly be a place for you in professional football. Just shooting and ball control? Hulai retorted. Do you think it is that simple? Li Ziqiang glanced at him. I am not referring to shooting and ball control in training. I mean under competitive conditions. Few in the Chinese national team can excel in both. Looking at the world football scene, the same holds true. Well, Hulai was not entirely ignorant. He recognized the truth in the coach's words. Even in his own world, the same was applicable. Ball control and shooting are fundamental skills for any player. Yet it is cruelly ironic that many who have not mastered these basics still become professional players. Seeing Hulai acknowledge his words, Li Ziqiang continued. No one can be an all-around player. Choosing to enhance one aspect naturally entails sacrificing potential growth in another. You are a player adept at opportunistic shooting. You must understand your strengths and weaknesses. Your second goal in the semifinals was very clever. Instead of recklessly engaging in a physical contest with Wu Yu in the center, you drew his attention and decisively abandoned the middle to seize the opportunity at the near post. Thinking strategically is the essence of your football style. After saying this, Li Ziqiang pointed to his temple before rising to leave. Mao Xiao returned to sit beside Hulai, turning to look at the coach with a hint of curiosity. Today, the coach talked to you for quite a while and said a lot. It seems he never spoke to you so much before. That's because I'm the top scorer of the Anton Cup now, Hulai replied, proudly lifting his chin. With talent, one naturally garners attention. However, Mao Xiao frowned, sensing that things might not be as straightforward as Hulai suggested. He turned to steal a glance at the coach, who, as usual, wore a serious expression, not smiling. sitting sternly in his place. One could only wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. Chapter 148. Senior Hulai is so handsome on Monday morning, before heading out to school. Hulai slipped into the bathroom at home, locking the door behind him to prevent his parents from entering and discovering what he was about to do. Once assured of his privacy, he accessed the system. In the storage compartment of the system space, there was a newly added small white plastic bag. That was precisely what he intended to retrieve. Previously, he had received a task reward for scoring in every match of the Anton Cup, a sample of Charm Essence Lotion. Charm Essence Lotion, when applied to the face, it slightly enhances the user's charm. The duration of effectiveness lasts for 2 hours. Fine print. It can also be used off the field. Sample size, effects limited. There is a slight chance of inciting jealousy among peers. Humph, with this product, I too can attract female admirers. Hulai felt a surge of pride within. Previously, he had observed that every time Luo Kai trained, a throng of girls cheered and screamed from the sidelines. To claim that Hulai did not feel envious would be a falsehood. What young man does not aspire to be the center of attention in the eyes of young women? Today, he would test whether this charm essence truly held any merit. In the past, the rewards he had received from tasks were seldom items he would use immediately. For instance, his damaged giant bear shin guards and worn giant bear jersey had remained stowed away in the system space. These items were ones Hulai clearly understood the purpose of and knew when they would be useful. Thus he refrained from utilizing them until the appropriate moment arrived. However, he had never anticipated the charm essence sample would serve any purpose on the field. Moreover, charm was an intangible attribute. Its precise effects were unclear to Hulai. Hence, he was inclined to conduct an experiment. He retrieved the charm essence sample from the system space. It resembled a travel-sized shampoo, encased within a small plastic pouch. A single packet was sufficient for one application, to be opened by tearing at the serrated edge, squeezed out, and applied to the hair, after which it could be discarded without concern for return. The entirely white pouch bore only the word sample, devoid of any other markings, numbers, or identifiers, unremarkable and easily overlooked. Checking the time, he noted the 2-hour efficacy. If he used it now, it would last until 9:30 in the morning, ample time for him to gauge its effects. He tore open the packaging and squeezed out its contents. A milky, viscous liquid flowed into his palm, exuding a faint fragrance, subtle, almost imperceptible. If other scents were present nearby, this delicate aroma would easily dissipate. For instance, as Hulai extended his hand, the mingling scents of air freshener, toothpaste, and soap in the restroom completely masked the essence's fragrance. He then began to apply the essence to his face. To be honest, Hulai felt rather strange. He had never before applied anything to his face apart from water. As a staunchly masculine individual, he had never used facial cleansers, soaps, body washes, or baby creams. In winters past, when his mother worried about his face being chapped by the cold wind, she attempted to apply moisturizing baby cream, but Hulai vehemently resisted, claiming that applying such substances made it difficult for him to breathe. Eventually, upon seeing his stubbornness, his mother relinquished her attempts to care for his skin. Consequently, he had no experience applying such products to his face. He could only rub the essence between his hands before slathering it onto his face, resembling a cat grooming itself, clumsily and haphazardly, uncertain if he had applied it evenly, and even more unsure whether this application would influence the final outcome. He could only manage to apply it in such a manner. Throughout the process, he instinctively held his breath, preventing him from meticulously and attentively applying the charm essence lotion to his face, lest he feel as if he were suffocating. Once he finished, he leaned closer to the mirror for a careful inspection, finding no trace of any product on his face. As for the white plastic packaging, it had just vanished before Hulai, leaving no evidence behind, as if it had never existed in this world at all. Having already witnessed how those potion bottles vanished directly into the trash, he was no stranger to this scene. The system evidently wished for none of the contents to remain in this realm, which aligned perfectly with Hulai's desires, as he too did not wish to leave behind anything that might arouse suspicion. After all, how could he explain the existence and origins of the system to others? When Hulai exited the bathroom, his mother complained, "Why were you in there for so long? What were you doing?" "Just contemplating." Hulai casually fabricated an excuse. "What kind of talk is that?" His mother displayed a look of disgust, but refrained from further questioning his bathroom activities. Hulai parked his bicycle in the designated area at school and strode confidently toward the entrance. Along the way, He could feel the numerous gazes of his classmates upon him. It wasn't he just at the school gate. Even on his ride to school, he sensed the stares of strangers directed at him. Had he not been in his school uniform and sweatpants, he might have wondered if his zipper was undone. Then it dawned on him. Could it be the effect of the charm essence lotion? Did it attract the attention of those who previously overlooked him? But was that all? Pondering these thoughts, he approached the school gate, only to be called out just as he was about to enter. Hulai. Impressive. Best scorer of the Anton Cup. Could you give me your autograph? A boy approached him, holding out an open notebook with a pen resting inside. Hulai was taken aback. In the past, such words would have led him to believe the speaker was mocking him, although he had been recognized in campus circles for his performance in the Anton Cup before. This was the first time someone had asked for his autograph. Was this the effect of the charm essence lotion? Had it made those who did not know him notice him, allowed acquaintances to feel a favorable impression, and enhanced the fondness of those who already liked him? Perhaps this boy was a fan all along, but for various reasons had hesitated to approach him for an autograph. Now, under the influence of the charm essence, he had overcome his mental barriers and stopped him for a signature. Hulai, is that all right? Seeing Hulai frozen in place, the boy cautiously inquired. Seemingly fearful of rejection, Hulai regained his senses, promptly taking the notebook and pen, inscribing his name for the other party. His handwriting was not particularly elegant, yet the individual seemed wholly unconcerned, joyfully accepting it and expressing gratitude. As Hulai observed the figure turning away, he stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Instead of heading directly to the first teaching building where his class was located, despite its close proximity, he proceeded toward the depths of the campus, specifically the second and third teaching buildings. After all, his coach had granted him a day off from special training, allowing him ample time. Wow, it's Hulai? Hulai, could you please sign for me? I would love an autograph. Of course, no problem at all. Everyone line up. While Hulai stood in the campus, signing autographs for his classmates, he noticed several girls casting glances in his direction, prompting him to straighten his posture, striving to appear more statuesque. After finishing with the signatures, he continued his stroll deeper into the campus. Soon, more students approached to greet him and request autographs. Curiously, one asked, "Hey Hulai, isn't your sophomore teaching building in the front? Why are you here?" "Oh, just wandering around," Hulai casually replied while fulfilling their autograph requests. However, as he mingled, he realized that all the students seeking his autograph were boys. Despite the presence of girls watching him with admiration, none approached him for signatures in front of the crowd. This left Hulai both astonished and puzzled. Could it be that this charm essence only works on the same sex? Upon considering this possibility, Hulai lost interest in further wandering the campus. What if a fervent male admirer rushed over for a hug? Upon returning to his classroom, Hulai was halted by Song Jejia. "Hey, Hulai, I saw you at the main entrance just now. Why did it take you so long to come up?" Hulai proudly replied, "It's because everyone was so enthusiastic, all asking for my autograph, which delayed me." Before he could finish, Li Jichuan scoffed, bragging without a script. "And they asked you for an autograph?" When Brother Kai was here, no one sought his signature. Just as Li's words hung in the air, a boy's voice rang out from the door. "Hulai, there's a girl looking for you." The announcement specified that it was a girl, causing a stir in Class 2 of the sophomore year. What? A girl is looking for Hulai? My goodness, what incredible luck has he stumbled upon? A girl seeking Hulai? Where? Where? A throng rushed to the classroom door and windows, only to find Hulai standing in the corridor, surrounded by several girls who clearly knew one another and had come as a group. The students of Class 2 were intensely curious about what the girls wanted from Hulai. One by one, the girls pulled out notebooks and pens, handing them to Hulai, who accepted them and began writing his name on the pages. To my astonishment, there are indeed individuals seeking Hulai's autograph. Should we also request a signature from him? Witnessing this scene, the classroom of Class 2, Year 2, erupted in exclamations. The few girls from other classes, who had come specifically for Hulai's signature, appeared unfazed by the surrounding onlookers. After fulfilling their autograph requests, they raised their fists in encouragement, exclaiming, "Best of luck in the national competition, Senior Hulai." Subsequently, the girls giggled with satisfaction as they dashed past the window where Song Jejia sat. As they passed, Song Jejia overheard their excited whispers. "Senior Hulai is so handsome." He glared at the retreating figures of the girls, thinking, their judgment is clouded. Which of you could possibly find that guy handsome? However, upon turning back, he spotted Li Jichuan looking utterly dejected, which filled him with a sense of triumph. With his head held high, he directed a haughty snort towards Li Jichuan, taunting, "What was that you just said, Li?" Li Jichuan shrank back in his seat, remaining silent. Chapter 149. No assistance needed. Have you heard? Today, many people chased after Vice Captain Hu for autographs. Really? Absolutely. I witnessed it with my own eyes. I even heard that some girls specifically went to his classroom to block him for a signature. Is that true? Yes, indeed. It seems some even followed him to the restroom for an autograph. That's outrageous. Incredible. In the changing room, the players from Dongchuan High School were exchanging their uniforms while chatting, naturally gravitating towards discussions about their vice captain, Huilai. In truth, the first-year players only realized after joining the team that although Lin Jin was the nominal captain and took charge of various tasks, the central figure of conversation in the locker room remained a seemingly unreliable vice captain. Huilai hardly appeared to possess the qualities of a captain, leading everyone to occasionally forget his status. Yet, not a single person dared to underestimate their vice captain, for his performance spoke volumes. He was the team's leading scorer, the Golden Boot winner of the Anton Cup, capable of achieving a hat trick against Huitang High School. Who would dare to look down upon such a person? To do so would be sheer folly. Thus, while Lin Jin held the title of captain, the true core of the team was undeniably Huilai. At that moment, Huilai, the focal point of their conversation, stood by the locker room door, pressing his ear against the door to eavesdrop on how his teammates were discussing him. A broad smile graced his face upon hearing the initial remarks. However, when he caught wind of the mention of someone following him to the restroom for an autograph, his smile vanished, and he swiftly pushed the door open. It was true that some girls had approached his class for autographs, but following him to the restroom? What nonsense! Upon entering, he adopted a serious demeanor, striving to project a more authoritative tone. "Ah, Vice Captain Hu. No, I merely heard about it, just heard." He chuckled, "Following me to the restroom for an autograph?" As Meng Shi entered with a hearty laugh, he quipped, "Let me ponder this, Huilai. How can you possibly balance a notebook in one hand and a pen in the other?" As he spoke, he mischievously cast a glance at Huilai's lower half, prompting a chorus of laughter from the others. Huilai, hands on his hips, slightly thrusting out his lower body, retorted, "Balance? Why would I need to balance? I have never needed assistance when relieving myself." The laughter in the changing room erupted like an explosion, almost threatening to topple the stands above. In the classroom, a boy flipped open his notebook, revealing two rather unsightly characters spelling out Huilai. His desk mate, surprised, remarked, "Wow, you actually went to get Huilai's autograph?" The boy, feeling a bit sheepish, explained, seeing so many others asking, "I just wanted to join in." His desk mate, slightly disdainful, replied, "The handwriting is quite dreadful. Since it was merely a spur of the moment, why not tear it out and toss it?" After a moment of silence, the boy shook his head, saying, "No, I'll keep it as a memento." Many regretted not getting an autograph from Luo Kai when he left. With that, he carefully tore the signed page from the notebook using a ruler. "Do you think Huilai could play in professional matches?" his deskmate asked, taken aback by his attitude. "I don't know," the boy replied, "but after all, this is the signature of the top scorer from the Anton Cup. It doesn't take up much space, so why throw it away?" He tucked the paper into his history textbook. Though the Anton Cup had concluded, the Dongchuan High School football team's training would continue unabated. They were to maintain their regular training schedule until the New Year's Day holiday. After the holiday, with the impending final exams, training would finally cease, only to resume during the winter break, mirroring last year's arrangements. Huilai's strategy remained unchanged from the previous year. This time, he didn't even need to discuss it with his mother, as she proactively inquired whether the team would be training during the winter break. Upon receiving Huilai's affirmative response, she cheerfully picked up her phone and enrolled him in 2 sessions of mathematics and English winter tutoring packages. It is worth noting that although the school, due to policy constraints, could not overtly conduct tutoring classes, this did not prevent teachers from recommending various extracurricular tutoring programs to parents. In fact, the suggestion was quite blatant. If others were enrolling their children in tutoring, and yours did not, they might struggle to keep up upon returning to school. Parents, upon hearing this, felt compelled to ensure their children received tutoring. Thus, while the authorities continuously called for a reduction in academic burdens, very few parents dared to genuinely lighten their children's loads. After all, should their child fail to gain university admission, to whom could they appeal for redress? Huilai is uncertain whether reducing burdens is beneficial. However, from a personal standpoint, he fervently hopes that such reductions do not occur. This would enable the school to conduct winter holiday tutoring sessions openly, allowing him to train at school without being compelled by his mother to shuttle back and forth. Once the final examinations concluded, the players of the Dongchuan Middle School football team were too preoccupied to worry about whether their academic performance would satisfy their parents. They immersed themselves in training on the second day of the winter break. The training focused primarily on technical and tactical drills, complemented by physical conditioning. Li Ziqiang devised several offensive strategies centered around the trio of Hu Lai, Xia Xiaoyu, and Xin Yuan, which he referred to as the Trident. He emphasized the necessity for the team to master these tactics during the two-phase training over the winter holiday. In his vision, achieving commendable results in the national competition hinged significantly on the synergy of these three individuals, which, in turn, depended upon the collective effort of the entire team. It was imperative that the offensive play did not solely rely on these three players, while the others remained fixated on defense. Li mandated that the team maintain a compact formation across all lines, insisting that no player should remain stationary after passing the ball. They must advance to the next position. Failure to adhere to this principle would preclude them from participating in the match. The objective was to create situations where the team could outnumber the opponents in localized areas. Upon losing possession, immediate and coordinated efforts to reclaim the ball were essential, with every player needing to act in unison. These strategies were similar to those employed by Dongchuan Middle School during the Anong Cup, albeit Li Ziqiang refined them further and ensured a deeper understanding through repetitive training, thereby establishing the distinctive style of the Dongchuan Middle School football team. Just as Huitang High School emphasized defense, Dongchuan Middle School prioritized a cohesive approach to both offense and defense. Even a forward like Hu Lai was required to participate in defensive duties. Regardless of whether he could intercept the ball, he needed to be present at the right position when called upon, ensuring that his team was not undermanned in defense. This approach demanded a high level of physical fitness from Hu Lai. Fortunately, his endurance had significantly improved over the past 2 years of training. Furthermore, Li Ziqiang did not assign Hu Lai overly burdensome defensive responsibilities, merely requiring him to position himself appropriately, alleviating concerns that his defensive duties would detract from his offensive performance. Amidst the intense training sessions, time passed swiftly, especially for Hu Lai, who was juggling both training and supplementary lessons. Before long, the first phase of training concluded, leaving only 2 days until the Lunar New Year. This year, Hu Lai learned from his mother that his maternal grandfather had expressed a desire for his daughter to return home for the festivities, but his mother had declined, citing work commitments as an excuse for the inability to make the trip. In truth, the high-speed train journey from Dongchuan to Jincheng only took 35 minutes, making the excuse somewhat implausible. The reality was that Hu Lai's mother was reluctant to endure the discomfort of visiting her in-laws with her husband and children. Hu Lai, however, was not particularly concerned. He held no fondness for the relatives on his grandfather's side. In his childhood, he had encountered disdain from the children of those relatives, who ridiculed his father, calling him a toad. This had led to a physical altercation between Hu Lai and the other child. In a 1-against-4 confrontation, the diminutive Hu Lai inevitably succumbed, being mercilessly beaten into a pulp by his 4 cousins. Meanwhile, Hu Lai could only leave faint scratches on their bodies. Ironically, the adversaries played the victim, accusing Hu Lai of stealing their toys, which led to a severe reprimand from his grandfather. Hu Lai was acutely aware that his grandfather harbored disdain for both his father and himself. This incident escalated to a quarrel between his mother and her father on the first day of the Lunar New Year, in front of dozens of relatives. She overturned the table and hurried away with her son and husband to the bus station, embarking on a long journey back to Dongchuan. Enraged, her father cursed their retreating figures, vowing to sever their father-daughter relationship, while Hu Lai's mother did not glance back. Years passed after this incident, and Hu Lai's mother nearly severed ties with her relatives, never returning to her maternal home in Jincheng. It was only when her father fell gravely ill that they began to reconnect, albeit infrequently and only for essential matters. Unlike before, when she made an effort to maintain cordiality in front of relatives, after that incident, Hu Lai's mother ceased to consider the feelings of her relatives and parents, neglecting even the superficial niceties. As for Hu Lai's father, Hu Lisin, he refrained from mentioning visits to Hu Lai's grandfather's home, striving to spare his wife from discomfort. For Hu Lai, the grandfather and the extended family of aunts, uncles, and cousins were not his kin. His family consisted solely of the 3 of them, himself, his mother, and his father. The distance from his father's relatives, compounded by the early demise of his grandparents, led to a lack of connection and emotional detachment. He had grown accustomed to celebrating the new year with just the three of them, feeling no sense of desolation in their small gathering. While other families celebrated with dozens of relatives in boisterous reunions, Huilai felt no envy. Instead, he believed that having numerous relatives only invited complications. What? You say fewer relatives mean less red envelope money? Yet with more relatives, his parents would also have to distribute more money, which could lead to embarrassment if they gave less. Hence, it seemed prudent to forego giving altogether. Huilai had no interest in the red envelope money from relatives, and his parents would not have to endure disdain for their contributions. Why should they endure discomfort during what should be a joyous celebration? Who would desire to celebrate the new year with them? Chapter 150. The Spring Festival. While Li Ziqiang was preoccupied in the kitchen, his phone, left in the living room, began to ring. An elderly man, his hair white with age, struggled to his feet and called towards the kitchen. Ziqiang, your phone is ringing. Dad. It's not a phone call, it's a WeChat video. It must be Xingyi calling. You two can chat. Li Ziqiang shouted from the kitchen, his voice raised over the clamor of the range hood. The elderly man donned his reading glasses and, with a slight bow, tapped on the screen to initiate the WeChat video call. Soon, the bright smile of Li Xingyi appeared on the phone's display. Grandfather. Her melodious voice resonated through the screen upon seeing the old man. Ah, it's Xingyi, he replied with a smile. Beside him, his wife set down the phone she had been holding and leaned in closer. Let me see Xingyi. Grandmother. In the glow of the mobile screen, Li Xingyi waved cheerfully at the camera. Hello, Xingyi. Her grandmother squinted at the image of her granddaughter, noting, it seems you've tanned a bit. Didn't I tell you to apply sunscreen? I did, Grandma, and I'm not any darker. This is a healthy tan, often referred to as wheat-colored. Li Xingyi pouted playfully. The sight of her granddaughter brought an uncontainable smile to her grandmother's lips. Grandpa and Grandma, are you both well? Li Xingyi inquired. Quite well indeed. You needn't worry about us, her grandfather replied. But you, my dear, must take care of yourself while you're out there. I've seen reports that Europe isn't very peaceful these days. Her grandmother shot him a disapproving glance. Must you speak such things? It's the new year, say something uplifting. The elderly man waved his hands in a placating manner. All right, I was just rambling. There's nothing to worry about, Grandma. Everything is fine here. My teammates and coach take very good care of me. We're either training or competing, all at professional club training bases, so we rarely go out. It's quite safe, Li Xingyi reassured her grandfather with a smile. Oh dear, they won't even let you come home for the new year. After all that time in Dongchuan, I won't mention it, but since you've been playing in Shanghai, it's been nearly a year since we last saw you. I was hoping to see you during the holiday, her grandmother lamented, continuing her heartfelt monologue. Li Xingyi maintained her smile, allowing her grandmother to express her feelings of longing. Though you may be far away, your New Year's money shall not be lessened. Your grandfather and I will send you a red envelope via WeChat. Be sure to keep it safe. Thank you, Grandma. Happy New Year. Li Xingyi clasped her hands together and bowed slightly before the front camera. She then turned to her grandfather, who had leaned in closer. Happy New Year, Grandpa. Please take care of yourselves. I will come back to see you next year. Yes. The elderly couple nodded in agreement. At that moment, their son-in-law, Li Ziqiang, entered with a plate of tofu and pig intestines. After placing the dish on the table, he handed the phone to his father-in-law. Have a word with Xingyi. I'll head to the kitchen. I can manage, Dad. Just bring over the steamed fish from the steamer. I'll be fine, Li Ziqiang replied. Ignoring him, his father-in-law set the phone down on the table and walked away, hands clasped behind his back. With no choice, Li Ziqiang wiped his hands on his apron before picking up the phone, smiling at his daughter on the screen. How are you planning to celebrate the new year with the team? We're going to make dumplings together after our afternoon training. There are even reporters coming to interview us. Li Xingyi replied with enthusiasm. We're about to have our New Year's Eve dinner and watch the Spring Festival Gala, Li Ziqiang said, switching the camera to the rear view to showcase the sumptuous dishes on the table. The television on the wall was broadcasting a special New Year's program, year after year, and Li Xingyi could faintly hear the familiar background music. Wow, Dad. With all this food, how am I supposed to eat dumplings tonight? Oh, right, the dumplings. We'll boil them while we watch the Spring Festival Gala later. Li Ziqiang appeared oblivious to his daughter's complaints, inadvertently touching upon sensitive topics. The thought of his daughter, that mischievous little darling, Turning against him so early on prompted him to consider a playful reprimand. Yet, he dared not take it too far, opting instead for a light-hearted jest. "Grandma!" Li Qingqing suddenly exclaimed into her phone. "Oh dear, what is it, Qingqing?" Her grandmother, engrossed in her phone, approached. "Grandma, Dad is picking on me. He only lets me see what you're eating, clearly trying to irritate me." Li Qingqing complained from afar. Before her mother-in-law could respond, Li Ziqiang immediately conceded. "It was just a joke. Can't I even joke around? When you return, I'll prepare a feast for you." Grandma chuckled. "Don't scare your father, Qingqing. He has worked hard all day to celebrate the new year with your grandpa and me." At that moment, Grandpa's voice chimed in from the side. "Be careful, it's hot." He emerged from the kitchen carrying a steaming platter of fish. Li Ziqiang handed the phone to his mother-in-law while rearranging the dishes on the table to make room for the fish. Meanwhile, Grandma captured the scene on her phone to share with Li Qingqing, and then leaned into the frame to wave at her granddaughter. "Wishing you abundance every year, Qingqing." "Abundance every year, Grandma," Li Qingqing replied, her face lighting up with joy as she watched her busy grandfather and father, along with her waving grandmother, from afar. After concluding the video call with Li Qingqing, Li Ziqiang joined the two elders at the table. He poured a glass of wine for his father-in-law, followed by a glass of juice for his mother-in-law, and finally filled his own glass. After placing the bottle back down, he raised his glass and addressed the elders. "Dad, Mom, another year has passed. I wish I could visit more often. Please take care of your health. Sit down, sit down." His father-in-law gestured for him to take a seat. "We understand you're busy with work. You don't need to worry about us. Your mother and I are accustomed to taking care of ourselves. Perhaps next year, you could bring Qingqing back to celebrate with your parents." Li Ziqiang shook his head resolutely. "My parents understand, and they are supportive. I'll have a video call with them shortly. I'll return tomorrow. Today is definitely for celebrating with you." Seeing his determination, his father-in-law sighed. "You truly are working hard." His mother-in-law interjected with a playful click of her tongue. "Let us not speak of such things on New Year's." She lifted her juice glass towards Li Ziqiang. "In this new year, I wish you success in your career and lead Dongchuan Middle School to victory." With that, she took a hearty sip of her juice. His father-in-law raised his small wine glass, consuming a modest portion. "Casual, casual," Li Ziqiang replied, yet under their encouragement. He downed his glass of liquor in one go. As the fiery liquid scorched his throat, celebratory music erupted from the television, heralding the grand opening of the Spring Festival Gala, the stage illuminated with dazzling lights. In the modest living room, Hu Lai raised his cup filled with beverages and addressed his parents. "Happy Spring Festival, Mom and Dad. Happy Spring Festival, son. Happy Spring Festival. Study hard. Ah, listen. Didn't we agree not to mention studying?" At this moment, countless families across the vast land of China are raising their glasses in celebration. The melodious songs resonate from the television, while toasts are exchanged at the dining tables. Outside the windows, splendid fireworks ascend into the night sky, bursting forth in a dazzling display. The resounding pops of the fireworks are drowned in the joyous laughter and cheer of myriad households. Chapter 151. The penalty taker. Following the conclusion of the Spring Festival holiday, the Dongchuan Middle School football team recommences its training regimen. The initial 5 days of this 10-day training period are primarily devoted to physical conditioning, aimed at helping the players recover from the indulgences of the festive season. After all, they are not professional athletes, and Coach Li Ziqiang cannot demand that they strictly regulate their diets and routines during the festivities. After a prolonged period of relaxation, it is inevitable that each player's physical fitness experiences a decline. To ensure that subsequent training can proceed smoothly, it is essential to restore the player's physical condition to its pre-festival level, necessitating a slightly increased training load. However, for the players of Dongchuan Middle School, this is hardly a formidable challenge, as they have already adapted to the intensity of the coach's regimen, having undergone 2 physical training sessions each morning and afternoon prior. As the 10-day training concludes, only a few days remain before the start of the new term. During this brief interlude, Li Ziqiang allows the players to rest adequately. Upon the resumption of classes, the team will revert to a rigorous schedule of 2 to 3 training sessions each day, comprising morning and afternoon practices, with an additional 3 afternoon sessions each week. Moreover, the time remaining before the national competition is rapidly diminishing. With the Spring Festival falling on February 12th and the start of classes on March 1st, there are merely 2 weeks left for preparation. With time pressing and tasks heavy, Li Ziqiang opts not to further practice team tactics. but instead to focus on various set-piece strategies. Set pieces are crucial scoring opportunities in matches. Consequently, in addition to the unwavering morning and afternoon physical training, the team dedicates 3 weekly sessions, totaling 6, to practicing set-piece tactics, corner kicks, free kicks, and penalties. In high school football competitions, there is no extra time. If the regular match ends in a draw, it directly proceeds to a penalty shootout. Thus, mastering penalties is imperative. Simultaneously, Li Ziqiang must compile a new list of designated penalty takers. In the event of a penalty awarded during regular play, who will take it? And how will the order of penalty takers be determined during the shootout? Last season, the captain, Chu Yifan, was the designated penalty taker. However, Chu Yifan is an accommodating individual. If someone expresses a strong desire to take the penalty, he is likely to defer. For instance, during the previous national competition, the penalty scored by Luo Kai for his 4th goal was actually taken from Chu Yifan. Nevertheless, Chu Yifan did not take offense, and coach Li Ziqiang turned a blind eye to the incident. Currently, both Luo Kai and Chu Yifan have departed from the team. During the Anton Cup, Li Ziqiang did not intend to designate a specific player to take the penalty kicks, but rather allowed the players to make their own decisions. However, as Dongchuan Middle School did not earn a single penalty during the Anton Cup, the situation of players deciding who would take the penalty never arose. Later, Li Ziqiang reflected on the matter and concluded that it would be more prudent to appoint a designated penalty taker. While it may not have been necessary for the Anton Cup, it is undoubtedly essential for national competitions. This is because, in national tournaments, the decision of who takes the penalty is of paramount importance, as it could significantly influence Dongchuan Middle School's progress in the competition. The difference between reaching the quarterfinals or semifinals could hinge on a penalty that was not converted. For Li Ziqiang, the mental fortitude of the penalty taker outweighed technical skills. The pressure of taking penalties on the national stage is immense. At this moment, the players of Dongchuan Middle School were engaged in penalty training, with Hu Lai standing before the ball, preparing to take the shot. The goalkeeper, Meng Shi, was in the goal, making exaggerated movements to try and distract him. As Hu Lai observed the comical antics of Meng Shi, he was suddenly reminded of a legendary goalkeeper from another time and space, Bruce Grobbler from Zimbabwe. This former Liverpool keeper famously helped his team defeat Roma in the 1984 European Cup final, securing the championship through penalties. During that decisive moment, Grobbler, while on the goal line, began to twist and turn his body in a manner reminiscent of a seizure, leaving the Roma players bewildered. Notable figures like Conti and Graziani missed their penalty attempts, leading to Liverpool's triumphant victory. Grobbler's unorthodox spaghetti legs dance became a psychological tactic employed by goalkeepers during penalty shootouts. In this current context, while Grobbler is absent, it is evident that similar tactics have been conceived. Otherwise, how could a high school goalkeeper think to employ such methods to distract Hu Lai? Initially, upon his arrival in this time, Hu Lai had contemplated inventing unique techniques, such as the cow tail or Marseille turn, but upon researching, he found that these moves already existed, albeit under different names. This clearly indicates that the football enthusiasts in this realm are far from ignorant, and the sport has not stagnated over a century of development, merely awaiting the protagonist to seize the spoils. As a penalty taker, Hu Lai sought to emulate a renowned method of executing penalties that already existed in this time, which he could not invent but could certainly imitate. This method is known as the Panenka penalty. In Hu Lai's original timeline, the inventor of this technique was the Czechoslovak player Antonín Panenka, who, during the 1976 European Championship final, delicately lifted the ball into the West German net with a gentle touch, giving birth to the first Panenka penalty in the annals of football history. Since then, many players have successfully executed Panenka penalties in matches, yet those brave enough to attempt such a daring shot in crucial competitions are indeed rare. After all, should things go awry, it would be a case of cleverness backfiring, leaving one the subject of ridicule among countless observers. Indeed, there have been instances in matches where a player has failed to convert a Panenka penalty kick. In this particular realm, Hu Lai has discovered that the inception of the Panenka penalty occurred significantly later than in another timeline. During the 1998 World Cup, the renowned Argentine footballer Gabriel Nicolas Guzman executed a splendid Panenka penalty in the round of 16, deceiving the English goalkeeper at the time. When this unconventional method of penalty taking first graced the eyes of the public, there was no consensus on how to label this peculiar style of scoring. It was the Italian commentator Giuseppe Gasparoni who passionately exclaimed, "Panenka! Panenka! A Panenka penalty!" Thus, this enigmatic style of taking penalties was officially named. The reason an Italian commentator named a penalty taken by an Argentine player lies in Italy's illustrious tradition of exquisite chip shots. Such scoring techniques are not uncommon in Italian football, and several Italian players have gained fame for their prowess in this area. However, it was indeed Gabriel Nicolas Guzman who became the first in the world to amalgamate this shooting style with penalty kicks. The lifted football traced a graceful arc through the air, reminiscent of the curvature of a spoon, making the term Panenka a fitting and vivid description. Consequently, this name rapidly spread across the globe alongside the televised broadcasts of the World Cup. Huitang yearned to give it a try. The Panenka penalty may appear deceptively simple, yet successfully executing it is far from easy, as it demands a refined control over the football. The force applied cannot be too great, lest the ball strike the crossbar. Nor can it be too feeble, for that would grant the goalkeeper ample time to react and thwart the shot. Most crucially, one must maintain a calm demeanor, free from impatience. "Hey, Huitang, why are you just standing there? Are you intimidated by the imposing presence of a goalkeeper like me?" Meng Shi, positioned at the goal, twisted his body for a moment, but noticed Huitang remained unmoved, prompting him to call out. During this penalty practice, he had just successfully saved 3 consecutive penalties, buoyed by an overwhelming surge of confidence. Observing Meng Shi's triumphant demeanor, Huitang chuckled and began his run-up. His pace was brisk, creating the impression that he intended to unleash a powerful strike. Meng Shi, no longer twisting his body, lowered his center of gravity, spread his arms wide, and tensed his left thigh, ready to launch himself to the right, anticipating that Huitang would direct the ball in that direction, given his right-footedness. Typically, players tend to unconsciously shoot towards their dominant side. However, as he dove, he was taken aback to see the football heading straight down the middle. It was not a powerful strike, but rather an arc that gracefully descended into the net. A Panenka penalty. Woo-woo. Oh my goodness. Haha. Meng Shi has been outdone. Huitang is incredible. On the field, an uproar ensued among the players. Although the Panenka penalty kick is not an unfamiliar concept, few possess the audacity to execute it. Observing this scene, Li Ziqiang narrowed his eyes. He had already made a decision regarding the choice of penalty taker. Huh, me? I'm the one to take the penalty? Huitang exclaimed in surprise, pointing at himself. His teammates turned their gazes toward him, but there was no astonishment. Nor was there any dissent. In everyone's mind, the head coach had made a judicious choice. Why? Are you dissatisfied? Li Ziqiang retorted, his expression stern. No, not at all. I'm absolutely willing. The coach is brilliant. Huitang responded with a bright smile, readily agreeing without any pretense. For some, a penalty might seem too easy to bother with, but Huitang harbored no such antiquated notions. He was indifferent to the simplicity or difficulty of the task. As long as he could score, that was sufficient. As a forward, accumulating goals was paramount, even if scoring from a penalty was relatively straightforward. He saw nothing amiss with that. In fact, he wished that every goal could be as effortless. Seeing Huitang so elated, Li Ziqiang added, "However, don't even think about trying to deceive the referee for a penalty in the box. I certainly wouldn't. What do you take me for, coach? Am I the kind of person devoid of sportsmanship? If I fall in the box, it must be a foul by the opponent." Huitang protested vehemently. Li Ziqiang raised his hand, signaling Huitang to quiet down. Look at this shameless fellow. How could he possibly feel nervous while taking a penalty? With his thick skin, he was undoubtedly the prime candidate for the task. Chapter 152. The remarkable individual standing at the podium on the football field. Chen Xingyi addressed his classmates and teachers below, one hand resting on the flagpole. He proclaimed with conviction, "Our Huitang High School football team will not fail the trust placed in us by the entire school community. We will strive for glory for our school, for Tongdu, and for Nanha." From a vantage point among the students, a camera captured Chen Xingyi's handsome face as he spoke. His expression was notably serious, in stark contrast to his usual nonchalant and carefree demeanor. This elicited a chuckle from Sun Yonggang, who had been observing nearby. Just 20 minutes prior, he had been alone with a photographer, questioning Chen Xingyi about whether he was prepared for his onstage remarks. Chen Xingyi, entirely unfazed by the presence of the camera, had shrugged and remarked, "Isn't it the same routine? I could recite it by heart. Is there any need for preparation?" At that moment, he had exuded an air of indifference and casualness. Later, The photographer discreetly inquired with Sun Yonggang about the appropriateness of recording that exchange. Sun Yonggang waved his hand, assuring the photographer that there was no issue at all, since Chen Xingyi himself was unconcerned about the significance of speaking before the camera. Why should the observers dictate his actions? Now, looking at Chen Xingyi, he seems like a completely different person, standing on the podium delivering an impassioned speech, ultimately waving the flag vigorously, embodying the image of a competent leader. Sun Yonggang genuinely believes that Chen Xingyi is indeed a remarkable individual. Most high school students, when faced with the camera, either become so nervous that they are at a loss for words, or they recite their lines mechanically, fearing the slightest misstep, behaving rigidly as if programmed like robots. In contrast, Chen Xingyi remains unconcerned with such anxieties, freely showcasing his authentic self. Indeed, the candid remarks he makes before the camera reveal his true nature, while his polished rhetoric in public settings, in front of so many people, is also a facet of his genuine character. Humans are inherently complex beings, and it is impossible to define someone solely by a label. In the online world, it may be trendy to attach labels and create personas, yet in reality, no one can sustain themselves solely on a constructed persona. There is some controversy surrounding Chen Xingyi, primarily due to the fervency of his fans, who tirelessly endeavor to craft various personas for their idol online, as if failing to portray him as perfect would render their fandom a failure. Sun Yonggang even suspects that at times, Chen Xingyi deliberately presents a surprising side of himself before the camera, perhaps to silence his fans. After all, he lacks a management team and cannot constantly guide or manage his admirers online, as a figure perceived as a star by others. Opposing the expectations of his fans may be the only form of rebellion available to this idol constructed by society. Once the documentary is released, there will undoubtedly be individuals who use it to counter the claims of those fans, revealing the true essence of Chen Xingyi. However, based on Sun Yonggang's understanding of internet fandom culture, it is likely that comments will arise like, "What does he know about our star? He's just a football player?" After Chen Xingyi completed the oath of expedition, the cheerleading team from Huitang High School performed a cheer routine to rally support for the team. The vibrant and youthful girls, along with their dynamic dance, ignited the atmosphere. Following this, the principal took to the stage to address the audience. Finally, it was time for the farewell. All the faculty and students lined up from the sports field to the bus waiting at the school gate, as the entire football team passed through the crowd, receiving cheers and adoring gazes from the school community. At the bus door, they shook hands with the school leaders to bid farewell before boarding the bus. What a grand occasion. Sun Yonggang, sharing the same bus as the players from Huitang High School, turned to look back at the school leaders waving goodbye amidst a sea of students. This grandeur may be attributed to your presence, or perhaps it is because this represents a significant opportunity for our third consecutive championship. Sitting beside him, Chen Xingyi scoffed, seemingly indifferent to the school's enthusiastic send-off. Although Sun Yonggang was already well aware of Chen Xingyi's temperament, he could not help but glance toward the direction of the camera. He then inquired, "Xingyi, don't you fear that this image of yours, once broadcasted, will upset your fans? What is wrong with this image? They do not incessantly proclaim their admiration for me without authenticity. Do they truly live in reality?" Chen Xingyi spread his hands and mimicked the tone of his fans, asserting that he would reveal his genuine self to them. Are they merely superficial enthusiasts? I, for one, refuse to conform to their expectations or to become the person they wish me to be. Sun Yonggang chuckled, finding the present Chen Xingyi to be a veritable treasure. I must remind you, the camera is rolling. Aren't you concerned about offending your fans? If I offend them, so be it. They chose to support me. I did not beg for their admiration, Chen Xingyi retorted. Moreover, brother Sun, I am a footballer. It is my 2 legs that determine my achievements, not the number of followers I have on Weibo, wouldn't you agree? Sun Yonggang could not help but give Chen Xingyi a thumbs up. Insightful. If you play well, everything follows. If you do not, it amounts to nothing. Brother Sun, the camera is still on, Chen Xingyi pointed out, indicating the cameraman before him. No worries. I can edit that part out later, Sun Yonggang replied with a smile. Previously, he had only gotten to know Chen Xingyi through a few interviews, with no deeper connection beyond the professional context. However, this time, with the documentary crew shadowing him at Huitang High School, he had ample opportunity to interact with Chen Xingyi, allowing him to gain a deeper understanding of the strongest figure in contemporary high school football. How many high school students in his position could maintain such composure and clarity? After all, This is precisely why he stands as the strongest among his peers. When Luo Kai performed brilliantly at the national competition, he seemed poised to overshadow Chen Xingyi, leading to fierce disputes among their fans. Yet, as Luo Kai struggled to gain traction in the professional tier, his popularity has significantly waned. In retrospect, Chen Xingyi's decision to endure 3 years of national high school competitions before contemplating a transition to a professional team appears all the more prudent and rational. Calmness. This is a term frequently employed by experts to describe Chen Xingyi's performance on the field. As a forward, his composure in front of the goal is remarkable. Many players, when faced with opportunities, often overthink or become overly excited, resulting in poor execution. However, Chen Xingyi approaches these moments with a serenity that belies his age. It seems his singular focus is on scoring. Sun Yonggang vividly remembers how, after leading his team to consecutive national championships and earning the title of top scorer twice, the editor-in-chief of Goal Network, Tang Hao, remarked on him, "Chen Xingyi is a tier above all other high school players, particularly evident in his footballing intelligence." Who is Tang Hao? He has long been a prominent journalist reporting on Chinese professional football for 30 years, possessing profound insights into the sport. Now, as the editor-in-chief of Goal Network, he primarily oversees coverage of professional football, often mingling with the stars and prominent figures within the realm of Chinese football. His ability to bestow such high praise upon Chen Xingyi is, without a doubt, remarkable. After all, in the realm of football, attributes like physical prowess and technical skills can indeed be cultivated, yet a player's innate footballing intelligence ultimately dictates their potential. Those with sharp awareness tend to reach greater heights, while those lacking such insight may find themselves limited throughout their careers. With sheer determination, one might ascend to the ranks of a professional player. But attaining the status of an elite athlete remains an arduous challenge. As the dawn of the national competition approached, the Huitang High School football team, accompanied by a film crew, made their way to the competition venue in Lingnan City, Nanling Province. Meanwhile, at Dongchuan High School, the team held a rally prior to their departure. Notably, neither Principal Zhai nor Captain Yin proclaimed any unrealistic aspirations for victory. Yin merely assured the faculty and students that the team would exert every effort to surpass their previous performance in the national tournament. Upon reflection, it is worth noting that Dongchuan High School had already secured a place among the top 8 in the last competition. To aim for an improvement suggests a starting point of at least the top 4. Having reached the semifinals, advancing further to the finals would seem plausible. However, in that moment, no one dared to entertain such thoughts. Following the rally, the players of Dongchuan High School boarded the bus and set off to Jin City for their flight to Lingnan City. The national tournament for this group of young footballers was about to commence. Chapter 153. The troubles of a star player. Lin Jin held a sign bearing the name of Dongchuan High School, standing at the exit of the arrival hall, eagerly awaiting the arrival of her guests. Unlike a year prior, she was no longer fraught with anxiety. Clad in a smart business outfit, she felt remarkably at ease, buoyed by the anticipation of reuniting with old friends. Glancing at her phone, she noticed messages in the WeChat group, where the players from Dongchuan High School had informed her that they were waiting for their luggage. After parting ways in the capital, Lin Jin had never imagined that they would meet again. Since the onset of the Anong Cup last October, she had closely followed the tournament and the progress of Dongchuan High School. Initially, she harbored no expectations of the team qualifying for the national competition. Her interest stemmed solely from her affection for the team. Subsequently, she witnessed Dongchuan High School's triumphant journey through the Anong Cup, with their first match culminating in a resounding victory, highlighted by the sweet-talking youth Hu Lai achieving a hat trick. Following the conclusion of the Anong Cup finals, she received directives from her superiors, assigning her to continue overseeing the logistical arrangements for Dongchuan High School. Though she had established a WeChat group early on, incorporating the players and engaging in lengthy conversations with these spirited youths, she still longed for an in-person reunion. She envisioned giving them warm embraces, congratulating them on their return to the national competition. As Lin Jin daydreamed about their impending meeting, a sudden commotion erupted at a distance. She turned to see a throng of girls approaching her, brandishing light boards, posters, and banners, all converging towards exit for where she stood. The sound of hurried footsteps resembled the rhythmic thundering of hooves, as these delicate and beautiful young girls transformed into a battalion of cavalry, causing everyone in their path to hastily retreat to the sides. Some, in a moment of panic, turned and fled, resembling heartless scoundrels being pursued by so many girls. Lin Jin, observing this commotion, quickly deduced the identity of the newcomers. She felt a headache coming on, pondering how Dongchuan High School and Huitang High School could both arrive in Lingnan City at the same time. This would undoubtedly complicate the reception arrangements. With this thought, she set down her sign and retrieved her phone, searching her contacts for the colleague responsible for liaising with Huitang High School, and dialed, "Uncle Lee, where are you? Huitang High School is about to come out. I'm right behind you," came a resigned voice from the phone, and behind her, startled, Lin Jin turned to see Uncle Li Zheng, wearing a wry smile. He gazed at the chaotic throng ahead and sighed. Today is indeed challenging. Has the itinerary for Huitang High School been leaked? Lin Jin frowned, observing the girls already chanting slogans. It was not a closely guarded secret. It was rumored that a prominent leader of the Chen Xingyi fan club was in Lingnan City, known for their organizational prowess, which led to this elaborate spectacle intended to herald Chen Xingyi's third consecutive championship and bolster their influence. Li Zheng sighed deeply. When Lin Jin first started, she was envious of him for being the liaison for Huitang High School, a national championship team. However, after witnessing numerous such incidents, her sympathy for him grew. Dealing with a fervent group of fans like those of Chen Xingyi was indeed a matter deserving of compassion. A moment's inattention could result in being publicly shamed online. Facing the harshness of cyberbullying, those fans could be exceptionally ruthless in their criticisms. Perhaps this was why the organizing committee appointed the famously good-natured Uncle Lee as the liaison. After all, had it been someone else, they might have clashed, and any ensuing chaos would ultimately tarnish the image of the national competition. Watching the enthusiastic girls, Lin Jin mused that it was fortunate that Luo Kai had joined a professional team after last year's competition. Otherwise, if he were to participate in this year's national contest, there would surely be a brawl between the fans at the airport. She then stretched on her toes to peer inside, hoping that the players from Dongchuan High School would emerge before Huitang High School, allowing her to escort the Dongchuan students away without drawing the attention of Chen Xingyi's fans. While she felt sympathy for Uncle Lee, she could not remain there to assist him, as she was not a superhero capable of resolving the predicament. However, if Dongchuan High School emerged after Huitang High School, it would spell trouble. Wow, cheers. I hear the girls screaming. It's all girls. Is this the national competition? There are even female fans here to greet them. Oh my, Xiaoyu, have your fans spread across the nation? The treatment afforded to the national top 8 is indeed extraordinary. As the first-year players of Dongchuan High School were invigorated by the enthusiastic cheers from the girls and engaged in lively discussions, the older team members doused their excitement with a splash of cold water. Wake up, Meng, she scoffed. They are not here to welcome us. Not to welcome us. Then who else could they be welcoming? Chen Rui inquired, perplexed. Of course, they are here to welcome them. Meng, she pointed toward the distance, where a group clad in red and white athletic jackets was pushing luggage carts and dragging suitcases toward them. Oh my, Huitang High School. Some sharp-eyed individuals had already recognized the newcomers. To be precise, the girls outside were not there to greet Huitang High School, but rather to welcome Chen Xingyi. Chen Xingyi? Where is he? Someone curiously asked, as everyone had heard of this star player who had been the top scorer in national competitions for 2 consecutive years and was eager to witness his prowess. The Dongchuan players gazed at the group and noticed 2 photographers with cameras flanking the team, capturing moments along the way. Wow, they even have a dedicated photographer? Such treatment. Why don't we have that? It's so unfair. If we could win the national championship for 2 consecutive years, perhaps we would be afforded such privileges, Mao Xiao remarked, recalling online discussions about how Goal was filming a documentary to chronicle the unprecedented journey of Huitang High School toward a 3-peat national championship. It seems confirmed, he added, but suddenly frowned. Wait, he is not here. What do you mean he is not here? Chen Rui asked curiously. Chen Xingyi is absent. Mao Xiao confirmed with a shake of his head. No way. Chen Xingyi is their captain. How could the captain not be with the team? Xiaoyu found it puzzling. He really isn't here. Mao Xiao checked again. Indeed, he is not, confirmed the tall Meng Shi from afar, corroborating Mao Xiao's assessment. The captain is missing? Off to the restroom? What does it matter where he has gone? Just then, someone shouted, the luggage has arrived. The crowd turned to see the conveyor belt in motion, with suitcases being delivered. Instantly, they abandoned their awe of the formidable Huitang High School and rushed toward the conveyor belt, waiting eagerly for their belongings. As the players from Huitang High School finally reached the exit, the girls who had been waiting erupted into cheers. despite the airport staff's efforts to manage the crowd. They couldn't leap directly to the team. Yet, they shouted Chen Xingyi's name over the barrier, brandishing their light signs, posters, and unfurling vibrant banners high above. Some even held flowers, eager to present them to Chen Xingyi. However, to their surprise, they found no trace of their star among the Huitang High School players. The once enthusiastic girls exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss for what to do. As the cheers outside gradually diminished, nearing silence, Sun Yonggang turned to Chen Xingyi beside him and asked, "All right, can we leave now?" In the distance, a camera was trained on Chen Xingyi. He shook his head, declaring, "No, they simply haven't seen me, so they are a bit flustered. It does not mean they have dispersed. If I step out now, I will surely run into them. What should I do? I cannot possibly hide here forever." Sun Yonggang furrowed his brow in concern. Chen Xingyi had decided to separate from the team only after collecting his luggage, having heard the commotion outside, to ensure that airport order was not disrupted. While the main group had successfully made their escape, he pondered how he would manage to leave. He could not simply remain hidden, testing the patience of the fans outside. After the entire team from Huitang High School exited, they would be waiting for him to proceed to the accommodation arranged by the competition committee. He resolved to exit through another passage. Chen Xingyi turned and walked in a different direction, with Sun Yonggang and the cameraman hastily following him. However, after a short while, they returned to the same spot, with Chen Xingyi's brow still tightly knitted. The fans appeared to have anticipated Chen Xingyi's intentions, as several of his fan clubs were stationed at various exits, holding light signs and posters, eagerly watching him. Sun Yonggang ceased his commentary, observing as Chen Xingyi sought a solution. He suddenly felt that this documentary was capturing many intriguing moments, not merely the sterile, formulaic production one might expect, where the ending could be predicted from the beginning. The unexpected appearance of the fan clubs and Chen Xingyi's spontaneous decision to part ways with the main group were both unforeseen developments. In such circumstances, it was undoubtedly fascinating to observe how Chen Xingyi would resolve the predicament. As he glanced around, his gaze settled on a group of uniformly dressed youths standing near baggage carousel number 26. The cameraman and Sun Yonggang followed his line of sight, spotting the players from Dongchuan Middle School who were gathered around the carousel, attentively retrieving their luggage. Chapter 154. The cat. As the players from Dongchuan Middle School were engrossed in collecting their belongings, Chen Xingyi approached them. "Ah, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to arrive at the airport at the same time," he said, startling a few of the Dongchuan players when he spoke from behind them. When they turned to see him, they were taken aback. "Chen Xingyi? Hello, everyone. I am Chen Xingyi from Huitang High School," he greeted, raising his hand in a friendly wave, a warm smile gracing his features. "Your team just left," someone remarked, mistakenly believing Chen Xingyi was lost, and kindly pointed towards exit 4. Chen Xingyi offered an awkward smile and began to scan the crowd. As he looked around, some members of the Dongchuan team curiously regarded him and the cameraman standing not far behind. They were puzzled by the situation, wondering if this was for filming purposes. Others were eager, thinking they might appear on television as well. Chen Xingyi sought to find someone he could converse with. Although he had met the Dongchuan players once before, he did not know anyone well enough to initiate a conversation. At that moment, he noticed Hulai struggling to drag his suitcase beside the conveyor belt, which sparked a glimmer of recognition in his eyes as he approached directly. Just as Hulai had managed to pull his suitcase off the conveyor belt and turned around, he spotted Chen Xingyi standing beside him and glanced over, asking, "What's up? Did you go to the bathroom and lose track of the main group? They've already left. You, the best shooter, seem to be doing quite poorly. Your team didn't even wait for you. It appears you're not very popular among your teammates." In response to Hulai's teasing, Chen Xingyi wore a smile and uttered a surprising request that astonished the players from Dongchuan High School nearby. Hulai, could you do me a favor? Is that kid still not out?" After all the players had stowed their suitcases in the bus, Liang Yuanhao, the head coach of the Huitang High School football team, let out a sigh. Li Zheng, who was responsible for their coordination, had already returned in hopes of successfully bringing Chen Xingyi along. Having such a star player in the team indeed posed a bit of a headache. What could Chen be conflicted about? With so many fans welcoming him, isn't that rather splendid? What a sight to behold. Exactly. If I had that many female fans to greet me at the airport, I'd be so elated I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Yet, Chen is trying to sneak away. I just want to tell Chen that if he doesn't want them, could he share some of those fans with us? The players from Huitang High School sat on the bus, enjoying the air conditioning while teasing their captain, laughing heartily as they chatted. Are you saying you want us to provide cover so you can sneak out of here? Yin, the captain of the Dongchuan High School football team, retorted to Chen Xingyi. Chen Xingyi nodded vigorously. Yes, that's about the gist of it. How do we know you're not just trying to flaunt how many fans you have in front of us? Before Yin could respond, Hulai interjected. Chen Xingyi's face turned awkward. How could that be? I'm not that petty. Ahem. All right then. Yin coughed to silence Hulai, representing the Dongchuan High School football team, in agreement. Seeing him nod, Chen Xingyi finally let out a sigh of relief, his face lighting up with a radiant smile. So, Captain Yin, could I borrow one of your jackets? Yin scrutinized Chen Xingyi's physique and then beckoned to Xiaoyu. Take off your jacket and give it to him. Xiaoyu removed his sports jacket emblazoned with the name of Dongchuan High School and handed it to Chen Xingyi. Hey, thanks a lot. Chen Xingyi expressed his gratitude while swiftly donning the jacket. He then requested a cap from the photographer, placing it on his head and pressing the brim down while popping up the collar of the jacket. This way, he obscured a significant portion of his face. If he lowered his head deliberately, perhaps, amidst the crowd, it would indeed be challenging to recognize him as Chen Xingyi. Once he had completed his disguise, he stood beside Hulai, planning to exit alongside the players from Dongchuan High School. Thank you. He conveyed his appreciation to Hulai. In this team, the only person he is somewhat acquainted with is Hulai, with whom he has at least exchanged words. When he initially sought Hulai's assistance, Hulai did not decline. At this moment, it is only fitting to express his gratitude. Sincerely grateful? To his surprise, Hulai responded with a question. Chen Xingyi was nearly taken aback, but he nodded, affirming that it was indeed sincere. In that case, help me with the luggage cart, Hulai said, unceremoniously pushing the cart in front of Chen Xingyi. Reluctantly, Chen Xingyi grasped the handles of the cart, while Hulai placed his hands behind his back, assuming an air of authority, striding alongside him. From a distance, Sun Yonggang witnessed the entire scene and quietly inquired of the photographer, "Did you capture that?" The photographer signaled an affirmative with a thumbs up. Only then did Sun Yonggang smile and redirect his gaze, observing Chen Xingyi sandwiched among the Dongchuan High School football team as they approached Exit 4. Upon reaching Exit 4, the team encountered the source of the earlier cheers and screams. A throng of girls stood behind the railing on one side of the exit, nearly blocking the passage. As the Dongchuan High School football team emerged, a few in the crowd instinctively cheered. However, their enthusiasm quickly diminished when they realized that the arrival was not Chen Xingyi, but rather an unfamiliar team. Naturally, Chen Xingyi's fans lost interest, eagerly peering past the Dongchuan players into the interior, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. Unbeknownst to them, their long-awaited target was currently blending in with the Dongchuan players, silently pushing the luggage cart while avoiding eye contact. The Dongchuan players, however, could not help but cast curious glances toward the female fans. "Hey, I must say, this one do," Hulai remarked casually to Chen Xingyi. Chen Xingyi chose to ignore him. "Look, our teammates are all curiously watching those fans, yet you alone are ignoring them, treating them as if they do not exist. Doesn't that seem rather conspicuous?" Hulai continued, gesturing toward the female fans. Chen Xingyi struggled to suppress the urge to heed Hulai's advice. He had no desire to feign calmness by turning to look, only to be recognized by the leader of the fans, thus ruining his disguise. Noticing Chen Xingyi's silence, Hulai shifted his tone. "Those fans came out with such enthusiasm to welcome you, and yet you go to great lengths to avoid them. Come, lift your head and see the disappointment on their faces. Don't you feel any shame? You are truly heartless. A scoundrel." Listening to Hulai's relentless reproach, Chen Xingyi could only endure in silence. He certainly could not, as Hulai suggested, raise his head to concern himself with the feelings of the fans, who had presumptuously come to greet him, causing him such embarrassment. How could he possibly care about their emotions? He suspected that Hulai harbored malicious intentions, eagerly wishing for him to unwittingly expose himself, only to revel in the ensuing spectacle of his folly. He was resolute in ensuring that Hulai's scheme would not come to fruition. What a heartless scoundrel! A faithless man! A rogue! Sun Yonggang and the photographer exchanged glances as they listened to the live audio streaming through their headphones. When Chen Xingyi sought assistance from the Dongchuan Middle School football team, they discreetly placed a wireless microphone inside his collar for remote audio capture. Little did they anticipate the vitriolic tirade from Hulai directed at Chen Xingyi. Sun Yonggang, rubbing his temples, reassured the photographer, "It's fine, We can edit this out in post-production. He recalled the time he had interviewed Luo Kai at Dongchuan Middle School, only to have this same troublemaker disrupt the proceedings. Why was he such a nuisance? At long last, the entire football team from Dongchuan Middle School emerged successfully, meeting Lin Jin, who had come to fetch them. Seeing the players exit smoothly brought Lin Jin great joy, as she fulfilled her promise, embracing each of the Dongchuan players at the exit. However, most of them appeared rather reserved and shy in response to her warmth, offering only brief hugs before retreating. When Lin Jin spotted Hulai, he called out sweetly, "Sister." Lin Jin responded with enthusiasm, giving him a hearty embrace. Observing Hulai being enveloped in Lin Jin's affectionate grasp, Chen Xingyi smirked, realizing that the sweetness was merely a facade, and wondered how Hulai could dare to label him a rogue. Once Lin Jin released Hulai and turned to Chen Xingyi with open arms. She gasped in surprise. "Chun," startled, Chen Xingyi quickly embraced her while whispering in her ear, "Sister, please don't shout." The unexpected display of affection caused Lin Jin to blush, but upon hearing Chen Xingyi's prompt, she swiftly understood that he was employing this tactic to evade the fervent fans nearby. Nevertheless, the sight of Chen Xingyi initiating a hug with Lin Jin left the Dongchuan players in awe, realizing that his proactive demeanor explained his multitude of female admirers. Hulai scoffed nearby, "Rogue, scoundrel." Sun Yonggang and the photographer once again heard Hulai's insults through their headsets. They exchanged glances, rendered speechless. This segment of audio certainly needed to be excised. Otherwise, people might misconstrue that Hulai and Chen Xingyi were embroiled in a rivalry over a woman. "Is that how you managed to slip away?" Lin Jin inquired as she led the Dongchuan players toward the parking lot, having just informed Uncle Li not to wait at the exit since she had already collected Chen Xingyi. Chen Xingyi, pushing a luggage cart, nodded in affirmation, "Yes." Thanks to the help from the Dongchuan football team, Lin Jin glanced back at the players trailing behind, who were curiously surveying their surroundings. She chuckled. "I've always heard about your fervent fans, Chen Xingyi, but seeing it firsthand today truly confirms the tales." Chen Xingyi felt a tinge of embarrassment at her words. "As we departed today, I found myself engaged in a spirited discourse with Brother Sun regarding my sentiments towards fans. However, upon arriving at the airport, I was nearly overwhelmed by a throng of admirers." Observing Chen Xingyi's reluctant demeanor, Hulai could not help but reflect on his own need to rely on a mere handful of fans to solicit signatures for a small sample of the coveted charm essence. Chen Xingyi, without lifting a finger, attracted a multitude of fans who eagerly awaited his arrival, basking in the grandeur of it all. Yet, in his eyes, Chen Xingyi appeared insufferably pretentious. He thought the lad was merely posturing. Thus, he scoffed, "A well-fed man knows not the hunger of the starving." Chen Xingyi retorted, "Perhaps I should bestow these fans upon you, Hulai." Now distanced from the crowd, he felt liberated from the fear of revealing his identity. "Oh, do go ahead and tell those fans to support me," Hulai shot back defiantly. However, upon hearing this, Chen Xingyi found himself at a loss. Having hastily escaped the throng, he could hardly return to offer himself as a sacrifice. Hulai, sensing his hesitation, inwardly snorted, "Compete with me?" Due to the considerable distance, the wireless microphone's reception had faltered, and Sun Yonggang along with the photographer had stowed away their equipment, blending in with the throng of ordinary travelers exiting the terminal. He glanced back at Chen Xingyi's fans, who remained listlessly clutching their lightboards and posters, their banners drooping as they continued to wait. Though many faces now bore unmistakable expressions of disappointment and sorrow. Witnessing this, Sun Yonggang sighed internally. The affection fans hold for their idols may indeed stem from genuine emotion. Yet the troubles they bring are all too real. Who is to say who is right or wrong? Sun Yonggang could not draw a conclusion. He merely understood that the formidable bodyguards employed by stars in the entertainment industry were likely not there to fend off criminals. Chen Xingyi had already bid farewell to the Dongchuan Middle School football team and was on his way to meet his squad, while Xia Xiaoyu was donning the jacket that Chen Xingyi had just worn. Suddenly, Hulai exclaimed, "No, wait. This is a miscalculation." Meng Shi shot him a quizzical glance. "What did we miscalculate? Did we fail to obtain an autograph from Chen Xingyi?" "Not that." Hulai shook his head. "We should not have agreed to assist him." "Why not?" Curious glances were exchanged among the group. "If we don't help him and he becomes stranded at the airport, won't we have one less formidable opponent in the national competition?" Hulai argued. "You have quite the imagination." Yin Yin patted Hulai's back. "Even if he tries to break through, how could he possibly remain trapped at the airport indefinitely?" Yet it could drain his energy and destabilize his performance. Hulai stubbornly insisted. Enough of this talk of rivals. He clearly does not regard us as competitors, nor do we need to view him as such. Whether we even cross paths is still uncertain, Yin remarked. Now let us hurry to the bus. The players of the Dongchuan Middle School football team, guided by Lin Jin, surged toward the parking lot with their luggage in tow. Meanwhile, Hulai lingered, gazing in the direction Chen Xingyi had departed. A frown etched upon his face, harboring a sense of dissatisfaction. Chapter 155. Youthful Adolescence on the Bus. Lin Jin took up the microphone once more to regale everyone with tales of the customs and culture of Lingnan City. As she recited lengthy passages sourced from Baidu Encyclopedia, the athletes from Dongchuan Middle School erupted in playful banter, exclaiming, "Sister Lin, you are truly becoming more and more like a tour guide." Lin Jin chuckled in response. Agreeing with them, I believe you're right. We shouldn't merely come to participate in the competition. I hope you all can gain a deeper understanding of the local culture as well. She then informed them that their accommodations were situated in the Asian Games village of Lingnan City. Alas, last year we were in the Olympic village. And now it has been downgraded to the Asian Games village. The organizing committee is certainly lacking. Hulai's playful remarks provoked laughter among the passengers. Lin Jin, unfazed, joined in the amusement, reflecting on how last year's Dongchuan Middle School team was similarly spirited, a group of fledgling youths, finding novelty in everything, unencumbered by strict protocols, and brimming with vitality. To some, these lively youths may appear unruly or perhaps lacking in gravitas, not particularly endearing. However, in Lin Jin's eyes, this exuberance encapsulates the essence of youth. Shouldn't youthful energy be characterized by such freedom, devoid of fear? What purpose does it serve for a young person to be excessively composed? If every action and word is measured and deliberated, can they still be considered youthful? They would merely be a collection of little adults clad in the guise of youth, would they not? Lin Jin despised the pretense of maturity. Though she was uncertain of others' perspectives, she found it distasteful and suppressive of one's true nature. Thus, when the Dongchuan athletes frolicked in her presence, she felt neither anger nor concern, nor did she seek to impose restraint. Instead, she beamed with delight, allowing them their merriment. After all, as someone who had ventured into the world, she understood that such carefree moments dwindle with each passing day. Youth, akin to a tidal wave, rushes towards the vast sea, never to return. After a 2-hour journey, they arrived at the national competition's collective accommodation at the Lingnan City Asian Games Village. While the venue had changed, and the lodging transitioned from the Olympic Village to the Asian Games Village, the Dongchuan athletes, seasoned from previous participation, exhibited a markedly different demeanor from last year. Their aura unmistakably signaled that they were a team familiar with the national competition, not novices embarking on their inaugural journey. This year, every team participating in the national competition had prior experience. Accommodations were still assigned randomly, yet with Luo Kai absent, there was little concern regarding Hulai's final roommate arrangement. Ultimately, Hulai ended up sharing a room with Meng Shi, who recalled Hulai's assertion from the previous year that he did not snore, prompting him to switch rooms with another. The original roommate was a freshman, and when a senior from the second year requested a room change, it was an offer impossible to decline. Once everyone had settled in, they regrouped for dinner. On the way, the second and third year students seized the opportunity to impart their wisdom to the freshmen, sharing tips on how to secure seats in the cafeteria, as well as directing them to the locations of the cafeteria and nearby supermarkets. Lin Jin meticulously detailed everything for them as they made their way to the dormitory. Sister Lin remained the same, ever the guide. In the cafeteria, the players of Dongchuan Middle School unexpectedly encountered familiar faces. A group from Shizi Middle School, having just finished their meal, returned to their designated seats, and the players from Dongchuan recognized the team entering through the door. They had once again qualified for the national competition this year, which made it evident that the football prowess of Shiyuan was rather unimpressive, enabling such a school to participate in the national tournament year after year. It was indeed Shizi Middle School. The first-year players cast curious glances, as they had all been somewhat aware of Dongchuan's performance in the national competition prior to joining the team, but knew little about the matters beyond the matches. Hence, what had transpired during the national tournament became the primary topic of casual conversation in the locker room and on the training field. They were also well aware of the long-standing rivalry between Shizi and Dongchuan Middle Schools. They craned their necks, hoping to spot Wang Lu among the crowd. There's no need to search. Wang Lu has quit the team, Mao Xiao remarked. He was a senior last year and left after the national tournament. What a pity. I was hoping to greet him, Meng Shi huffed. The players fixated on Shizi's team, who were certainly not oblivious to the scrutiny. As they turned to look, they too recognized the players from Dongchuan. However, to the disappointment of the Dongchuan players, none from Shizi approached to provoke them. Upon recognizing the Dongchuan players, they averted their gazes and proceeded to queue for their meals, evidently uninterested in stirring trouble. Boring. Meng Shi pouted at the sight. He had anticipated that after being eliminated last year, Shizi would harbor resentment and seek revenge this year. Yet, it was clear that they had no such intentions. All right. Just avoid trouble, Yin Yin advised his teammates. Hurry up and eat. We have important matters to attend to afterward. I've learned that there are several football fields within the Asian Games village, one of which is somewhat remote and less frequented, so we will head there. Upon hearing their captain's words, the others ignored Shizi Middle School and focused on their meals. Indeed, the tasks ahead were of greater significance than instigating trouble with Shizi. After dining, the players of Dongchuan Middle School, led by their captain Yin Yin, marched through the Asian Games village towards a football field surrounded by a small grove. This area was indeed more secluded and desolate, which aligned perfectly with the Dongchuan players' desire for solitude. On the field, they formed a large circle, with the vice-captain Huitang standing in the center. He addressed his teammates. Has anyone watched the show Super Transformation? Approximately 1/3 of the team raised their hands. Generally speaking, our celebratory gestures are quite similar to those performances on the show. I have named this celebration fishing. Specifically, the player who scores pretends to be fishing, while someone else acts as the fish being caught. Huitang, as he spoke, demonstrated to his teammates what the fishing motion entailed and how the fish should act. He lay down on the ground, with his hands clasped behind his back, legs together, rolling sideways on the ground, interspersed with flailing movements, truly resembling a fish struggling on the ground. A group of teammates watched in astonishment, yet could not suppress their laughter. Meng Shi chuckled. Huitang, I think we need not find someone else to act as the fish. Let it be you. With your acting skills and movements, you could easily win an Oscar. Indeed. Yin Yin nodded in agreement. I believe there's no one else in the entire team that could portray a fish as convincingly as you do. I shall dub you the master of performance. Me act as a fish. What if I score? Huitang protested. Oh, come now. When you score, you have your signature celebration move, right? To be honest, the more you practice that move, the more skilled and handsome you look. Yin Yin, in a bid to reassure Huitang about playing the fish, spoke words that were quite the stretch of honesty. However, it proved effective, and with that, Huitang set aside his concerns about being the fish. The youthful laughter and joyous banter of the boys echoed from the field into the nearby grove, reaching the ears of two individuals hiding there. The team leader, Teacher Lu, and the head coach, Li Ziqiang, exchanged glances. They had been drawn by the players' commotion, fearing that such a large group might stir up some trouble, and had discreetly followed behind to see what was happening. Especially after encountering players from Shizi Middle School in the cafeteria, they had not anticipated witnessing this scene. Coach Li, what are they doing? Teacher Lu asked, puzzled. It seems they are practicing a celebration move. Li Ziqiang replied, uncertain. A celebration move? Lu inquired, more surprised. What kind of celebration would require the entire team to join in? He then glanced at Huitang, who was still flopping on the ground, suddenly recalling something, and hurriedly asked, could it be that Huitang is teaching his teammates how to dive? Is he suggesting that this is how one must flop on the ground to deceive the referee into issuing a card? Li Ziqiang was speechless. Had the boy's reputation fallen so low in Teacher Lu's eyes? He quickly shook his head. Not at all, Teacher Lu. They are likely just a group practicing a celebration move. Look, Xin Yulin seems to be mimicking fishing. Fishing? Teacher Lu directed his gaze back to the still flopping Huitang, who had rolled himself to Xin Yulin's feet. So Huitang is the fish? Li Ziqiang sighed and turned to leave. Let us head back, Teacher Lu. There's nothing worth watching here. Oh, all right. Teacher Lu followed, glancing back at the field. Huitang had been hoisted off the ground by several players, who cradled him in their arms. They then smiled at a crouching teammate in front, giving a thumbs up or forming a V sign with their hands, as if posing for a group photo. Behind him, Huitang's voice faintly echoed. Just remember, before we catch the fish, everyone must maintain a focused and serious expression. Do not let laughter disrupt the moment. Teacher Lu sighed inwardly, shaking his head, increasingly perplexed by the current generation of children. Chapter 156. Confronting the four offenders on the morning of the second day of the national competition. Mao Xiao found himself in the room of team leader Yan Yan, where he encountered Meng Shi. Upon seeing Meng Shi for the first time, he expressed his astonishment. Meng Shi, what's wrong? You seem utterly dispirited. Meng Shi stifled a yawn, his face drawn in a mournful expression, and lamented, "Oh, don't even get me started. That rascal who lied deceived me by claiming he doesn't snore. In reality, he snores louder than I do. I was jolted awake by his thunderous snores and couldn't fall back asleep. Just when I was finally drifting off, it was as if a clap of thunder erupted. That rascal was snoring again." He gestured helplessly at Hulai beside him. "Really? Is that so?" Hulai responded, bewildered. "How was I to know? Of course you wouldn't hear it while you're the one snoring." Meng Shi retorted, his voice laced with indignation. "He woke me up, and then he stopped. Just when I was on the verge of falling asleep again, he started up once more. If I hadn't gotten up to confirm it myself, I would have suspected he was pretending to be asleep just to torment me." "Meng Shi, how can you say such a thing? I could never be so devious," Hulai exclaimed, spreading his hands in protest. "If you're not devious, then who is?" Meng Shi shot back, observing his friend's dismal state. Mao Xiao sighed and patted him on the shoulder. "I'll lend you my noise-canceling earplugs when I return to my room. They were meant to shield you. But as it turns out, Xiaoyu doesn't snore at all, so they went unused." At this, Hulai whistled from the side, while Meng Shi contemplated throttling him. At that moment, other teammates began to arrive, quickly filling Yan Yan's room to capacity. Meanwhile, a similar scene unfolded in the adjacent room, with both doors wide open to facilitate mingling and communication. Some team members perched on the edge of beds, others sat cross-legged on the carpet, and a few stood nearby. Many were even gathered on the beds themselves, with some perched atop the nightstand, holding a lamp due to lack of space. Everyone's attention was fixed on the television, tuned into the impending draw for the 7th national competition. Owing to their impressive performance in the previous national competition, Dongchuan High School had secured a commendable 6th place. However, this ranking bore no influence on the current draw. The national competition did not designate seed teams, nor were there any regulations preventing seed teams from facing each other. Everything was entirely random, and whoever was drawn was simply their fate. If luck was not on their side, they could face the defending champions in the first round, potentially leading to an early exit from the competition. Conversely, there was also the possibility of a dark horse like Huitang High School emerging unexpectedly to defeat the reigning champions, thereby gaining renown. It is precisely this element of unpredictability that endows the national competition with its unique allure. Regarding this entirely luck-based draw arrangement, even the formidable defending champion cannot be assured of a worry-free first round. What if the champions and runners-up from the previous tournament face each other in the initial round? Thus, the 6th place from last year's competition cannot guarantee that they will avoid an early exit this time, as long as the draw results remain undisclosed. No one can rest easy. The most favorable outcome, of course, would be to draw a team of average strength, like Shizi Middle School. In that scenario, Dongchuan Middle School would at least secure a place in the round of 16. Once they reach the final 16, the element of luck dissipates, and regardless of the opponent, it will be a test of strength, with the chance of encountering an easy opponent being exceedingly slim. Should they triumph in the round of 16, Dongchuan Middle School would equal last year's national competition performance, thus fulfilling their objective, and perhaps, with the burden lifted, they might even progress further. However, the players of Dongchuan Middle School's dreams were soon shattered, as their first-round opponent was none other than the prestigious People's Middle School from the capital, who finished 4th last year and reached the semifinals. "Oh, the draw results for the national competition have been revealed?" Chu Yifun's roommates, noticing him intently watching the live broadcast on his computer, couldn't help but gather around to check. The results weren't fully disclosed yet. Only a portion was available. Chu Yifun's eyes were glued to the laptop screen. At that moment, a name he recognized appeared on the screen, Dongchuan Middle School. Chu Yifun's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw the 4 characters for Dongchuan Middle School flash on the live display before shrinking and flying into the matchup chart, finally landing beneath another name, forming the first-round pairing. Dongchuan Middle School's first-round opponent was the capital's People's Middle School. Wow, last year's 4th place. His roommates were momentarily taken aback by this outcome, then shook their heads with a sigh. "Oh, this is tough for you, Dongchuan Middle School." Chu Yifun turned to them, perplexed, and asked why. "Why? You still don't understand?" His roommates pointed at the screen. "That's last year's 4th place. But we were 6th last year." Chu Yifun replied. "Hey, I'm not trying to bring you down, but do you really not know how you finished 6th last year? It was thanks to you and Luo Kai. What about now? Without you and Luo Kai, can you really maintain that 6th place standard? Indeed, Wang is right. They continued. Last year's ranking doesn't tell the whole story. When key players leave, a team's strength often diminishes significantly, and there are countless examples of this. But People's Middle School is different. They were 4th last year and 5th the year before. Over the past 6 national competitions, they reached the top 4 3 times and the quarterfinals twice, proving their performance isn't merely a stroke of luck. They are a traditional powerhouse in the national tournament. Chu Yifan listened patiently to their remarks, unfazed, and simply smiled, saying, "But football is round." His roommates, seeing his stubbornness, exclaimed and dispersed, ignoring him. Yet, Chu Yifan cheerfully called out to them, "I'll take you to watch my juniors' matches." He then redirected his gaze to the computer screen, where the live draw was still ongoing, though his mind had begun to wander. Capital People's High School versus Dongchuan High School from Anong Province. The players from Dongchuan High School exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless by the outcome. After a considerable pause, Mengshi turned to Yin and remarked, "Captain Yin, our coach has an uncanny streak of bad luck. In the Anong Cup draw, we faced last year's semifinalists, and now in this national tournament's first round, we find ourselves against another semifinalist. Is our coach somehow cursed with the number 4? What nonsense." Yin, as the team captain, naturally felt compelled to uphold the authority of their coach before the entire team. What does the coach's luck have to do with this? He didn't draw the lots himself. Mengshi was about to retort, but Hulai interjected with a laugh. "Mengshi, I think you've got it all wrong. It's not us who are at odds with the number 4. It's the number 4 that is at odds with us." "What do you mean I've got it wrong? Isn't it true that we're facing a semi-finalist in the first round? The Anong Cup had us up against the Provincial Experimental High School," Mengshi replied, somewhat exasperated. However, he halted mid-sentence, realizing he had overlooked a crucial detail. Seeing his reaction, Hulai chuckled. "See? I told you I was right." Mao Xiao also caught on and clapped in agreement, saying, "Hulai is correct. It truly is the number 4 that is at odds with us." Last year's semi-finalist, the Provincial Experimental High School, was eliminated by us in the first round, so what does it matter if we face another semi-finalist, People's High School? We might still emerge victorious. Hulai added, "Moreover, in last year's national tournament, who did we defeat in the second round? It was Huitang High School. And they too were last year's 4th place team." Now that you mention it, Mengshi inhaled deeply. "So we do have a tradition of taking down the 4th place teams? Then what is there to worry about? Semi-finalists? We're going to take them on." Hulai exclaimed passionately. His enthusiasm ignited a spark in the others. "Let's go for it. Onward." The room erupted with fervent cheers. Sun Yiming sat at his position, leaning slightly back in his chair, gazing at the large screen ahead. The screen displayed the matchup chart for the national tournament, with animated effects that made the names of the participating teams flash rapidly. When the draw announcer called for a stop, the flashing names froze, revealing the selected teams. However, Sun Yiming's attention was not captivated by the latest drawn name. Instead, his eyes were fixed on the edge of the screen, where the results for the upper bracket were displayed. Beneath the name of the team he coached, People's High School, he intently focused on Dongchuan High School's name. Meanwhile, at another seat in the venue, Li Ziqiang was also looking at that same area, his gaze resting on the 4 characters that spelled People's High School. Chapter 157. The 4 Knights of the White Knight. Upon returning from the draw, Sun Yiming promptly gathered all the players for a closed-door tactical meeting. He wanted to ensure that his team swiftly understood the nature of the opponent they were about to face. This was the moment when the value of his previous preparations truly shone through. Before the lottery results were announced, he was unaware of whom he would face. Thus, he proactively gathered intelligence on potential opponents, including Dongchuan High School. However, the mere inclusion of Dongchuan High School does not serve to validate Sun Yiming's sagacity, as many coaches of teams participating in the national tournament engage in similar pursuits. In fact, even before the national competition commenced, Dongchuan High School had already garnered considerable attention after emerging from the provincial preliminaries in Anong. Teams that viewed Dongchuan as rivals could hardly afford to remain indifferent. At the very least, they needed to collect pertinent information. At this juncture, Dongchuan High School might express gratitude for the often criticized reporting standards regarding the Anong Cup. As the Anong Cup has yet to achieve televised broadcasts, acquiring valuable insights into Dongchuan High School's performance in the tournament has proven quite challenging for teams from other provinces. After extensive searching, the most comprehensive account was found in a forum post. For other teams, this sufficed, as this match was undoubtedly the most pivotal in the Anong Cup, rendering it sufficient to observe just this one encounter. Dongchuan High School's clash against the formidable Huitang High School would compel them to exert their utmost effort, leaving nothing in reserve, thus enabling a near-complete understanding of Dongchuan's performance in the Anong Cup. What could they glean from this forum post? Huilai scored 3 goals, completing a hat trick. Coupled with Huilai's eventual accolade as the tournament's top scorer, it became evident that he was the focal point of Dongchuan High School's offense. Reflecting on Dongchuan's performance in the previous national tournament only solidifies this conclusion. After all, Huilai had netted 3 goals, ranking as the team's second highest scorer in the last national competition. Therefore, it was only logical for him to assume the role of the primary scorer following the departure of the first-choice striker, Luo Kai. But is that all there is to it? Chen Xingyi asked his players, who remained silent. Their thoughts aligned with this reasoning. Since Huilai scored the most goals and excelled in the match against Dongchuan High School, he must indeed be the team's core player. Would one truly allow an opportunist to take on such a role? Surely, the head coach of Dongchuan High School would not be so foolish. On the contrary, he was astute. Observing the players' confusion, Chen Xingyi began to elucidate. It appeared he was treating a forward as the core player, but in reality, this opportunist was merely a facade, intended to obscure their true linchpin. So, who is Dongchuan High School's genuine core? It is their midfield orchestrator, number 10, Xia Xiaoyu. Chen Xingyi's assertion is not mere conjecture. He has meticulously analyzed Dongchuan's match data. Although the Anong Cup lacks audiovisual records, post-match summaries provide essential details, including lineups, substitutions, and the names of scorers and assist providers. Huilai scored 11 goals in this qualifying round, earning the title of the top scorer in the Anong Cup. And what about Xia Xiaoyu? He provided an impressive 10 assists during this tournament. It is noteworthy that Dongchuan High School managed to score only 20 goals in total. Thus, Xia Xiaoyu's contributions alone accounted for half of this figure. What does this signify? Chen Xingyi once again posed a question to the team. Finally, someone among the players raised their hand, none other than the team captain and defensive midfielder, Songyu. Songyu, what do you have to say? Chen Xingyi called upon him. Although Huilai is the top scorer, this merely indicates that he is the spearhead of Dongchuan High School. The true core of this team should be their number 10. Without his continuous supply of passes from the midfield, Huilai would not have been able to score so many goals. As long as Xia Xiaoyu is orchestrating the midfield, anyone could emerge as the leading scorer, Songyu articulated. Captain, why so subtle? Are you suggesting that even a head of cabbage could become the top scorer? A voice chimed in, provoking laughter among the players in the room. Songyu, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "That is not what I meant." Chen Xingyi raised his hand to quell the commotion and nodded in approval at Songyu. He is correct. Whoever dominates the midfield will secure victory. Given the contemporary emphasis on midfield play in football, Xia Xiaoyu, with his 10 assists, is indeed the true linchpin of this team. However, relying solely on him is insufficient. The striking partnership at Dongchuan High School leaves much to be desired. Essentially a traditional center forward alongside an opportunistic player flanking him. Yet, their midfield configuration is quite sophisticated. While Xia Xiaoyu possesses exceptional passing ability, his slender physique and limited physicality make him vulnerable to targeted challenges. So, how does he manage to deliver 10 assists? A group of players exchanged glances, and this time, Songyu refrained from raising his hand to answer the question. Chen Xingyi did not wait for the players to respond. Instead, offering his own explanation, the head coach of Dongchuan High School paired Xia Xiaoyu with a bodyguard, namely, their defensive midfielder, Chen Rui. I do not know much about Chen Rui, but from the limited information available, it is evident that he is a defensively minded midfielder. His presence alleviates Xia Xiaoyu's concerns, clearing the battlefield for him. This is a classic midfield pairing, a creator alongside a workhorse. It must be said that Chen Xingyi's ability to mold capital people's high school into a traditional powerhouse in national competitions is no small feat. Despite not having watched the match footage of Dongchuan High School in this Anong Cup, he was able to deduce their midfield operation model with remarkable accuracy based on subtle clues. Once we comprehend the true advantages of Dongchuan High School, there is little left to worry about. At this point, Chen Xingyi displayed a confident smile. In terms of midfield competition, we at People's High School possess our share of confidence. He was not exaggerating. The midfield was indeed their strong suit. As he spoke, all eyes in the team turned toward the 4 players in question. Apart from Captain Songyu, there were also the instigator who had just jeered that even a pig could become the best shooter, along with the 2 others by his side, Wang Sun and Zhang Shi, as well as Yin Zheng. Like Songyu, they were all midfielders. They too noticed the glances from their teammates, and Wang Sun whistled, assuring the coach, "Rest assured, we will ensure that Xia Xiaoyu goes and does not return." The 3 of them, along with Captain Songyu, had been classmates since their first year of high school, playing together until their 3rd year. 3 years of training and matches had fostered an unparalleled synergy among them. This year marked the final occasion for these 4 seamlessly coordinated midfielders to participate in the national competition. Whether it was Sun Yiming, the head coach, the players from Renmin High School, or the supporters of the Renmin High School football team, all hoped that Song Yu and his companions, known as the White Knight 4 Knights, could achieve a breakthrough in this last national tournament, advancing to the finals and even contending for the championship title. The White Knight 4 Knights? Hulai was taken aback upon hearing this appellation for the first time. It referred to the 4 midfielders of Renmin High School, who had been classmates and close friends since their first year, sharing a bond stronger than that of brothers. Mao Xiao quietly explained to Hulai. At that moment, they were attending a tactical meeting at Dongchuan High School. Li Ziqiang had also convened the tactical meeting immediately upon returning from the drawing of lots. Song Yu served as their midfield linchpin, proficient in both offense and defense, positioned as a defensive midfielder while shouldering the responsibility of orchestrating attacks. Li Ziqiang introduced the players from Renmin High School. In stark contrast to Sun Yiming's limited intelligence on Dongchuan High School, information on Renmin High School was readily available, as they were a traditional powerhouse in the national tournament, complete with archives of past match footage. Song Yu was the core of Renmin High School, responsible for linking the team's offense and defense from his defensive midfield position. However, in terms of scoring and assisting statistics, he appeared rather inconspicuous, even mundane. Yet, his significance was not something that such simple statistics could reflect. Li Ziqiang continued, stating that the presence or absence of Song Yu transformed Renmin High School into 2 entirely different teams. Alongside Song Yu in the defensive midfield was Wang Sun, a tall figure who was not merely a defensive bulldozer focused solely on interceptions. This did not imply that his defense was lacking. On the contrary, he excelled defensively. Beyond his defensive capabilities, he was also adept at initiating attacks. Oftentimes, it was not Song Yu who initiated the offensive plays, but rather Wang Sun, especially when he intercepted the ball in midfield, swiftly transitioning it to dangerous areas and passing it to the right players. Thus, after losing the ball during an offensive play, we must concentrate fully, maintaining utmost vigilance to prevent them from delivering the ball directly into our territory. Positioned to either side of Song Yu and Wang Sun were Zhang Shi and Yin Zheng. On the left, Zhang Shi excelled in dribbling and breakthroughs, showcasing superb technical skills. On the right, Yin Zheng was known for his powerful long-range shots, frequently drifting from the flanks to the center, receiving passes from teammates, and unleashing powerful strikes from outside the penalty area. In the opening match of the previous national competition, the People's Middle School took the lead with a powerful long-range shot from Yin Zheng. In light of this, our midfield and defense must remain particularly vigilant, maintaining a compact formation to ensure that the opposing team is not afforded the opportunity to strike unmarked at the edge of our penalty area. Upon hearing the coach's words, Hulai recalled that the inaugural match of the last national competition was contested between the host, the People's Middle School, and the Garden High School. Ultimately, the People's Middle School triumphed 3-1 before their home crowd, thereby prematurely ending Garden High School's journey in the national tournament. The sight of the Garden High School players in despair after their elimination left a profound impression on Hulai. A year later, the opponent of the People's Middle School in the first round shifted from Garden High School to Dongchuan Middle School, and Hulai was determined not to find himself sent home early by the People's Middle School. Chapter 158. The core player as Chu Yifan and his roommates passed through the security checks outside the stadium and entered the arena. Both teams were already warming up on the field. He immediately spotted Meng Shi, who was animatedly gesturing in front of the goal. Standing confidently before the goal, he extended a hand towards Hulai, beckoning him with a flick of his fingers, and shouted, "Come over here." Hearing those words, Chu Yifan chuckled, as if he were transported back to his days with the Dongchuan Middle School football team. Meng Shi remained as lively and showy as ever. Meanwhile, Hulai was entirely unfazed by Meng Shi's provocation. effortlessly sending the ball into the net. The ball soared into the goal from the intersection of the crossbar and the post, and even with Meng Shi leaping into the air, stretching his arms to their limit, he could not stop it. Chu Yifan was momentarily stunned by this scene. While Meng Shi was still the familiar character he knew, Hu Lai's progress exceeded all his expectations. This was indeed a difficult angle, yet Hu Lai's ease in scoring was remarkable, and after his successful shot, he mockingly opened his hands towards Meng Shi. He recalled that before graduating high school, he had watched Hu Lai practice on the field and had never anticipated such finesse in his shooting skills. Admittedly, this shot was made without any opposition, but even so, the ability to strike so effortlessly into the corner was truly impressive. Why are you just standing there? Go find a seat. Chu Yifan's roommates chimed in, bringing him back to reality with a gentle pat on his shoulder. Ah, there are so many seats available here. Just pick one closer to the front, Chu Yifan suggested, gesturing to the somewhat sparse stands. Although this match could be considered a clash of titans, it lacked the excitement that drew significant attention, especially with the concurrent match featuring Huitang High School. Marking their debut in the national competition after Chen Xingyi proclaimed their ambition for a third consecutive championship. Everyone was eager to see whether Chen Xingyi was merely boasting or if Huitang High School truly possessed such capability. Compared to the match between the previous 4th and 6th place teams, the appeal of this encounter was indeed somewhat diminished. Had Luo Kai still been at Dongchuan High School, the stands would likely have been far more animated. The match was not held at the Nanshan University football field, where Chu Yifan resided, but rather at the nearby Lingnan Institute of Technology's football ground. The artificial turf was surrounded by stands with seating available. Is this the team you previously played for at Dajong? The roommates' attention was soon captivated by the Dongchuan High School players on the field. The players had just completed their shooting warm-up and gathered to engage in a playful game. They divided into 4 circles, each consisting of 8 individuals, with 2 designated as monkeys in the center. The remaining 6 formed a circle to pass the ball among themselves, while the 2 in the center endeavored to intercept their passes. Anyone whose pass was intercepted would swap roles and become a monkey. Many regarded this as merely a soccer game, yet in truth, it constituted serious training, allowing players to quickly regain their touch during warm-ups. Watching the Dongchuan players pass the ball back and forth, skillfully evading the 2 monkeys, Chu Yifan's roommates couldn't help but exclaim, "They've got some real talent. Hey, Dajong, where's that true genius you promised to introduce us to?" Chu Yifan pointed at Hu Lai, saying, "It's him, Hu Lai, the top scorer of this year's Anong Cup." Just him? The roommates followed his gaze and easily spotted Hu Lai. He had just been disrupted during a pass by one of the monkeys and, amidst the crowd's cheers, dashed into the circle to take on the monkey role. "I thought it would be some newly recruited prodigy, like that guy," one of Chu Yifan's roommates remarked, pointing to Xia Xiaoyu. The ball passed to Xia Xiaoyu with slightly too much force, causing him to fumble the first touch. However, when faced with the approaching Hu Lai, he did not hastily pass the ball away, but instead deftly flicked it over Hu Lai's head and then distributed it to a teammate. Witnessing such an exquisite display of ball control, the nearby Dongchuan players immediately abandoned their warm-up to cheer uproariously. "Wow, what a humiliation, Hu Lai. Xiaoyu did that on purpose. He's taking advantage of your height. Just imagine if it were Mao Xiao. Would he dare to flick the ball over Mao Xiao's head like that?" Hu Lai rushed forward, grabbing Xia Xiaoyu by the neck. Xia Xiaoyu, struggling, explained, "I didn't mean to Hu. It was instinctive. I didn't expect you to rush in so recklessly. If I didn't flick it over, it would have felt like wasting your dive." Hu Lai shook Xia Xiaoyu's head vigorously, exclaiming, "You're still talking." Laughter erupted among the group. Observing this, Chu Yifan also chuckled, albeit with a tinge of envy. Wishing he could still be part of this team, he refrained from explaining to his roommates, as it was a matter too intricate to convey in mere words. Not to mention, even while observing Hu Lai's performance during the playful monkey game, one might find it less than impressive. Even during matches, many viewers might perceive Hu Lai's goals as mere strokes of luck. In fact, when Hu Lai scored as a substitute in the game against Zongbei High School, many in the team harbored similar sentiments. Some believe that Hu Lai's goals are merely a stroke of luck. However, he has proven them wrong with his remarkable performance, silencing nearly all his critics. Rather than expending effort explaining Hu Lai's prowess to his roommates, it would be far more effective to let them witness it for themselves. While one may score a goal through sheer fortune or opportunism, if he consistently finds the net, can it merely be attributed to luck? When Xia Xiaoyu deftly flicked the ball over Hu Lai's head, effortlessly evading his challenge. The players from the opposite half, representing Huitang High School, took notice. That lad is Xiaoyu, right? His flick was exquisite, a completely instinctive maneuver, indicating that his ability to handle such situations is deeply ingrained within him, truly the core of Dongchuan High School. Even Wang's son, who rarely praises opponents, acknowledged this. Typically, if he refrains from ridiculing his adversaries, it is a sign of significant respect. He then pointed at Hu Lai and remarked to his teammates, "Did you see that?" A textbook example of how not to defend. When tackling, one should avoid being overly aggressive. A reckless charge turns defense into a one-off affair. Speaking of which, that individual is indeed Hu Lai, right? Songyu nodded. Well, it's quite normal for a forward to defend like that. After scrutinizing Hu Lai carefully, Wang Sun shook his head. I fail to see how he possesses the capability to score 11 goals in the provincial qualifiers of Anong, earning the Golden Boot. Isn't he merely an opportunist? Zhang Shi, one of the 4 Knights of the White Knight, chimed in. That's just a flattering term, a veil for his inadequacies. He is fundamentally a poacher. Wang Sun scoffed at Hu Lai's figure. In this day and age, relying on opportunism to become the top scorer, what has happened to the football standards in Anong province? Ever since Wang Guangwei left, even the most mediocre players have emerged. I genuinely feel for Jiaxiang High School. As Wang Sun continued to speak disparagingly, Song Yu quickly interjected, All right, let us not concern ourselves with others. We should focus on our own tasks and warm up diligently. In the stands, Chu Yifan and his roommates found a suitable spot to sit and awaited the commencement of the match. They also observed the players from Huitang High School. It's the 4 Knights of the White Knight. This year they are all in their final year. Surely they are reluctant to settle for merely 4th place in the national tournament. Indeed, this match represents a formidable challenge for your school, De Chu. Despite the concerns of his friends, Chu Yifan maintained a smile. To his roommates, it seemed he was merely forcing a cheerful demeanor, striving to appear composed, perhaps unwilling to lose face in front of them. However, Chu Yifan was acutely aware that after witnessing Hu Lai's pinpoint shot into the corner, he felt even more confident in his alma mater. He was uncertain how Huitang High School would manage Hu Lai, but it was clear that Hu Lai would not be easily subdued. Chapter 159. Opportunism is an art. Chu Yifan had already risen from his seat, and none of his roommates remained seated. All stood to watch the game. The match had been underway for over 20 minutes, yet the score remained 0-0. Without Luo Kai, Dongchuan High School did not appear to suffer a decline in strength, contrary to what some had anticipated. Conversely, they engaged in a back-and-forth contest with the previous year's 4th-ranked People's High School, displaying remarkable resilience. This left Chu Yifan feeling quite sentimental. Last year, when Dongchuan Middle School first participated in the national competition, they had a spirited exchange with Shizi Middle School, even managing to gain a slight upper hand. Yet, what was Shizi Middle School's caliber? Merely the 15th place in the prior national tournament. In the second round, Dongchuan Middle School faced the formidable Huitang Middle School and found themselves in a rather passive position. Now, a year later, Dongchuan Middle School could hold their own against the top-tier People's High School in the opening round, as if contending with a 16th-ranked team. Throughout this year, Coach Li and every member of the team had exerted tremendous effort. Chu Yifan could discern that although the current Dongchuan Middle School had altered in personnel from before, the performances of his former teammates reflected the overall advancement of the team. Yan Yan, as the captain and a key central defender, had previously exhibited a somewhat rough demeanor. Yet, in the match against People's High School, he demonstrated composure and strategic movement, exuding the aura of a seasoned leader. The 2 fullbacks, Wang Juanhao, who was in his 2nd year last year and is now in his 3rd, and Yang Mingwei, who was a substitute in his 1st year last year but has now become a crucial starting fullback, showcased significant transformations. Under the team's tactical requirements, they actively surged forward to participate in the offense whenever the opportunity arose, engaging in relentless back-and-forth running that demanded considerable stamina. Remarkably, neither displayed signs of fatigue. Although merely 20 minutes had elapsed in the match, such vigorous sprints placed immense demands on their physical endurance. Without a solid foundation of fitness, it would have been impossible for either Wang Juanhao or Yang Mingwei to execute the head coach's strategy. This indicated that they had indeed devoted considerable effort to physical training over the past year, enhancing their fitness levels. Additionally, Tang Yuan, who was the team's winger last year, had now retreated to the position of right midfielder. Although he was farther from the goal, his performance had become even more outstanding. This withdrawal provided him with ample space for breakthroughs, allowing him to capitalize on his speed advantage. Chu Yifan was deeply moved by these changes. In less than a year since his departure from the team, so much had transformed. This team was unrecognizable from the one that previously relied solely on Luo Kai. Each individual had improved compared to last year, and thus the team, as a whole, was undoubtedly stronger than before. If the opponents continued to view the Dongchuan Middle School football team through the same old lens, they would likely encounter significant misjudgments. Of course, the most considerable transformation was observed in Huilai. However, Chu Yifan found it perplexing that People's High School did not seem to share this perception. From the outset of the match, they concentrated their efforts on contesting in the midfield against Dongchuan Middle School, seemingly lax in their defense against Huilai. This left Chu Yifan bewildered. Did they not recognize that Huilai had scored 11 goals in the Anong Cup, earning the title of top scorer? Or did they believe that as long as they contained Xia Xiaoyu, they could sever the passing routes from Dongchuan Middle School to Huilai? However, just 5 minutes ago, Huilai had the opportunity to score within the penalty area. Had his shot not been somewhat straightforward, it would have been deflected by the goalkeeper of Huitang High School, Lu Jiaqiao. This chance that Huilai seized was not set up by Xia Xiaoyu, nor was it delivered by a midfielder from Dongchuan High School. Rather, it stemmed from a cross by the fullback Wang Junqiu. After drawing in defenders, Tang Yuan made space on the flank, allowing Wang Junqiu to surge forward and execute a layered attack with him, culminating in a successful cross from the wing. Xingyuan, making a run to the near post, attracted the attention of the opposing defense, inadvertently granting Huilai an opportunity. After controlling the ball, he decisively took a shot, which was parried away by Lu Jiaqiao. Although it did not result in a goal, it elicited gasps from the crowd. This offensive maneuver was executed quite succinctly by Dongchuan High School, taking advantage of Renmin High School's entanglement in midfield to launch an assault from the flanks. Yet, this attack, which failed to yield a goal, seemingly did not raise any alarms or concerns for Renmin High School. Perhaps they perceived it merely as a failed attempt by Xingyuan, with Huilai capitalizing on a fortuitous rebound in the penalty area. However, lacking an understanding of Huilai and Dongchuan High School, one might mistakenly believe that Xia Xiaoyu is the core of the team. This would not be entirely inaccurate. Huilai, as a forward, is an opportunist. Without the support of his teammates, he finds himself at a loss, making such an impression quite reasonable. Nonetheless, Chu Yifan, having come to know Huilai, believes that the term opportunist does not merely imply that Huilai can only pose a threat when his teammates create chances for him. Rather, it signifies his remarkable ability to seize opportunities. There lies a significant distinction between the two. The former suggests that he must rely on others to provide him with chances to score, as if he is solely fed by a plethora of opportunities. Huilai netted 11 goals in the Anong Cup, emerging as the tournament's top scorer. Simultaneously, Xia Xiaoyu provided 10 assists, earning the title of Assist King. However, the top scorer receives a dedicated trophy, while the Assist King does not. When juxtaposing these two statistics, it is easy to conclude that Huilai's status as the top scorer is merely a result of Xia Xiaoyu's continuous supply of passes. Yet, Chu Yifan, understanding Huilai, recognizes him as a forward adept at capturing and exploiting opportunities. Compared to the then top scorer of the Anong Cup, Luo Kai, Huilai demonstrates greater efficiency. He does not require an incessant barrage of passes from his teammates to create scoring chances. Of course, such conditions are preferable, but even in their absence, he can capitalize on limited opportunities to score. It is worth noting that Huilai was not particularly favored within the team in the past. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred and seized the scant opportunities presented to him, resulting in goals. This tenacity is what Chu Yifan admires in Huilai and serves as the basis for his endorsement of Yan Yan's assertion that Huilai is a chosen one. Many have been blinded by Huilai's external attributes and playing style, often overlooking him. Even if he scores numerous goals, they cannot escape a tendency to underestimate him. Chu Yifan believes that such fixed mindsets exist among the players and coaching staff of Renmin High School. Beside him, his roommates shared a similar sentiment, their attention fixated on the remarkable performance of Xia Xiaoyu during the warm-up. It seems your core player is encountering a bit of trouble, isn't it? Not just a bit, but a significant predicament, I dare say. The prowess of the four knights from People's High School is no mere boast. I believe the midfield of Dongchuan Middle School will find it exceedingly difficult to contend with them. Upon hearing their remarks, Chu Yifan refrained from retorting, merely smiling faintly. choosing to observe the match in silence. Indeed, Dongchuan Middle School faced considerable challenges in the midfield. However, this predicament was not simply due to Xia Xiaoyu being closely marked by an opponent. It lay within the overall formation. As Xia Xiaoyu endeavored to spearhead Dongchuan's offensive advance, he found himself thwarted by the entire midfield of People's High School, making it arduous for him to identify a pathway for a forward pass. Furthermore, Wang Sun's relentless pressure made prolonged ball control and opportunity-seeking nearly impossible. More often than not, for the sake of caution, he was compelled to either pass the ball back or laterally. Even in such instances, he had to remain vigilant against the interceptions by Song Yu, Zhang Shi, and Yin Zheng on his lateral and backward passes. Yet, Xia Xiaoyu remained unfazed, for this strategy had been elucidated by their coach prior to the commencement of the match. The advantage of People's High School lay in their formidable midfield, which they would undoubtedly exploit in the battle for possession. Thus, Dongchuan's tactic was to avoid excessive entanglement in the midfield and instead utilize the speed of their two fullbacks and Tang Yuan to mount attacks down the flanks. The transition through the midfield had to be swift and succinct. There was no need to insist on opening up the game through the center. When the timing was off or the opportunity unpropitious, the ball should be promptly redirected to the wings. Xia Xiaoyu understood clearly that his role in this match was to serve as a decoy, luring the attention of People's High School towards him while allowing the flanks to be less guarded. When he regained possession in the midfield and was confronted by Wang Sun, he pivoted to shield the ball and subsequently passed it back to central defender Mao Xiao. After receiving the ball, Mao Xiao relayed it to the advancing right-back Wang Juanhao. Upon receiving the ball, Tang Yuan immediately dashed to the flank to offer support. Wang Juanhao passed the ball, then continued his run forward. Observing this sequence from the sidelines, Sun Yiming, the coach of People's High School, pursed his lips. Did Dongchuan truly believe he was oblivious to their focus on wing play? After all, with the midfield of People's High School being superior, many teams facing them often chose to circumvent their strength in the center. Given the difficulty in penetrating the center, opting for the flanks was a logical approach. Sun Yiming glanced over at the Dongchuan coaching bench, casting a sidelong glance at the head coach. However, wing attacks ultimately needed to converge into the center. Such a strategy of dual wing advancement and crossing would invariably require a tall striker to be stationed centrally. And Dongchuan's number 9, Shen Yulin, was precisely that type of forward. Although information about this player was scarce, Sun Yiming was aware that Shen Yulin excelled in aerial duels, or rather, was solely proficient in heading the ball. It is precisely due to the presence of such a proficient header among the high school forwards that Dongchuan Middle School can so audaciously adopt the tactic of wing crosses. Is it not? However, our defenders are no mere pushovers. With just one high school forward to contend with, they are indeed easier to manage. Sun Yiming scoffed inwardly. Forcing the opponent to resort solely to wing crosses signifies our advantage and superiority. Wang Juancha's forward run not only caught the attention of the head coach of Renmin Middle School, Sun Yiming, but also that of the defensive players. Immediately, Song Yu stepped up to obstruct Wang Juancha's path forward. Simultaneously, Zhang Shi retreated to defend against Tang Yuan, while Renmin Middle School's left back stood at a distance, refraining from pressing in, mindful of Tang Yuan's explosive speed. Sun Yiming had duly instructed his players to maintain a suitable distance from Tang Yuan, recognizing that his greatest asset lay in his swiftness. Noticing the formidable defense set up by Renmin Middle School, Tang Yuan wasted no time and launched a long diagonal pass across the field. With the defensive focus having shifted to this side, space naturally opened up on the opposite flank. The ball soared over the midfield, heading towards the left wing. Another midfielder from Dongchuan Middle School, the left winger Ma Shuang, leaped at the sideline and managed to control the ball with his chest just in time. As he did so, Dongchuan Middle School's left back, Yang Mingwei, surged forward at high speed, positioning himself ahead of Ma Shuang. Consequently, Ma Shuang promptly passed the ball directly to the advancing Yang Mingwei. At this moment, the defensive formation of Renmin Middle School began to shift. A perfectly executed long pass. The commentator praised Dongchuan Middle School's tactical shift. As the right wing could not be developed further, they decisively redirected the ball to the left, instantly tearing a gap in Renmin Middle School's defense. Cheers erupted from the stands. Chu Yifun's roommates could not help but applaud at the beautiful pass. Yet, Chu Yifun drew his gaze back from the left wing to seek out Hu Lai. Hu Lai did not raise his arms to charge into the penalty area. On the contrary, as Dongchuan Middle School's offensive momentum quickened, He remained outside the box. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoyu and Shen Yulin appeared in the Renmin Middle School penalty area, one advancing to the front post and the other charging towards the center. Naturally, their movement quickly caught the attention of Renmin Middle School's two central defenders. The swiftly advancing Yang Mingwei caught up with the ball, having penetrated the attacking third. He glanced at the goal and, seizing the moment before Renmin Middle School's right back could block his passing lane, decisively delivered a cross. Chu Yifan had been focused on Hu Lai, oblivious to the developments on the wing. However, upon witnessing Hu Lai suddenly accelerate into the penalty area and make a diagonal run towards the back post, he promptly shifted his gaze to the wing, just in time to catch the final action of Yang Mingwei's cross. The ball soared through the air, heading towards the penalty area. Almost simultaneously, Shen Yulin surged forward, accelerating to contest a header at the near post. The right central defender from Renmin High School immediately matched his speed, and both players leapt into the air to challenge for the ball. However, it was Shen Yulin, more adept at heading, who made contact first. With a deft flick of his head, he directed the ball towards the far post. The goalkeeper, Lu Jiachuan, who had been blocking Shen Yulin's shooting angle, reacted swiftly, extending his left arm in an attempt to deflect the ball over the crossbar. Yet, Shen Yulin's header was of exceptional quality, struck with remarkable precision. Despite Lu Jiachuan's quick reflexes, he could only graze the ball, failing to prevent it from striking the crossbar and rebounding back into play. Xia Xiaoyu, who had been charging towards the center, attempted to follow up on the rebound, but was caught off guard as the ball veered towards the far post, just slipping past him. Another central defender from Renmin High School, rushing to defend Xia Xiaoyu, could only turn to watch the ball, unable to make a play on it. He noticed a teammate positioned at the far post and breathed a sigh of relief. However, before he could fully exhale, a figure clad in blue and yellow surged into view, obstructing his teammate. Opportunity for Dongchuan High School. Shen Yulin's header. The commentator's voice rose in excitement, only to be punctuated by astonishment as the thrilling sequence unfolded like a roller coaster ride. Yet, the drama was far from over before the commentator's exclamation faded. Another Dongchuan player appeared in front of Renmin High School's goal. Hu Lai. The commentator could barely utter his name before witnessing Hu Lai intercept the ball in front of Renmin High School's right back, deftly prodding the descending ball into the net without hesitation or difficulty. As for this goal, there will be an Easter egg chapter to accompany it. However, I mistakenly swapped the positions of the opposing players while editing the video, so please bear with it. The essence is what matters. Furthermore, since the Easter egg chapter cannot be set for a timed update yet, if I do not rise by 8 o'clock, it may be postponed until after the chapter slated for 6 o'clock. Chapter 160. Was that a goal? From Shen Yulin's leap for the header to Lu Jiachuan's single-handed deflection onto the crossbar, the entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. When Renmin High School's left back saw the ball descending towards him, he lifted his foot, preparing to clear it. Little did he expect that someone would react even faster, positioning himself perfectly to poke the ball into the net. As the ball flew into the goal, the left back was only just beginning his kicking motion. Hu Lai's follow-up. It's a goal. Dongchuan High School broke the deadlock in the 28th minute of the match, taking the lead. Amidst the commentator's roar, Li Qingqing, watching from her rented room, raised her arms in jubilation, exclaiming, "Well done." At that moment, she sat cross-legged on her bed, engrossed in the live broadcast of the match. Fortunately, today there was only one training session in the morning, which lasted for an hour and a half. This did not hinder her from watching the match in the afternoon. She certainly did not wish to repeat last year's experience of hastily catching the game on her phone while on the bus after training ended. Not only was she constrained by the limitations of internet speed, which hindered her ability to watch the match smoothly, but more importantly, the timing of the training conflicted with the match, rendering her incapable of witnessing the entire game. Last year, Hu Lai was merely a substitute on the team, and she could at least manage to see him come on as a substitute. However, this year, Hu Lai is an undisputed key player, starting the match. If training coincides with the match time, would she not miss the chance to see Hu Lai play? As she witnessed Hu Lai scoring the first goal for his father's team in the national tournament, Li Qingqing could not help but reminisce about the moment she first saw this boy in the vacant lot behind her house. If someone had told her back then that this boy, who could barely control the ball, would one day conquer the National High School Football Championship, she would have thought they were mocking the boy before her. After all, she had once condemned Hu Lai's football career, believing that with his poor coordination, he would merely play for fun. Now, While Hulai's coordination has not significantly improved, it has not hindered his ability to score. Progressing step by step to this day, Li Qingqing felt genuine joy for Hulai's achievements. While she rejoiced at Hulai's goal, others had mixed feelings about this event. Is that it? How did that ball even go in? Chu Yifun's roommates stared at the field, utterly perplexed. They had never anticipated that Dongchuan Middle School would score from this attack. To be honest, prior to this goal, Dongchuan Middle School's offensive play was quite exquisite, especially the long ball switch. Many believed that Shen Yulin's header would conclude this attack. Dongchuan Middle School's offensive was impressive, and Renmin Middle School's defense was commendable as well. This exchange of attack and defense could be deemed visually pleasing. Who would have thought that Dongchuan Middle School's offensive was not finished yet? The football was deflected by Renmin Middle School's goalkeeper, hitting the crossbar and bouncing back into the goal area, allowing Hulai to seize the opportunity and score with a follow-up shot. Dongchuan Middle School took the lead. This outcome not only astonished Chu Yifun's roommates, but also left many spectators unprepared for such a turn of events, especially the players of Renmin Middle School, who, after Hulai's goal, found their left backs still in a daze, unable to comprehend how a ball that should have been cleared ended up in their own net. Renmin Middle School's head coach, Sun Yiming, was equally flabbergasted, standing at the sidelines, dumbfounded as he watched the scene unfold before his goal. While he had considered the possibility of conceding a goal, he had never imagined it would occur in such a manner, with the opponent capitalizing on a follow-up shot to breach their defenses. After scoring, Hulai turned and sprinted towards the corner flag. As he approached, he adjusted his stride, leaping as if in a triple jump, soaring into the air, and then executing a 180-degree spin, arms crossed, and sweeping down from his chest. Finally, he landed firmly on the pitch. Oh, here it comes. The commentator, having previously narrated the match of Dongchuan Middle School in the last national competition, immediately recalled Hulai's celebratory gesture upon witnessing his movement. In fact, Hulai had succeeded only once in the previous national tournament. Yet this unique celebration had never been performed before, leaving a deep impression. Even after just one viewing, the commentator had etched it into memory. Hulai once again executed his signature celebration. Teammates from Dongchuan Middle School waited for Hulai to complete his jubilant display before joining him in the celebration of the goal. Observing this scene, Wang, the defensive midfielder from Renmin Middle School, couldn't help but scoff, exclaiming, "What an opportunist. Wasn't this precisely what it meant to seize an opportunity?" Everyone's attention was focused on Shen Yulin, who was vying for the ball at the front, and Xia Xiaoyu, who was advancing through the center. Who could have anticipated that Hulai would suddenly appear at the back post, right where the ball would land? Wang certainly did not believe that Hulai could predict that the ball would strike the post and rebound to that exact spot. If that were the case, what other logical explanation could there be except sheer luck? Sun Yonggang stood behind the advertising boards at the stadium, next to a photographer who was diligently capturing the match alongside two other camera operators. They were meticulously documenting the performance of the players from Huitang High School in this contest. With nearly half an hour of play elapsed, the score stood at 1-1, which was somewhat unexpected for Sun Yonggang. It was not only he who felt surprised. Everyone present, all spectators of this match, were equally taken aback by the current scoreline. Huitang High School faced off against Haihe No. 3 Middle School, who had reached the top 16 in the previous national tournament, where they had been eliminated by Chongwen Middle School, the eventual runners-up who lost to Huitang High School in the finals. In other words, the team that defeated Chongwen Middle School, Huitang High School, was now locked in a stalemate with the vanquished team of Chongwen. Sun Yonggang furrowed his brow as he watched the match unfold. Perhaps the immense pressure of pursuing a third consecutive national title had led the players of Huitang High School to underperform. Chen Xingyi, however, seemed unaffected. He was the sole contributor to Huitang High School's solitary goal. Yet this did little to alter the dynamics of the game. Prior to this match, against a Haihe No. 3 Middle School that had been eliminated in the top 16 of the last national tournament, everyone believed that Huitang High School would secure a decisive victory to commence their quest for a third consecutive championship. However, Haihe No. 3 Middle School demonstrated resilience beyond anyone's expectations. Not only did they quickly equalize shortly after Chen Xingyi's goal, but they also managed to withstand the relentless assaults from Huitang High School up to this point. Observing the intense back and forth on the field, Sun Yonggang shifted his gaze downward and illuminated his phone screen. The real-time match updates on the Goal app displayed the latest developments from the concurrent matches. Notifications would automatically refresh with any new information. Upon entering the locker room, he noticed the interface refreshing. Once the refresh concluded, a new message appeared at the top. Dongchuan High School 10, Huitang High School, scorer, Huitang, 29. His gaze momentarily froze. Huitang High School had secured 4th place in the previous tournament, having succumbed to Chaolin High School in the semifinals. Their prowess should not be underestimated. To fall behind against Dongchuan High School in this match was surprising, especially with Huitang as the scorer. That kid. Chapter 161. Full commitment during halftime. The players of Huitang High School entered the locker room. One of them kicked a mineral water bottle placed at the entrance, cursing loudly. This act drew the attention of others, yet no one admonished him for his behavior or offered any words of caution. They glanced at him briefly before diverting their gazes, each lost in their own thoughts. Chen Xingyi also entered the locker room in silence. The first half had not gone well for Huitang High School. The score was still 1-1, yet they had relentlessly attacked Haihasanzhong, unable to secure another goal. As the reigning top scorer, he found himself closely marked by the opponents, leaving little room for him to maneuver. Everyone felt the frustration, but he felt it even more acutely. Having boasted about achieving a three-peat in the national competition and capturing the top scorer title, he never anticipated facing such formidable resistance in the very first match. Following closely behind, Coach Liang Yuanhao stood at the entrance, observing the damaged water bottle on the floor. Its cap dislodged and water splashed across a significant portion of the floor, even leaving traces on the wall. He stepped forward, picked up the mineral water bottle, retrieved its cap, secured it once more, and disposed of it in the trash. He then addressed his players, who were silently watching him. "What is the matter? Are you venting your frustrations on the opponent by kicking a water bottle? That is hardly impressive." The player who had kicked the bottle lowered his head, too ashamed to speak. "Did I not warn you before the match that, due to Chen Xingyi's careless bravado, we would inevitably become targets and face relentless resistance from our opponents?" At this point, Liang Yuanhao cast a glance at Chen Xingyi. Under the coach's scrutinizing gaze, Chen Xingyi offered a sheepish smile, realizing that while he had been reveling in his own bravado, he had not considered the significant challenges his words might impose on his team. "Even if I hadn't mentioned it, couldn't you have thought this through? Our opponents are not pushovers. Do you think they would relish the idea of us achieving a three-peat? We are all young. Who doesn't harbor a bit of fire within? Who would willingly accept being looked down upon? So, if you genuinely aspire to that three-peat, shouldn't you have anticipated such opponents and challenges? If you've considered that, what is there to be indignant about? The ones who should feel aggrieved are your opponents." Liang Yuanhao raised his voice sharply, startling several of the players who had been looking down, causing them to flinch. Their opponents were equally striving for excellence in the national competition. Why should they merely serve as stepping stones for Huitang High School's ambitions? No one responded to this rhetorical question. Liang Yuanhao did not require anyone to speak on his behalf. He continued, "To achieve a third consecutive championship, one must exert every ounce of effort in each match and triumph over such opponents. It is only by overcoming adversaries who also give their all that your championship trophy will gleam even more brilliantly." Raising his voice at this juncture, Liang Yuanhao paused momentarily, surveying all the players in the locker room, who remained silent. Some bowed their heads, while others lifted theirs to meet his gaze, their eyes glimmering with determination. "Now, cast aside your arrogance. I expect you to focus earnestly and give your utmost performance to defeat the opponent, thereby proving you are indeed worthy of contending for a third consecutive title. Otherwise, you might as well give up. Do not even entertain thoughts of a three-peat, for you do not deserve it. What nonsense did you display in the first half?" Sun Yiming was unleashing his fury upon his players in the locker room. "Wei Chen, what were you thinking? Why did you allow Huitang to score from right in front of you?" The left back from Huitang High School, Wei Chen, was at a loss for words. His attention had been solely on the ball, and he had not anticipated someone would charge in unexpectedly. He was positioned there because it was his defensive role. But how did Huitang suddenly appear in that space? In other words, how could he have known the ball would rebound to the back post? Seeing Wei Chen tongue-tied and unable to respond, Sun Yiming snorted, "Forget it. Let's strengthen our defense against Huitang in the second half. After all, he is the top scorer of the provincial qualifiers in Annong. And even if he is not the core of the team, do not underestimate him. Now, let us discuss our offensive strategy. We must capitalize on the opponent's unsettled state at the beginning of the second half. You performed well in the first half, but you must maintain that momentum." In the locker room of Dongchuan High School, Li Ziqiang maintained a stern demeanor as he praised his players. The players of Dongchuan High School had grown accustomed to their coach's serious nature. Witnessing him smile was indeed a rare occurrence. When the freshman players first joined the team and saw the coach's stern compliments, they initially thought he was being sarcastic. They later realized that his ability to offer praise signified his happiness. As for seeing him smile, that was a luxury. In the second half, the opponent will surely counterattack. We must withstand their onslaught, especially in midfield. We cannot allow them to function normally. Xiaoyu, you too must actively participate in defense. Your defensive responsibilities will take precedence over organizing attacks. Xiaoyu nodded decisively, showing no hesitation. That Wang Sun is quite interesting, Li Ziqiang continued. As a defensive midfielder, his primary role is to defend, yet he also possesses a capacity for organizing attacks. Would you not agree that he embodies a balance of offense and defense? The players of Dongchuan High School remained silent, aware that their coach had more to say. Indeed, Li Ziqiang continued, in the first half, there were instances when he received the ball and did not immediately pass it to a nearby teammate. Instead, he took his time to control it and observe before making his pass. It may seem that he is merely a compliment to Songyu, but in reality, he harbors a restless spirit. This is our opportunity. If we can intercept him when he has the ball and seize it from under his feet, we can launch a swift counterattack. Therefore, Hulai coach, you must withdraw to assist in defense and take advantage of the moment when Wang Sun is not paying attention to you to ambush him. Hulai nodded repeatedly. No problem, coach. In the first half, Hulai's defensive responsibilities were minimal, or one could say almost non-existent, as he focused primarily on offense. However, this did not imply that he could remain detached, solely engaging in offensive play without contributing to defense. Dongchuan Middle School employed a comprehensive offensive and defensive strategy, mandating that even forwards must retreat to defend, and Hulai was no exception. The entire team's daily physical training had provided a solid foundation for this aspect. Otherwise, after returning to defend and then rushing back to attack a few times, fatigue would set in, rendering him unable to perform at his best regardless of technical prowess. In modern football, physical fitness is the cornerstone of everything. To allow Wang Sun more opportunities to orchestrate the attack, Chen Rui, you must consistently mark Songyu and deny him any chance to receive the ball comfortably. Chen Rui nodded earnestly. Rest assured, coach. I will make sure that Songyu has a tough time. Excellent. After the second half begins, first withstand their onslaught, then prevent Songyu from smoothly organizing the attack. This way, Wang Sun will naturally become more involved in the offense, allowing us to encircle him. Once we intercept the ball, we must initiate a counterattack immediately. Handing the ball to Xinyuan. Xinyuan, utilize your physical advantage to secure the ball and then distribute it to the flanks. The two fullbacks must be bold in advancing to participate in the attack. Do not hesitate to push forward for fear of running without purpose. Li Ziqiang illustrated on the white tactical board, assigning each player their respective strategies. The team members listened attentively to their coach's directives, committing his instructions to memory. As the halftime break was nearing its end, the players from Huitang High School rose from their seats, preparing to return to the field. However, they did not exit the locker room immediately. Instead, they turned to their captain, Chen Xingyi, who remained seated, unmoved, under the gaze of all. Chen Xingyi did not hasten to stand up, but instead took out his phone and unlocked the screen. Dongchuan Middle School 10, Renmin Middle School, scorer, Hulai, 29. Seeing this message, Chen Xingyi pursed his lips. He then locked his phone again and placed it back in his bag, clapping his hands on his knees. He stood up and addressed his teammates. Well, since I was the one who made this bold claim, I must take full responsibility. Let us go, guys. Hai Sanjong has given their all, so we shall do the same. He was the first to step out of the locker room through the path opened by his teammates, followed by the other players from Huitang High School, marching towards the field with determination. Chapter 162. The sea is vast, allowing fish to leap as the second half commenced. Renmin Middle School launched a fierce offensive against Dongchuan Middle School's half. Anticipating this, Dongchuan Middle School tightened their defense, continuously disrupting the opponent's attack from the midfield. At this moment, Xiaoyu had transformed into a midfield workhorse, much like Chen Rui. Previously, while spectating the Anton Cup final between Jiaxiang High School and Dongchuan Middle School from the stands, Xiao had harbored reservations about attending Jiaxiang High School. Fearing that coach Feng Yuanchang would mold him into a mere laborer on the field, which did not align with his football philosophy and style. However, upon joining Dongchuan Middle School, he found himself assigned numerous defensive duties, rather than solely focusing on orchestrating attacks and leaving the defense to others. At times, he was even tasked with particularly arduous defensive responsibilities, much like the current scenario. Surprisingly, Xia did not feel that this contradicted his football style. Rather, he embraced these challenges with a dedicated spirit, fulfilling the tasks set forth by his coach. Was it the coach's charismatic personality that endeared him to this role? Not entirely. Xia's willingness stemmed from the insights he gained after participating in 7 matches of the Anton Cup, gradually recognizing the necessity of this tactical approach, which ultimately benefited him immensely. Despite the defensive assignments, they did not hinder his ability to organize attacks, and he even emerged as the assist leader of the tournament. This was undoubtedly influenced by the presence of teammates at Dongchuan Middle School who inspired him to exert such effort. The saying, "A soldier dies for the one who knows him," may not capture Xia's essence as vividly as it might for ancient heroes, yet he certainly understood its sentiment. At Dongchuan Middle School, while shouldering some defensive responsibilities, his football style found ample opportunities to shine, even flourishing under the circumstances. The key factor behind this was undoubtedly the forward named Hulai. As Xingyi received the ball, Chen Xingyi suddenly charged at him from behind, making it impossible for Song to turn. He had previously attempted to pivot forcibly, only to feel as though he had collided with an impenetrable wall, losing both his balance and possession of the ball. Had it not been for Wang Sun nearby, who reclaimed the ball, Dongchuan Middle School might have launched a counterattack. Therefore, Xingyi now approached the situation with caution, refraining from engaging Chen Xingyi in a one-on-one duel. Although he was the core organizer for Renmin Middle School, his dribbling skills were not particularly strong. His strengths lay in his passing and tactical vision. Unable to shake Chen Xingyi, he opted to pass the ball back to Wang Sun, a strategy he often employed when marked by opponents, knowing that Wang possessed a certain capacity for orchestrating offense. As Wang Sun acquired the ball, Hulai observed from a distance, noting that it was indeed as the coach had said. This lad had a tendency to hold on to the ball longer than necessary. Even when he appeared poised to pass, a feint would draw the ball back, followed by a moment of adjustment. It was unclear whether his actions were mere tricks or genuine intentions to pass, but upon surveying the situation and realizing it was unfavorable, he was forced to retract the ball once more. Xia Xiaoyu rushed forward to seize the ball, but Wang skillfully controlled it, turning to shield it with his height, effectively keeping Xia at bay. If Xia Xiaoyu were to charge in aggressively, he would swiftly pivot and cast Xia Xiaoyu aside, facing the direction of the attack once more, at which point he would pass the football again. Since the commencement of the second half, Hulai had observed Wang Sun several times and noted that this pattern was consistently repeated. This individual appeared remarkably confident in his ball control abilities, and indeed, he exhibited commendable skill. Xia Xiaoyu had very little recourse against him. Moreover, with his tall stature and long legs, even if the football temporarily slipped from his grasp, he could easily reclaim it using his advantageous reach. He had also delivered several commendable passes, though his teammates failed to capitalize on them. Towering as he was, he consistently prioritized securing the ball before assessing the situation ahead, rather than observing first and then receiving the ball. No wonder he tended to dominate ball control. Hulai mused. The offensive momentum of the People's Middle School was escalating. In the stands, Chu Yifun's roommates were engaged in animated discussions. After all, they had finished fourth in the previous tournament, yet found themselves trailing East Chuan Middle School at halftime. Surely, the head coach had delivered a stern reprimand during the break. If East Chuan Middle School continues to falter like this, they might concede a goal, Chu Yifun noted, observing the furrowed brows of his teammates, aware that they were genuinely concerned about the fate of East Chuan Middle School. In truth, he shared their apprehensions. However, witnessing his roommates' anxious expressions, he felt compelled to uphold the honor of his alma mater's team. He had to project confidence in front of outsiders. Thus, he smiled and said, "I actually believe East Chuan Middle School is about to score. How about a wager, gentlemen?" The moment they heard about the bet, his roommates perked up. Sure. Loser treats. At Guangfeng Building. Guangfeng Building is a restaurant located in the eastern district of Nanshan University, slightly pricier than the nearby eateries, yet offering a superior ambience, making it a favored venue for students treating one another. But if I win, you three must treat me. If I lose, I'll be footing the bill for all three of you. That hardly seems fair, Chu Yifun remarked. Don't worry, De Chu, We won't let you suffer a loss. If you win, each of us will treat you to a meal. How does that sound? The speaker turned to his other two roommates, who readily agreed. All right then. It's settled. Just don't back out later, Chu Yifan cautioned. Huh? Did Chu? You have such faith in your juniors? Chu Yifan himself was uncertain of his chances of winning, but having made the declaration, there was no turning back. He could only feign a profound smile and replied. Of course, I am confident. At the same time, he cast his gaze toward Hu Lai. My next 3 meals depend on you, the chosen one. As Wang Sun regained possession of the ball, he instinctively controlled it before surveying the situation. In response to Xia Xiaoyu's attempt to intercept, he extended his arms to shield himself while deftly directing the football away from Xia Xiaoyu's reach. After executing these maneuvers, he lifted his head to assess the unfolding scenario ahead. At that moment, he suddenly heard Song Yu beside him shout, "Be careful over there." He quickly reacted, turning his head to see the slender number 14 player from Dongchuan Middle School had already closed in beside him. How did this kid? Wang Sun had no time to ponder this question when he saw the opponent extend his foot towards the football at his side. By the time he intended to respond, it was already too late. The ball had been poked away by Hu Lai, rolling off to the side. Meanwhile, Chen Rui, who had been defending Song Yu, suddenly surged forward to intercept the ball. A successful counterattack. But this was merely the first step of success. Upon seeing Chen Rui take possession, Xia Xiaoyu immediately abandoned Wang Sun, retreating to create space while raising his arms, signaling Chen Rui to pass him the ball. In truth, he need not have signaled. Chen Rui had already passed the ball over. After all, when the opportunity to pass to Xia Xiaoyu arose, Chen Rui would invariably prioritize his midfield partner. Unlike Wang Sun, who was a versatile player adept in both offense and defense, Chen Rui was acutely aware of his strengths and weaknesses, as was his coach, who assigned him a straightforward offensive task. Upon gaining possession, pass the ball to Xia Xiaoyu. If Xia Xiaoyu were absent, then he should pass to the nearest teammate. Chen Rui understood that passing was not his forte. Any pass exceeding 15 meters would likely go astray, so he had never entertained the notion of showcasing his skills. Although this relegated him to the role of a diligent midfielder without much flair, Chen Rui himself was unconcerned. His focus was solely on fulfilling the coach's directives and safeguarding Xia Xiaoyu. As long as the team triumphed, what did it matter if he did not bask in the limelight? When Xia Xiaoyu received the ball from Chen Rui, Wang Sun finally lunged at him. Since he had lost the ball, he was determined to recover it swiftly, as this was the only way to redeem himself. Seeing Wang Sun charge at him with such fervor, Xia Xiaoyu did not immediately pass the ball. Instead, he deftly flicked the ball upward with the tip of his right foot. The football soared over Wang Sun's head. Magnificent! The commentator exclaimed with excitement. The neutral fans in the stands erupted in jubilant cheers. Wang Sun was entirely unprepared to be outmaneuvered by Xia Xiaoyu in such a manner. He dashed past Xia Xiaoyu in astonishment, unable to halt his momentum. He reached out, futilely attempting to grasp Xia Xiaoyu, only to have him elegantly evade. Without waiting for the ball to descend, Xia Xiaoyu struck it forward, passing it to Shun Yulin, who had retreated to support him. Seeing Shun Yulin secure the ball, Tang Yuan immediately made a diagonal run towards the flank, vocally urging Shun Yulin, "Pass the ball to me." Without hesitation, Shun Yulin, with his back to the direction of the attack, deftly nudged the ball sideways to Tang Yuan. Rather than stopping the ball, Tang Yuan propelled it forcefully forward. Accelerating in pursuit, Dongchuan Middle School launched a rapid counterattack following a midfield interception. "No way!" exclaimed Chu Yifan's roommates in astonishment. Just moments ago, they had placed a bet with Chu Yifan. How had the momentum of the game shifted so dramatically? Chu Yifan tightly gripped the iron railing, suppressing any sound, fearful that even the slightest noise might disrupt the attacking efforts of the younger players. On the field, Tang Yuan skillfully propelled the soccer ball approximately 15 or 16 meters forward, allowing it to glide past Wei Chun, the left back of Huitang High School, who was attempting to intercept him. This moment of hesitation made Wei ponder whether to turn and chase the ball. However, before he could make up his mind, Tang Yuan dashed past him like a gust of wind. With that, Wei had no choice but to turn and sprint toward the penalty area. He refrained from pursuing Tang Yuan directly, knowing full well that he would not catch up. In this scenario, it was wiser for him to allow the trailing center back to cover, while he himself returned to the penalty area to fill the void left by his teammate. A counterattack from Dongchuan Middle School. Magnificent. Tang Yuan's speed was truly astonishing. The stands erupted in cheers. The neutral fans, reveling in the excitement, cheered regardless of who was on the offensive. Amidst the roars of the crowd, Xingyi, having completed his pass, had already turned and was striding purposefully toward the penalty area of Renmin High School. Despite his towering stature, his pace was impressive, and he was rapidly nearing the edge of the penalty box. Two center backs from Renmin High School were engaged in the defense. One left center back had surged toward the flanks to confront Tang Yuan, while the other right center back moved up to challenge Xingyi. As Tang Yuan closed in on the ball, he glanced up to assess the situation in the penalty area and opted not to continue dribbling. Instead, upon reaching the ball, he executed a precise 45-degree cross. At that moment, Xingyi had yet to reach his designated position, and the ball soared over him, clearing the head of another Renmin High School center back. Neither side managed to make contact with the ball, and it appeared that Tang Yuan's cross may have been a tad premature. However, Tang Yuan was acutely aware that this pass was not intended for Xingyi. After executing the cross, he spotted a familiar figure materializing at the edge of the penalty area, his intended target for the cross. Hulai. It was only when the commentator exclaimed in surprise that viewers at home recognized Hulai, who had seemingly vanished after the ball was intercepted, reappearing in a dangerously advantageous position. In the excitement of Tang Yuan's remarkable burst of speed past the opposing defender, the crowd had anticipated the ball would be delivered to the towering forward Xingyi. Little did they realize that Tang Yuan's true intention was to deliver the ball to Hulai. As Hulai stepped into the penalty area, he noticed the ball soaring toward him from the flank. It approached with remarkable speed and a significant arc, aimed directly at him. Having practiced such crosses numerous times during training, Hulai instinctively reacted without a moment's hesitation. He turned his head to track the ball, took a powerful leap, and launched himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. The ball arrived, and he soared to meet it, executing a stunning header. Whether it was the right back of Renmin Middle School, retreating to the center, or their goalkeeper, Luo Kai, none could have anticipated that Hulai would leap for a header the moment he entered the penalty area. Even more surprising was that his header, taken near the penalty spot, soared directly into the corner of the net. By the time Luo Kai attempted to react, it was already too late. He merely raised his hand, and the ball had already struck the net. After the second half commenced, Renmin Middle School relentlessly bombarded the goal in hopes of equalizing the score, yet once again, they faced a breach in their defense. Chapter 163. An unremarkable dagger. Sun Yonggang felt his phone vibrate in his pocket and pulled it out to discover the latest match update. Dongchuan Middle School 2. Renmin Middle School 0. Scorer, Hulai, 29-54. This lad has scored again. Sun Yonggang stared blankly at his phone before shifting his gaze to the ongoing match on the field, his expression somewhat complex. The second half between Huitang High School and Huitang No. 3 Middle School had already begun. Following adjustments during halftime, the dynamics of the game had shifted. Huitang High School was playing with increasing vigor and had firmly taken control. However, upon closer inspection of the tactics, formations, and personnel, Sun Yonggang could discern no significant alterations. The players from Huitang High School were simply more invigorated and focused. Just 5 minutes prior to Hulai's goal, Chen Xingyi had also completed a brace, helping Huitang High School regain the lead. He shook his head slightly. Were it not for the fact that Sun Yonggang was aware both matches were occurring simultaneously, he might have thought these two players were intentionally competing against each other. Logically, given Chen Xingyi's reputation, past achievements, and prowess in national competitions, how could Hulai possibly be on par with him? Yet, Sun Yonggang found himself entertaining this absurd notion, perhaps influenced by having overheard the playful banter between these two young men at the airport. In the stands of the football field at Lingnan University of Technology, Chu Yifun's three roommates stared in astonishment at the field. Just moments ago, the number 14 forward from Dongchuan Middle School had once again performed his peculiar celebration in front of everyone present, and his teammates rushed to him, surrounding him for a second time. Haha, a bet is a bet. Chu Yifun applauded and laughed from the stands, grateful for his friend's hospitality. The three roommates frowned and shook their heads, exclaiming, "This is impossible. How could that goal have gone in? That leap for a header was too exaggerated. Scoring directly from the penalty spot with such a leap feels more like a fluke." Chu Yifun chuckled, regardless of whether it was a fluke or not. The fact remains that in a match where Renmin Middle School had the upper hand, it was Dongchuan Middle School that scored. You can't deny that. The three roommates exchanged glances, and with a collective sigh, they realized that after inviting to chew, they would likely have to settle for instant noodles. Li Ziqiang maintained an expressionless demeanor, even though his team was leading by 2 goals against the formidable Huitang High School, who had reached the semifinals in the previous national competition. He did not exhibit any exuberance, such as throwing his head back in laughter. In truth, the most vigorous action he displayed was merely rising from his seat and shaking his fist after Huilai scored. Yet, his expression remained taut, even tightening further after the goal, as he clenched his jaw while raising his fist. Despite the tension etched on his face, Li Ziqiang's inner self was quite elated, or rather, imbued with a sense of accomplishment. Ever since Luo Kai departed, he had been fervently dedicated to crafting a team that conformed to his aspirations. To this end, following last year's national competition, he instructed the first and second-year players remaining in the team to engage in fundamental physical training, primarily focusing on enhancing their stamina, essentially laying a solid foundation. Without sufficient physical conditioning, the offensive and defensive tactics he envisioned would remain mere castles in the air. The arrival of Xia Xiaoyu and Chen Rue after the first-year recruitment was an unexpected boon, making the implementation of his ideas more feasible. In Li Ziqiang's original plan, the absence of someone like Xia Xiaoyu would not have posed a significant obstacle. After all, with a philosophy of integrated offense and defense, the collective strength of the team was paramount, rather than relying on an individual. Thus, while having Xia Xiaoyu was certainly advantageous, his absence would not prove detrimental. As for Huilai, he was the most critical component of this tactical framework. Contrary to the beliefs of coach Sun Yiming of Renmin High School, the players from that school, Chu Yifan's roommates, and others who considered Xia Xiaoyu to be the team's linchpin, Li Ziqiang firmly believed that Huilai was the true heart of the squad. Without him, all of Li Ziqiang's prior arrangements would be rendered laughable. After all, no matter how integrated the offense and defense, someone must be capable of delivering the football into the opponent's net. Could others, such as Yuan, manage this task? They could, but not as effectively as Huilai. In certain situations, they might succeed, while in others, they would falter. In fact, even if Luo Kai were to return, he would likely not surpass Huilai's scoring prowess. Many tactics, no matter how intricately designed, would amount to nothing if they failed to yield goals. Ultimately, the foundation of all strategies rests on scoring. If a team cannot find the back of the net, sustaining performance in a match becomes exceedingly difficult. Even a defensively adept team like Jiaxiang High School requires a forward like Su Gaofei, who excels in counterattacks. However, in modern football, scoring seems no longer to be the sole duty of the center forward. In numerous tactics, the center forward, and even the forwards, serve merely as components of the team's strategic framework, with their more significant roles lying in creating distractions and defensive plays. Their movements can destabilize the opposing defense and create opportunities for teammates, drawing defenders away. The world of football has even flirted with the concept of a no-forward formation, which, as the name suggests, implies that a team can score without the presence of a forward. In recent 2 decades, under the influence of various tactical philosophies, the role of the center forward has evolved to demand greater versatility and comprehensiveness. It has reached a point where a center forward may lack the ability to score, yet must be proficient in passing, receiving the ball, shielding it, and making intelligent runs. In essence, even if a center forward fails to score double digits in a season, as long as he can effectively contribute to the team's defense and facilitate offensive plays by creating space and providing assists, he is deemed a valuable asset. Scoring is often the responsibility of midfielders, wingers, and forwards. The primary duty of the center forward is to engage the opposing defenders. This prevailing mindset has naturally influenced the training and development of center forwards. Some may finish a season with a mere handful of goals, but their exceptional stamina allows them to return to defense promptly, executing the coach's tactics by pressuring the opponent's playmaker in the midfield. This dual contribution not only fortifies the team's defense, but also aids in counterattacks following a successful recovery of possession, thereby solidifying their position as a mainstay in elite teams. There are instances where a center forward scores very few goals, yet their tactical significance is pronounced, allowing them to shoulder the blame in defeat without jeopardizing their status within a top-tier club. Li Ziqiang does not criticize the efficacy of these center forwards or the tactical frameworks they operate within. Indeed, the holistic offensive and defensive strategies he himself employs are among the more popular tactical approaches. Some center forwards play a crucial role in these systems. as their presence can significantly hinder the opposing defense. Without a center forward to anchor the attack, a team's performance may suffer considerably. However, Li Ziqiang feels that there is an excessive bias against center forwards who are not well-rounded, as if such players are rendered obsolete. Ultimately, does football not hinge on who scores the most goals? If there exists a center forward with a remarkable scoring ability, why should he not be utilized? Moreover, elite European clubs and footballing powerhouses have an array of talented players who can thrive in a false nine formation. What of other teams, such as the Chinese national team? Currently, the Chinese team grapples with a dearth of exceptional forwards, often finding themselves in a predicament where they struggle to score even against weaker opponents. The overall strength of the Chinese defense and midfield is not particularly formidable within the Asian football landscape, and without a forward adept at finding the net, achieving positive results becomes exceedingly challenging. When a team lacks overall superiority, prolonged attacking efforts without success can lead to a decline in morale, with the Chinese side growing increasingly anxious while the opposing defense gains confidence. Should they encounter opponents of similar or superior caliber, the inability to score becomes a critical liability. Previously, the head coach of the Chinese national team experimented with a false nine formation, perhaps in an attempt to align with global football trends, or perhaps due to the stark reality of the scarcity of competent goal-scoring forwards, leaving no alternative but to adopt such a strategy. Certainly, the outcome of such an approach was inevitably failure. The powerful teams employed a no-forward formation due to their formidable midfield strength, whereas the Chinese team resorted to this strategy merely because their forwards were unable to score, and their midfield was not particularly strong either. What success could be anticipated from such a tactic? Thus, having witnessed Hu Lai's capabilities, Li Ziqiang had made a decisive resolution in his heart. In Hu Lai's second year of high school, he candidly announced to the entire team that Hu Lai would serve as the offensive focal point, unequivocally conveying to everyone the style of football he intended to pursue. From that moment on, the team collectively endeavored towards this direction, mitigating any potential challenges to his authority that might squander their time and energy. This bold and resolute decision took the senior players by surprise, as they all recalled how the head coach had initially underestimated Hu Lai. However, after a change of heart, the coach seemed to have completely forgotten his previous stance on Hu Lai. Li Ziqiang was indifferent to others' perceptions of him. His sole concern was whether his tactics could be executed and observed effectively, ultimately leading to success. During the Anton Cup, he had been experimenting with this tactical approach, eager to gauge its effectiveness. The results were astonishingly positive. Hu Lai emerged as the top scorer of the Anton Cup, and Dongchuan High School successfully defended their championship title, regaining their qualification for the national competition. Among the matches, the one against Huitang High School stood out as Hu Lai's masterpiece. As the primary striker, he was the focal point of Jiaxiang's defensive strategies, yet he managed to capitalize on the few opportunities he received to score. Unlike Luo Kai, Hu Lai's style of play was not flamboyant or visually appealing. It was rather unremarkable. However, he resembled a seemingly ordinary dagger, unassuming in appearance, yet exceptionally sharp, capable of delivering a lethal blow with a mere thrust. Li Ziqiang turned to glance at Sun Yiming, who stood in stunned silence on the sidelines. He had familiarized himself with the credentials of this coach from the People's High School, knowing him to be an advocate of midfield supremacy, believing it to be the most crucial component of a football team. A strong midfield translates to a strong team, while a weak midfield leads to a weak team. This perspective is not entirely flawed, as the midfield plays a dual role in both offense and defense. A robust midfield can alleviate defensive pressure while also facilitating scoring opportunities without relying heavily on the forward's prowess. However, neglecting Hu Lai, this seemingly commonplace dagger, would be a grave oversight. Li Ziqiang had once considered Hu Lai to possess remarkable talent, yet felt his foundational skills were insufficient for significant contributions. Initially, he did not regard Hu Lai as a member of his team. During the recruitment of 16 players, which was intended to comprise 15, Hu Lai's name was added last minute, as Li Ziqiang anticipated that this young man would surely falter under the rigorous foundational training he had devised and would ultimately choose to leave. Consequently, this young man not only persevered through the somewhat challenging foundational training that had been imposed upon him, but his progress soared as if propelled by a rocket. From his debut as a substitute in the Anton Cup to scoring 3 goals in the national competition, his evolution from a freshman, who relied merely on clever tricks to find the net, To a sophomore capable of overpowering the captain of the Jiaxiang High School team to execute a shot is nothing short of remarkable. This transformation has effectively dispelled Li Ziqiang's previous concerns regarding his weak foundation. With his fundamentals now solidified, Li Ziqiang has shed his earlier prejudices towards Hu Lai and naturally seeks to fully harness his potential. The effort he has invested in Hu Lai since the national competition in his freshman year has finally borne fruit. While he remains uncertain about how far Dongchuan Middle School will advance in this year's national tournament, he faces an array of opponents with a newfound composure, far surpassing that of the previous year.